Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 881 to Chapter 923. The commotion became more and more intense. Later on, many people in the 5 regions believed that someone was building a 5-colored sacrificial altar that would lead to the outer realm. All the major corporations bought the precious stones from all over the world. The price kept rising, and the supply couldn't keep up with the demand. They had vaguely replaced the source and became the most precious currency among the cultivators. In the heavenly village, Qi Luo asked suspiciously, "You guys really didn't do it?" Everything was left to the Black Emperor. "It really wasn't me." Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff and absorbed strand after strand of essence into his body. What a shameful extravagance. How much source energy is used up? It's too wasteful. Qi Luo felt distressed and couldn't understand. This emperor wants to conduct a grand research to see if we can restore the 5-colored sacrificial altar of the ancient emperors and open the path to the outer realm, the Black Emperor said shamelessly. Just for this? Qi Luo asked. What else do you think? The Black Emperor trained the 2 Silver Blood Emperors while immersing himself in comprehending the formation patterns. You guys are too extravagant. How many people do you have to kill to earn so much source energy? Qi Luo felt his heart ache. It's fine. Yi Fan dug up 6 or 7 dragon veins a while ago and obtained a lot. It's enough for us to squander. Li Tian waved his hand and said generously. What are you guys trying to do? Qi Luo didn't believe their words. Someone wants to smash a group of enemies to death with source energy. Li Heishui didn't care at all. He was barbecuing breakfast at the side. The meat was golden and fragrant. Smash who? Little K-er held a milk bottle and blinked her big eyes. She stood at the side and stared at the fragrant roasted meat. Unfortunately, she was still too young to eat this kind of meat. Tong Tong and the 2 spirit children were enjoying their breakfast and showing off in front of the little girl. In the end, the little girl smashed her milk bottle. There's a group of unknown people. After learning that Yi Fan is about to leave, they will most likely use all kinds of methods to cause trouble and lure them out, Yan Yishi explained. What if they don't come? It's fine even if they don't come. Just treat it as gathering materials for the Black Emperor so that he can go further in the field of formation patterns, Yi Fan said. Kid, you really have a good eye. This is a good investment. I like you more and more. The Black Emperor grinned from the side, laughing so hard that he wanted to beat him up. He was like a big-tailed wolf, as fake as he could be. It browsed through all kinds of ancient texts, all of which were formation pattern treasures purchased at heavenly grade. Then, it raised its head and raised its no longer bald tail. It crossed the void and entered a secret area. There was a 5-colored altar that was currently being constructed. The more secretive it was, the more curious people became, and the more they wanted to get to the bottom of it. Yi Fan and the others were very mysterious, which naturally aroused the curiosity of many cultivators. The mystery of the 5-colored altar drew more and more people's attention. Now, many people believed that it was about to be completed and that it was about to be opened. Some people believed that it would lead to outer space. Did you all know that it is actually the ancient races who are collecting precious stones? They aren't human cultivators at all. They want to enter the star domain and embark on their return journey. This ancient star originally didn't have so many races. Even the humans appeared later, and the so-called 10,000 archaic races all crossed over from outer space. As for the natives, they had long since disappeared. Some people speculated that this was a large operation by the 10,000 archaic races. They were going to enter deep into the star domain and embark on their return journey to search for primitive ancient stars. Everyone has been misled. Do you all remember that there is a path leading to outer space in the Marvels Matter? It is about to open, and a group of young heroes will be sent over. They are the ones who are collecting precious stones. During this period of time, all kinds of speculations were made. People ignored this matter itself and raised it to another level. Wrong, everyone guessed wrong. It should be the work of the human race's sacred physique. Did you all forget? He left this star domain in the past and then came back. It is clear that he learned of the 5-colored altar's secret in outer space and can now travel through the starry skies. As soon as this speculation was made, an uproar broke out. Many people began to mutter. Yi Fan was the only person who had successfully traveled between the cosmos. If it was him, then it really was possible. During this period of time, a few other major events happened that couldn't help but raise people's eyebrows. There were even some that caught the attention of the ancient races. The southern demon finally severed his Tao. On the day of his Tao completion, 9 great demon stars appeared in the heavens. Each one of them suppressed the sun and traversed the entire southern mountains, shocking the world. Demon stars, according to the ancient records of the human race, were stars that foretold calamity. The ones with the least harm were like comets. On the day the southern demon severed his Tao, 9 of the strongest demon stars appeared. It was truly shocking. On this day, the entire world was shaken and everyone was discussing it. The appearance of 9 great demon stars was a miraculous sight rarely seen throughout the ages. It was rumored that from ancient times until now, only the Azure Emperor had such a miraculous sight when he was young. Some people connected the 9 great demon stars that hung across the southern mountains together and discovered that they looked like an emperor's crown. This made people even more astonished. This kind of Tao-severing miraculous sight was truly shocking. Everyone was filled with reverence towards the demonic imperial palace. Could it be that a great emperor of the demonic race would appear in the future? Almost at the same time, several other major events happened. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Grievous news came from the Zhou dynasty in the Middle Continent. The 5th Prince Shunli, whom they had placed all their hopes on, failed to sever his Tao and passed away on the Tao platform. His decades of cultivation were all for naught. In the eastern wastelands, the Tao One Holy Ground's old holy master died in seclusion and turned into a skeleton. He was 2,875 years old. The older generation could not help but grieve. Although many of them were lifelong enemies, they did not have as much enmity anymore. They could only lament that their time was running out. Almost at the same time, the Holy Master of Grand Yen passed away. Sky Demon Palace also sent out news that a 3,600-year-old demon king had turned into a skeleton. Moreover, the Sky Demon Palace master passed away at the same time. It could be said to be a double blow. Losing 2 important figures caused the Sky Demon Palace to be in a gloomy fog. People could not help but sigh. The end of one era meant the rise of another. For the older generation, it was the end of their twilight years. Not long after, another shocking news came and attracted the attention of the world. Hua Yunfei and the Western Desert Buddhist female bodhisattva Zhu Qing fought fiercely and destroyed the famous Umaba mountain range. The 5 regions were shaken. Unfortunately, the world did not know who won and who lost. Not long after, an old monk from an ancient temple revealed that Zhu Qing had returned alive, but his injuries were not light. As for Hua Yunfei, people did not know whether he was dead or alive, let alone whether he won or lost. That old monk did not say much. In the past, the Central Emperor, Southern Demon, and Western Bodhisattva stood side by side. Now, Hua Yunfei could already fight a decisive battle against Western Bodhisattva. He wanted to seize her Buddhist origin. His growth was terrifying. The heaven-devouring demonic art once again became a shadow in people's hearts. A few ancient sects allied together and sent out experts. Everyone wanted to capture him. If he was allowed to grow, the danger would be too great. In the future, countless experts from the great sects would become his prey. He has always been low-key. He would rather enter ancient tombs to search for corpses than wantonly bring disaster to the world. Has he finally become unrestrained? Heavenly Villages Yi Fan muttered to himself. A few days later, another piece of news came out. Wavering Light Saint Child took action and displayed his terrifying battle prowess. He chased after Wang Ting for 300,000 li. Once the holy light appeared, all methods turned to ashes. It was difficult for it to touch the body. It illuminated the entire northern prairie, leaving many cultivators terrified. They couldn't endure that type of pressure. In this battle, Wavering Light Saint Child displayed a terrifying strength, killing Wang Ting until he couldn't retaliate at all. The glorious North Emperor was someone who stood side by side with the Central Emperor, Southern Demon, and Western Bodhisattva. Just how formidable was he? All of the sects under the heavens were optimistic about his future. However, ever since he was wiped out by Yi Fan more than 10 years ago, his reputation plummeted. However, his strength was still there, and few people could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Now, he suffered a great defeat again. The reason why Wavering Light Saint Child took action was extremely simple. Wang Ting killed one of his junior brothers. Of course, this was only what Wavering Light said. As for whether or not he killed anyone, no one knew. He did it for the former character of the 9 Secrets. When Heavenly Village's people heard the news, they came to this conclusion. Yi Fan had also been searching for Wang Ting this entire time, but unfortunately, he didn't find any clues. In this battle, Wang Ting was almost crippled. Wavering Light Saint Child chased him for 150,000 kilometers. His body was split into pieces, and in the end, a crane appeared and took his head. It's that crane again. The ancient Chaos Emperor's inheritance was given to him by that old crane. It carried him away when he was young. Yi Fan and the others were astonished after hearing this. The crane took action and saved Wang Ting. Although Wavering Light Saint Child didn't succeed, he still killed another person. The only survivor of the Divine Spirit Valley, the Purple Sky Phoenix, was connected to Wang Ting. She led a group of people to ambush Wang Ting, but they were all killed by Wavering Light Saint Child. None of them could escape. Wang Ting is finished. He's become a stepping stone for Wavering Light. I'm afraid he won't be able to accomplish anything from now on, Li Heishui said. Not necessarily. If he keeps losing and completely shattering his Dao heart, he might be able to recast a demon embryo in the future, Duanda said. Losing once or twice isn't enough. He has to keep losing. Can't you be more abnormal? Li Tian said. Forget it. This kind of cultivation level isn't something you guys can understand. Fatty Duan shook his butt and went for a walk in the cemetery of the Heavenly Village. In his words, looking at these graves made his mood very good. However, Qi Luo's mood was very bad. He wanted nothing more than to scrape him off. He ordered a few assassins to keep an eye on him all day long. If he dared to rob the graves, he would immediately report it and be hunted down together. Black Emperor, have you finished engraving the Wuxia killing formation? This time, I prepared rare natural treasures for you. You can unleash their power at the crucial moment, right? Yi Fan asked. During these past few days, the Black Emperor had been very busy. Yi Fan had spent an astronomical amount of money to gather 5 colored precious stones for him. He had also bought all kinds of ancient books on formation patterns. It wasn't that he didn't have conditions to let him engrave the killing formation. Now, he had already completed 5 formation patterns, and only the last one was left. It was obviously incomparably detailed and much more exquisite than before. It was only for the sake of unleashing the greatest power. A corner is enough. You made me make so many. Do you want me to tire myself to death? The large black dog stuck out his large scarlet tongue. He was extremely unwilling. A month later, the secret of the 5-colored altar was finally gradually revealed. Another formation. Pattern Grandmaster revealed the truth. It was a valley, and it was in the north region. Moreover, the person in charge was undoubtedly the human race's Saint Physique because he had seen that large black dog. The 5-colored altar was almost complete. It was constructed according to the formation pattern that the human race's Saint Physique had brought back from the outer region. Only some details were repaired by them. Do you guys know that the human race's Saint Physique, Yi Fan, is about to open the ancient path of the galaxy? I've heard. He'll be crossing the galaxy in a few days. It's really shocking. Afterwards, people discovered that the old saint of the Merak Stone Square, Wei Yi, had disappeared. It was rumored that he had been taken away by Yi Fan to guard the 5-colored altar in case something unexpected happened. The human world and hell mobilized on a large scale, wanting to destroy the 5-colored altar wantonly. Then, they followed the clues and found an important clue. They announced it to the public. The 5-colored altar was in a desolate mountain range in the west of the north region. Moreover, they believed that the 5-colored altar really was about to be completed, that it would be opened in a few days. They were mortal enemies with Yi Fan. Now that they were doing so much, Heaven's Village's people didn't get angry, instead laughing. 2 days later, news spread from the north region. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran had appeared. They were trapped in the 9 Underworlds mountain, and they were calling for help. On the same day, someone in the south region consigned a jade sculpture. It was a beautiful woman, and the seller said that there was a real person. If anyone was willing, they could bid for it at a high price. This woman's name was Xianxia, and she came from the outer region. This caused a great commotion. Moreover, on this night, shocking news spread from the central region. A celestial medicine had appeared in the Broken Heaven mountain range. It had taken the form of a human, and wherever it passed, its fragrance filled the mountains. Someone carved out its appearance. It was actually a little girl. Her skin was fair and delicate, and there were tear stains on her little face. She looked exactly like little Nan Nan. In the eastern wasteland, shocking waves struck the heavens as tens of thousands of waves surged. After the news spread, everyone could not remain calm. Many people could not sit still anymore. With the completion of the five-colored altar, Yifan would leave this ancient star region and cross the sky to enter the unknown ancient stars. This was a huge wave. And now, the series of events that had happened at this critical juncture made people realize that it was related to him. Someone was targeting him. Lin Jia, apart from a few people, was previously unknown to everyone. She had been carved into a beautiful jade statue by someone, and was actually a woman from outside the wastelands. This caused many people to be moved, and many people wanted to bid for her. Soon, some people spread the secret. This beautiful woman came from the same place as Yifan and was his old friend. Auctioning this woman at this critical juncture must be to ignite the anger of the human race's holy body and make it impossible for him to cross the star region. This is specifically targeted at him. People had reason to believe that Yifan would be seething with anger when he heard this news. This was a provocation that was close to humiliation. Selling his companion like a commodity was a provocation. Some people went to verify this. The Hu family of the Eastern Wasteland was in charge of this auction. Even the slogans were spread. The fairy from the outer realm is exceptionally intelligent. The fusion of different civilizations can produce brilliant light. It is like the wisdom of 1,000 years of enlightenment. The southern region erupted into commotion that day. Many people wanted to take action, all of them determined to win, wishing to get involved. Of course, those who had friendly relations with Yifan all broke out in cold sweat for him. They were clearly trying to lure him into a trap. In the central region, the situation was even worse. Little Nan Nan's tear-stained appearance attracted attention from all directions. Many people recognized at first glance that the so-called immortal medicine was the little girl who used to be at Yifan's side. She was the pitiful little tale that had been missing for many years and had finally reappeared. Yifan was about to activate the five-colored altar and cross the starry sky. Little Nan Nan's appearance at this time made him feel uneasy. He had no choice but to save her. This was also a difficult problem. The Broken Sky mountain range was not a good place. It was not a place that ordinary people could enter. It stretched across the sky, and astral winds howled. There was a divine wind of the great path blowing, and ordinary people would be turned into ashes if they went there. For the human race's divine physique, this is a great calamity. Anything is enough to stop him from crossing the star domain. Someone wants to stop him. Even though he knows that there is danger, he still has to go. This is a great disaster, and I really don't know how he is going to get through it. Unless he has a heart of stone and doesn't save a single person. After careful analysis, everyone could predict that someone had done this. It would definitely unite all the people who were hostile to Yifan. The southern region auction house and the central region Broken Sky mountain range would definitely become a land of bloodshed. Not only were there people who were secretly targeting him, but there were also others who were waiting to act. They would form a combined force that was unimaginably powerful. In just one night, the atmosphere of the entire East continent had changed. It was suffocating and oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. Not long ago, people were still discussing the mystery of the rainbow altar, but now, it had developed to this extent. All of this was because Yifan was about to leave, and this type of unforeseen event occurred. I can already smell the pungent stench of blood, as if I can see the shadows of blades, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. This time I don't know how many people will die. An old cultivator sighed. This was an instinctive premonition. At this moment, everything was extremely peaceful. However, everyone knew that this was only the surface. Murderous intent would definitely erupt at a certain moment. Everyone was waiting. They all had a premonition that this would inevitably be a crazy wave that would engulf the entire East continent. A few declining old cultivators who already had one foot in the coffin felt their hearts palpitate. They repeatedly warned the people beside them not to get involved. However, how many people would listen? Who would believe them? In the heavenly village, Qi Luo's expression was heavy. There was a haze in his heart. Everything in the outside world was too bad for the celestial court, or to be more precise, for Yi Fan. Do you have any countermeasures? Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff. Innate essence was inhaling and exhaling from every pore, making his body look like a golden glaze without a trace of impurities. Radiance illuminated his body. He was very calm and said, "Everything is under control." When Qi Luo heard this, he almost flipped the stone table. He said angrily, "Still under control? It's all because of your rainbow altar. How can you still be so calm?" "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When the time comes, I'll still need Elder Qi's help," Yi Fan said solemnly. "Alright, even you aren't worried, so what do I have to worry about? The weather is really good. I'm going to bask in the sun." Qi Luo walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Beside him, the pink little bird followed him. Ancestor Qi, that damn fatty, disappeared from the cemetery. Someone at the foot of the mountain transmitted anxiously. "What? Damn it. Go and kill him." Qi Luo couldn't stay calm anymore. He rushed toward the cemetery as if his boat was on fire. It had to be said that Duanda's hobby was very unconventional. He liked to take a walk in the cemetery. In his words, he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the ancient tombs and the stone tablets. It was much better than those gardens with flowers and plants. He would roam around the killer's cemetery whenever he had nothing to do. This made many killers want to chase him to the ends of the earth. They hated him to the core. Indeed, there are some unexpected things. We need to discuss it. At night, the bonfire flickered. A group of people surrounded the bonfire. None of them were anxious or uneasy. They were all very calm and composed, which made Qi Luo secretly nod his head. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran are trapped in the Nine Serenities Mountain. We don't know if it's true or not. We have to make a trip there. Brother Heishui will handle this matter," Yi Fan said. This time, there was bound to be a bloody storm. They couldn't spare too many people. They asked Li Heishui to invite the bandits, especially the old bastard. Even if he couldn't make a move due to the agreement at the Jade Lake, he had to go and oversee the situation to avoid any accidents. That night, Li Heishui left and disappeared under the starry sky. They discussed for a long time, deducing which enemies would appear. Qi Luo was a little bewildered. These people were too calm and didn't have a trace of worry. He couldn't help but admire them. "Elder Qi, it's time to trouble you. Can you find out the bottom line of the two divine dynasties? Who will make a move and how strong will they be?" Finally, Yi Fan looked at him. Qi Luo muttered to himself. This was a difficult problem. The two divine dynasties of killers were too secretive. People didn't know where their ancient palaces were. They couldn't even attack them. How could they find out? "I have two important chess pieces that have been lying in ambush for almost 700 years. I didn't dare to contact them all this time. Now, it seems like they'll be put to use." They asked if they could find the highest sacred palace of the divine dynasty of killers. In the end, Qi Luo shook his head. It would be good enough if they could find a few small worlds. There was no need to think about their headquarters. Everything was carried out in full swing. Time was of the essence. During these 2 days, all the powers were on the move. Those who wanted to interfere were mobilizing their troops and making arrangements. Bad news came from the southern region. A group of ancient race people were about to make a move. They transported more than half a square of divine source to bid for Lin Jia. It was clear that they wanted to go against Yi Fan. There was also news that the people from the primitive lake had also set off for the southern region to participate in the auction. This was a great ancient imperial clan. If they participated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Jia is worth so many divine sources. In that case, if we sell ourselves one day, we can also get a sky-high price. There are so many people watching. Pangbo laughed at himself and clenched his fists. Meanwhile, even more people had gathered at the Broken Heaven mountain range. There was a divine wind of the Great Tao there, and it was difficult for ordinary people to approach. However, there were still many elites who came. Some people had already climbed up with difficulty. They sent back accurate news that the top was filled with the fragrance of celestial medicine. With a hurried glance, they saw a little girl moving with the wind. She was delicate and lovely, and she was sobbing softly. Many people said that they were determined to obtain this little girl. No matter who she had followed in the past, they would do everything they could to snatch her today. What arrogant words. Are they going to refine the little girl like an immortal medicine? I really want to see who has this kind of mentality, and who wants to make a move. The large black dog sneered. Finally, Qi Luo brought back news. It was extremely important, and when he said it, everyone present felt a wave of fear. The two great assassin god dynasties were determined to ambush Yi Fan this time, and they sent out a large number of assassins. It could be said that they had mobilized a large force, and it was almost as if they had swarmed out, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The assassin god dynasty, Hell. There were 18 small worlds, and they were known as the 18 levels of Hell. In the past, Yi Fan had destroyed one of them when he was undergoing tribulation. This time, 5 prisons were mobilized, and there would be 5 masters of the small world's leading assassins. The assassin god dynasty, human world. 4 masters of the small worlds would appear, and they would lead countless assassins to attack Yi Fan. As long as he appeared, there would be a bloodbath. It was rumored that he possessed a saint weapon. Apart from that, their divine sons and divine daughters had also been mobilized. The 2 great ancient assassin organizations would destroy Yi Fan and the people around him at all costs, not giving them a chance to survive. To be able to dig out such important information, it was enough to show how deep Qi Luo's chess pieces were. It had been close to 700 years, and he had only begun to use them now. If we can completely wipe out these people, it will be equivalent to cutting off one of the ancient assassin god dynasty's legs. It will be more than a quarter of their strength. Qi Luo said coldly. I wonder who will come and what kind of major characters will face the tribulation. Hua Yunfei, Yao Guang's saint son, divine daughter, ancient prince, it would be best if they all come. Duanda wished for the world to be in chaos. I only hope that malicious ghost, Lu Yunji, and the others will appear and not disappoint us, Pangbo said. They discussed for a long time. Yi Fan frankly said that as long as he appeared, no matter where he was, he would most likely immediately become the main battlefield. However, after thinking for a long time, he said, let's use the Broken Sky Mountain Range as the main battlefield. After that, he began to make arrangements. He let Pangbo, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others go to the Broken Sky Mountain Range first. They would first guard everything and wait for him to arrive so that they could attack together. On this day, Yi Fan, Duanda, and the monkey set out for the southern region. They hurried to the important place where Lin Jia was going to be auctioned. Am I going to cause too much killing? Yi Fan muttered to himself along the way. It's fine. You're just a little unkind. You can't be considered wicked. It's just SOSO, the wicked Taoist Duanda evaluated. It's no big deal. Some people deserve to be executed. The monkey laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. Yi Fan entered the southern region in a high-profile manner. He didn't hide anything and caused everyone to know about it. He released a message asking his old friends who were going to the Broken Sky Mountain Range to be lenient. Whoever could protect the little girl would be richly rewarded. This clearly showed that he still had to rush to the Broken Sky Mountain Range after rescuing Lin Jia. He was going to launch a great punitive expedition and fight everywhere. A bloodbath was unavoidable. Now I realize that you're a little wicked. Duanda cursed because he knew the inside story. A great storm was brewing in the southern region. One of the top 10 corporations, the Hu clan, was going to auction the Outer Realm ferry. The collision of the radiance of different civilizations was comparable to 1,000 years of Tao comprehension. Many people were moved. And now, Yi Fan had come to rescue his old friend, Lin Jia. There was bound to be a great uproar. It was impossible to be kind. Everyone knew that a great storm of blood had begun. Xilan City was a beautiful city located in the southern region. The city was clean and tidy, and everything was in order. Both sides of the streets were filled with purple orchid trees. This kind of fragrant wood was as translucent as amethyst and was several meters tall. Each cluster of flowers seemed to be carved from purple agate and had an intoxicating fragrance. It's really not bad. In the future, if I want to make a cemetery, I'll plant some purple orchid trees, said Duanda. His bad habit was acting up again. The entire city was filled with the fragrance of orchids that refreshed one's heart. It was very livable. Walking on the streets made one feel refreshed and at peace. The Guyu auction house was located in a relatively quiet area of Xilan City. However, today, it was noisy and overcrowded with people. It was difficult to enter and exit. There were two enormous chelants in front of the door that flickered with radiance. They were carved from golden chalcedony, possessing a type of grandeur, and even more a type of wealth, dignified and heroic. Inside the auction house, there were richly carved beams and painted rafters. There were giant screens, antique chairs, and thick pillars with dragons and phoenixes coiled around them. Fairies from outside the region. A clash of different civilizations. Interesting. An ancient race youth holding a folding fan laughed. Beside him, a person wearing a devil mask walked in with his head held high. A group of people followed around him, carrying a pile of divine sources. Clearly, they were determined to win. I heard that this woman is related to the Holy Fiziki fan. Will there be trouble if he bids like this? Another person discussed in a low voice. The highest bidder wins. Does he want to rob us? Someone said in a dark voice. It was obvious that some people didn't really come for the auction and wanted to target Yi Fan. Even if they couldn't win, they would still find some trouble. He doesn't know the meaning of death. The monkey muttered to himself in the distance. At this time, Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others had already entered. However, they had changed their appearances so that they wouldn't attract too much attention. Everyone knew that he would definitely appear today. Everyone, please be quiet. The auction will now begin. An old man over 60 years old went on stage. He struck the wooden hammer and began to preside over the meeting. At first, there was no commotion. All kinds of materials, weapons, and pills were auctioned off peacefully. There was no climax even when a king weapon appeared. Only when the last saint's letter appeared did it cause a commotion. However, it was only 7 or 8 pages and was badly damaged. Even so, many people competed to bid for it. Finally, the white-haired old man knocked on the table and raised his voice. Next, we will auction the fairies from outside the region. The highest bidder wins. Boom. Finally, the tranquil Guyu auction house was ignited. In an instant, it became noisy, the clamor soared to the heavens, all kinds of ear-piercing sounds, many people stood up. Among them, half of them didn't pay attention to the tall platform, instead searching through the crowd, clearly searching for Yi Fan's figure, paying more attention to him. They hid themselves quite well. There is a powerful assassin, but right now, I can only sense a few strands of aura. They are all hidden within ordinary people. No one dared to make a move. This place was full of crooks and honest people. If they really wanted to do something, it would probably involve dozens or even hundreds of big powers. Even the Killer God dynasty wouldn't dare to make a move. The so-called fairy from outside the region, why hasn't she come out yet? The auction has already started. Why don't you let us see her? Someone shouted. That's right. Who knows if she's from the sky or a random girl from a brothel? Let us see her first. The Guyu auction house was huge. At this time, there were tens of thousands of people sitting below. This place had the law of space. Sorry, this girl's origin is extraordinary. The collision of different civilizations is comparable to 1,000 years of Tao enlightenment. Only a few spots will be auctioned here. After that, we will go to another place to bid. The old man on the stage said. The audience was in chaos. Many people weren't satisfied. Some didn't buy it and stood up, shouting nonstop. However, it couldn't change anything. The old man on the stage continued. Only those with 800,000 kilograms of origin could enter the next round and go to another place to bid. What? 800,000 kilograms of origin? Are you guys crazy? It's just a girl. No matter how precious she is, she's not worth that much. You don't have to be so ruthless to cheat people. Is there any justice in this world? Even if she's from outside the region, it shouldn't be so ridiculous. In the midst of cursing, more than 10 groups of people went up the stage. Some put down a small piece of the 9 heavens sequence's divine jade, some threw down a small piece of Dalua silver essence, and some put down a few big pieces of divine origin. The hall quickly quieted down. Everyone knew that these were not ordinary people. They were probably here for the human race's holy physique, Yi Fan. The fairy from outside the region was just an extra for them. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air, making people feel stifled. People seemed to smell blood and saw the shadows of blades, white bones, and rivers of blood. Through this auction, the enemies of the human race's holy physique have formed an alliance. Many people know that they will definitely work together to kill him. I think some people probably have spatial artifacts on them. Now it looks like it's just one person, but when the time comes, thousands of troops will appear. A few old cultivators were discussing in a low voice. They firmly held on to their nephews, telling them to talk less and watch more, and not to run around. More than 10 groups of people went up the stage and were led to another hall that was not open to the public. They left behind a ground full of shining treasures. That people couldn't open their eyes. The most ordinary one was the divine origin, and the rest were all precious and rare divine materials. Duanda's heart skipped a beat. Malicious ghosts, have his aura. He stared at a stone that was as red as blood on the stage. There were all kinds of complicated Tao patterns on it. Even the people from the auction house didn't know what it was, but they estimated it to be more than 1,000,000 kilograms of origin. Duanda made a certain conclusion. The person who held this blood stone must have had frequent contact with malicious ghosts. There was an aura on it that made his hair stand on end. Finally here? But I think it's more likely that he's rushing to the Broken Heaven mountain range. Maybe he's just a small character. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the end, Yi Fan and the others also went up the stage. After a long time, they entered another luxurious ancient hall. It was filled with paintings of famous people, and even the teacups they used had a great history. In the center of the ancient hall was an altar, and there was a flickering formation pattern on it. More than 10 groups of people had already disappeared. They looked at each other and then stepped onto the altar. With a flash of light, they finally appeared in a desert. A magnificent building stood in front of them, and it looked extremely strange. This was one of the few deserts in the southern region. Normally, no one would step on it. The Guyu auction house said frankly that they were afraid of a war and couldn't do it in the city. In the grand hall, more than 10 groups of people sat cross-legged. Some of them revealed a cold smile. They had a special method and knew that Yi Fan had come. Those who are not involved have left. Now it's time for the main show. When can we kill the human Saint Physique? A hoarse voice came over. His entire body was covered in black armor, and even his head and face were covered. This old man is only in charge of the auction. The one on the stage was still that old man with grizzled hair. He said, the highest bidder will get the Outer Realm Fairy. Although they were in the desert, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely cold. More than 10 groups of people emitted a terrifying killing intent, and some of them had already stared at Yi Fan and the others. That's fine. Doesn't that girl come from the same place as the human Saint Physique? They are old friends. A young man frivolously said, then I'll bid for her and use her as a slave. It could be said that this was a naked humiliation. He knew that Yi Fan had come, but he still said this. He didn't give him any face, and it was simply a slap in the face. Duanda transmitted his voice and said, he's not a simple king tier. He looks very young on the surface, but who knows how long he has lived. The vicissitudes in his eyes can't be concealed, and the astonishing killing intent in his body has been sealed. He's most likely a master of a small world from the god dynasty of assassins. Since he's already here, there's no need to rush. He's already entered the trap, and the human Saint Physique is trapped here alive. What else can't we wait for? Let's just slowly stew him, another person said miserably with a hint of mockery and ridicule. No wonder he's so confident. He has a saint weapon on him. Duanda was horrified. He secretly reminded Yi Fan and the monkey that this was most likely a realm lord from hell. Since he's an old friend of the human saint physique, I have no choice but to bid for him. Wouldn't it be a great achievement to serve as a maid and warm the bed? A young man from the primitive lake said with extreme humiliation. Human saint physique, you're finished. The people from the fallen wing race were even more direct. Their eyes flickered as they looked at Yi Fan, Duanda, and the monkey. Lu Dongfa had died in the hands of Yi Fan, and they had also come. Two old men stood side by side in front of them. They were both at the peak of the king tier, and they both held an 8 treasures demonic bottle that emitted a shocking pressure. It's the magic sealing bottle. Duanda was shocked. This kind of bottle could confine space, render all formation patterns ineffective, and disintegrate all power of laws. It could turn this place into a wasteland without divine laws of order. Yi Fan, it's been so many years, and I've missed you so much. We finally meet again. I've been looking forward to our reunion at all times. I really want to see your shocked face. The strange man covered in black armor spoke. He was so eerie that he seemed to have come from the 9 layers of hell. That's him. He's filled with the aura of a malicious ghost. Duanda was an expert, and he immediately saw through the clues. At the same time, a chill rose from his body. He knew how terrifying malicious ghosts were through this person. In that case, it must be an old friend who crossed the starry sky with me and came to this world, Yi Fan muttered to himself. The others were incomparably calm, and their expressions were even colder. One could imagine that they would definitely make a move at the crucial moment. They would use their spatial artifacts, and the entire desert might turn into a magnificent army. More than a dozen groups of people represented more than a dozen abnormally powerful and terrifying super forces. On the high platform, the old man was incomparably calm. He followed the prescribed order and continued to host the auction. Lin Jia still hadn't appeared. Moreover, everyone had to first show their treasures and pile them up in front of the auction stage before they could bid. 1 million kilograms of divine source to make the human race's divine physique confidant a female slave. The seemingly young realm lord of the god of assassins dynasty laughed heartily. There was a hint of cruelty in his laughter. I also want a female servant like this. The young man from the primitive lake spoke. The 2 old men behind him presented a large pile of divine source. Not long after, the high platform was piled up with divine materials. All kinds of rare treasures were dazzling, and they flickered with light. It was incomparably dazzling. There weren't many people, and most of them didn't move. They had been watching coldly from the sidelines. They weren't that interested in the Outer Realm Fairy, and their main goal was to kill Yi Fan. After a while, someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Everyone, have you played enough? Let's kill the turtle in the jar first." That's true. He's already entered the jar himself. He's been simmering for so long, and it's almost time. Someone laughed coldly. Swoosh, at this moment, Yi Fan revealed his true appearance. There was no need to hide at all, and he stood up. The person whose entire body was covered in black armor was the most excited. Like a night owl crying, he said coldly, "Yi Fan, do you know who I am? I've always been waiting for this opportunity to meet you. I really want to see that shocked and terrified expression on your face." Yi Fan said indifferently, "Unfortunately, you're destined to be disappointed. No matter if it's the past or the present, you're just a small fish. You." This person's energy was extremely heavy. He breathed heavily, and only after a long time did he calm down. "Wait until you know who I am. You'll regret it. Actually, I really want to know which Dao friend took action this time to organize this grand auction, allowing so many of us to coincidentally gather together to kill the divine physique." A king-level figure asked this question. The others also wanted to know. "Thank you all for your generous gifts." Yi Fan walked forward with large steps and collected all kinds of rare treasures on the high platform. He then said in a loud voice, "It was me who set up this trap to kill myself." Everyone present was petrified, including the humans and the ancients. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of this was unexpected and made them feel uneasy. Even the cold and calm assassins of the divine dynasty felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that the seemingly harmless young man in front of them was extremely dangerous. In order to trap and kill the enemy, he had even schemed against himself. Who was the bait? It was frightening. I don't like to fall into the rhythm of others. Yi Fan stood on the high platform, calm and composed. He looked down at the people below and said, rather than waiting for you all to set up a trap and force me to come out with all kinds of methods, it would be better for me to design it myself and satisfy your desires. Of course, the result will be a completely different appearance, and I will be the one to lead you away. What a grand scheme. You've already set up a trap since the 5-colored altar and laid so many foundations. The heart of a peak king from the fallen winged race sank, and his expression became extremely unsightly. Everything about the 5-colored altar was very mysterious. During the construction process, all information was tightly sealed, making it difficult for people to inquire about it. But when people racked their brains to investigate, everything fell into the rhythm of Yi Fan, and they were all led forward by him. The so-called star domain traversal was merely a catalyst, a kind of foreshadowing. There was a trap within a trap, and it would be used one after another. People would fall into the trap and do their utmost to investigate, and in the end, a new trap would automatically be born. When they found out the truth and learned that Yi Fan wanted to leave this ancient planet, their instinctive thinking was naturally to stop and kill him, not allowing him to cross the universe. And at this time, Yi Fan added fuel to the fire, setting up another trap, and Lin Jia was auctioned off. At this time, regardless of whether Lin Jia existed or not, the people in the dark would understand that someone wanted to deal with Yi Fan. Those who hated him would naturally attack, forming a joint force. If it weren't for the Lin Jia incident, there would have been people who would have used sinister methods to make Yi Fan stay. Yi Fan satisfied them by taking the initiative to set up a small trap. Moreover, he used such an abnormal method to kill himself and unite his enemies together. Yi Fan stared at the mysterious person whose entire body was covered in black armor and said, even if you knew that Lin Jia wasn't here, you would still rush here because you believed that someone was targeting me and wanted to eliminate me. You wanted to help. During this process, he observed the reactions of the black-clothed men, using his powerful spiritual sense to capture the fluctuations of their divine sense. He wanted to determine whether or not Lin Jia had fallen into their hands. You knew I was coming? The man in black armor took a few steps back. Yi Fan smiled coldly. After getting the answer he wanted to know, he no longer cared. Then, he looked at the others and sensed the fluctuations of their divine senses. His expression turned cold and he revealed a trace of killing intent. Everyone knew that things were bad. They had fallen into a trap. They rushed out of the magnificent palace and appeared in the desert. They each found an advantageous position to defend themselves. That was because it seemed very difficult to escape. At this moment, the end of the desert was a vast expanse of whiteness. All kinds of mist rose up and flowed like primal chaos. There are so many of us here. What is there to be afraid of? There are even high-level king tiers here. Isn't it enough to kill 3 of them? Someone said coldly. However, the others remained silent. They weren't forcing Yi Fan into a trap. Rather, they had been put into a trap. Who knew what kind of trap was laid out here? There's no need to be afraid. The 2 elders from the fallen winged race stepped forward. They held the 8 treasures demonic bottle in their hands and exuded an astonishing pressure that disintegrated the surrounding power of laws. Indeed, there's nothing to be afraid of. The outcome is irreversible. I came here to end his life. The black-cloaked man regained his composure and strode forward. It's been more than 20 years. I've never stopped looking forward to this reunion. Yi Fan, it's time for you to regret it. He forcefully removed his helmet, wanting to reveal his true appearance. Yi Fan smiled calmly and said, return in glory? I've said it before. In my eyes, you'll always be a small fry. Do you really know who I am? The black-clothed man was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He seemed to be incomparably agitated as he clenched his fists tightly. Aren't you the most uselessly Chongqing? You've never improved, Yi Fan said lightly. Clang, Li Chongqing forcefully smashed his helmet into the distant palace hall, revealing his true appearance. His expression was almost sinister, and his entire body was trembling. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had originally thought that he would be able to make a glorious entrance and see Yi Fan's stunned and terrified expression. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't care at all. It was as if he had already predicted everything. It was as if he had meticulously prepared a great show. But in the end, no one was watching. It was as if he had punched the air, and it was as uncomfortable as it could be. More than 20 years had passed. Li Chongqing's appearance hadn't changed much, only becoming a bit paler. It was as if he didn't see sunlight all year round and lived in the darkness. Yi Fan, no matter what you predicted, no matter how brilliant and heroic you think you are, there is one thing you can't change, and that is that you must die. No one can save you. Li Chongqing went crazy. He had endured bitterly for more than 20 years. He originally wanted to vent his resentment and make a high-profile entrance, revealing his true identity. He never expected that he had long been seen through by someone else. A few light words made him want to vomit blood. I said you didn't improve, and you didn't like it. You've already fallen into my rhythm, so how could there not be any arrangements? Yi Fan sneered. Unleash the curse of the deities from outside this region. Li Chongqing roared loudly, shaking this entire desert. The boundless yellow sand all flew into the air, and smoke and dust immediately shot in all directions, drowning out heaven and earth. A blood-colored little person appeared in his hand. He was blasted to pieces, turning into streaks of bloody light that flew towards Yi Fan. Heaven and earth became cold, as if they had fallen into an icehouse. There were the sounds of ghosts crying and deities howling. As expected, it is a fatal blow. If you aren't prepared, your soul will definitely scatter after being hit. This is a method left behind by a malicious spirit. Duanda said. The heaven-devouring demon cover above his head appeared, and a mysterious 9-star symbol appeared beneath his feet. This was the heaven origin forbidden formation that Yi Fan specially carved for him, using up a sea of divine source as the price to activate the emperor weapon. Hong, the heaven-devouring demon cover released a type of emperor might. Even though it didn't truly revive, it still covered heaven and earth, not something normal people could resist. All types of blood-colored light were destroyed, unable to approach him at all. They turned into an expanse of multicolored mist, disappearing into the desert. Li Chongqing's expression changed, a hint of fear appearing on his face. He continuously retreated. Originally, he was going to attack and kill Yi Fan, but he didn't expect things to develop to this stage. Kill! The Hell God Imperial Court's Lord of a Purgatory shouted. His body emitted a string of blue light, and a spatial artifact opened up. Surrounding him were densely packed killing intent, and he quickly disappeared into the desert, preparing to attack Yi Fan and the others. At the same time, a realm lord of the mortal world also shouted. A yellow ray of light shot out, and a large number of killing intent appeared. At this time, the primitive lake, the fallen wing race, and the other major forces also made their moves. Their spatial artifacts flashed continuously, and in an instant, thousands of troops appeared. Their banners fluttered in the wind, drowning this place like a tsunami with boundless killing intent. Heaven origin forbidden formation, kill! Yi Fan shouted. The entire desert was glowing, and all kinds of divine patterns rushed out, interweaving into a web of order, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives. A sea of Genesis Chi was burning, turning into strands of laws, constructing a heaven origin great formation, sealing the desert and extinguishing all kinds of life. Countless people fell to the ground, and heads flew into the air. Blood splattered everywhere, and beautiful flowers bloomed. Lives were disappearing one after another, cut off by the beams of laws, turning into a rain of light, and disappearing with the wind. This was a massacre. No one knew how many days had passed since the heaven origin forbidden formation had been set up in the desert, quietly waiting for this moment to arrive, just to harvest fresh lives. Ah, blood-curdling screams rose and fell. This place was covered in a rain of blood, turning into a purgatory on earth. Corpses were everywhere, and the scene was too horrible to bear. Magic sealing bottle, break! The two kings of the fallen wing race activated an 8 treasures demonic bottle together, emitting strands of black light. That illuminated the desert. If it's the magic sealing bottle refined by the great emperor, then we will admit defeat. If it's not, then all of you can rest in peace. Yi Fan lightly shouted, and with a point of his hand, he activated another kind of formation rune. The Wuxia killing formation was revived, illuminating the sky. Boom! Boundless killing intent swept out in all directions. It was as if they had returned to the era when the heavens and earth were split apart, when all living things were born. All kinds of killing power were immortal, vast and mighty. This was a terrifying turn of events. The magic sealing bottle shattered with a bang, and the two kings spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were almost shattered. Although it was only a corner of the Wuxia killing formation, its offensive power was heaven-defying. No one present could resist it, and miserable screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people were turned into a bloody paste, crushed by the killing intent. Purgatory sword unsheathed, heaven-cleaving slash. The king of the Hell God dynasty roared, and a divine sword dripping with blood flew out. It was bright red and beautiful, and it slashed toward Yi Fan and the others. It was incomparably beautiful, and the scarlet sword was stained with a string of blood drops. It let out a woo-woo sound, and the sky and earth seemed to be collapsing, and the desert was about to disappear. Seeing this, many kings went up together to activate this holy weapon, turning it into a dazzling bloody light that dyed the entire sky red. A foul wind and rain of blood filled the air. It's incomplete, and it's not a true holy weapon. Do you think my heaven-devouring demonic lid is fake? Duanda sneered. Using the runes on the ground, he obtained boundless divine power and furiously activated the terrifying demonic lid. The blood sword trembled after flying over, not daring to come close at all. Under the extreme pressure, its brilliance dimmed, and it lost contact with the king behind it. The connection between them was severed. Clang, the heaven-devouring demonic lid released its extreme power, and a strand of black light shot out. The purgatory blood sword instantly fell to the ground and wailed, not daring to struggle at all. Brother Duan, there's no need to waste so much effort. I prepared 3 Wuxia killing formations. No matter what they prepared, it's useless, Yi Fan said. He raised his hand and pointed, and the other 2 killing formations came to life. Strands of terrifying killing intent as thick as mountains rushed out from the desert and filled the sky. Shatter everything, no one could escape even if they wanted to. The desert had long since set up a great formation. No one could escape, and all directions were locked down. In the center, the 3 Wuxia killing formations came to life together. Ancient runes flickered, and the brilliance cut through the sky. Killing intent filled the air, and flowers of blood bloomed. This place had turned into a hell. Only miserable cries could be heard. Resistance was futile. Even the king could only die if trapped inside. There was no way to resist. Li Zhongqing was swept by a beam of killing light, and he was cut in 2 at the waist. Miserable cries rang out continuously. Yi Fan grabbed him and shouted, "Where are the malicious spirits?" 2. Broken Heaven Mountain Range, I'll wait for you. Li Zhongqing was terrified and loudly begged for mercy. However, a black light flashed between his brows, and his entire body shriveled up. He turned into a skeleton, and then his head exploded. Kill! Duanda shouted loudly. The heaven-devouring demonic jar shook, shattering the black light and not letting it escape. Broken Heaven Mountain Range was also, "You're trapped to kill yourself?" The master of a small world struggled on his deathbed and asked unwillingly. Correct, everything is going according to my rhythm. Your Killer God Dynasty's main force went to Broken Heaven Mountain Range, right? Very good, I've also set that place as the main battlefield. Yi Fan laughed coldly. Without any surprises, when the 3 Wuxia killing formations appeared, they killed everyone. The magnificent army turned into a bloody paste, and this desert was dyed red. I hope that all of the enemies will appear in Broken Heaven Mountain Range and come here to settle things once and for all. Yi Fan's voice reverberated through the desert. The great golden desert was dyed the color of blood. The stench of blood assailed the nostrils. The rising bloody mist, the broken limbs, and the endless bloody mud on the ground formed an azure diagram of hell. What kind of shock would people feel when they found this place? The magnificent army had turned into skeletons, all of them killed. Yi Fan picked up the Purgatory Divine Sword, which was as red as the sunset and stained with blood. Fatty Duan put a dilapidated ancient pagoda into his bosom. Monkey looked at a broken fan for a long time. The 3 damaged holy weapons became their spoils of war. The deities inside had long since died and were subdued by the heaven-devouring evil jar. They didn't stay here for long. They turned around and entered the realm gate, disappearing from this place. The majestic building was preserved in perfect condition. The old man in charge of the auction house was still unhurried and calm. He wiped his face with his hand and restored his original appearance. This was the old man who often played chess with Xianxia in the heavenly village. He was in charge of cleaning up the mess. The central region was the birthplace of the Eastern Wasteland civilization. There were many mysterious remains and many ancient ruins from prehistoric times. It was impossible to find their origins. In this vast wasteland, there were many ancient cities scattered about. They weren't connected, but they blossomed with the resplendent flames of civilization that had never been extinguished since ancient times. The Broken Sky Mountain Range was located in a region rarely visited by humans. It was a boundless wasteland that spanned millions of li. This mountain range was majestic and imposing. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. Looking from afar, there was no end to it. Yi Fan's group crossed the void from the southern region and entered this vast mountain range. They paid close attention to the movements in all directions. Every mountain peak was exceptionally grand and towered into the clouds. The most peculiar thing was that the mountain peaks were all flattened. They were like giant platforms that pierced into the clouds. This was the famous Broken Sky Mountain Range. It was rumored that it was cut off by the heavens because it was too tall. All the mountain peaks were the same height and incomparably neat. They were all black and looked boundlessly majestic under the contrast of the clouds. Before the ancient times, this mountain range towered into the clouds. There was a majestic palace above. Even the ancient races didn't dare to set foot here, said the monkey. The various great king clans didn't dare to rashly approach. This was a restricted area, and only the archaic emperors had visited it before. It was rumored that undying holy spirits resided above. No wonder there are so many legends. Powerful cultivators believe that this place was flattened by the ancient emperors. Yi Fan said. Only a supreme existence like that possessed such ability. A single strike of the sword flattened a vast mountain peak that stretched for over 1,000,000 kilometers, creating such a miraculous scene that caused one's imagination to wander and fanciful thoughts to run wild. If a human strike could be like this, plucking the stars and moon wouldn't be a big deal. This made people's imaginations run wild. What would the so-called immortals be like? To be exact, they were wiped out by the merciless emperor. Of course, there's no way to verify this. After all, this great emperor's reputation isn't very good. No matter how great his achievements are, it's hard for it to be widely spread, Duanda said. He had the heaven-devouring evil jar, so he naturally knew more about Ruthless than the others. According to the legends, this place was the divine land of the Holy Spirit, and at one time, it posed a great threat to the human race. In his later years, Ruthless massacred this place out of anger. The blood of the Holy Spirit dyed the mountains and rivers of millions of miles red, and the high and mighty heaven palace was flattened with a single strike. If this is true, then this great emperor of your human race really makes one's hair stand on end. It's truly worthy of reverence. In the archaic era, this place wasn't far off from the 7 great life-forbidden zones of today. The monkey sighed with sincere reverence. The virtuous great emperors of the past are worthy of boundless reverence. In terms of mysteriousness, Ruthless is definitely number 1. Even now, we don't know whether he's a man or a woman. Not a single great achievement of his has been passed down, Yi Fan said. Not long after, they arrived at the central region of the Broken Sky Mountain Range. Although they were at the same height, the mountain range here was especially majestic and thicker. It was originally a land close to gods, but it was destroyed during the Desolate Era. Occasionally, people could dig out some mysterious rubble at the foot of the mountain that flickered with immortal light. However, it was already impossible to deduce anything from the ancient times. Astral winds whistled as they flew up a broken mountain that was like a sky platform. When they landed on top, endless divine winds of the great Tao blew. Cultivators with insufficient strength would be turned into flying ashes. Those who weren't experts couldn't climb up. There are really quite a lot of people who came. The sky is already filled with shouts. A great battle has broken out. Duanda stared ahead. This region was too big. There were many figures in many places. Some were searching for the immortal medicine, while others were waiting for Yifan to arrive and wanted to ambush him. Just now, someone saw that little girl again. Her fragrance filled the air. It's definitely the immortal medicine without a doubt. It can't be fake because someone even invited Master Lin. He's a Grandmaster-level alchemist. Some people were discussing. They all frantically rushed towards a certain region. Currently, 70% of the cultivators who came to the Broken Sky Mountain range were gathered there. However, many people mistakenly entered and found nothing. That was a strange place. It had been like this since ancient times. After entering, it was difficult to determine the direction and it was easy to get lost. It really is an immortal medicine. Dr. Wang is also here. His medical skills are the best in the Eastern Wasteland. It has already been confirmed that this is the immortal medicine. When this news came out, there was a huge uproar. Everyone became even more excited. Those who came here all had different intentions. Many wanted to fish in troubled waters and mix with those who wanted to kill Yifan. Although it's said that you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child, showing off the seed of the Qilin medicine might really be taken away, Duanda said. Yifan and the others approached the most central region. This place was vast and boundless. There was an indescribable aura of the great Tao. The divine wind whistled, blowing so many cultivators that they couldn't even stand straight. They were easily turned into ashes. One broken mountain after another was incomparably flat. They were all cut from the great peaks and were almost connected together. The clouds and mist were faintly discernible. The sound of a child's crying could be heard again. The fragrance was intoxicating. In this vast region, the sound of a child's crying was very soft. It was blown away by the wind. Only a few cultivators with profound cultivation could hear it. That dog's attainments in formation runes are getting higher and higher. This kind of maze has its own life. It has reached the acme of perfection. It's almost comparable to the methods of a saint, the monkey praised. All the enemies in the southern region had been wiped out. The people in the Broken Heaven mountain range couldn't possibly know. They didn't sense the approaching danger at all. In just a short while, Yifan and the others had already discovered many assassins. They even received Qi Luo's message that someone had brought an inherited sacred weapon. They're serious now. They want to kill me in one strike. It seems that as soon as I appear, a world-shaking battle will erupt, Yifan said to himself. An hour later, they were sure that the masters of 3 small worlds had arrived in the human world. They led countless experts. Hell, on the other hand, had 4 layers of Hell masters come personally. All the people in the small worlds they controlled had come out. There were as many experts as clouds. The divine sons of the human world and the goddesses of Hell had also appeared. The inherited sacred weapons would be activated by their Tao protectors and could launch a thunderous attack at any time. Duanda inhaled a breath of cold air and said, but there are inherited sacred weapons. If this kind of thing comes to life, its power will be boundless. It's 100 times more powerful than that damaged purgatory blood sword. He was a little worried. He was really afraid that the inherited sacred weapons would break through the formation patterns and carve out a bloody path, leading everyone to break out of the encirclement. That would be troublesome. They might even be surrounded and killed. If his heaven-swallowing demon jar truly came to life, it would naturally be easy to shatter the inherited sacred weapons. However, it wasn't complete. Without reaching the Saint Realm, it would be difficult to control it. He was afraid that the other party would escape. It's fine. The goddess Vernus and the scepter of the celestial court are all here. At the crucial moment, you can even place your heaven-swallowing demon lid in the formation. Humans can't activate these few sacred weapons, but the Wuxia killing formation can. It can definitely revive them. Yifan said. How many great emperor killing formations did you make that dog carve? Duanda asked. Originally, there were 6. I was afraid that something might happen, so I accepted its extortion and made it vomit blood from exhaustion. So I carved a total of 12, Yifan said. The hearts of Duanda and the monkey trembled. Each of the 12 killing formations had a corner of the Great Emperor formation patterns. With so many of them together, even a saint could be killed without a hitch. This was really a big deal. Of course, the requirements for carving this kind of divine formation were extremely high. Otherwise, after a few days, all kinds of Tao marks would automatically disappear in the void, completely vanishing. Not long ago, Yifan bought and auctioned wantonly, obtaining countless spiritual items and even divine materials. It was enough to squander, causing the large black dog to bark madly in surprise for an entire night. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman had appeared. Pangbo sent over such a piece of news. Instantly, Yifan's heart trembled, and he clenched his fists. However, it was a pity that these two people disappeared in a flash. They were very cautious, quickly disappearing without a trace. However, it was good that they had come. There was a chance to kill them. The celestial imperial prince's people have come, the monkey said. He stared at the two figures in front of him. They were definitely experts, only a step away from becoming a saint. Malicious ghost, I sense the power of a malicious ghost. His true body has come. Duanda said. He frequently roamed the underground ancient tomb, so he was very sensitive to the aura of this kind of corpse ghost. At the same time, Yifan saw two people flickering with silver light. Even their heads were covered by silver helmets. They entered the center of the broken sky mountain range and disappeared in a flash. It's them, Lu Yunji and Wang Yan have come. Wherever Yifan appeared, it would definitely be the center of the battlefield. Everyone had come for him because he was about to cross the star domain. The enemies thought that someone had set up a trap to kill him, so they all came to attack. Who dares to harm little Nan Nan? A loud roar resounded throughout the broken sky mountain range. Yifan appeared in the center of the mountain range, entering the former Holy Spirit divine land. The human race's holy physique Yifan has come. The broken sky mountain range was in chaos. Large numbers of cultivators appeared, entering this vast region. The killing intent suddenly became many times stronger. Medicinal fragrance flowed, and the center of the Holy Spirit divine land was enshrouded in mist. All kinds of haze flowed about. Yifan stood in the center, attracting large numbers of cultivators. Someone attacked at the first moment. It was a blinding light. No one would have thought that hundreds of divine crocodiles would appear at the first moment and attack Yifan. Moreover, behind him, a golden crocodile phantom that was tens of thousands of zhonglong transformed into a tangible body and also pounced over. It possessed an incomparably powerful might. The divine spirit residing in Li Xiaoman's body is the incarnation of the crocodile ancestor? Pangbo muttered to himself. He thought back to the scene 12 years ago where a golden crocodile chased after Yifan outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. Boom! At the same time, there was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It emitted strands of terrifying might and hacked out a beam of divine radiance, slashing towards Yifan. Bang! The heaven-devouring devil jar above Duanda's head flashed and appeared. It protected him, the monkey, and Yifan beneath it, blocking the two sure-kill attacks. Is everyone who should come here? If it's about time, then resurrect the Wu sure-killing formation and kill everyone. Yifan transmitted his voice to the Black Emperor coldly. The huge golden crocodile was like a thick mountain ridge. When it sensed the pressure of the extreme Tao, it immediately swung its tail like a divine dragon and rushed into the sky. The heaven-devouring demonic cover flickered with black light and shot out a strand of Emperor's might, forcing the huge crocodile back. At the same time, killing intent pervaded the air, shattering the divine radiance of the legendary holy weapon and turning it into flowing light. The human race's sacred physique is here, kill him. An old assassin shouted. With a wave of his hand, black-clothed people appeared everywhere and began to carry out the assassination. Moreover, the divine crocodiles flickered with black light and flew over like black spears. They pierced through the void and surrounded the surroundings, attacking from time to time. You dare to be arrogant before an emperor weapon? Duanda's expression turned cold. As soon as he activated it, many vicious spirits nearby trembled and fell down, shaking endlessly on the broken mountain. Just use the heaven-devouring cover to defend. Don't waste too much divine force and don't scare away the malicious spirits. Leave these to me, the monkey said. With a sweep of his rod, corpses and bones flew in all directions. A group of assassins who approached were all killed. Roar, the huge golden crocodile in the sky stabilized its body and spat out a thunderous sound. The mountains and valleys all shook, and there were even some tens of thousands of tall mountains that directly collapsed. Tens of thousands of small crocodiles flew over densely in the sky, turning into a dark sword rain that pierced through the void. Even many assassins were pierced to death. What kind of secret technique is he going to use? Duanda was shocked. This was a divine being from outside this region, so he had to be on guard. The space between Yifan's brows flashed with splendor, and a blood sword that was only an inch long appeared. It was like a blood-dripping agate, flickering with scarlet light and glistening. This was the spoils of war from the southern desert, the purgatory divine sword. Chi. Streaks of bloody light flew out, turning into sword radiance that entered the group of divine crocodiles. They slashed horizontally and vertically, dicing the malevolent divine crocodiles into inch-long chunks of flesh. Scarlet blood flowed out. Human race's sacred physique, you've walked right into a trap. Do you still want to leave alive? The sound of killing came from all directions as countless experts rushed over. Pooh. After the tens of thousands of small alligators were chopped into meat paste, they turned into blazing light that surrounded Yifan's group. An ancient sacrificial voice sounded. A golden ancient temple appeared. Divine light shone for tens of thousands of streaks, rising and falling within the bloody mud. It released an incomparably dignified aura, turning into endless divine might that suppressed downwards. This is blood sacrifice suppression. Duanda's expression changed. Yifan pulled out a formation platform. Inscriptions were carved into it, and there were also many indentations that were filled with divine essence blocks. This was an origin formation that he had spent many days carving out. Even with his abilities, he was barely able to set it up. He stood on the ground and shouted softly, "E." Then, all of the ancient symbols on the formation platform lit up, interweaving together, activating his incantation together, amplifying it immeasurably. It was as if a great bell was ringing. As soon as the Buddhist incantations were uttered, the ancient temple became unstable. A beam of golden light emerged from within and revealed its true appearance. It was the manifestation of a god from the outer realm. Chi. Suddenly, a beam of divine light slashed over. The Black Emperor had a bad premonition. He activated the whoosh or killing formation, causing it to shoot out a beam of killing light that sliced the blurry golden body in half. In the sky, the giant golden alligator's body trembled. Two beams of dark light shot out from its eyes, but it didn't immediately attack. Instead, it sensed the fluctuations in its surroundings. Human race's sacred physique, you finally appeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Return the lives of my race's children. A voice that sounded like muffled thunder traveled over. An unparalleled great demon appeared in the sky. A black figure so sturdy that it seemed like it could lift the sky with a single shoulder. There were horns on its head and black fur on its back. It stood there like a demonic mountain. This was a massive ox king that possessed the strength of a king tier. Its eyes were as large as copper bells, and its entire body was surrounded by black light. It was hundreds of feet tall, and its fists smashed downwards. This was a king tier of the Herculean ox demon race. It was no different from the legendary ox demon king, the monkey shouted loudly. The jet-black iron rod in its hand swept out, and a deafening sound like muffled thunder immediately rang out in the sky. Don't kill this barbaric ox. I've finally seen a mount that I'm satisfied with. This will be this emperor's mount in the future. The Black Emperor cried out in the dark. He began to control the formation. Divine chains of order flickered and extended into the sky, wrapping around that powerful barbaric ox that resembled a black demonic mountain. Moo. The barbaric ox's roar resounded in all directions. It had unleashed a terrifying sound wave. At the same time, even more enemies appeared. They rushed over together, including some powerful races from the various ancient tribes. Blood Lightning Descent. The experts of the Blood Lightning King race appeared. More than 10 of them used forbidden techniques together, activating a killing formation to suppress it. Boom! It was unknown how many bolts of blood-colored lightning appeared. Each one was formed from laws, and they transformed into an inescapable net that interweaved together. It was blood-red and dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only did Yi Fan prepare a killing formation, there were also others who came to deal with him. Once this blood-colored killing formation was activated, it would definitely be able to kill a few kings. However, it was ineffective against the heaven-devouring devil lid. Even if this half-emperor weapon didn't awaken, there was nothing it could break through. Strands of black light curled up and down, transforming all the blood-colored lightning into mist. The experts of the Blood Lightning King race felt a sense of defeat. They felt like ants trying to shake a tree, they simply had no way to resist that half-emperor weapon. The killing formation was completely useless. Kill! In the Broken Heavens mountain range, the roars of war shook the heavens. Countless assassins appeared. They were the main force this time around. There were 4 Hell Overlords from Hell and 3 World Overlords from the Mortal World. Kill! The monkey forced the king of the Herculean Ox Devil race back. He brandished his iron rod and began a massacre. Everywhere he passed by, no one could block him. Broken limbs flew everywhere. At the same time, Yi Fan also began a massacre. The space between his brows flashed with light. That inch-long purgatory divine sword was as translucent as a blood coral. Every strand of killing intent it shot out contained destructive might. Although the blood sword was damaged, it was still a saint weapon after all. At this moment, Yi Fan stood on the terrifying sky origin forbidden formation he created. He wasn't worried that his divine energy would run out and he would continue his massacre. He seemed to have transformed into a divinity. Divine light shot out unceasingly from the center of his brows. He could see mountains crumbling, the sky shattering, and the people being destroyed. With a flash of blood from his brows, a group of powerful enemies would definitely be turned into ashes. Such a formation platform is truly terrifying. In the future, I should carve several tens of them for me as well. There's no need to worry about my divine energy running out. Duanda's heart stirred. Yi Fan sighed. It was easier said than done. Such formation runes wouldn't last for more than a few days before vanishing. Maybe, it was too heaven-defying. And every time he carved it, he would have to exhaust his mental energy. Even after a long time, he might not succeed. Woo, woo, the blood light that shot out from the center of Yi Fan's brows let out a mournful howl. It transformed into thousands of streaks of blood light that instantly killed hundreds of people, blood splattered everywhere as lives were lost. This was the Twilight Calamity Song of Hell. A great battle was about to begin, and human lives were cheaper than grass. Boom! All of a sudden, a stone tablet descended from the sky. There were 8 ancient words carved on it. It emitted a devilish radiance and hummed as it pressed down on Yi Fan. The Heavenly Prince's subordinate made a move. He was a powerful existence that was just a step away from becoming a saint. He personally controlled the stone tablet to suppress Yi Fan. That's the 8-division devil steel. The Monkey King shouted in alarm. According to the legends, the undying Heavenly Emperor was a deity that was revered by the myriad of ancient races. In the past, he had once conquered the heavens. 8 of his subordinates had died in battle, and almost all of them had been exterminated. He had personally refined the 8-division devil steel, allowing their souls to rest in peace. He had even created a forbidden technique for it. Naturally, the stone tablet in front of Huang Xiaolong couldn't have been personally refined by the undying Heavenly Emperor. However, the undying Heavenly Emperor had inherited his technique. The Heavenly Prince had dictated it, and the 2 ancestor kings had refined it. That was how the undying Heavenly Emperor had turned it into a forbidden artifact. 8 runes shone on the surface of the stone tablet, and each rune represented a type of great Tao. As they rumbled, the entire Broken Heaven mountain range shook. The Purgatory Divine Sword in the center of Yi Fan's brows shot out rays of blood-colored light that slashed at the 8-division devil steel. After all, this was the power of a saint weapon, and it was able to block the 8 ancient runes. The evil ghost is here. Suddenly, Duanda's hair stood on end as he warned Yi Fan. Woo, woo, a chilly wind howled, and a rain of blood poured down. A yellow whirlwind appeared in the sky, and as the blood rained down, a black devil appeared in the distance. It stood there, taller than the Hangduan mountain range, and it looked down coldly. A god's will of a saint physique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Didn't he lose 90% of his cultivation and his Dao foundation? Why does he still give off such a terrifying feeling? Duanda muttered to himself. He had never seen such an evil ghost in his life. Don't treat him like a ghost. He's a famous god's will, and he's the hardest to deal with. The Monkey King reminded Huang Xiaolong. Two mysterious figures clad in silver battle robes appeared in front of the Black Devil. One of them shouted, Yi Fan, do you know who I am? Lu Yunji, I've been waiting for you for a long time. So many years have passed, but you still haven't improved. It's hard to change your nature. Yi Fan said indifferently. In front of the huge Black Devil, Lu Yunji let out an angry roar. He took off his helmet and said with incomparable hatred, It's been more than 20 years, and there hasn't been a moment where I haven't wanted to stand face to face with you. I want you to kneel at my feet. I've let you down. You'll never have that chance. This time, I won't give you any hope of survival. After today, all of the enemies here will be executed. Yi Fan said coldly. Wang Yan screamed. She threw away her helmet and shouted, Surname Ji, just wait for your corpse to be torn into 10,000 pieces. Even the heavens won't be able to save you. Do you still need the heavens? Yi Fan let out a long roar, and like a clap of thunder, he cut through the sky and said, I'll kill all of you by myself. He swept his gaze over everyone present. Saint Physique, your doomsday has arrived. You still dare to boast shamelessly. The three realm lords of the human world appeared, and behind them, countless assassins appeared. Everything should end now. The four hell lords appeared, and the 4 layers of hell appeared at the same time. Killing intent overflowed the heavens, and the assassins came out in full force. Meanwhile, at the very front were the divine son of the human world and the goddess of hell, as well as their protectors. At this moment, they were activating a sacred weapon, the blood-dripping bone pagoda. It was cast from the bones of saints, and it was pure white and lustrous. Streaks of bloody light flowed and twined around it. It was filled with dense killing intent, and it had a total of 5 layers. It belonged to hell, and it was the most precious bone essence left behind by the 5 killing saints. It was cast into the 5-layered pagoda, and at this moment, it was activated by the 2 sects together. It emitted a boundless pressure that swept through the entire Broken Sky mountain range. No one could stop it. This treasure must be left behind for our celestial court to use as a facade. Qi Luo secretly transmitted his voice. He was incomparably excited. All right, everything should come to an end now. Those who should have come. Yi Fan said calmly. Then, he shouted loudly, and the 9 wuxia killing formations were all activated, sealing off this area. Boom, boundless killing intent erupted like the sea. Strands of killing intent were as thick as mountains as they rushed into the heavens. All directions were sealed, and the power of the killing intent surged like the primal chaos. It crossed the ages and rushed over from the beginning of the world. What? All the enemies cried out in shock. The aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. This was the killing formation of a human emperor, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Everyone present had a bad premonition. A calamity might be right in front of him. At this moment, there was no way out. The great formation had locked down everything. White killing intent surged. Pillars of chi pierced through the heavens and earth, forming a chaotic sea of killing. No one could pass through and break out. There's no need to worry. Since ancient times, apart from the great human emperor himself, no one has been able to lay down a flawless emperor's mark. This is just a corner of it. It won't be able to kill us. An old cultivator shouted, calming everyone down. That's right. Since ancient times, who had laid down a flawless great emperor killing formation? No one. As long as it was damaged, they would have the chance to kill their way out. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He pointed out with his hand and a streak of killing intent flew out from the wuxia formation. With a pu sound, that old cultivator was sliced open. There are so many of us here. Even the most powerful formation patterns will be smashed into smithereens. Let's focus on one point and kill the saint physique. This place will naturally be unsealed. Another person shouted. After the death of a great emperor, there was no way a flawless great emperor killing formation would appear in this world. After thinking through this, no one was that afraid anymore. I'll kill them. The goddess of hell and the protector of the human world activated the 5-layered pagoda together, suppressing forward. They wanted to wipe out Yi Fan and the others in one move. This pagoda was pure white. This bone was the most precious. After transforming into the Tao, all the other bones turned to dust, leaving only the hardest great Tao saint bone behind. This pagoda was formed from the Tao bone essence of 5 killing saints. After being tempered thousands of times and refined by the ancient saints for countless years, it finally took shape and became the hell soul suppressing pagoda. It was a rare divine treasure. It swallowed the netherworld killing intent and descended from the 5-layered pagoda to resist the Wuxia killing formation. It turned into an undying god and swooped down. Its destructive power was unimaginable as it covered Yi Fan and the others below. Suddenly, a golden scepter soared into the sky, representing the will of heaven and earth. Surging killing intent surged like a tsunami, causing the heavens to tremble. What, that is? Many of the people present were alarmed. This divine staff had an extremely terrifying killing intent, causing many of the assassins to tremble with fear. This was the first time the scepter of the celestial court released its unmatched holy might. Under the stimulation of the Wuxia killing formation, it completely revived. Normally, no one could use it, because its level was too high, different from other weapons. Without the corresponding strength, it was difficult for it to have any life force. But now, it was completely different. The Wuxia killing formation shocked the world. Under the stimulation and operation of its world-shocking killing intent, this scepter was dazzling. It was as if it had appeared in the world with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making all creatures tremble in fear. How many years has it been? I've finally seen the supreme artifact of the celestial court shine brilliantly and appear. Zyro was so excited that he was trembling. This is the supreme scepter of the distant ancient heaven? The 2 great assassin courts people were all scared. They recalled those terrifying years. Correct, this is the scepter of the celestial court. Today, it will punish you all. Yi Fan roared, activating the Wuxia killing formation. He controlled the golden scepter and suppressed it towards the ancient pagoda. In the distant past, the celestial court firmly suppressed the other 2 great assassin courts. It was the true number 1 assassin palace under the heavens, making the world of mortals and hell have no choice but to worship it. It had been suppressed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. How did you obtain it? The 2 great assassin courts people said with trembling voices. The destruction of the celestial court back then was greatly related to them. It flew into my hands on its own. Yi Fan activated the supreme scepter and swept it downwards. Countless assassins turned into bloody mist on the spot. The ancient pagoda couldn't stop it either. It rumbled and trembled slightly. He has already established a sect, yet he only has himself, a single person, the celestial court. Many people thought of this matter and shuddered. Correct, I have already established a sect and am the master of the celestial court. Yi Fan shouted and then said, however, it will be different from the past. This will be the divine court, not the assassin court, but the true celestial court. After the resurrection of the celestial court scepter, its destructive power shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boundless killing intent surged like a surging sea. Everywhere it passed, all the powerful enemies turned into a bloody paste with strands of primal chaos lingering around it. Clang, it collided with the hell soul suppressing pagoda. The white Tao bone rumbled like thunder and streaks of bloody light gushed out. The most essential laws of the 5 killing saints appeared, turning into 5 divine laws of order that slashed forward. Truly a good treasure. It can be considered the favorite of the killing saints. We must seize it. Qi Luo's voice trembled as he solemnly instructed Yi Fan. The celestial court scepter, under the activation of the Wuxia's killing formation, was unstoppable. It had its own life and swallowed the essence of heaven and earth. It surged in the primal chaos and struck down the hell soul suppressing pagoda several times. the sky collapsed and the earth cracked as it wanted to destroy it. This won't do. This is the #1 killing weapon of the Celestial Court. This scepter is innately imprinted with the divine patterns of the Great Tao. It is a heaven-made scepter. Then, it was nurtured by the blood of the Quasi-Emperor and refined by generations of killing saints. It is too powerful. The people of the Assassin Court couldn't stop it. Boom, the Celestial Court scepter flashed and drew out tens of thousands of streaks of golden light. They swept down and overturned the Hell Soul-suppressing pagoda, causing it to lose contact with those people. Tao friends, what are you waiting for? Let's kill him together and rush out of this place. Otherwise, there will be no hope of survival. A realm lord of the human world shouted. Die. In an instant, this place was filled with battle cries. All kinds of weapons and regulations were unleashed to resist the Wushers' killing formation. However, it was as if they were rushing to their deaths. Large swathes of cultivators were reduced to corpses and blood. Arg, within the 9 killing formations, screams of agony rose and fell incessantly. Boom, the 8-division demon steel descended. The 8 large characters on it shone brilliantly and radiated with astonishing divine might. This was a forbidden tool personally refined by the 2 ancient kings, and it was extraordinarily powerful. The void trembled violently. Wusher's killing intent didn't shatter it immediately. This divine steel was inscribed with the 8 ancient symbols of the undying heavenly emperor, and it was created to commemorate the 8 fallen in battle. It possessed an indescribable Tao power that could affect heaven and earth. Woo, woo, a chilly wind howled. The 8 symbols on the gigantic stone steel were connected to the underworld, and it was unknown what kind of power they had borrowed. The steel was jet black, and Tao patterns intertwined, shattering the void. This is a powerful forbidden tool. Destroy it with the legendary saint weapon. The large black dog said in secret. Li Tian and Yan Yishi worked together to activate the goddess furnace, and they placed it within the great emperor's forbidden formation to awaken it. The goddess furnace soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that rapidly enlarged. With the support of the Wushers' killing formation, it was extremely powerful, and it collided with the 8-division demon steel. Boom, the steel crumbled on the spot, and rubble flew everywhere. The 8 ancient symbols were annihilated, and 8 black holes were blasted open. They transformed into a turbulent flow of black energy that disappeared completely. Yi Fan pointed a finger, and the goddess furnace soared into the sky. The flames within the furnace surged into the sky, and the group of cultivators controlling the 8-division demon steel were instantly burned to ashes. Only 2 cultivators survived. Their strength was terrifying, but they couldn't avoid the killing formation's aura, and they were slashed into a mist of blood. One corner of the Wushers' killing formation might not be able to trap so many people, but when all 9 of them appeared at the same time, it was enough to shake heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Large numbers of assassins died violently, and innumerable cultivators were turned into ashes. It was difficult for them to survive in the heaven-broken mountain range, and they were like waves of wheat that were being harvested. Blood flowed everywhere, and corpses piled up like mountains of blood. With every passing minute and every second, a large number of lives were being lost. The 2 divine dynasties had lost their hell soul-suppressing pagodas, and they were like eagles with their wings broken within the 9 killing formations. They couldn't advance even an inch, and they were in grave danger. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He took out the 1,000 Deaths bow, and began to selectively attack. His physical body was peerless, and the instant he drew the bow, the power of the Wushers' killing formation surged over, and when it was added to the bowstring, it was unknown how many times more terrifying it was. Pooh! An old assassin's forehead was shot by an arrow, and he let out a loud cry before transforming into a mist of blood. He died a violent death. Hurry, let's all sacrifice our divine laws and use the divine chains of order to erase him. A severing Tao expert shouted. At the same time, they took action and crazily attacked. Yi Fan saw the infernal goddess. Right now, her entire body was covered in blood, and her hair was disheveled. She was protected at the center, and she charged left and right, wanting to break out of the encirclement. It's you. After this battle, there will be no infernal goddess. Yi Fan said coldly. The 1,000 Deaths bow in his hands flourished with brilliance, and an arrow of light appeared on the bowstring. Woo-woo. A long cry resounded through the heavens, illuminating the entire heaven-broken mountain range. It was as if a comet streaked across the sky. This arrow was too resplendent, and it condensed the power of the Wushur's killing formation. One of the infernal goddess's Tao protectors walked up, doing everything he could to dissipate it. The precious shield shattered, and the Tao laws were extinguished. It was difficult to defend against this attack, and his body was pierced through. He immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist. "No, Elder!" The infernal goddess cried out loudly, and her eyes were filled with endless hatred. She gave Yifan a look, and then did everything she could to break out of the encirclement. "You still want to leave?" Yifan continued to draw his bow, gathering the power of the killing formation. His entire body released endless golden light, and he was like a sun that illuminated the heaven-broken mountain range. Weng, the second divine arrow shot out, carrying with it a heaven-overflowing killing intent. Waves after waves of raging waves beating against the shore sounded, and the power was tremendous. Even the clouds in the distance were scattered, and the heavens collapsed. Ah! The infernal goddess' other Tao protector tried to block it, but the fate of having his body torn to pieces was still the same. The divine arrow's power was boundless. As long as the Wushur's formation was present, it could simply kill gods and slaughter Buddhas. "If I survive today, I will definitely make you pay the price of blood, 10 times the amount. You and I cannot live under the same sky." The infernal goddess swore a heavy oath. Her beautiful face was full of resentment, and killing intent lingered around her body. "You have no hope of survival. Today, your name will forever be erased from this world." Yifan continuously drew his bow. Streak after streak of divine radiance pierced through the heavens, and the Tao protectors at his side were all shot dead. "Ah, no!" The infernal goddess screamed with disheveled hair, but she couldn't change anything. Yifan drew his bow and shot the ultimate 9 arrows. At this time, his body swallowed and spat out a sea of killing intent, which gathered into arrow light. His body seemed to be cast from gold, and his killing intent was shocking. Pfft! The infernal goddess screamed miserably. The 9 arrows shot over at almost the same time, piercing through her body and causing her to collapse on the spot. White bones and flesh splattered in all directions. Murderous cries shook the heavens in the wilderness. A life-and-death battle was going on, but the people were still shocked by the scene. They were all stunned. "And you?" Yifan discovered the mortal world's divine child in the sea of killers. His eyes were cold, and he released a murderous aura as he drew his bow again. "No!" Many people shouted, but they couldn't stop him at all. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The Tao protectors of the mortal world's divine child were shot dead one after another. All of them lost their lives, and not a single one survived. He howled like a wounded lone wolf, and his eyes were cold. The divine children and goddesses of the 2 divine dynasties were born to kill the various monarchs. They were innately powerful, but in the Wushur's killing formation, they had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "You can go on your way too." Yifan attacked mercilessly. Pfft! The mortal world's divine child's face was full of malevolence and unwillingness. Murderous intent filled the sky, but he couldn't change the outcome. A flower of blood bloomed between his brows. A light arrow pierced through and came out from the back of his head, bringing with it a spray of blood and brain matter. Red and white dyed together like a brilliant peach blossom, but it was filled with the smell of blood. Ah! He let out a final mournful howl, and then his whole body exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The blood-soaked heaven-broken mountain range was filled with the cries of ghosts and wails of gods. A hellish dirge rang out as blood rained down. This place was like purgatory in the mortal world. The wails of ghosts rang out, echoing through the black-colored mountain range. It was unknown how many people died. Their lives were even more worthless than grass, falling one after another. In the center of the heaven-broken mountain range, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. However, in the outside world, nothing could be seen. Boundless killing intent mixed together with primal chaos, transforming into a sea of killing that locked down the central region, causing the hearts of everyone to palpitate. In the battlefield, things were far more terrifying than what people imagined. This place transformed into a battlefield of death. Experts fell one after another, their snow-white bones were stained with traces of blood, a ghastly sight to behold. Wuxer's killing formations were unparalleled. 9 of them stood side by side, shooting out beams of killing light in all directions. Numerous corpses fell from the sky as numerous cultivators were killed, transforming into a mist of blood. The black-colored broken mountains were all connected together. Each of them was covered in a thick layer of blood and shattered bones, causing people to tremble with just a single glance. Not a single body was left intact. And all of this was still continuing. The battle hasn't ended yet, the slaughter was still ongoing. Everyone's eyes were red from killing. It was impossible to talk about peace, they could only fight to the death. Arg! A world overlord from the mortal world screamed. The hope of the ancient god dynasty, the god-child, had died. His primordial spirit was pierced by a divine arrow and his body was blasted apart. Such violence caused him to howl in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Activate the mortal world killing formation. Another world overlord roared. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only fight with his life on the line. There were a total of 3 world overlords in the mortal world. They each commanded their subordinates to form their sect-guarding grand formations. Killing intent permeated the air, causing the entire world to turn hazy. They wanted to forcefully break out of the encirclement. However, it was useless. Before the 9 Wuxer formations, they were like moths flying into a flame, dripping with blood as they fell unceasingly. Their corpses fell in droves. Yi Fan stood in the center, facing the enemies in all directions. He wielded the myriad slayer's bow and unceasingly shot out arrows, killing 1 enemy with each arrow. This was a terrifying deterrence that specialized in killing experts. Ah, a world overlord screamed. Under the pressure of the 49 arrows, his defense was finally broken through. An arrow pierced through his temple, causing him to spurt out a large mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, never to get up again. His body had already turned into a dismembered corpse. The power of Wuxer's killing formation transformed into divine arrows with unparalleled destructive power. Even a king of the Dao-severing realm would find it difficult to block them. Wu, Monkey swung his cudgel and swept across the army. More than 1,000 assassins were crushed into meat paste by the black metal cudgel. They let out a series of tragic cries and died a violent death. Duanda did not kill. He focused on operating the heaven-devouring demonic cover above their heads, blocking the occasional Dao laws and killing rays. Kill. Hell's people also slaughtered their way over. A total of 4 hell overlords descended, leading experts like clouds. There was no end to this place, and there were corpses everywhere. Once the killing array was activated, even if you were a great hero, you would still have to hide inside. There was simply no way out. These people's resistance would only cause more casualties. In the past, we were both from the Divine Court of Assassins, yet you all went back on your word and pushed the Celestial Court into the abyss, trampling it mercilessly. Your actions were too sinister. Let's pay for it with blood. Yi Fan activated the golden scepter, transforming it into a golden dragon that swept over. Broken bones and flesh coexisted, and bloody corpses piled up into mountains as they fell down in large numbers. The number 1 killing weapon of the Celestial Court had been revived. Its might was practically unstoppable, enveloping many assassins below. This was a great massacre where blood flowed like a river. And now, the Celestial Court has been reborn from the ashes and is a true divine court, different from the past. Yet, you all came again, wanting to get rid of me. In that case, all of you can be destroyed. Yi Fan stood at the center of the formation platform. His hands moved about, guiding the Celestial Court's scepter. Under the augmentation of the Wuxer's killing formation, it was resplendent and dazzling. Everywhere it passed by, there was nothing else. Arg! The other 2 realm lords of the world of mortals screamed. Their bodies cracked and without any suspense, they turned into 2 lumps of bloody mist. The people beside them were also disintegrating. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Boom! With a shake of the scepter of the Heaven Court, the 3 groups of people from the mortal world, countless experts, were all killed and turned into a pool of blood and bones. Fresh blood splashed onto the black mountain below, drenching it in blood. In the end, the Celestial Court's scepter turned back and entered hell. there were 4 Hell Lords and their subordinates there. After losing their sacred weapons, they were like wolves that had lost their fangs and claws. This was a massacre. Golden light swept across, and mournful cries rang out incessantly. The song of the dead from hell rang out. This was the banquet of the Demon King, a song of praise. The 4 powerful Hell Lords died a violent death, their corpses turned into fragments. Under the number 1 killing weapon of the Celestial Court, there was no hope of survival. It was a pity that they cultivated for 3,000 years, using killing to prove the law. Finally, they ushered in a great era where the laws of heaven and earth changed. After untold hardships, they succeeded in severing their Tao, yet they couldn't escape such a great calamity. In the end, they were killed. And behind them, there was no need to even mention those disciples. All of them were turned into fragments. Countless people were chopped into pieces, all of them dead. The people from the 2 ancient divine courts of assassins were all killed. The number of people on this broken mountain immediately decreased by more than half. In an instant, the place became much more deserted. Even the sounds of battle became weaker. The scene on the broken mountain caused people's hair to stand. They didn't dare to look at it. Broken bones, severed limbs, heads, blood dyed everything. Yifan stood at the center of the formation platform and swept his gaze over everyone. After that, he looked up at the sky and said, "It's your turn now." Above, there was a huge golden crocodile that was over 10,000 zhang in size. There was also a black demonic shadow that was even taller than the broken mountain. These were the greatest enemies he wanted to eliminate this time. Is this the ancient star that all the sages have been searching for? This is truly unexpected. They have left behind too many things. The formation patterns are so terrifying. The demonic voice reverberated like thunder, rumbling in the broken heaven mountain range. The huge golden crocodile that was over 10,000 zhang in length circled. It passed through the killing formations with great difficulty, and was about to dive over. Chang, all kinds of killing lights appeared, and several killing formations displayed their might at the same time. Yifan didn't dare underestimate this kind of existence. A wisp of his divine sense traveled through the galaxy with them. Just thinking about how they had cultivated to this level after more than 20 years was terrifying. Not far away, on another formation platform, the large black dog shuddered, and said, "Fortunately, it was formed from a wisp of primordial spirit, and not its main body. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. As expected of a foreign divine spirit. Is it very powerful? What level is it?" Pangbo asked from the side. Its main body is most likely difficult to estimate. Since it has the techniques of foreign divine spirits, it definitely won't be easy to deal with, the Black Emperor said solemnly. Who cares what it is? 9 killing formations, activate together. Let's kill it. Pangbo shouted fiercely. Kill. Yifan, Pangbo, the Black Emperor, and the others activated the 9 formation platforms together. Wisps of Great Emperor Wusher's killing intent soared into the sky, scattering all of the blood mist. Clang, clang, killing intent surged, and chaos surged. Countless sword chi slashed horizontally, slashing the golden crocodile until it was drenched in blood, almost shattering it into pieces. Its body faded, and it transformed into the height of a person. It displayed a secret technique that had never been heard of before, and it drew out a starry sky, wanting to forcefully separate the void. It's useless. This is the Great Emperor killing formation, and all techniques are ineffective. The Black Emperor relaxed. Then, with a bark, he began to do his best to subdue that barbaric bull. He used divine chains of order to restrain the king of the Herculean bull demon race, and said arrogantly, "My battle pet, submit to me. Follow by the side of the great Black Emperor, and your future will be filled with light." The barbaric bull roared loudly. How could it possibly submit? The barbaric bull wave was deafening, and it roared furiously. If there were no formation patterns, it would have been able to smack the large black dog to death with a single hoof. Boom, the 10,000 zhang large crocodile turned into human form. Brilliant light shone brilliantly, and Buddhist chanting sounded in its surroundings. It was as if there were 3,000 golden arhats chanting sutras. A golden ancient temple floated up and down, protecting it within and blocking the many killing lights. All types of ancient symbols appeared, covering the surface of the temple and blocking the killing lights. This is a forbidden artifact that belongs to the Buddhist sect. The Black Emperor couldn't help but pay attention to it again. The so-called forbidden artifact could only be used a few times before it would be destroyed. However, it possessed indescribable power, and the divine treasures within it would be difficult to refine unless it was a world-shocking great sect. This forbidden artifact was extremely special. It was a golden ancient temple, and all types of Tao patterns flowed about it. It possessed astonishing defensive power, and it emitted a dignified and divine aura. Buddhist chanting resounded through heaven and earth, as if there was a Buddha at the center of the ancient temple giving a sermon. Many Buddhists were making a pilgrimage below, chanting sutras in worship. It had to be said that this golden crocodile was extremely powerful. At this moment, it had transformed into a deity, standing at the center of the ancient temple. There were bodhisattvas, arhats, and other corpses beneath its feet, and 5-colored blood dripped down. This was a wondrous scene that represented the events of the past. It made Yi Fan suddenly realize something. He had seen it before during the great battle against Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei, and it seemed like it was done by the crocodile back then. It was truly powerful. Formidable. Even though this crocodile was suppressed by the Sakyamuni Buddha, it comprehended an extraordinary Tao after combining with the Buddhist laws. Duanda said in astonishment. It isn't its main body, so there is no need to fear it today. Yi Fan said. He revived the 9 killing formations and activated the celestial quartz scepter, smashing downwards. Hong, an intense collision occurred. Even the Buddhist sect's forbidden artifact couldn't block it. The golden crocodile roared, and that ancient temple slowly cracked apart. It looked like it was about to collapse. Pang Bo, Monkey Bro, go outside the formation to look for Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei. They most likely didn't enter, kill them without mercy if you see them. Yi Fan transmitted sound, handing over the infernal divine sword that was dripping with blood to Pang Bo. Then, he had Qi Luo accompany him to chase after the crocodile. Roar, the divine will of the great completion Saint Physique finally made its move. 108 scarlet stones revolved around his body like holy weapons, blocking the killing light and resisting the wuxia formation. This is the soul bloodstone. It is extremely rare. Legend has it that it can only be found in the outer space. Duanda was astonished. This kind of stone was the ghost saint's favorite. It could increase their soul power and refine them into terrifying weapons. The malicious spirit was incomparably huge, even taller than a mountain. Lu Yunji and Wang Yan stood on its shoulder, each activating their forbidden techniques, turning into a rain of light that sprinkled onto the soul blood stone. No harm. Yi Fan shook his hand and activated the 3 killing formations he had taken back from the southern desert. A total of 12 formations were activated together. Hong, the murderous aura became even more intense, drowning the broken Sky Mountain range. It was as if the heaven and earth were being split apart, and the primal chaos waterfall poured down. The Black Emperor revealed a fanatical expression and said, "Only like this can there be a trace of the true appearance of the wuxia killing formation." Roar, the ancient temple that protected the golden crocodile collapsed and finally turned into fragments. The crocodile's incarnation was slashed into pieces and suffered serious injuries. At the same time, half of the malicious spirit's 108 soul bloodstones were crushed into powder. Its body shook violently as it roared again and again. On its shoulder, Lu Yunji and Wang Yan screamed, full of hatred towards Yi Fan. They didn't think that even the malicious spirit would be in danger when it personally came. In the broken Sky Mountain range, the other enemies screamed again and again. All kinds of broken bones and blood splattered all over the broken mountain and flowed down the Black Mountain. It was as terrifying as purgatory. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He held the Wand Slayer bow and aimed at the 2 on the malicious spirit's shoulder. "What else do you have to say now? You won't live for long." Swish. Swish. Yi Fan directly drew his bow. 2 resplendent beams of golden light shot out, illuminating the entire sky. The 2 people's bodies were destroyed, and only 2 heads tumbled down. "You are still too inexperienced." The golden crocodile roared and appeared in front of the formation platform with the malicious spirit. It was unknown what kind of secret technique they used, but they were swallowing and spitting out killing light. Their bodies were about to shatter, but they still managed to get close. Your body has finally matured. It is time to belong to me. The malicious spirit's voice caused one's scalp to go numb. Is that so? Yi Fan sneered. A small cauldron flew out from between his brows and flipped over. It poured down an immeasurable amount of fire, and the 9-colored flames submerged everything in front of him. Ah! A mournful scream rushed into the 9 heavens and into the 9 underworlds. The 9-colored flames entwined around like mist, binding the black demonic mountain like malicious spirit and drowning the golden crocodile. This was a fatal attack. This kind of flame could even burn saints, let alone 2 existences that had been suppressed for more than 2,000 years and were no longer at their peak. Ah! The golden crocodile screamed miserably. He was a primordial spirit, so he was terrified of this kind of flame. He was burnt to a crisp on the spot. As for the malicious spirit, it was roaring even louder. It was a nether soldier, born from a strand of evil will. It was most afraid of extreme yang lightning and divine flames, so it struggled fiercely. The 2 terrifying existences were both struggling, but no matter how great their divine abilities were, they were still frightened by this kind of divine flame. They were not at their peak, so this was fatal. Dang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. A golden bell appeared above the crocodile's head. It was the only thing that was preserved from the golden temple. At this moment, it covered his body as he rushed into the sky, away from the flames. However, it was too difficult to escape. The Wuxer's killing formation swept out, and the white billows rolled out. The bell was full of holes and was on the verge of collapse. My flesh shell, you have exceeded my expectations, but you still cannot escape from my palm. The divine thought formed by the great completion divine physique roared. His demonic mountain-like black body quickly shrunk. Clang! It was as if a mountain had appeared and suppressed the scene. An incomplete 9-orifice stone man appeared. He turned into a black light and rushed inside. The 9-colored flame was burning, but the stone man did not melt immediately. It could clearly hold on for a moment, which was fatal. He rushed over with 1 step. Clang! The Wuxer's killing formation displayed its might. The 12 formation platforms released a blinding light at the same time. Murderous intent and primal chaos burst out at the same time, almost breaking the 9-orifice stone man into pieces. However, its methods were heaven-defying. It spat out a black light, smashing a dozen soul blood stones and repairing it in an instant. It closed in amidst the murderous light. Yes, the one who attacked the great Xian mountain was indeed Lu Yunji. He activated this 9-orifice stone man, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Zheng! Sparks flew everywhere from the 9-orifice stone golem. It was on the verge of shattering. However, the black light and the soul blood stone were continuously repairing it. It looked like it was about to reach Xiao Chen. Don't be afraid. 90% of his cultivation was destroyed, and even his Dao root was taken away. He's stronger than a king now, but he can't compare to a saint. Duanda said, activating the heaven-devouring devil lid to protect himself. Yi Fan snorted and used the Wuxer killing formation to activate the scepter of the celestial court to attack the 9 apertures Holy Spirit body that had not fully grown. Pooh! One of his arms was smashed. The divine will of the first-rate saint physique finally stopped repairing it. He turned into a ghost and began to dodge. I know, he should be very afraid of your sacred blood, let the scepter be stained with blood to kill him. Duanda shouted. Yi Fan nodded upon hearing this. His middle finger shot out a streak of blood-red light that dyed the scepter, and he continued to hack at the 9-hold stone Holy Spirit, emitting whistling sounds. You've miscalculated. For more than 20 years, I've been using the essence of the sun to temper my divine soul. I've almost gotten rid of the Yin spirit body, and I'm no longer unable to approach your body like before. Now is the time to take your flesh shell. The divine will roared and hid inside the 9-orifice stone golem. It was close to going crazy, and its roar shook the mountains and rivers. The 9-colored flames that filled the sky were shaken to the other side. He's still afraid. Slaughter him, the Black Emperor shouted. He exerted even more effort to activate the 12 formation platforms because he sensed danger. Boom! The golden scepter almost cut the stone golem in half. Rocks flew everywhere, and numerous Tao patterns were shaken out. All kinds of divine laws scattered down, and the spreading waves shattered the sky. It had to be said that when one reached a certain realm, even if one's cultivation was reduced, it was still incomparably terrifying. The golden crocodile and the divine will still had their battle experience and instincts. They passed through the Wuxia killing formation and avoided layer after layer of fatal attacks. The Wuxia killing formation was like a raging sea, and the two terrifying existences were like small boats that could beat them into the bottom of the waves at any time. However, they still didn't sink even after a long time had passed. In particular, the divine will was almost obsessed with Yi Fan's flesh shell. It was determined to obtain it, and it actually had the attitude of cutting off all means of retreat until it reached its goal. It rushed over several times. Awaken the memories of the past life, borrow the fruit of the past life. Suddenly, the black divine will let out a voice that sounded like a curse. This kind of demonic sound didn't transmit very far, but it passed through the Wuxia killing formation and reached every corner. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the 9-orifice stone golem collapsed, revealing that black malicious spirit. However, there was no energy. Strands of golden multicolored light fell down from the top of his head and protected his entire body. At this moment, the divine splendor dyed his entire body golden, and he became incomparably holy. There was no longer a trace of energy, and he became incomparably dignified. Rumble. More golden light surged out from the top of his head, and the terrifying aura caused people to tremble. Even the killing light and primal chaos from the Wuxia killing formation couldn't harm him. At this moment, the world was suffocating, and it was filled with a powerful pressure. It was as if a great emperor had been revived. Oh no, why does he have the aura of a great emperor? Quickly kill him, the Black Emperor shouted. His face was filled with fear. All of this had exceeded their expectations. The 12 Wuxia killing formations operated at the same time, consuming a vast amount of divine source essence and emitting a monstrous killing light. Moreover, the celestial quartz scepter and the goddess furnace also flew up and suppressed the golden divine will together. Roar, the golden malicious spirit shouted loudly. He suddenly stretched out a large hand and grabbed the golden crocodile that was dodging the killing light in the sky. Then, he pulled with both hands, and the crocodile immediately collapsed and turned into a blazing light. It was as if hundreds of comets were crashing down at the same time. Old ghost, you are indeed vicious to attack me. However, this is only a part of my primordial spirit. My divine embryo in this world and my main body on the ancient starry sky path will find you sooner or later to settle the debt. The golden crocodile roared, and the entire broken sky mountain range trembled. It was filled with hatred, but it was powerless to change anything. The blazing splendor filled the sky as if it was condensed from millions of stars. The golden malicious spirit had sacrificed the crocodile, and it turned into strands of Tao patterns as if it was summoning something from the netherworld. Then, his body became even more resplendent. The top of his head drew upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he was as transparent as a piece of Tao bone. Tens of thousands of divine laws hung down. Boom! An overwhelming pressure spread out, and even the light from the 12 Wuxia killing formations couldn't harm him. At this moment, he seemed to have advanced to a mysterious realm. The aura of an ancient great emperor. The Black Emperor was horrified. No wonder that old monk said that the most difficult thing to deal with in this world was the will of a deity. He really was right. Duanda was also scared. It was very obvious that they all understood what was going on from the malicious spirit's curse. Awakening the memories of his past life and borrowing the Tao fruit of his past life, this was the recovery of a portion of the divine abilities of his past life's divine physique. The divine splendor cleansed the energy. This was a divine physique that emitted boundless light. He was divine and dignified, and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths were trembling because of him. The murderous light from the 12 Wuxia killing formations couldn't harm him at all. They were all annihilated in front of his body, and all kinds of light blossomed like fireworks. His body was curled up by divine chains of order, and he was like an immortal phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. He possessed boundless divine might, and even the heaven and earth were crying for him. All kinds of auspicious lights and colors descended as if they were worshipping a supreme great emperor. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, even the scepter of the celestial court and the goddess furnace lost connection with the Wuxia killing formation and couldn't be activated. This was a terrifying scene. Even though the formation patterns were only a broken corner, they still possessed unparalleled destructive power. Even saints would be killed if they came, but at this time, there was no place for them to use their skills. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, Yan Yishi, Li Tian, and the others felt their scalps go numb. This deity had 90% of his cultivation and his Dao root severed, so how could he still be so terrifying? He couldn't be defeated, this was what everyone felt. Not to mention them, even a group of ancestral kings wouldn't be able to do it. He possessed incomparable battle prowess and had the aura of an ancient great emperor. He has awakened the memories of his past life and borrowed the Dao fruit of a divine physique. After understanding all of this, they were close to despair. This was an existence that could contend against an ancient great emperor. He was invincible in the heavens and earth. Not to mention them, how many people throughout the ages could fight against him? Boom, in front of them, the golden physique trembled, and the last divine splendor descended from the crown of his head. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in that instant, it was as if heaven and earth were being opened, the world trembled and primal chaos surged. The 12 Wuxia formation platforms collapsed, and the formation patterns here were all destroyed. An unmatched battle intent rushed into the heavens, and through the reaction of the heavenly Dao, it instantly engulfed the entire eastern wasteland. At this moment, all life trembled. Everyone was apprehensive, as if they had arrived at a divine land and were facing a deity. It was unknown just how many creatures prostrated themselves. It's not that we didn't think it through, but rather that it's too strange and exceeded our expectations. Even if the various ancestral kings came, they would all die with a grievance. Let's go. Even the Black Emperor was terrified. He brought out the chessboard formation patterns that he had prepared a long time ago and was about to bring a few people to cross the void. That was also a corner of an emperor pattern. However, the instant the eyes of the godlike golden figure swept past, the chessboard formation patterns turned into powder and no longer existed. The divine might of the great completion Saint Physique spread out in all directions, causing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. At this moment, it was unknown just how many powerful existences were startled awake. They looked at the eastern wasteland's broken sky mountain range in disbelief. Through the heavenly perception and the great Tao, they wanted to understand the truth. Heavens, could it be that someone has proven their Tao? How could it be like this? What kind of powerful existence is this? The aura of an ancient emperor is spreading out. Even the powerful ancestral kings were shaken. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate, and their eyes were filled with fear. All the creatures in the entire broken sky mountain range prostrated themselves in this direction. From the ancient beasts that were several hundred zhang long to the ants, none of them could move at all. As for Yi Fan and the others, if not for the protection of the heaven-devouring devil cover, it would have been difficult for them to stand there. At this moment, they were completely submerged by the aura of an ancient emperor. The devil cover hummed as it was stimulated by this kind of powerful aura. It floated up and down on its own, sending down strands of immortal splendor to protect them. We're finished. At this moment, even a perfect emperor weapon won't be able to stop him. A great completion Saint Physique has awakened. Only the resurrection of a great emperor can deal with him, the Black Emperor said in distress. Duanda said, right now, we can only persevere. He won't be able to maintain this state for long. I heard from that old monk that Sakyamuni also avoided the sharp edge and didn't dare to face him head-on. It seems like he also encountered this kind of situation. Perhaps, we're not in danger. Yi Fan was in a daze as he stared at the great completion Saint Physique in front of him. He didn't feel any eeriness, only dignity and holiness. Kill them. This was the voice of a deity. However, another type of even more oppressive and irresistible divine will immediately suppress him. The great completion Saint Physique overlooked the mountains and rivers, and his eyes were filled with endless brilliance and sadness. I've returned to the great earth when I was alive. He softly said to himself. He was filled with endless disappointment and frustration, fearing that he would shatter this magnificent river and mountain. I've swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, reversing the reincarnation of heaven and earth. So what if I'm unrivaled in the heavens and earth? In the end, I'll have to face the ups and downs of the world alone. I'll have to witness my beauties grow old and die in peace. My loved ones and old friends will all turn into the earth to send them off. Only I'll remain immortal. I chose to leave this place, and after countless years, I'll finally die of old age in a foreign land. I brought with me invincible glory, but also endless sadness and melancholy. He said to himself sadly. The light in his eyes dimmed as he looked at the entire eastern wasteland. With invincible glory and endless sadness, he watched his beauty grow old and his relatives turn into dust. In the end, he left this ancient star and died of old age in a foreign land after a long period of time. This was the latter half of the Saint Physique's life. It made people sigh with emotion. Behind the halo was sadness, loneliness, and loneliness. Everyone in the same generation had grown old and he was the only one left in this world. He is indeed one of the 9 great sage physiques, the Black Emperor said. At this time, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. The various ancestral kings mistakenly thought that someone had proven the Tao. They were all horrified as they gazed at the central region's broken sky mountain range. Resplendent radiance, dignified aura, and the Saint Physique stood there, merging with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It formed an aura that made all living beings want to prostrate themselves in worship. Kill them. A weak divine will was transmitted from the Saint Physique's heart. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, Li Tian, and the others felt a chill run down their backs. Not to mention them, even the various ancestral kings would have to run. They couldn't resist. The majestic body turned around and faced Yi Fan and the others. Immediately, the heaven-devouring demonic lid made clanging sounds. Strands of immortal splendor fell down and curled around them. This was the reaction of an extreme emperor weapon. It gave birth to a sense of urgency and threat. No. A cry of despair echoed in the broken sky mountain range. It quickly weakened and then disappeared. The divine will was dissolved. The black militia spirit's divine sense disappeared. It was ruthlessly crushed and purified by the Saint Physique. At this time, the aura of a great emperor filled the air. It shook the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. All living beings had spirits and had to submit. He had the will to rule the world. The great Tao poured down immeasurable brilliance. Strands and strands hung in the sky like waterfalls, surrounding this brilliant and blazing body. All directions were silent. Countless creatures cowed out in this direction, carrying out devout worship. The malicious spirit has been killed. It's the same as dying by his own hands, Li Tian said with a trembling voice. This kind of peerless Saint Physique had great contributions to the world in the past. He will definitely eliminate the evil thoughts after his resurrection, even if it belongs to his own body, the Black Emperor said. He was more or less relieved. Awakening the memories of the past life and borrowing the Tao fruit from the past life were actually the malicious spirit itself. If it wasn't a summon that transcended time and space, no one would be able to live that long. Once the true self is awakened, the evil thoughts will naturally be purified. Duanda said. He dealt with ghosts all year round, so he had the most say. The eyes of the divine physique shifted, and a great peak immediately turned into flying ashes. A powerful ancient king bowed in this direction. He braced himself and said with a trembling voice, I was just passing by this place and had no intention of offending the divine might. A powerful ancestral king was several dozen li away, but his body was trembling, continuously backing up, trembling with fear. Then, he quickly disappeared into the horizon. This kind of power shocked Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others. No wonder the heaven-devouring demonic lid above their heads was humming. It must be known that it was an emperor weapon. This weapon. I didn't have the fortune to see it when I was alive, but I've managed to see it after I die, the first-rate holy physique muttered to himself. In the end, his gaze fell on Yi Fan and he asked, has the inheritance of the sacred body been severed? Yi Fan's heart was moved. He saluted seriously and said, Senior, please bestow me the technique. Senior, please bestow us the supreme technique. Duanda followed suit, also wanting to obtain the inheritance. A beam of light flew over and sank into the space between Yi Fan's eyebrows. A clear Tao diagram appeared in his sea of consciousness, and he was instantly shaken. This was similar to the technique he had obtained in the past when he obtained the sacred body, but it was more specific and perfect. I've obtained it before. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. The divine physique glanced over, and Yi Fan's heart was shaken. Everything he did in the green fled Dragon King's treasury and what he did in front of the stone coffin of the divine physique at the sacred cliff all appeared and were perceived by the godlike existence before him. The human race's inheritance of the sacred body requires divine will to pass through. After death, there are many paths that will be severed. You won't be able to find it through the corpse, the figure of light before him said calmly. Senior, please enlighten me. Yi Fan saluted again. The corpse in the stone coffin on the sacred cliff was undoubtedly a person who had grasped the unblemished inheritance. However, he had died too long ago, and the secret technique from when he was alive couldn't be passed down flawlessly. After entering the Saint Realm, we can use this technique to recultivate every secret realm. This is the capital that makes our physiques invincible. After the divine physique finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He looked at the mountains and rivers and sighed softly. Duanda, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others all scratched their ears and cheeks. They couldn't sit or lie down in peace. They all saluted one after another, saying that they would like to ask the senior for guidance and for him to pass down a Dao technique. Evil thoughts were born after death. Is it because I didn't pass down the unblemished technique? I have an unfinished mission. Now that I have returned to this land, it is finally complete. The divine physique sighed and took a step forward, walking into the distance. Senior! Yi Fan and the others all shouted, but the divine physique didn't respond at all. He took a step forward, and the mountains and rivers shook. The wind and clouds changed, and the great Tao interacted with each other, giving rise to all kinds of strange phenomena. Heavens, just how powerful is he? Not even great emperors of the past can compare to this, right? The Black Emperor was shocked. In the distance, a true dragon soared into the sky, an immortal phoenix circled about, a black tortoise opened up a path. Streaks of auspicious brilliance and divine splendor formed a great golden path. The great sage walked on it, disappearing into the horizon. Only Tao light flickered, turning into 9 heavens thunder. Even heaven and earth produced strange scenes for him, acknowledging his unmatched Tao fruit. This was rarely seen throughout the ages, and not many people could accomplish this. Where is he going? Hurry and chase after him. Duanda said. The memories of the divine physique's past life were unlocked. That was a boundless immortal treasury. If they could obtain it, it would be equivalent to robbing an emperor's tomb. However, they couldn't catch up at all. The great sage took a step forward, and the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers all moved in reverse. Tao patterns appeared beneath his feet, and a single step took him hundreds of thousands of li, disappearing in an instant. This type of speed was too terrifying, leaving everyone alarmed. His step seemed to pierce through the void. That great golden path and all types of heaven and earth miraculous scenes followed him into the distance. Don't chase after him. Even if the various ancient kings came, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. I think he should want to see these familiar and magnificent mountains and rivers one last time, and then he will disappear. Yi Fan said softly. He understood this type of state of mind, and it was precisely this type of sadness. That day, the eastern wastelands were greatly shaken. All creatures trembled, as if they sensed the departure of an ancient great emperor. There wasn't a single one of them who didn't bow in that direction. The divine physique continued forward, seeing many great wastelands. His eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes, as if he was recalling many things of the past. Then, he continued on foot, entering Undying Mountain. Not even the various archaic ancient kings dared to set foot here, yet he entered just like that. This shocked an ancient king who passed by indescribably, almost to the point of being stupefied. He entered Undying Mountain. When this news spread out, many ancient kings were stupefied. Several people in this region hurried over as soon as possible to see the results. Within Undying Mountain, there were large amounts of great black peaks. The great golden path beneath the feet of the great sage led straight to the central region. That place was surrounded by a mountain range, and mist curled about it. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and from ancient times until now, apart from great emperors, no one knew what it was. The headless knight who was guarding this place rushed over. All of the fine hairs on his body stood on end, as if he was suffering from an extremely great pressure. His entire body was about to split apart as he continuously retreated. Retreat, let him pass. Right at this time, at the center of Undying Mountain's most mysterious mist region, a cold and emotionless voice rang out. There was an unmatched dignity radiating outwards. The divine physique passed through the mist region at the center of Undying Mountain, walking on foot. It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. He stopped here for a moment and said, "This is the place where we fought before." Then, he walked into the distance step by step. Only after a long time had passed did a pair of eyes open in the mist region, staring at his retreating figure for a long time. In another direction, the two ancient kings who were chasing after him saw him pass through. Their bodies went cold, and they said to themselves with trembling voices, "He crossed over." A great golden path directly reached the northern region. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li long it was. Immortal phoenixes danced in the air and true dragons coiled about. It was as if a celestial emperor was traveling. At this moment, all the saints in all directions sensed the aura of a great emperor. Through the heavenly Tao. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken. They were all intimidated. The divine physique looked at the mountains, rivers, and great earth. He entered the northern region and said to himself, "The ancient race has awakened. I actually saw this era. Is there hope for the immortal path to be opened? What a pity that I missed it." Immortal ascension, he felt a type of regret, but his eyes quickly blazed with brilliance. His battle intent split the heavens as he swept through the entire northern region. He walked forward step by step, heading towards the places where the blood energy was the most flourishing. He came. He's too fast. He didn't open the realm gates and directly walked over, yet he entered the northern region in an instant. The ancient kings were all shocked. His body really has the aura of an archaic emperor. The divine physique entered the northern region. All of the archaic clans were terrified. Everyone was in a state of confusion, and their hearts were at a loss. His first stop was the primitive lake, shocking all of the emperor clans until their fine hairs stood on end. Ancient imperial weapons floated up and down, ready to be activated at any time. What are we supposed to do? Does the human race really have a great emperor that hasn't died? Who could brave death and enter Origin Ancient Mind to invite an unmatched existence into this world? The people of the primitive lake were alarmed. They almost stopped breathing. The power of the divine physique was too great. He stood on their divine lake just like that, not moving at all. Resplendent radiance illuminated every inch of the lake. A moment later, they were on the verge of collapse. They finally released a breath of relief, because that terrifying human had left. It made them feel as if thousands of years had passed. Soon after, in front of the Fire Qilin cave, a human figure appeared. His back was facing the ancient cave, and a heaven-overflowing might was released from his body, shocking everyone until they were all terrified. What happened? A human great emperor is actually still alive. An hour later, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and the other emperor clans were all horrified. That day, they all personally faced that human's unmatched might. The pressure was so great that they felt like they were suffocating. He entered the important lands of several great emperor clans alone, making every single clan tremble in fear. What kind of divine might was this? All of the archaic clans were alarmed to the extreme. In the end, the divine physique passed through the absolute beginning forbidden region, shaking up the entire northern region. The kings of all clans were all stupefied. Meanwhile, what shocked them the most was that the great golden path led all the way to Origin Ancient Mine. He walked over just like that. The Fire Qilin often came to the absolute beginning forbidden region, and now that he personally saw everything, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. He is going to enter Origin Ancient Mine? The absolute beginning forbidden land was desolate and lacked vitality. It was a forbidden land that had existed since ancient times. Not many people dared to enter it. In particular, the ancient mine in the center was shrouded in a mysterious mist all year round. No one really knew what was inside. It was a taboo topic that could not be discussed. But now, a golden path spread out. No matter how the space distorted, how the domains surged, and how the great Tao crushed down, it was difficult to stop this immortal great Tao. A resplendent figure stood there, the sun and moon revolving around him. Stars revolved around him, and the true dragon, vermilion bird, and the other four symbols protected him. At this moment, his aura rose to the extreme. The great completion divine body seemed to be deeply aware of how terrifying Origin Ancient Mind was. He didn't hold back in the slightest, fighting intent splitting the heavens, completely operating all of the fighting strength he could currently display. Heaven and Earth's great Tao rumbled. The entire eastern wasteland's heavenly Tao resonated with each other, releasing endless divine chains of order, all of them gathering on his body, descending above Origin Ancient Mind. It was as if he had sprouted wings and ascended to immortality, a divine chain. Appearing from every pore on his body, as if he was reborn through immortal flames. There were 81 true dragons, vermilion birds, and others of every type, surrounding it. Brilliant light shone, covering the heavens above and earth below, completely submerging this place. The great completion divine body took a step down the great golden path, arriving in front of Origin Ancient Mind. This was a black-colored mine, devouring the essence of the sun, moon, stars, and all things in heaven and earth. Time passed slowly, and it was unknown how many years it had been since a creature set foot in this place. This was one of the most terrifying restricted areas under the heavens. All races were forbidden from entering. Motherf * King Human King, do you wish to level the entire Origin Ancient Mind? A cold voice rang out from within the Origin Ancient Mind. The ancient mind that had remained silent for tens of thousands of years actually released a sound, making one's soul tremble. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake the world. This was an unimaginable restricted region. Years ago, Yi Fan and Yao Guang's Saint Sun had mistakenly entered the absolute beginning forbidden area. They were lucky enough to escape a calamity. They had watched this mine from a distance. That night, it had absorbed and released starlight, which had darkened the entire starry sky several times. They had seen some corpses wearing ancient clothes floating in the silver light like a waterfall. Now, the divine physique directly arrived in front of this ancient cave and gazed downwards, personally observing this most mysterious forbidden land from past to present. In the end, the great accomplishment divine body took a step inside, entering Origin Ancient Mind. Vermilion birds, true dragons, Qilins, and others surrounded him. Heaven and earth auspicious colors and other things descended together, bringing in all of the wondrous scenes. At the same time, he unleashed his own phenomenon. It was a phenomenon exclusive to a large success sage body. He entered the Origin Ancient Mind alone. Unfortunately, he had sunk into the ground, and no one could see him. Outside the absolute beginning forbidden zone, the fire Qilin was stunned. He stood in the sky and tried his best to open his heavenly eye, but he couldn't see anything. He only knew that the great perfection saint physique had disappeared. The other ancient kings were also here. Their heavenly eyes were even more terrifying, and they could see thousands of miles away. Through the mysterious mist of the absolute beginning forbidden area, they could vaguely see the divine physique entering the ancient mind. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. He went in. That emperor of the human clan entered the ancient mind that exists forever with the world. Heavens! Does he really want to fight the supreme existence in the immortal mind? The restricted area of absolute beginning immediately became dusky, dark clouds covering the sky. It was as if a giant reversed the reincarnation of heaven and earth, making the Tao laws and other things here completely chaotic. Wang, Origin Ancient Mind trembled, taking in and sending out heaven and earth spiritual essence. Stars actually appeared in the sky dome above. It was clearly daytime, but because of the great changes in this place, there were endless stars flickering about. Hong, endless stellar radiance gathered together, forming a boundless white expanse. It was as if primal chaos was falling down, all of it entering the ancient mind. It was just like what Ji Fan saw that night. The restricted area of absolute beginning entered darkness. Only the ancient mind was bright, within the boundless stellar radiance, mysterious and terrifying. All of the ancient kings in the horizon shivered inwardly, releasing a breath of cold air. They saw a few void figures that rose and fell in the stellar radiance. Some of them were corpses, some of them seemingly alive. That type of ancient clothing made their scalps go numb. Are the human race's emperors fighting in the ancient mind? Origin ancient mind took in and sent out the essence of heaven and earth. There was terrifying power surging, all types of great Tao laws appearing, interweaving there, forming an expanse of immortal light. More than 100,000 years ago, there was a great battle outside the restricted area of absolute beginning, but they didn't enter the ancient mine. Now, their long-cherished wish has been fulfilled. This place is formidable, defying the natural luck of heaven and earth. The voice of the great completion divine physique rang through the ancient mine. It was as if he was taking a stroll, observing every corner. It was regretful, because no one knew what he saw. In the outside world, they could only see that Origin ancient mine was like a heaven-opening ancient beast. Each time it took in and spat out, the world would become pitch black, as if it would swallow all of the stars in the sky. After a long time had passed, it would spit out again, restoring brightness. Meanwhile, between heaven and earth, all of the essence energy would be sucked dry. Right now, all of the eastern wasteland's essence and Tao marks seem to have gathered here, making all of the ancient kings tremble with fear. Even if it is the human race great emperor, he still cannot provoke and be rude like this, entering deep into Origin ancient mine. Are you trying to start a war? An ancient voice sounded, cold and emotionless, possessing a dignity that made all life tremble. Let him go, there is no need to fight. He isn't a living person, unable to exist in this world for a long time. If he takes away half of his life, then it really isn't worth it. Another ancient voice sounded, as if it had just woken up from a deep slumber, not a trace of emotion fluctuating. The ancient mind became quiet again, not a trace of noise left. It was just as quiet and mysterious as before. Only the great completion divine physique was walking about alone. He was like a lonely traveler. With a sigh, it resounded through the entire immortal mine. He bathed in divine splendor, irregular scenes curling about him. He didn't take the initiative to take action. No one knew what he saw. He lingered about underground alone, and only after a long time did he turn around. He stepped on the void, arriving outside the mine. Behind him, a pair of eyes opened, looking at his rear figure. They were ice-cold and emotionless, as if the 7 emotions and 6 desires had been erased, severing all emotions in this world. Who wishes to fight against me? The great completion divine physique said to himself. He stood at the entrance of Origin ancient mine, not turning around, standing there without moving. In the immortal mine, that pair of emotionless eyes became even more dazzling, severing all emotions and desires. It was as if it had experienced endless reincarnations, staring at him without blinking. Let him leave. Another voice said. Outside the absolute beginning forbidden region, all of the ancient races were stunned. That human whose entire body was surrounded by Tao patterns walked out from the immortal mine. Every single one of them shivered inwardly. He entered Origin ancient mine safe and sound, returning alive. This made the ancient race's various ancient kings feel that this was inconceivable, their souls shaken. After the great completion divine physique came out from the immortal mine, he felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. He shook his head, as if he suddenly understood something. In the end, he turned around and gave everyone a final look before turning around to leave. The heavenly Tao rumbled. The great golden path beneath his feet reappeared, reaching outside the forbidden region. He entered the divine city, standing in the sky for a long time. His eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance, passing through who knew how many tens of thousands of li, separately shooting towards the various important places of the archaic great king clans. At this moment, all of the ancient races were trembling with fear. Not a single person dared to resist. Just how powerful was this power? He was in the divine city, yet he carried out this type of intimidation. It was as if the heavens were crushing down. Regardless of whether it was the nest of 10,000 dragons, Fire Chilan cave, or primitive lake, they all felt as if they were facing a deity. Was this a warning? The various races were truly terrified. A long time ago, the various races still looked down on the human race, acting high and mighty. Even after the Jade Lake meeting, there were still many ancient races who were unconvinced. There were some among them who didn't believe that great Emperor Wuxia was still alive. And now, a human who was powerful to an unfathomable degree stood above the divine city, his might sweeping through the various races, making them feel like they were suffocating. There was no way they wouldn't believe this. This was the aura of a true ancient emperor. In an instant, it covered the entire northern region. All legends could be fake, but only when one personally witnessed it would it be real. This was the first time the various ancient races felt so insignificant. Such a person could flatten them all. The ancient emperor is still alive? Who exactly is he? Many ancient creatures trembled. He went to the forbidden region of absolute beginning and returned unharmed. Who was willing to brave death and enter to ask for guidance on what exactly happened? Unfortunately, not a single person was willing to go. Only the fire Qilin remained at the border of absolute beginning. All living things coexist, there is a reason for their existence. The divine physique softly muttered to himself, but the fluctuations were like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding in the sky above the various king races, causing them to shiver. Everything that Yi Fan, the white-robed divine king and the others had done before, as well as the various schemes they had laid down, was far less intimidating than the suppression brought about by the appearance of the divine physique. Boom! A beam of golden light flew up from above the divine city, passing through the entire eastern wasteland and reaching the southern region. The towering immortal light disappeared, and the divine physique walked on foot, disappearing in an instant. In a short moment, he arrived in the southern region from the northern region, descending on the great earth. All the experts who learned of this through the celestial perception felt their hearts tremble. What kind of method is this? He went from the northern region to the southern region in just a few steps. What kind of divine ability is this? No wonder the ancient emperors were able to travel between star domains alone. At this moment, even the saints were scared and couldn't help but tremble. On this day, the ancient race was scared to the extreme. It could be predicted that in the future, they would definitely lower their stance and would no longer dare to look down on the human race. In their eyes, this was a living existence like an ancient emperor. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers, and his might could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The divine physique entered the southern region. Some people guessed that he went to the forbidden ancient land, and some people said that he entered the bronze immortal palace. The moment he landed on the ground, all of his aura disappeared, and no one could sense him anymore. No one knew that he had arrived in a mountain range. The sky was filled with pure white flowers as he moved forward. Each one was snow white and flawless, flowing with a faint fragrance. In the depths of this mountain range, there were some mounds that were much shorter than the mountain range. Upon closer inspection, some of them looked like tombs. However, most of them had already been destroyed and almost no longer existed. They were dilapidated and desolate. The pure white petals scattered down and landed in front of this collapsed mound. The divine physique's eyes turned, and it seemed as if it had been thousands of years. His expression dimmed, and there was a kind of sadness. "I've come to see you." He stood in front of a collapsed mound and muttered to himself, "I can pluck the stars and capture the moon. I can shatter the starry sky, but I can't let you live. I've kept your immortal appearance, but I can't keep that wisp of your soul." He stood there silently for a long time and walked towards the other mounds that were about to be obliterated by the passage of time. Something like tears flickered in his eyes as he said, "My old friends who once fought shoulder to shoulder with me, my comrades, I've come to see you." The world had changed, and the cemetery he had personally built had long since sunk and disappeared. The brothers who had once gone through life and death with him, his old friends, and his confidants were all resting here. "I've returned. I won't be separated anymore. I'll be with you all forever." In the end, the divine physique turned into a rain of light that fluttered about and entered this mountain range. The rain of light sprinkled into the graves of his confidants and fell into the graves of his old friends who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him. The great completion Saint Physique turned into a rain of light. Bit by bit, it entered the mound and disappeared into the wilderness. The world didn't know that he had ascended to heaven. At the same time, Yi Fan's primordial spirit trembled. The light from the great completion Saint Physique dimmed and finally disappeared. He has left this world. Yi Fan stood on the broken black mountain and remained silent. He could foresee the ending of the great sage. After seeing the magnificent mountains and rivers, he would finally leave this world. Looking back after hundreds of thousands of years, standing in front of the graves of his comrades, old friends, and confidants, he would feel sad. He would watch them grow old one by one and leave this world. In the end, he would bury their bones with his own hands. Yi Fan thought of many things. would this also be his life? Half a life of glory and half a life of loneliness. Would he watch Pang Bo, Jizue, and the others grow old one by one and be buried for them? This kind of ending was too sad. He didn't want this kind of ending. If such a day really came, how would he face it? At this moment, he truly felt the sorrow of the great completion Saint Physique. He watched the people around him walk towards the end of their lives, bid farewell to the people he had once fought shoulder to shoulder with, and watched them return to the earth. What kind of sadness was this? Yi Fan thought of these scenes and couldn't help but shiver. Then, he slowly came back to his senses. The only thing he was happy about was that that day was still far away. What are you thinking about? Xianxia asked. Yi Fan quickly collected his thoughts. The great completion Saint Physique was a mirror. It reflected his past life and indirectly reflected his life. It's a pity that he left just like that. He's an existence that could compete with the ancient emperors. Missing him is like missing a tomb of immortals. It's an immeasurable loss for those who want to research the past of the emperors. Duande gritted his teeth. Not long after, the monkey and Pang Bo returned. They had chased for 30,000 miles and only saw some traces left by Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. They couldn't fight with them. What happened here? Just now, the aura of the ancient emperors filled the air. It was too terrifying. We couldn't even move from afar, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan recounted what had just happened, and Qi Luo was so shocked that he was tongue-tied and speechless. He repeatedly said that it was terrifying and a pity. The great battle here had completely ended. No one knew how many enemies had been killed, and the 12 wuxia killing formations had reaped countless lives. Severed limbs, heads, shattered bones, and bloody mud were everywhere on this broken mountain. It was like an azurous field. It's over. Yi Fan said to himself. Bloody mist pervaded the air, curling around the black broken mountain. It was full of a fishy smell that made one want to vomit. Crushed bones and flesh were piled up together, creating a ghastly sight. Within the broken Heaven Mountain range, there were many people who had not entered the central region. They had only come to watch. At this moment, the killing formation had already collapsed, and they gathered their courage to approach. All of them felt their hair stand on end, and a chill ran down their spines. The black broken mountain was dyed red by the blood. That cruel scene made everyone's heart jump and their hair stand on end. A few less courageous people let out strange cries and quickly retreated. The scene here was too terrifying. How was this the human world? It was clearly a true purgatory. Many people at the foot of the mountain were dumbfounded. They saw streaks of blood flowing down the black mountain, flowing from the clouds all the way to the base of the mountain. This kind of terrifying scene shocked everyone. In the broken Heaven Mountain range, every black mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall. This was the blood flowing down from the flattened mountain peaks. How many people had to die to create such a terrifying scene? There wasn't a single person who wasn't scared. They felt a chill run down their spine, and even their hair stood on end. Even if they didn't fly up, they knew that the area above had definitely turned into a bloody killing field. Many people were rejoicing that they didn't enter. Otherwise, they would have most likely turned into blood and flowed down the mountain, becoming one of the many corpses. This battle shook the world. On this day, the 5 regions were shaken. At this moment, the ancient races were in a panic. Yi Fan's slaughter covered the land with corpses and dyed the broken Heaven Mountain range red. At the final juncture, a human emperor even appeared. He entered Undying Mountain and Origin Ancient Mine, intimidating the various great kings like a legend. A violent storm swept through the entire great earth. Everyone was shaken, and not a single person could remain calm. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others crossed the void and immediately returned to Heavenly Village. They didn't want to experience anything unexpected in this storm, so they quietly observed everything in the outside world. A haze rose in the hearts of the various ancient tribes. The great human emperor was like a great mountain pressing down on their hearts. Even the ancient road ancient kings were afraid. Who dared to go to Origin Ancient Mine to seek confirmation and ask what happened? There was not a single person. The ancient races didn't dare to set foot there, not even the ancient princes. Apart from the Fire Qilin, ordinary people didn't even dare to approach the forbidden region of absolute beginning. Not a single person was willing to risk their lives to have an audience with a legendary existence. The human race was seething with excitement. They released a breath of relief. The aura and divine might of the great emperor that day made everyone establish a type of conviction. The human race was the master of this great earth, and they didn't fear the might of the myriad races. Many people predicted that a truly peaceful era had arrived. It was no longer a piece of paper, no longer something to worry about. They believed that for a very long time, there really would be no saints under the heavens. Is it Great Emperor Wuxia? It doesn't seem like him. His style of doing things is different. Who can say for sure? In any case, the human race still has an emperor alive. This is an indisputable fact. The various ancient tribes were all bitter. A single person had intimidated them to the point where so many ancient kings didn't dare to speak or take action. What kind of power was this? The ancient king that had passed by Broken Heaven mountain range wanted to say something, but he discovered that he really didn't hear it clearly. He was completely intimidated by the great sage's body. At that time, he was trembling with fear and didn't have any recollection of what happened. He erased the imprint in my heart. When he thought of the result, this ancient king was so frightened that he hurriedly went into seclusion, not daring to come out. In the following half a month, everyone was talking about the ancient great emperor. They compared him with the people of history and guessed his identity. There were also people who believed that there was someone in the present world who could prove his Tao. The commotion didn't cease. Everyone was discussing. The human great emperor wasn't someone that everyone could see. Living together with him for a lifetime was a type of great glory. There was no need to worry about being bullied by other races. During this period of time, the ancient races all became very low profile. They no longer had the arrogance of the past, and it was as if they had suddenly lost their confidence. In various places, the ancient races still appeared. No matter how illustrious their statuses were, there was no longer anyone who acted high and mighty, truly interacting with the human race as equals. The crocodile ancestor is the so-called deity from the outer realms. This ancient demon's strength is unfathomably deep. His true body is on ancient Mars star, and he has a divine fetus in this world. There will most likely be trouble in the future. In the heavenly village, Pang Bo, Li Tian and the others were discussing. Divine fetus, are you guys talking about him? The Black Emperor stretched out a large claw, and between the claw was a foot-long golden crocodile. He laughed like a big wolf and said, "Have you forgotten? He was almost eaten by this emperor here, so there's no way he will have a divine fetus. Not him, this is only a descendant of the crocodile ancestor." Yi Fan shook his head and said seriously. The crocodile ancestor was only a primordial spirit that came to this world with some descendants. The divine fetus formed on this ancient star shouldn't be a physical body. Yes, the primordial spirit can transform again and transform into a divine fetus. The demon race has such a heaven-defying great art that can reconstruct a second true body. Duanda said. There's such a saying? Even this old man has never heard of it. Chi Luo interrupted from the side. Duanda's expression was solemn as he nodded in confirmation. He had seen such a mural in an ancient tomb before. The primordial spirit could transform into a divine fetus, recreating a second life. If the original body died, this life could replace it. What a heaven-defying art. Pang Bo was astonished. The Black Emperor nodded and said solemnly, "That's right, the demon race does have such a heaven-defying art. It has been lost for many years, and almost no one in the current world can use it. The divine fetus formed by this kind of art wasn't an incarnation. If it was truly successful, it would become a second self. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages. Who would be the leader was a big problem. They might harm themselves and fight against the first true body because no one was willing to be someone else's shadow. The second true body of the crocodile ancestor is also the so-called divine fetus. It's related to Li Xiaoman. As long as we find her, we can kill her smoothly." Yi Fan said. There were 2 more people in the heavenly village. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran were rescued from the 9 Serenities mountain, and it was a true reunion of old friends. That was a place sealed by an ancient divine formation. Back then, they were chased to the point where there was no path to heaven and no door to earth. They mistakenly entered the formation and escaped. Now, they were finally free. When old friends met, they naturally had endless things to talk about. They drank and chatted merrily, reminiscing about the past. A month later, the commotion caused by the great human emperor finally calmed down a little. It was no longer as noisy as before. Many people started to think and no longer continued to pursue something. After the commotion caused by the great emperor, the murderous situation in the Broken Heaven mountain range immediately became the focal point of everyone's discussion. It was unknown how many people had died in this battle. The intestines of the two great killer divine dynasties were green with regret. The preparation started from the five-colored altar. Everything was done by the human race's divine physique to lure the enemy into the trap. It was impossible to count how many people had died in the Broken Heaven mountain range. Fresh blood dyed the Black Mountains red and flowed to the foot of the mountains. It was incomparably horrifying. Everything was fake. He had no intention of leaving this world at all. He only wanted to eliminate the enemy. This battle caused everyone to feel uneasy and their internal organs to tremble. A long time had passed since the massacre, but it still caused many people to feel a chill down their spines. It was just too bloody. He killed people to the point where their hearts trembled. After this battle, not many people would dare to provoke the human race's divine physique in this era without saints. This was the thought in many people's minds. No one was not scared. Yi Fan had flattened the clan of the ancients, fought against the ancient killer divine dynasty, killed Yuan Gu, killed the goddess of hell, and shot the divine sons to death. The murderous situation dyed the Broken Heaven mountain range with blood. How many people would still dare to provoke such power? Heavenly Prince, a true man should keep his promise. This humble Taoist Xianxia and junior brother Tong Tian are waiting for you in the divine city to deliver the enlightened tea heart. On this day, the two Taoists announced in the divine city that the Heavenly Prince would keep his promise and deliver the wager from before. Clang! In the foreign battleground, a sealed ancient ship emitted a metallic sound as a wave of life came from inside. If Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the mysterious ancient ship they saw when they crossed over from Ziwei. There's still a living great emperor in the northern Dipper Star region? The terrifying wave from a month ago had completely disappeared and never appeared again. Oh, Xianxia Taoist and Tong Tian Taoist. Interesting names. A voice came from the mysterious ancient ship. The divine city was still the same, the city walls like they were cast from tungsten iron, flickering with cold light. It had remained unbroken since the ancient times, the northern region's center since the ancient times. Now that the various races of the northern domain had been revived, it was only natural that word from Taoist Heavenspan and Taoist Primeval would spread like wildfire. The heart of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree was a priceless treasure. Carrying it on one's body would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It was close to the order of the world and could aid one in comprehending the Tao. It was a rare treasure. The Heavenly Prince's face was ashen, but he had already said it. If he went back on his word, it would be quite a stain on his status as the Son of God. In the end, he reluctantly gave up and had someone deliver it to him. This was an old man, one of his Tao protectors. He came to a small tea house in the God City, took a deep look at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, and left behind a pendant. It was perfectly round and translucent, the essence core of the Tao comprehension tea tree. It was sparkling and translucent, streaks of patterns winding about it. It was innately connected to the Tao, producing a resonance. The undying Heavenly Emperor carved the Tao comprehension tea tree into a coffin, refining its essence core and leaving it for his heirs. It was difficult to find a second one in this world, a divine treasure of a fantasy level. I didn't think that the Heavenly Prince would really give it away. Pangbo laughed heartily. He held it in his palm and observed it carefully. He felt as if he had connected with the Tao in that instant. I don't need it. You can keep it. Yi Fan looked at him and said, I don't need it. You can keep it. The hurdle of cutting the Tao was right in front of him. He had to rely on himself to realize the true sublimation of the Tao self. Neither the Bodhi seed nor the enlightenment tea heart were necessary. Pangbo and Yi Fan had gone through thick and thin together. They had come to this world together, so naturally, he wouldn't stand on ceremony and brought it along with him. Is godly diviner's divination accurate? Can we really leave this world? Pangbo asked. Over the past few days, the two of them had visited many friends because they were afraid of leaving at any time. That's hard to say. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, or even a few decades before we can leave. Yi Fan frowned. In the next moment, they directly crossed the void and disappeared. They did not want to be followed and schemed against by the furious heavenly prince. God damn it, this stupid bird ate one more bite, it's a huge loss. In the village of heaven, the Black Emperor shouted loudly. Jiziyue, on the other hand, was all smiles as she gently stroked the furry little phoenix with her slender hands. It was only the size of a fist and was round and plump. Every single strand of its fur was golden and dazzling, exuding an oppressive aura. Chirp chirp, it was chirping softly as it soaked in the 9-aperture Holy Spirit fluid. It flapped its wings and seemed to be enjoying itself. Just now, it had even taken a mouthful of the divine fluid. Now, everyone could see its potential. At the very least, it could grow to the demonic sage realm. After the Ji family learned of the cause and effect, they naturally nurtured it at all costs. They got Jiziyue to bring a piece of divine material in exchange for the psychic divine liquid of 9 orifices. This was a piece of flesh that was only the size of a finger joint. It was sparkling and translucent, possessing a type of undying fluctuation. Divine radiance pervaded the air, giving it an indescribably sinister appearance. However, Yi Fan, Pangbo, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others felt a kind of trembling feeling in front of it. They couldn't help but want to kowtow to it. The strangest thing was that Duanda's heaven-devouring demonic jar was ringing. Don't tell me, this is the flesh of a great emperor. Li Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Even Qi Luo was alarmed and rushed over at the first moment. Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others quickly surrounded them. All of them were filled with astonishment. Duanda rubbed his hands and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said, "This is the flesh of a void great emperor?" No. Jiziyue wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes at him. Clang clang. The heaven-devouring demonic lid in Duanda's forehead struggled and flew out on its own. It hovered above his head and dropped down immortal radiance. This is definitely the flesh of an ancient great emperor. Even though the essence within has been completely lost, the extreme emperor weapon is still resonating. Could this be vicious corpse? Duanda was horrified. This is something brought out from the bronze immortal palace countless years ago. Jiziyue said seriously. Everyone's heart jumped, and they revealed a shocked expression. The Ji family's gift was truly great. Even though it was just a small piece of flesh, it was priceless. This was from the corpse of a great emperor. Not only could it be used to forge an immortal weapon, it could also be used for cultivation. The most precious part was the emperor pattern within it. If one comprehended it, they could benefit for a lifetime. The great emperor's power within it had naturally dissipated long ago. It had already been guided out by Ji clan. Otherwise, no one could approach it. It would make one's body collapse. Emperors were not to be profaned. The bronze immortal palace was shrouded in a mysterious halo. It would only appear once every several thousand to several tens of thousands of years. It could travel through the earth veins and appear at a different location every time. According to legend, there was the secret to becoming an immortal inside. However, no one could find the end. Since ancient times, almost all those who entered had died. Yi Fan and Jiziyue were fortunate enough to enter and obtained a great opportunity. With the help of the green copper piece, they collected the origin root of all life energy and returned alive. Meanwhile, the human race's genius Nangongxing also returned alive. This was one of the few survivors recorded since ancient times. Apart from this, there was also the great sage who returned alive. The others all turned into bones and perished inside. That great sage's harvest was the greatest. Unfortunately, he didn't have the life to enjoy it. Countless years ago, he was the only survivor and carried out some broken corpses from the bronze immortal palace. Unfortunately, not everyone could touch emperor corpses. Even if he was the great sage, he still couldn't. In addition, he didn't have much lifespan left to begin with. He passed away the day he carried them out. Many of the ancient sects in the eastern wasteland knew about what happened later. There were many rumors that the most flourishing holy lands divided the pieces of corpses. In the past, the ancestors in the family always denied it and said that it was just a rumor. Now, they finally told me the truth. Everything is true. Xianxia said. The Ji family was the luckiest. They found a ring in the flesh. It looked ordinary and was made from a bronze piece. It was very rough, as if it came from the hands of a child. However, it was undying and had existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It was even sturdier than a holy weapon and withstood the tempering of time. There were no Tao patterns on it, but it had a mysterious power that was hard to fathom. It could be called a secret treasure. Later on, a saint from the Ji family speculated that this was originally an ordinary piece of bronze. However, it was the most beloved item of that great emperor. It was worn by him for many years and received the nourishment of the great emperor's divinity. It might even be the sustenance of his spirit. It had already turned into an immortal treasure. Only an ancient great emperor had this kind of method to turn an ordinary piece of bronze into an immortal ring. It was eternal and full of divinity. Swoosh, a light flashed in Xianxia's hand and an ancient ring appeared. It was indeed very crude and not exquisite at all, but it had an indescribable charm that could make any treasure dim in front of it. This ring was originally lost. Xianxia found it in a corner of the family when she was young and played with it. At that time it released strands of immortal splendor and alarmed the elders. Later on, a group of elders had a secret discussion and directly bestowed it to her, warning her never to lose it. Boom, the heaven-devouring demon cap seemed to have come to life. It released strands of extreme divine might and left Duanda's head. It quickly shrunk and floated above Xianxia's palm. Everyone was shocked. However, what made them feel slightly at ease was that its divine might was restrained and did not harm anyone. It only made them tremble in fear. Does the corpse in the bronze immortal palace really belong to Vicious? Everyone was astonished. Yes. Duanda was trembling. He spoke of a shocking matter. Ever since he obtained the heaven-devouring demon cap, he would occasionally have nightmares. He would always see a rough ring and a devil mask. Now, after seeing this rough bronze ring, his fine hair stood on end and he broke out in cold sweat. This was exactly the same as what he saw in his dream. Vicious Great Emperor's ring. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbstruck. This was indeed an immortal treasure. Without a doubt, Vicious was a miracle. He lived far longer than the other great emperors. He was reborn several times and lived more than 3 or 4 lifetimes. This was truly shocking. Are Southern Mountain's Heavenly Emperor and Ancient Chaos Great Emperor also ruthless? Pangbo asked. Southern Mountain's Heavenly Emperor might be, but Ancient Chaos is definitely not. My celestial court has a great sage who has seen Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Qi Luo shook his head. There were too many secrets regarding Vicious. Some even suspected that he was still alive and had been reborn, existing forever with the world. Of course, there were even more people who objected because it was impossible for 2 great emperors to exist in the same lifetime. This revered great emperor had finally ascended to heaven. In my dreams, I often experience the feeling of parting. Occasionally, I can see a blurry image of a little girl with braided goat horns sending off a young man and a group of people on a long journey. In front of them, there is a 5-colored altar. This was the main reason why Xianxia showed this ring. She couldn't calm down after seeing this scene. Knowing that Yi Fan would leave, she couldn't help but tell him the secret of the 5-colored altar. In Xianxia's dream, it was a very remote mountain village. The little girl came from a poor family. Her clothes were all patched up and even her shoes had toe holes. It was very pitiful. That youth was her only relative. They depended on each other. The devil mask was their only toy. There were no luxurious jewelry. To make the little girl happy, the youth used a bronze piece to make a ring for her. Even though it was very rough, the little girl treated it as a treasure. Later on, a group of people came and treated the youth as a genius. They took him away but shook their heads at the little girl's talent. No matter how she cried, they forcefully took the youth away. The little girl cried and ran away with her tattered shoes. The youth begged bitterly and the group finally agreed to let her send them off. Finally, they came before a five-colored altar. The youth and a group of people, as well as many young geniuses, climbed up and were about to leave. No matter how much the little girl cried, she couldn't get close anymore. Before leaving, the youth took away the devil mask and left behind the ring. He waved at her and finally disappeared from the five-colored altar. A few years later, the little girl grew up in the midst of hardship. She always guarded the altar, and one day, she saw many people returning. She disregarded everything and ran forward, only to see the skeleton of the youth. She was forcefully pulled away, unable to even look at it. She cried loudly, and from then on, she was never seen again. All the scenes ended there and never appeared again. This was the blurry scene that Xianxia often dreamed of wearing the ring. That little girl was the future Empress Ruthless? Their hearts were undulating. No talent, a pitiful little girl. She was the future Empress Ruthless who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries? After they learned of this, they weren't shocked. Instead, they felt pity and sighed. Every time they faced the heaven-devouring evil jar and saw the expression of the devil mask that seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling, they couldn't help but feel bitter and infected. Many people guessed that it was an unforgettable experience for Ruthless. There were tears in the smile, beautiful memories in the bitterness, but they didn't expect there to be such a secret. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be an ordinary past, but it was the most precious thing in the little girl's life. It was a memory that Empress Ruthless could never forget. No one knew what happened after she grew up. That might be the beginning of her glory, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, at least in the eyes of outsiders. But she didn't leave behind her own memories. What happened after that? No one knew. Xianxia looked at Yifan and said softly, "I know you are going far away. Not long ago, I checked the geographical map and found the current location of the five-colored altar in the dream." What? Five-colored altar? Everyone present was shocked as they looked at Xianxia. It should be in the middle continent. Xianxia searched through the ancient books and found some clues. The scene in the dream was very similar to a place in the middle continent. The more she investigated, the more shocked she became. There was once a god dynasty in the middle continent called Yuhua. If it was still around, it might have been the #1 dynasty in the world. It was once at its peak. At that time, the other 4 god dynasties had yet to appear. More than half of the territory of the middle continent was under its rule. No one dared to disobey its orders. From the word Yuhua, it could be inferred that most of this dynasty was prosperous. They pursued the true meaning of longevity. Everything was for the sake of becoming an immortal. However, it fell apart overnight and was removed from this world. It was as if it had never existed. Even the ancient books didn't record it clearly. Xianxia searched through the ancient books in the Ji family scripture pavilion and compared them to various ancient maps and the current mountain and river diagram. She discovered that the five-colored altar in the dream was located next to the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty. The Yuhua god dynasty is so powerful. They have the five-colored altar? Pangbo was shocked. All the altars in the world had become ruins. No one could control them. I've heard of it too. This is an extremely powerful god dynasty. Back then, it was the #1 god dynasty in the middle continent. In the end, it really ascended. However, it didn't ascend to immortality. It turned into ashes. The Black Emperor said, "If you really want to leave, you can go to the ruins of the Yuhua god dynasty to take a look. Perhaps you can discover something." "That place is very mysterious," Xianxia said softly. She didn't want him to travel far, but she still told him. There was a trace of dimness in her beautiful eyes. Yifan didn't know what to say. He looked at her beautiful eyes and wanted to comfort her. That might be a kind of hurt. He wanted to bring her to the other side of the starry sky, but just like him, she couldn't bear to part with her parents. Xianxia forced a smile and said that she would look up at the starry sky every night to pray for him. When everything was faded, she would follow his footsteps and go to the other side of the starry sky to take a look. Clang clang, the heaven-devouring demon lid let out a wail as it floated above Xianxia's palm. Immortal radiance fell down, resonating with the bronze ring. Strands of radiance could be seen connecting the two together. This kind of miraculous scene caused everyone to tremble. As expected of vicious relic, they were undoubtedly compatible and could fuse together. Do you still remember what the little girl looked like in your dream? Yi Fan asked. Jizue shook her head. Those scenes were too blurry, especially the little girl's face, which was even dimmer. She only remembered that she had a pair of big, bright eyes that were filled with tears. She had a ponytail and was no more than 3 or 4 years old. She was wearing tattered clothes and a pair of tattered shoes. Buzz. The void trembled, and a blurry scene appeared in front of them. The 5-colored altar had actually appeared. A little girl lost her shoes and rushed forward, crying, just to take a look at the skeleton. Bang, the scene crumbled, and then everything sank into darkness. There seemed to be a voice. Reverberating, not to become an immortal, but to wait for your return in the mortal world. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Was it vicious? She firmly believed that the youth would appear again. This was her obsession and also the most precious hope in her heart. She defied the heavens and lived for several lifetimes just to wait for the youth's return. Without the resplendent divine ring, it was still dim. One could imagine how she swept through the world and stood alone in the 9 heavens. She clearly stood at the peak of humanity, looking down on the reincarnation of the ancient times, but she wasn't included in her memories. The so-called glory of a great emperor, to her, was far from being comparable to the happy and bitter times of her childhood. Even if she was unrivaled in the world, she couldn't reverse everything of the past. In the end, everything dissipated, leaving only a ghostly face with tears on it. It seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. That was the heaven-devouring demon lid floating up and down. Ding! The bronze ring in Jizue's hand dimmed and entered her body. The 2 relics of Vicious separated by themselves and calmed down. Vicious was a great monarch who commanded respect and awe. The memory fragments of Vicious left Xianxia feeling complicated and indescribable. It was hard to describe what kind of feeling that was. Why do I feel that I have a great karma with Vicious? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He touched the items on his body. They were all related to Vicious. First was the myriad chi cauldron, which he had obtained from the bronze immortal palace. It was a priceless treasure that could prove the Tao. Next was the immortal dragon herb, which belonged to Vicious more than 200,000 years ago. Shi Yan had obtained the true dragon god liquid twice, and he still had some left. Other than that, there was also the immortal treasure map. It was obtained from the Chaos Dragon lair. Even the sacred battle emperor had once possessed it. More than 200,000 years ago, it had fallen into the hands of Vicious. When Yi Fan obtained it, Vicious' coffin had sunk into the primal chaos. What happened to me? The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more frightened he became. At the same time, he thought about the people he knew. Duanda had the heaven-devouring demon lid, Jizue had the ring that Vicious had cherished the most, Tu Fei's grandfather had the sky-devouring jar, and Li Xiaoman had Vicious' inheritance. It was like a net weaving with each other, trapping Shi Yan in the middle. His relationship with Emperor Vicious couldn't be cut off, which made him restless. 2 days later, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Jizue, and the Black Emperor crossed the void and arrived at the Central Plains. The Heavens Transformation ruins were really big. Strictly speaking, half of the Central Plains was their territory. At that time, there were no Great Xia or Jiuli divine dynasties. The mysterious ancestral temple was located at the heart of the Dragon Vein. It had the power of heaven and earth and the mysteries. It was a secret land that went against the natural order. However, 20,000 years ago, the most ancient Dragon Vein in the Central Plains was broken. The dragon chi scattered and turned into some ancestral dragons in other places. From then on, this broken Dragon Vein turned from a supreme pure land to a dead land. It became the most inauspicious area with almost no vitality. The heart of the Central Plains was now barren. It was a gloomy area with black mist hovering all year round. No one knew what the light was. In front of them, broken mountains could be seen. They were formed by the impact of great magic power. It was unknown what kind of great battle had happened back then. Look, that ancient Dragon Vein is so strong. It used to be the longest ancestral vein in the Central Plains. It's thicker than tens of thousands of mountain ranges put together. Duanda said. He had to be familiar with the geography of each place. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Was this still a mountain range? It was too thick. It was like a plateau. When they flew into the endless sky and looked down, they found that it was really a dragon vein. An ancient saint flew above this ancient star and looked down. The number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains was broken with just one palm. Someone pressed down from who knows how many tens of thousands of miles away, leaving behind 5 fingerprints. The ancestral dragon vein was broken into several pieces. The other mountain peaks all collapsed and the area within 1,000,000 miles caved in, the Black Emperor said. It can't be. 1,000,000 miles caved in with one strike. 5 fingerprints broke the number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains. It's too heaven-defying. Pangbo was shocked. Half a day later, they went deep into the heart of the Central Plains and came to a barren land. It was still dusky with black mist lingering around it like the underworld. There are ancient buildings up ahead. Right in front of them, there was a temple. It had a type of accumulation of time. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed for. It can't be, right? Did I miss a great opportunity? The Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple wasn't destroyed. I actually didn't come here to do archaeology in the past. Duanda said to himself. He clenched his fists tightly. Behind the ancestral temple, there was a dusky mist that covered everything. Nothing could be seen. According to what Xianxia saw in her dream, there should be a 5-colored altar in the depths of that region. Now, the heavenly secrets didn't appear. It was strange, trapped by all kinds of bewildering formations. Nothing could be seen. Who is it? A shout sounded in front of the ancient temple. A row of armored soldiers wearing black iron clothes appeared. All of them held iron spears and looked incomparably solemn. Very soon, they were densely packed. In the surroundings of the ancient temple, large numbers of figures appeared in the broken mountains. They were all experts. In addition, there were all kinds of formation patterns that were activated, covering this place. Who are these people? They occupied this place? Li Tian was surprised. This place was excavated recently. It's a dilapidated small world. They cleaned it up not long ago. At the very least, no one has entered the ancestral temple. It's still covered in dust. Duanda said with the tone of a professional. Not good, we can't afford to provoke them. These are people from the 4 god dynasties. They beat us to it. Li Heishui said. In front of them was an allied army with the flags of the 4 god dynasties. They were here together to excavate the central continent's ancestral temple from more than 200,000 years ago, wanting to find something. There's also the Alcade Holy Flag, Xianxia said. She recognized the Alcade Holy Flag at a glance. The 5 major forces joined forces to excavate together. They wanted to clear out the ruins of the Yuhua God dynasty and connect this small world. Who would dare to compete with them? Back then, the Yuhua God dynasty was the number 1 force in the central continent. No one dared to disobey their orders. They had supreme might, but they turned into ashes overnight. It was said that even their emperor weapon was shattered. Moreover, this was also the only known evidence of a supreme emperor weapon being shattered, shattering the legend of the indestructible extreme Dao weapons. Back then, they were destroyed too quickly. All kinds of rare treasures and other things didn't appear before they were sealed in dust. It was said that they were sealed by someone with great magical power. Do you see that? This dilapidated small world was sealed, but someone used an extreme emperor weapon to break open a corner of it. That's why it appeared in the world again. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have discovered it even if we found this place, Duanda said. The Alcade Holy Land is involved. Yifan muttered to himself. Then, he revealed his previous guess. The Alcade Holy Sun might have obtained the inheritance of Ruthless, the indestructible heaven technique. Since Xianxia and Duanda saw something in their dreams, the Alcade Holy Sun might have done the same. Because of this, he found the ancient temple in the central continent. There might be extremely important divine treasures in the temple. That's right. Many of the holy objects of the Yuhua God dynasty are enshrined in this ancestral temple. This is simply the tomb of a god dynasty. Duanda said very professionally. Pangbo stepped forward to negotiate. A few people immediately walked over. All of them were people of high status and power. They were imperial ancestor-level figures of the four god dynasties. They responded in a deep voice. As early as half a year ago, they started digging this place. Only now did they have results. They wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. Yi Fan and the others retreated. If they attacked forcefully, they might be able to kill their way in. But this ancient temple was too mysterious. The four god dynasties and the Alcade Holy Land had never dared to enter rashly. If they barged in rashly, there might be a great disaster. What should we do? If the Alcade Holy Sun got here first, this place is very troublesome. Pangbo frowned and looked at Yi Fan. The others also felt a little headache. This place was obviously not ordinary. But if they angered the four god dynasties and the Alcade Holy Land, they might provoke a few extreme emperor weapons. Yi Fan said, "First, we should let the heaven-devouring demon pot merge. I feel that there is a great connection between it and the pot. Then, perhaps we should borrow the power of the people of the world to make the secret of this place public and allow all powerhouses to enter." After they left this place, they began to discuss seriously. Only Gzua sighed softly. She looked at the mist behind the ancient temple and muttered to herself, "Back then, that little girl cried and lost her tattered little shoes. She sent that young man far away, but in the end, she only saw his corpse return. This is not her end. She eventually became the great emperor." Monkey walked over. "Yes, invincible in the world, one of the most mysterious and powerful great emperors since ancient times. Almost no one can compare to her." The Black Emperor interrupted. But she wasn't happy. Gzua shook her head. But there was still hope in her heart. She firmly believed that she would meet that young man again, Yi Fan said. Then, he couldn't help but think of little Nan Nan from that little girl. She was also pitiful. Where was she now? The Central Plains ancestral temple was filled with endless mysteries. Entering life and returning to death, this was Duanda's judgment. This was an instinctive feeling he had developed from many years of tomb raiding. This place was very strange. More than 200,000 years had passed, but when he activated his heavenly eyes, he discovered that there were still green lights in the ancient buildings deep within the ancestral temple. The four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land must have discovered an even more terrifying place. They had started clearing it half a year ago, or else there would be no reason for them not to go deeper. This place is ominous. There's most likely something terrifying inside, Duanda said solemnly. He said that if they wanted to go in, they had to be prepared. Let's go. There's killing intent here. These people want to silence us, Xianxia said. They weren't surprised. Such a shocking ancestral temple couldn't be seen. The four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land naturally didn't want outsiders to know about it. After all, they had spent a lot of time and energy and didn't want others to get involved. There were Tao patterns interweaving in the surroundings. Although the fluctuations were very light, they still sensed it. They wanted to trap this place and turn it into a dangerous place. Let's go. This is the killing formation of an ancient sage. It's intact. If we are really trapped inside, we will definitely die. The Black Emperor was shocked. He was an expert and could clearly see the terrifying killing intent. The big black dog opened his mouth and spat out a profound jade platform. He quickly opened a realm gate and disappeared, leaving behind a ripple. Blood-colored divine chains passed through, but they couldn't stop them. 2 days later, a piece of news spread through the 5 regions. The Central Plains ancestral temple had appeared in the mortal world. Although more than 200,000 years had passed, it was still intact, and there were peerless divine treasures inside. This was an eventful time. The slightest movement would cause a storm in the world, let alone such a major event. It could be said that the whole world was shocked. Although the Yuhua god dynasty had already disappeared for more than 200,000 years, and even the historical records didn't record it clearly, it didn't affect its position in people's hearts. In the past, it sought the immortal inheritance of the Central Plains. Its territory was boundless, and all the divine treasures in the world were gathered in the temple. Its prestige was great, and the heaven and Earth shook. It was the number one god dynasty that existed to pursue immortality. They disappeared in a single night. There were all kinds of suspense. Many people speculated that this race discovered the method to become immortal and used the power of the entire sect to open the path to immortality, but in the end, they were defeated. Of course, there were others who said that they were swept through by a dragon. That night, there were dragon cries that shook the 9 heavens, resounding through Central Province. Countless great sects heard it. There were also people who said that there was only one truth, and that was the appearance of an invincible Holy Spirit that devoured all the dragon energy of the number one ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains and seized the good fortune of the Yuhua god dynasty. Some people even said that Ruthless became an emperor and used a single hand to wipe out all of them. Moreover, he only used a single strike. It was an indiscriminate attack that wiped out the entire Yuhua god dynasty. As for what the truth was, it had long been buried in the dust of history. The people and events of the past had all been buried. No one could live for so long, not even the existences who had taken action. No matter what, the Yuhua god dynasty was unshakable as the number one power in the world in the past. Their collection was incomparable. After its destruction, all of its treasures were buried underground. All those years ago, countless people were searching for it, yet they didn't obtain anything. Now that the Ascension Ancestral Temple had emerged into the world, how could it not affect the hearts of all? They didn't want to rule over the world, only to become immortals and pursue the true meaning of longevity. The entire Central Plains was under their rule, and there was no lack of lost ancient books and records. They were the bloodline that understood ascension and flying immortals the most. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple has appeared. It is rumored that in the past, there were too many divine treasures displayed inside. There were methods to verify the Tao, as well as all kinds of holy objects. Every one of them was priceless and had to be offered as a divine artifact. That's right, the various comprehensions of the ancient cultivators are all within that temple. They were collected by them and carved into the walls, the crystallization of the wisdom of the past sages. On this day, all kinds of secrets and legends reappeared, exposed by the people. The matter of the Central Plains Ancestral Temple was of great importance, drawing the attention of all sides. Not only were the various human races moved, even the various ancient tribes were moved. Many people wanted to stick their foot in and get a piece of the soup. However, the appearance of human emperors had truly shocked them. There were no ancestral kings who dared to come out. The lands of the Eastern Wasteland's great sage not only headed for the Central Plains, there were even people who went to the Wavering Light Realm to seek confirmation, asking them what secrets there were. After all, the Wavering Light Realm was involved. The southern mountains and western desert were like this as well. Many undying inheritances paid close attention, sending large numbers of experts over to investigate in detail. The entire world was shocked, paying close attention. Central Plains in particular, the 100 sects were practically boiling. They grew up in this great land and experienced too much. No one understood better than them what that ancestral temple signified. The divine dynasties that pursue longevity have too many secrets, and the ancestral temple is their most sacred land, containing endless divine treasures. During these 2 days, the atmosphere within the collapsed dragon vein was tense. The 4 great divine dynasties and the Wavering Light Holy Land that were guarding this place felt a tremendous pressure. So many people came, how could they kill them all? The world couldn't calm down. Some precious information recorded in ancient books flowed out. Not only were there all kinds of insights of the past in the ancient temple, there was also the true feather ancient scripture engraved on the walls. If the ancient temple wasn't destroyed, everything could be found. In addition, in the past, the feather transformation god dynasty searched the world, stepping into the outer realm to find all kinds of immortal materials exclusive to the Great Emperor, wanting to repair a green cauldron. There might be some divine objects in the temple. The original stones that contained phoenix blood gold and immortal tears green gold might still be displayed in the ancient temple. If they could be found, it would be a great earthquake, an incomparably wondrous opportunity. The number one divine dynasty that once ruled half of the Central Plains is indeed extraordinary. Even the Black Emperor was speechless. There were some secrets that even he had never heard of. What they want to repair is most likely the green copper pieces. Yifan looked at the 2 pieces of old copper in his body. In that case, if they were in perfect condition, they would be a cauldron. In the feather transformation ancient dynasty, other than their own extreme emperor weapon, they also had a broken and most mysterious cauldron. This rumor shocked the ancient races. After asking around, they finally found out about the broken green copper cauldron. No one would have thought that the various treasures and insights of the past didn't make the ancient races go crazy. Instead, when the green copper first revealed some clues, it made them unable to sit still. Even though the human race great emperor appeared not long ago and the various ancient tribes trembled, because of the broken green copper cauldron, the royal, and great races still couldn't sit still. Many people moved out, of course, they were still very afraid. It was still because the saints didn't appear and they didn't dare to jump out. They were afraid that they would really anger the supreme existence of the human race and destroy them. That green cauldron had existed since the primordial era. Even the various ancient tribes didn't know how old it was. It often disappeared after appearing. Several ancient emperors had once searched for it. This broken cauldron had immeasurable value. It was said that it contained the secret of becoming an immortal. Brat, you have 2 pieces of green copper on you. When are you going to return this grandpa's piece? Duanda didn't let go of Yi Fan. One can't be too virtuous. It was clearly obtained by me, but back then, you always had designs on me. If you want it, that's fine. Give me the heaven-devouring devil cover in exchange, said Yi Fan. After entering the ancient temple this time, if there are still pieces of the green cauldron, I don't believe that you will be able to obtain them. Duanda said indignantly. This emperor has calculated with my fingers. That broken cauldron is fated with me. The Black Emperor also came forward. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the green copper piece after entering the ancestral temple. He was a powerful competitor. Damn it, a chicken has a mouth and a duck has a mouth. Why don't you join in as well? This poor Taoist wants to collect materials. Entering such an ancient temple is undoubtedly like entering a great tomb. I need a basin of 10,000-year-old black dog blood, no, a bucket. You should contribute some. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Emperor barked and bit fiercely, fighting to the death with him. These 2 fellows weren't good people. They were greedy and shameless. They were born to be at odds with each other. In the words of the 2 spiritual children, they were born to be troublemakers. In the heart of the Central Plains, the atmosphere in the Broken Dragon Vein was extremely tense. A world-shaking battle could break out at any time. The major forces of the human race and the ancient races all rushed over to enter the ancestral temple. The 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands disagreed, forming a terrifying confrontation. But they themselves couldn't enter the ancient temple to retrieve the divine treasures in a short period of time. The Yuhua god dynasty has been destroyed. Their ruins should belong to the people of the world. Everyone can enter the ancestral temple. Everything depends on one's own fate. No one knew who shouted such words first. Then, all the major forces and cultivators of the world shouted the same thing, forming a huge pressure. Even the 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands couldn't withstand it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of the Yaoguang Holy Land's black golden dragon cauldron, Great Xiao's Tai sovereign sword, and other emperor weapons, the cultivators of the world would have already fought their way in. Now, it was a stalemate. Peace talks. In the end, the 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands finally took a step back. They negotiated with the major forces, but their conditions were extremely harsh. They said that 60% of the divine treasures should belong to them. After all, they were the ones who dug this place out. Let's hurry up and prepare while they are negotiating. We can't fight a battle we're not competent in. We must prepare all kinds of materials, Qi Luo said. Not long after, they invited the blind old man and 2 Tian out of their seclusion. They wanted to combine the heaven-devouring demon pot and form a perfect imperial weapon. No one could predict what kind of battle would happen. But they always felt that many things were related to Ruthless. Bringing her weapon by their side was enough to suppress the situation. I have a feeling that after this ultimate battle, we might really have to leave, Yi Fan said to Peng Bo when there was no one around. Time is pressing. Let's hurry up and visit all our old friends. Don't leave any regrets, Peng Bo said. He was very reluctant to leave this world. Let's be more careful. I think we might face people like Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, Yao Guang Holy Child, Tian Prince, and Huang Shidao in this battle. There will be life and death battles, Yi Fan said solemnly. The Central Continent's negotiations were still in progress. All parties reached a consensus. No one was allowed to bring imperial weapons or holy weapons into the ancestral temple. Whoever damaged the ancient temple would be punished by the whole world. It was because it was rumored that there were many precious wall carvings inside the ancestral temple. They were the essence comprehended by the predecessors, all of them exploring the true meaning of longevity. Every single one of them had immeasurable value. More than 200,000 years ago, the Yuhua God dynasty spent great effort to collect them from all over the world. Some of them were even brought back from the outer realms. Every single one of them was a gem. Not a single stone carving could be lost. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that they would definitely encounter some great enemies. They were destined to fight head-on and carry out a life-and-death battle. Then, the peace talks reached a second consensus. Not everyone could enter the Central Continent's ancestral temple. Only sect master-level figures recognized by all parties had the qualifications. Otherwise, they could only kill their way in. The four great god dynasties and Yaoguang divided 40% of the quota. They weren't willing to give in anymore. The more experts that entered, the more powerful they would be. The winds and clouds of the 5 regions converged on the central plains. The appearance of the ancestral shrine stirred up a huge commotion, attracting the attention of the entire world. Many cultivators were taking action, preparing to enter the shrine at any time. Although the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land were still discussing with the other parties and hadn't opened it yet, that day was not far away. I won't fight a battle I'm not confident in. The Black Emperor had already gathered a large amount of precious materials to carve runes and formations in case of need. Duanda, on the other hand, believed that there must be something extraordinary in that place. After all, it was the #1 dragon vein in the Central Plains back then. Even though it was broken, there was still a vast amount of draconic energy. Perhaps something could be bred there. The Black Emperor was easier to deal with. A while ago, when Yi Fan set up a trap to kill the enemies, he had already bought many treasures. They were all bought at sky-high prices according to its requirements. Duanda, on the other hand, was a bit more troublesome. They were all unorthodox things like Yama soil, dead spirit flower, corpse bamboo, 9 underworld embryo, and so on. What kind of messy things are these? How can we find them? The group was startled. It wasn't easy to find them. These are all priceless materials. Apart from me, even those who refine forbidden weapons will need them, so it's not impossible to find them, said Duanda. He wasn't too worried because he had already obtained one of the main ingredients, the water of the Yellow Springs. Back then, when they chased after the Netherworld soldiers in the ancient purgatory. Under the falling Eagle Cliff, not only did they obtain the Netherworld grass, but they also took away the entire Yellow Springs. Now, the Netherworld grass was in the Heavenly Village's cemetery. No one was willing to carry it around with them all day. Even Yi Fan's ocean-like golden blood energy was repulsive. When Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others appeared in the Heaven Square, a commotion broke out. Many people couldn't help but look over. The battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range had shaken the world. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up into mountains. No one wasn't afraid, and even the ancient races were shaken. Now, very few people dared to go against Yi Fan. He had his own unique power in the world. Killing Yuan Gu, shooting down the divine suns, flattening the clan of the ancients, and other magnificent feats made people realize the power of the sacred physique of the human race. The Sky Square was huge, but after searching through every nook and cranny, he could only satisfy half of Duanda's needs. The things he needed were too rare, and many of them were unheard of. As long as they were interested in something, the exchange went smoothly. Even the ancient races weren't willing to offend Yi Fan. This was especially true with the sacred prince beside him. When the two of them walked together, it was truly an awe-inspiring sight. There was an indescribable might about them. Ever since Yi Fan killed Yuan Gu, let alone the humans, even the various ancient tribes believed that he would be invincible under the heavens in the future, able to stand side by side with the son of the ancient sovereign. Yuangu was the 8th-generation grandson of the primitive emperor. Although the power of his bloodline was weakened, it was not much weaker. Since Yifan was able to kill him, his potential should not be weaker than the emperor's son. This is the human race's holy body. I didn't see it in the last battle. The blood of the great enemy in the broken Sky Mountain range covered the mountain. Now that I see it, it is indeed extraordinary. Everywhere the group passed, there would be people discussing in low voices. This was a reputation gained through battle. From the unwillingness and provocation of the past to the fear of today, this was a great change. Is this the human race's holy body? So it looks like this. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he looks rather delicate and pretty. Is his combat strength so powerful? Some of the ancient race's young ladies were watching, their beautiful eyes flickering with splendor. There were many people in the sky square, and there were creatures from various tribes. Even the great sage Xianxia thinks highly of him. Even though he is a human and doesn't stand with us, he is still appreciated by the great sage. It had to be said that Yifan's name had shaken the tens of thousands of races after experiencing so many battles. Many people were paying attention to him, and everywhere he went, there would be many pairs of eyes staring at him. In the end, they left this place. Duanda hadn't gathered all the materials he needed, so he still had to search for them in other places. Central Continent's ancestral temple was a special place. It had existed in the black mist for more than 200,000 years. In Duanda's words, it was comparable to the most terrifying great tomb, so they had to treat it seriously. Yifan and the others all believed in his abilities, so they used all methods to satisfy his needs. They wouldn't go in without complete preparations. They could already predict that many people would die this time. We still lack a dozen or so materials. I'm worried that existences like the malicious spirits will appear. It's not safe to go in without complete preparations, said Duanda. No matter, we have the source. We can bid in all the auction houses in the world, said Yifan. He began to use all kinds of connections to gather these materials. Afterwards, he and Pang Bo began to visit friends from all walks of life. The Scarlet Dragon Daoist, the Peacock King, Saint Wei Yi of Jade Stone Square, the Jiang family, the Ji family, the Wind Clan, the Jade Pool, the 13 Great Bandits, Li Ruoyu of Humble Peak, the Sky Fiend Palace, the Barbarian Race, and so on. Their schedules were full every day, and they traveled through the void unceasingly. Perhaps once they entered the ancestral temple, they would step onto the 5-colored sacrificial altar and cross over. They didn't want to leave any regrets, so they met all their old friends one by one. I should go to the western desert, but it's too far away and I might not be able to find her, Yifan said to himself. He then decided to deal with the matters in front of him first. Next, Yifan began to divide the treasures. He hung many weapons on the stone cliff for Tong Tong, little Kair, and the 2 spirit children to choose. He was about to leave, so he left behind many spiritual items. How extravagant! Even Duanda and the Black Emperor were envious and almost fought over the items with the children. Even Qi Luo drew in a cold breath. None of the items left behind by Yifan were inferior. They were all priceless treasures that would inevitably cause a storm of blood in the outside world. For example, there was a small black chariot. Although it was only an inch long, it was sparkling and translucent, flowing with divine splendor. This was a king's chariot obtained from Wang Ting's younger brother. The spirit children, Gu Fei and Gu Lin, were very perceptive. They activated their spiritual qi and the small black chariot emitted tens of thousands of auspicious lights. It quickly enlarged and they sat on it, feeling very excited. The mystic magnet mountain was something that Yifan had brought back from the Ziwei ancient star region. It was a very malleable divine metal mountain that could continuously grow and evolve. In particular, the mystic magnet divine light that it contained was rare in the world. Little Tong Tong loved this treasure so much that she could not bear to part with it. Other than that, there was also the Thousand Slayers' Bow, the 8 Visions Palace's diamond chakram, and a series of other magic tools. They were all rare items, so Yifan kept them all. He then took out the broken purple golden hammer and gave it to Li Heishui and the others. What a good person, child of wealth. That green copper quick. Duanda rubbed his hands. Go away. Yi Fan kept the myriad chi cauldron and other things. He couldn't give them all away because he didn't plan to give up on cultivation. He also gave some of his trump cards to these old friends. He kept all the 81 small black flags, which were personally refined by the undying Heavenly Emperor. No one could tell how powerful they were. Qi Luo and the Black Emperor deduced that if they attacked with all their strength, they would most likely be able to wipe out a holy land. Pangbo didn't have many rare treasures on him, so there was nothing to keep. The 9 divine weapons were looted by Yi Fan from Duanda, which made the unscrupulous Daoist hate him every time he saw them. There were also a few stone nails, which were indeed divine materials. They were the tools used by the undying Heavenly Emperor to nail his coffin. They were indestructible, and their grades couldn't be seen. There was also an ancient Chaos Emperor talisman, which was given to him by Yi Fan to save his life. There was also a divine sword of hell dripping with blood. It was a damaged holy weapon that Yi Fan had seized from the Killer God Court when he was setting up a trap to kill a group of enemies. Yi Fan took out the immortal treasure map. He had obtained it from the primal chaos dragon lair and was prepared to give it to the monkey. It had once fallen into the hands of the Emperor of Fighting in ancient times. Perhaps the monkey could comprehend something from it. However, the monkey refused, saying that he could cultivate in this world and could find any divine brilliance. Moreover, the other side of the starry sky wasn't suitable for cultivators to live in, so he had to stay. Everyone gathered together to discuss what exactly it was. Qi Luo, Duanda, and the Black Emperor, the 3 old foxes, deduced that it was a scroll of the starry sky ancient road written by an emperor-level character. You must keep it well. You might be able to use it to find your way back in the future, everyone said, feeling somewhat sentimental. As for the Qilin divine medicine seed, Yi Fan didn't act pretentious and directly stated that he wanted to take it away. The earth's vitality might have dried up and most likely wasn't suitable for cultivators to live in. In the future, they might need the essence Qi it breathed to survive. For this, he had traveled all over the North region these days and dug up countless divine sources. Everything was for the Qilin seed to grow in the future and lay down a suitable pure land for it. Other than that, he had also purchased a large number of ancient medicines and spiritual herbs. He was prepared to plant them in the source pile so that they could emit spiritual qi and evolve an environment suitable for cultivation. Yi Fan took out the last divine medicine he had on him. There were only 3 of the divine fruits he had plucked from the forbidden ancient land. He gave them to the monkey, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others to save their lives. As long as they still had 1 breath left, they would definitely be saved. Other than that, Yi Fan kept 4 drops of the true dragon divine medicine juice and left the rest for his old friends. His 4 drops were for him, Pangbo's parents, and the others to extend their lives. If they had white hair and didn't have much lifespan left, 1 or 2 drops would be enough. Of course, because there were also the parents of Zhang Wencheng, Louis, and the others, he specially went to purchase a large number of precious medicines to save for when they returned. On the treasure division cliff, Tong Tong and the 2 spirit children all chose their favorite rare treasures. Only little Kayer blinked her large eyes and wrinkled her little nose as she hugged the milk bottle. She picked left and right, dissatisfied, and didn't like anything. Finally, the little fellow stared at the bell on the Black Emperor's neck. She felt that it was the most adorable and jingled as she walked. She stretched out her little hand, wanting to take it. The large black dog's dark face instantly became even darker, and the bell immediately disappeared. He couldn't give it away no matter what. This thing had a special meaning to him. If you want the bell, that's easy. I just happen to be going to find someone to settle some scores, so I'll take the number 1 divine bell below the saint weapon for you. Yi Fan dotingly stroked her head. Not long after, their group crossed the northern plains and found the Gold Clan to settle old scores. They were about to leave, but Yi Fan directly killed his way to their door. In the past, Jin Qishao and his elder brother had tried to deal with him. Even though they were both killed by him, they were only passively fighting back and defending themselves. Fellow Yi, it was all a misunderstanding in the past. My son has been spoiled rotten. Please forgive him if he has offended you. The Gold Clan's leader appeared, and when he saw Yi Fan and the monkey coming to settle the score, his heart trembled. And now, the fame of the human race's saint physique had spread throughout the world. If they really wanted to go against a certain great clan, even powerful beings like them would feel extremely uncomfortable. In the battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range, Yi Fan had caused all the great forces of the 5 regions to shudder in fear. Too many powerful cultivators had died, and now, no one dared to anger him anymore. Yi Fan also didn't want to really start a war. After the other party apologized and handed over the 9 heavens blue divine bell, they left. This bell was known as the number 1 divine bell below the saint weapon, and it had been left by the Jade Drop monarch of the Central Plains. In the past, it had been stained with blood, and later, the Gold Clan of the Northern Plains had auctioned it off and used the divine earth milk to wash it clean, restoring it to its original state. As expected, when little Kair saw this small dark green bell, she immediately threw away the milk bottle happily and directly hugged the fist-sized bell in her arms. Why do I feel that there aren't enough things? Let's buy everything as long as it's a spiritual item. When we return to Earth, we might not even see a single strand of hair, Pangbo said. In the next few days, he and Yi Fan began a frenzied sweep, buying everything they needed. And in this process, Yi Fan used all his power to search for little Nan Nan, wanting to find this pitiful little girl. I hope that I can find her before I leave. Nothing must happen to her. In the end, Yi Fan stepped onto the super formation platform that the Black Emperor had carved for him and headed to the Western Desert. This time, before he left, he wanted to see in Miaoyi. He didn't want to be in such a hurry like 12 years ago. The monkey set off with him. He wanted to go to Mount Meru to see his uncle. Last time in the ancient desolate forbidden land, he was in too much of a hurry and didn't ask about many things in detail. Western Desert was an ancient divine land with too many legends. Buddhists were everywhere and their faith was pious. It was a land close to the gods. Amitabha the great emperor possessed great wisdom, great benevolence, and great magical power. He had left behind too many legends here and had once made a great aspiration to walk through every inch of land on foot. He personally preached and spread his teachings, creating the glory of Buddhism today. Western Desert was a great region filled with Buddhists. Even though other inheritances could enter, it was difficult for them to become mainstream. Temples could be seen everywhere, as if lotuses were everywhere. It had to be said that this was a magnificent scene. A great region only respected one type of doctrine, creating a miracle that had never been seen since ancient times. This land contained endless mysteries. Arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas walked the mortal world together with all living beings. They produced miracles and saved people from suffering. It was also because of this that Buddhism became increasingly prosperous. Everyone here worshipped Buddha and were incomparably pious. There were often pilgrims who would kowtow with every step, walking towards the pure land of bliss in their hearts, Mount Meru, even though it would be difficult for them to reach it in their entire lives. From this, one could see how pure their hearts were. Everything they did was for the sake of worshipping Buddha. They had the most sacred faith. The clear immeasurable golden body lake, the majestic Bodhisattva plateau, the majestic ancient Buddha mountain. Buddhist holy land surged with auspicious energy all year round, attracting countless people to come and worship them. Yi Fan and the monkey crossed over from the eastern wasteland and entered this boundless land. It wasn't as they had imagined that there would be golden sand everywhere. Even though it was called Western Desert, there were mountains and rivers. There were quite a few deserts, but not all of them. There were large areas of fertile land, vast mountains and rivers, and there was no lack of spiritual energy and magnificent scenery. Did you notice that this land is different from the other 4 regions? As soon as they arrived, the monkey sensed something. That's right, there is an extremely pure power. Even though it is indiscernible, it truly exists. Strands of it are flowing through the entire world. Yi Fan was surprised. It could be said that there weren't many people who could sense this strange scene. It was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Only the monkey and him, who were born with rare bones, could sense it. The spiritual energy of Western Desert couldn't compare to the Central Plains. There weren't as many ancestral veins and spiritual energy seeping out. However, there was an extremely pure mysterious power pervading the air. What kind of divine power is this? Why can't we absorb it? The monkey was puzzled. Yi Fan was surprised and bewildered as well. No matter how he circulated it, it was difficult for him to bring a strand of the mysterious Tao energy into his body, and it was difficult for him to fuse with it and be used by Yi Fan. No wonder there are so many legends about the Western Desert. From ancient times until now, no matter if it's the demon race, archaic creatures, or even the mysterious divine spirits from outside the region, none of them are willing to step foot here. Along the way, they saw quite a few temples, all of them quiet and auspicious. The more such a place was, the more that mysterious power flowed about, strand after strand. This is the fluctuation of Buddha nature? The two of them looked at each other in astonishment. Just how vast was the Buddhist energy needed to pervade the entire heaven and earth? It was simply vast and unfathomable. This is unbelievable. Could it be that the great Buddha Amitabha is still alive? Monkey exclaimed. When they thought of this possibility, both of them were stunned. Other than him, who else would have such an abundant amount of dharmic energy that could circulate through the entire Western Desert? This was simply unheard of and exceeded the imaginations of others. From afar, the ancient temple's bell chimed, able to purify one's soul, causing one's heart to resonate with it. They couldn't help but want to convert to Buddhism, wanting to head over and pay their respects, entering the gate of emptiness. Too mysterious. Yi Fan and Monkey felt bewildered in their hearts as countless questions appeared in their hearts. The boundlessness of the Buddhist Tao caused them to feel a trace of emotion. As they continued on, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles they traveled. Finally, they saw a demon, and it was an ancient demon at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. However, it had become a protector of an ancient temple. This is too strange, even such a huge demon was converted. Buddhism truly causes people to revere it. The monkey sighed. At this moment, they finally understood why the primordial spirit didn't come to the Western Desert to flaunt his might after he appeared. The fluctuations of Buddha nature were strange and there was a possibility that some of them might be converted. The Ailan ancient temple was a temple with a long history. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed. The temple collapsed and was repaired repeatedly, but the incense offerings never stopped. It was rumored that this was one of the holy temples of Buddhism. Buddha Amitabha once stopped here to preach and discuss the Tao. It was also because of this that this place became a place of pilgrimage. In front of the ancient temple, there were many people burning incense and worshipping seriously. Smoke rose in spirals, filled with Buddha nature. There was an indescribable fluctuation in this ancient land. This place is truly not simple. It's most probably the place where Buddha Amitabha preached in the past. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed as he seriously surveyed the place. He and the monkey headed west and finally saw an extremely famous ancient temple. They naturally wanted to carefully observe it, but in the end, their expressions all changed. The more I look at it, the more extraordinary it seems. This was the monkey's instinctive reaction. Their embryonic bones were rarely seen throughout the ages. Only in this great era, when the princes of the supreme ancient immortal realms broke out of their seals and came to the mortal world, could they be comparable to them. Maybe, only people like them, who were born with extraordinary bodies, could sense the mysteries of the Western Desert. This was especially so for this type of holy temple. There is a type of majestic aura, Yi Fan said. He calmed his heart and mind and carefully observed the area before him. He discovered that the simple and unadorned temple instantly erupted with endless golden light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. There was a type of golden Buddha nature radiance spreading outwards. What a powerful wave of majestic aura. Endless Buddha light illuminated everything. It was as if there was a great Buddha sitting upright, dignified, and divine, inviolable. The monkey said. Ordinary people couldn't see anything at all. Even if you were a great king or a saint, you could only sense a type of Buddha divinity and wouldn't see any abnormal scenes. Dang, the great bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner, as if it came from the ancient past. Then, chanting rang out, purifying one's spirit, making one feel increasingly tranquil. It was as if one's entire being was sublimated. The others were all worshipping the Buddha statue in this holy temple. Only Yi Fan and the monkey stood in the distance, quietly watching. At this moment, they saw through the endless golden light and saw several old monks sitting within the ancient temple. They were bathed in Buddha splendor, their appearances dignified, not moving at all. Swoosh, the old monks all opened their eyes. It was as if they could break through the layers of the temple and also see them. At this moment, the temple pillars and walls couldn't obstruct them. There was only Buddha light between the two parties and nothing else. The two benefactors both have true wisdom roots, rarely seen since ancient times. You have seen the true nature of Buddha. Buddha. An old monk's voice rang out. Yi Fan and the monkey cupped their hands in the distance and didn't say anything. Instead, they became much more vigilant. These old monks all had extraordinary powers and the Buddha sect was unfathomably deep. Then, they retreated, not wishing to cause any trouble. When they turned around, it was as if there was a great Buddha sitting in the void. There was a type of strange power that was attracting them. Just now, in that moment of absent-mindedness, I actually had the thought of converting to Buddhism. The monkey said. Yi Fan nodded. The two of them looked at each other in dismay, revealing expressions of disbelief. They felt that the western desert was shrouded in layers of mist and that it was impossible to speculate. Do you think Buddha is still alive? The monkey suddenly spoke. That's not too likely. This person appeared in this world countless years ago. No one can live for so long, Yi Fan said. Buddha, like the other great emperors, had countless legends. It was said that he came from beyond the heavens and crossed the star domain to arrive here. He passed down his teachings and left behind an unparalleled reputation. I always felt that the western desert is very mysterious. There are strands of Buddha nature fluctuating in the entire world. Apart from Buddha, who else could cause such abnormalities? The monkey muttered mysteriously. Don't tell me that you want to say that the great emperor of Buddhism is still alive on Mount Meru? Yi Fan said. Suddenly, the monkey was shocked and said, this is only the place where Buddha preaches the Tao and imparts the Tao, yet it is already so strange. It makes me so close to Buddha that I even felt a moment of absent-mindedness and wanted to convert. What do you think will happen if one lives in the great Thunderclap Monastery all year round? He suddenly thought of his uncle who cultivated on Mount Meru all year round. Was he borrowing the Buddhist sect's techniques to break through or was he mysteriously enlightened? He quivered and shivered. It can't be. The victorious fighting Buddha technique transcends nature. Who can enlighten him? Now that he has entered the pure land of bliss, he should be the one enlightening others, Yi Fan said with a smile. The monkey said, I'm still a little worried. I went to see him in the past but I didn't succeed. I felt an incomparable dignity and holiness lingering around Mount Meru. At that time I felt complicated and didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it, that Buddha nature is many times stronger than the El in ancient temple. Now, even the evil subduing pestle of Buddhism is under his control. You're thinking too much, Yi Fan said. Maybe I'm thinking too much, the monkey said to himself. Before long, they entered the depths of the western desert and saw an ancient city. It was enormous and majestic, and their special embryonic bones immediately sensed it. They calmed their hearts and observed, and were immediately shaken. Strands after strand of Buddha nature rose up and flew in all directions. When they gathered together, it could be said that the radiance was boundless. Others couldn't see it, but Yi Fan and the monkey could clearly sense it. This was a boundless light that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. A rain of light gathered, covering tens of thousands of meters. There was an immortal aura, and it was extremely holy and pure. This was a strange power unique to the western desert. Right, I understand now. It's a bit similar to the aura of the great sage summoned by the evil ghost. This is pure faith power. Yi Fan said. This place was a famous Buddhist city in the western desert, enough to rank in the top 20. Many Buddhists gathered here, and the population was countless. The power gathered here was naturally world-shaking. From the perspective of others, they wouldn't be able to sense anything. There was no boundless Buddha light at all. However, Yi Fan and the monkey could see that they were both stunned. Now I believe that the power of the western desert doesn't originate from one person, but from the pure will power of millions and millions of living beings. The monkey sighed, seemingly relieved. However, Yi Fan's hair stood on end. Do you remember that the ancient great emperors all had techniques to extend their bodies and make them immortal? The will power of all living beings in the western desert has been like this since ancient times. They're all chanting the name of one person. How terrifying do you think he is? The monkey's golden fur stood on end, and the worry in his heart that had just disappeared increased by countless times. He looked in the direction of Mount Meru and gasped. You're saying that from ancient times until now, with so much willpower flowing through the body of one person, Amitabha the Great is still alive? The Amitabha Buddha was still alive. The moment these words left his mouth, the monkey's chi and blood surged. If this was the truth, just the thought alone was enough to make one tremble. Up ahead, boundless Buddha light condensed from the willpower of all life. It was pure and divine, illuminating the great earth with boundless brilliance. This is just a thought of mine, it can't be taken seriously. If he was still alive, how could others succeed in corroborating the Tao? Yi Fan said. However, there were still many doubts in his heart. The ancient emperors didn't necessarily have to corroborate the Tao in this ancient star. Some people came from outer space, and even the Amitabha Buddha himself came from outer space. The monkey's heart was heavy. This ancient star contained endless secrets. From ancient times until now, it was unknown how many powerful beings had rushed over, all of them searching for something. The various races from the ancient times also came from outer space. That's true. Yi Fan nodded, looking pensive. However, he still shook his head. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how powerful a person was, they most likely wouldn't be able to live for hundreds of thousands of years. You don't believe me? I've always felt that the Western Desert is the most mysterious place. Other religions wouldn't be able to establish a foothold here. Everyone is pious and worshipping the Buddha. This is an unprecedented miracle. The monkey said in a low voice. There were so many people worshipping the Buddha. It had always been like this since ancient times. Everyone was chanting the name of the Amitabha Buddha. One couldn't help but feel shocked. If all of this was added to the body of a single person, perhaps they could truly become immortal. Up ahead, there was just an ancient city, yet there was boundless Buddha light soaring into the sky. If all the willpower of the past and present were added together, what kind of scene would it be? The monkey only thought about it and felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but say, it makes one tremble and feel their hair stand on end. The Amitabha Buddha. Yi Fan chanted and immediately discovered that there was a mysterious power flowing. It was extremely strange. This ancient land of the Western Desert really made one feel unimaginable. Brother Monkey, most likely only you, me, Huang Shudao, and Fire Qilin can sense it. Try chanting the Amitabha Buddha and see what you feel. The monkey tried and was shocked. There is a type of divine power resonating in this land. I believe that if the people of the Buddhist sect frequently chant the words Amitabha Buddha, they would be able to add to their own magical power. That's right. That's right. The Western Desert is unfathomable, said Yi Fan. Because of this, I increasingly feel that Amitabha is still alive, and he's unbelievably powerful. All living beings recite Amitabha and cast his immortal body, while he bestows Buddhist energy on everyone, making his followers even more devout, forming a terrifying cycle. I don't think the Amitabha Buddha is still alive. I just think that the waters of the Western Desert Buddhist sect run deep. We shouldn't delve too deeply into it. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. After all, we're in this land. Yi Fan had a similar feeling. Could it be that whatever we say here will be sensed by some sort of existence? The monkey looked into the void and then looked in the direction of Mount Meru. Yi Fan muttered to himself, the last great emperor before the primordial era was Wuxi, and the last great emperor after the primordial era was Qing Emperor. They both attained their Tao on this ancient planet, so I think Amitabha Buddha is no longer in this world. But from ancient times until now, this boundless Buddhist energy can accumulate into boundless Buddhist radiance like the vast ocean. Who obtained it in the end, and where did it all go? Asked the monkey. Yi Fan said, as long as it's a human, there'll be a day when they die. The other great emperors were as strong as vicious, reigning supreme in both ancient and modern times, creating all sorts of world-shaking cultivation techniques. Even divine embryos were born, opening up a different path of immortality. Why didn't they choose the path of faith of all living beings? Even someone as strong as Wuxi, who could step into the forbidden zone and trample on the great Tao, didn't choose this path. This means that it's very difficult to truly be immortal. I think it's impossible for Amitabha Buddha to live for hundreds of thousands of years because of this. This boundless Buddhist radiance and boundless Buddhist energy isn't for forging his immortal body, but for other purposes. Then tell me, the entire Western Desert is filled with such pure divine energy. Who exactly did it achieve in the end? The monkey decided to get to the bottom of it. Buddhism cultivates the afterlife. It's the most mysterious of things. Let's not make rash guesses. The waters of the Western Desert run too deep, and it's not something we can set foot into. Yi Fan warned. The monkey nodded thoughtfully. Because he had the power of the Emperor of Fighting's bloodline, and now that he was in the Western Desert, he could clearly sense a mysterious power. If he continued to pursue it, he might actually provoke something. A worried expression appeared on his face as he gazed at Mount Meru. That was the center of the Western Desert. From ancient times until now, boundless Buddhist energy had been concentrated there. It truly worried him. You don't need to be worried. I think your uncle has long since discovered something. He can see more clearly than we can. Perhaps that's what attracted him, comforted Yi Fan. I hope that's the case. If there's nothing else, I won't come to the Western Desert again, unless I become a saint one day. The monkey's fiery eyes shone with divine light. The two of them continued on their way. The monkey wanted to go to the Great Thunderclap Monastery, and Yi Fan was making inquiries to find out which ancient temple in Miao was in. They were still traveling the same way. Buddhism believes in the afterlife, and cultivates the Tao fruit of the future. Do you think Amitabha Buddha will appear in the future? Asked the monkey after a long moment of contemplation. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He had also thought of this, but he didn't want to talk about it in the Western Desert. Every time he chanted the words Amitabha Buddha, a mysterious aura would fill the air, and he didn't want to be implicated in any karma. Don't tell me that the Sakyamuni Buddha really has something to do with Buddha? Is it because of his devil shell? Or does it have something to do with the will of the gods? Mumbled the monkey. Let's stop here. Let's talk about it when we get back. There's no need to talk about it in the Western Desert. Yi Fan stopped him. The monkey coughed dryly, ending the discussion. Yi Fan searched for Miaoi, hoping to see her one last time. However, the Western Desert was filled with temples, and it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He searched for many days to no avail. He followed Miaoi's cultivation method and searched for a few more days. Finally, he found some clues and roughly guessed where she had gone. In Buddhism, the Tao of passion and desire had undergone a process of nirvanic rebirth and transformation. From the most primitive abstinence to the cultivation of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. Yi Fan speculated that since Miaoi had come to the Western Desert, she would definitely search for the origin, and explore the evolution of this method. She would most likely start with the sound, smell, and realization, which was the most primitive attitude of Buddhism toward emotion. Tracing back to the origin, it should be the Agama Sutra, the most basic scripture of Buddhism. It contained the Buddha's foundation establishment method. If Miaoi wanted to go further, she would definitely start from the origin. Several days later, he found out that there was an ancient temple in the world known as the Agama Temple, which contained the true meaning of the Agama Sutra. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed 10,000 years ago and could no longer be found. From this, it could be seen how deep the waters of Buddhism ran. Although they all revered the Amitabha Buddha, there were also various schools of thought, and there were also areas where there were conflicts in the evolution of the teachings. They continued westward, getting closer and closer to Mount Meru. During these days, Yi Fan had been in the Western Desert, and everything he had seen and heard had impacted him greatly. This was truly a flourishing age. The Western Desert was vast and boundless, but there was only one Buddhist sect. It could be said that the power of a single sect was comparable to the combined power of all the sects in any other region. In the present age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Buddhism the #1 sect in the world. Yi Fan and the monkey visited many ancient temples, and saw many reclusive divine monks, all of whom had unfathomable depths. Yi Fan had a vague feeling that the entire Western Desert was extraordinary, as if it didn't belong to this world, and might fly away in the future. Legend has it that the Yuhua God dynasty wanted to ascend, but in the end, it was reduced to ashes. Will this Buddhist land have the same plans in the future? After all, the power of will is too vast, and this is where their foundation lies. Yifan muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became, and his thoughts became more and more scattered. In an instant, he came into contact with many crucial things. Inexplicably, he realized that this was a great world, and that Buddhism was even more prepared. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and quickly asked, "Brother Monkey, all the ancient tribes have awakened in this era. Was this part of the primordial emperor's plan, or did the various tribes have a prior agreement and just happened to make this choice?" It was passed down by the ancient elders of the divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Fire Chelan Cave, and other places. It could also be said that it was the result of the primordial emperor's calculations, the monkey said seriously. That's right, people had already found this place in the ancient era. As for this era, the ancient races have awakened one after another. In this case, the most crucial time has already been pointed out. Yifan muttered to himself. Then, the divine light in his eyes was terrifying. He said, "The most heaven-defying change since ancient times will happen in this era." In the blink of an eye, he understood some innate things and thought through many things that he didn't understand. This ancient planet was definitely special. Why did the ancient emperors come here? Why did the ancient sovereigns seal their children in this era? To these people, perhaps only becoming immortals could tempt them. What else could there be other than that? In the future, a shocking change would definitely happen. Most of the great ancient emperors came from beyond the heavens, and the ancient emperors might be the same. From this, I can roughly deduce the number of great emperors since ancient times, and even how many ancient planets with life there are. The more Yifan thought, the more he deduced. I dare not say the entire universe, because it is truly too big and boundless. But at the very least, with this ancient planet as the center, the range that it can radiate, the number of ancient planets with life, and the number of great emperors can be deduced. Moreover, the ancient starry sky path is also a key point. Is it the path in the region that this radiation can reach, or does it have a more special meaning? Oh, this seems wrong. Laozi and Sakyamuni have been chasing after it without stopping. Half a month later, Yifan finally obtained clues about the Agama temple from a Buddhist disciple. It had long been rebuilt and was on the Au highlands, adjacent to the sky. At this time, they were still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Mount Meru. Yifan was shocked. Even from such a distance, he could feel a boundless divine might in front of him. It was majestic and imposing. In a daze, he saw a boundless Buddhist light rushing into the sky, drowning the entire world in front of him. The pure power of faith from ancient times to the present had been added to that place. It was divine and dignified. In the end, Yifan and the monkey separated. They each went on their own way to do their own things. The Au highlands was so high above sea level that it made people sigh in admiration. It was even higher than the mountains in other places. Most of the year, it was covered in snow and bitter cold. Now, it was the shortest time of the year when spring was in full bloom. The highlands were full of vitality. Grass sprouts broke through the soil and flowers bloomed brilliantly. The aura of life pervaded the air. Suddenly, in the distance, Yifan felt an indescribable power calling out to him. It was divine and auspicious, guiding him forward. It was as if he was bathed in immortal splendor and felt comfortable all over. What's going on? He didn't talk to himself and looked forward. Before long, his heart trembled violently. He felt the power of transforming into the Tao. A saint was transforming into the Tao. Benefactor from afar, this old monk has been waiting for you for a long time. There was a dilapidated stone platform in front of him. An old monk was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how many years he had lived. His flesh and bones were burning, and he was on the verge of transforming into the Tao. This was actually an ancient holy monk, also known as a Buddha. Holy monk, do you know who I am? You came from the other side of the starry sky. This old monk saw the future before I passed away and has been waiting for you all this time, said the emaciated and burning ancient Buddha. You. Yifan was shocked. Before this poor monk will borrow the power of the Amitabha Buddha to help you eliminate a strand of faith from an unmatched existence outside this realm, said the old monk. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient ship in the battlefield of the ancient saints outside the heavens made a light ding sound. As if it sensed something, a voice said to itself, "Is it the Umaba Buddha?" What are you talking about? Yi Fan was bewildered and took a few steps back. This was an ancient Buddha who had transformed into the Tao. It was surprising to see him here, and what he said was even more inexplicable. The old monk was as thin as a stick and his body was withered. He emitted bright and holy flames. His body was transparent and almost transparent. Everything inside could be seen. This stone platform was auspicious and was covered by the aura of the great Tao. It was almost crystal clear. An ancient saint transforming into the Tao was an earth-shattering event. The purest power of the Tao was circulating. This place was incomparably mysterious. There is a will wrapped around your bones. If I hadn't seen the future before I passed away, I wouldn't have been able to detect it even if I were a saint, the old monk said. His snow-white eyebrows turned into ashes in the tribulation fire. His bones were creaking and about to be destroyed. Yi Fan found it unbelievable. Did he have a kind of telekinesis? When did he get it? Why would it wrap around his bones? He was skeptical, but he could feel the sincerity of this old monk. There was no need to lie to such an expert who was about to transform into the Tao. Moreover, if the ancient saint wanted to harm him, a finger would be enough to kill him or even enlighten him by force. The ancient Buddha's glabella opened a slit and a ray of light shot out. It could illuminate everything and made Yi Fan's body transparent. He could clearly see a slender green divine chain wrapped around his left arm. A wisp of telekinesis from a supreme existence in the outer realm. When did I get entangled? He revealed a shocked expression. Could it be because of the ancient coffin pulled by the 9 dragons? Or was it related to the chaos star where the crocodile ancestor was suppressed? Or did he provoke something in the Ziwei ancient star region? Yi Fan instantly thought of all kinds of possibilities. He kept thinking and felt that everything was possible. Then, he inadvertently thought of another scene. More than half a year ago, he, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi had returned from the Ziwei ancient star region. They had conducted various explorations in the outer space battlefield ruins above this ancient star. First, they had obtained a god flower. Then, they had personally witnessed an ancient ship traversing from the depths of the universe. It was a small metal boat, only about 3 meters long, and it was tightly sealed. At that time, they had sensed an extremely weak aura inside, as if its life was about to come to an end. At that time, he, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi were all shaken. That was an ancient ship that came from the depths of the cosmos. It was unknown just how many years it had existed for, as if it had experienced an endless amount of time. They didn't dare provoke it at all, quickly leaving, descending on this ancient star. Now, Yi Fan carefully thought about it and naturally thought of that scene. This was an existence he had come into contact with in the outer realms, so he couldn't help but be suspicious. That mysterious existence left a wisp of psyche power on me. Did something bad happen? He couldn't help but ask. I'm fine now, there's no need to worry. This psyche power can only allow him to sense your existence. After all, the outer realm is too far away from the surface. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future, said the old monk. At this moment, his withered body was transforming into the Tao, continuously turning into light, turning into strand after strand of Tao laws, entering heaven and earth. His flesh and bones flickered with golden light, splitting apart inch by inch. In addition, the monastic robe on his body was clearly a holy weapon. It was also transforming along with him, turning into scarlet divine chains of order that interweaved together. What kind of cultivation realm was this? His flesh, bones, and primordial spirit burned within the fiery light, continuously transforming into the Tao. However, his face was full of benevolence, not moving at all. Even if Mount Tai collapsed, he wouldn't frown in the slightest. Right now, he was walking towards the end of his life, about to disappear from this world, yet he looked at it so indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. This was an ancient Buddha that transcended the world. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. This kind of carefree ancient saint was rarely seen in this world. He never thought that the first time he met him, it would be a parting of death. He was about to see him transform into the Tao and die. Senior, please show me the right path, help me out of this predicament. I'll help you dissolve it. The old monk chanted Amitabha. His entire body released resplendent golden light, stirring up the great Tao of heaven and earth. Buddhist fluctuations scattered across the Au Plateau. Hong, the great Tao of the entire western desert, seemed to be drawn over. The willpower of all living beings transformed into endless light. The radiance was endless, submerging the world and surging over. A great golden Buddha appeared, holding Yi Fan in its palm. Then, it stirred up the endless Buddhist light of the western desert, enveloping him within the heavens and earth. Millions and millions of rays of Buddhist light poured down on his body like a golden waterfall. This was a type of baptism. The pure willpower came from Mount Meru, like a type of supreme Tao fruit overflowing. It was difficult to describe. It cleansed his Tao bones, cleansed his flesh, and caused every inch of his body to flicker with brilliance. All flaws were healed. Chang, Yi Fan heard a light sound from within his body, as if an iron chain had been broken. He felt as if some kind of restraint had been broken. He was immediately startled. There was indeed something strange. At the same time, a green divine chain flew out. It was clearly visible within the golden Buddha divine splendor. It wanted to escape into the heavens, making zing-zing sounds. Golden Buddha splendor surged, imprisoning it and preventing it from escaping. The ancient holy monk had a compassionate expression on his face. He borrowed the willpower of Mount Meru to pull the green chain into his own body, transforming it into the Tao with him. Pop! A light sound rang out. The mysterious willpower dissipated, merging with the natural laws of heaven and earth. Yi Fan was completely free and let out a sigh of relief. Many thanks, Senior. Pure willpower poured into his body. This was a type of gift. It washed away the impurities of the mortal world, solidified one's own Tao fruit, and purified everything. Yi Fan's body was like seven-colored glass, shining with precious splendor. His entire body was flawless and without a speck of dirt. It was as if he had become a deity, his appearance dignified and dignified. At this moment, he felt even more ethereal. He wanted to force his way through this trial, defying the heavens and severing the Tao. However, the golden divine splendor flickered, and in the end, he was only able to stabilize himself. At the same time, a fluctuation was transmitted from the ancient ship in the foreign battlefield. Amitabha. He has also come to this world. The Tao field is indeed the most mysterious. Using Mount Meru as the foundation, what are you trying to evolve? On the Au Plateau, on top of the ruined stone platform, the old monk transformed into the Tao and the golden Buddha flames. Most of his body was burned away, but his expression didn't change. He released a smile as pure as a baby's. Yi Fan bowed again to express his gratitude. What did Senior see? He earnestly asked for guidance. He was eager to know everything that would happen in the future. Before the flame of life was extinguished, I only saw a corner of the future. It was like a withered yellow leaf that was occasionally blown into the sky by the great wind, and I saw a wider world. However, in the end, it will fall. It is only a leaf, how can it see through the entire world? It was only a moment of clarity. Yi Fan was startled. This was indeed an ancient Buddha who had achieved the Tao. He smiled faintly while transforming into the Tao. He was calm and natural, exceptionally extraordinary and refined. Buddhism talks about karma. Senior has helped me resolve my predicament, and this junior doesn't know how to repay you. For you, the effect is in the present, and the cause is in the future. For me, the cause is in the present, and the effect is in the future. The old monk's body was almost completely burned away. His Tao bones were all broken, and each of them sparkled. The Xianxia holy weapon on his body had completely turned into ashes. Senior, please enlighten me. You will bestow the grace of Buddhism upon me. I am happy to see the Dharma complete. This time I will go to the other side of the starry sky. You will be the protector of my sect. His bones were broken in the flames, but he was still peaceful and calm. He held a lotus in his hand and smiled. Yi Fan was bewildered. This old monk was indeed extraordinary. He could even foresee the faraway hometown. As expected of an ancient Buddha. Next, the old monk said something that made Yi Fan stagger and almost fall to the ground. He was going to take the scriptures and he was going to be the protector. Wait, what are you talking about? Don't tell me it's to go to the west to obtain scriptures or something? He couldn't bear it. The ancient Buddha smiled and shook his head, saying that he was thinking too much. There was only karma, and it was also fate. It wasn't what he was thinking. Yifan calmed his heart and understood what he wanted. He revealed a strange expression. Was there really reincarnation and afterlife in the future of Buddhism? He asked seriously. The old monk said, if you believe it, then it exists. If you don't believe it, then it doesn't. As time passes, there will be two identical flowers in the world. After thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Senior, have you seen Gautama Buddha? 2,000 years ago, I traveled to the foot of Mount Meru and saw him coming down the mountain. This Buddha walked among the mortal world and didn't come from the Tempest Temple. He usually lived in various wild temples. Burying him on the other side of the starry sky was the only request of the ancient Buddha. He wanted to see all the true Buddha nature after death. You want to see the Dharma of Gautama Buddha. Isn't this contrary to your cultivation? Yifan was doubtful. I respect Amitabha and also recognize all the true Buddha nature. I don't know if Gautama Buddha is the demonic shell of the Buddha. I'm only looking for a lost scripture. May I ask which ancient Buddha you are, senior? Yifan really wanted to know. Buddhism talked about reincarnation and afterlife. This old monk most likely had a great background. Was he an ancient Buddha in the myths and legends? The name is fake. In the end, it's all for nothing. All the Buddhas have such a peaceful nature until they reach nirvana. There's no origin, and there's no place to go. The old monk transformed into Tao in the firelight. Divine rules of order melted into heaven and earth. Yifan was pushed into the endless distance by a gentle force. Otherwise, he would also transform into Tao. This was an earth-shattering event. The place was enshrouded in mist. The golden light of Buddha drowned the plateau in an instant. The old monk's bones were all broken. His flesh and blood turned into light. In the end, he completely transformed into Tao and was removed from the world. After a long time, Yifan walked over and picked out a saraira from the ashes. It was the size of a child's fist. It was perfectly round and sparkling. It emitted an immortal divine radiance. In the afterlife, it would exist if you believed it. Yifan was silent. In the end, he shook his head and put away the saraira. He walked on the Au plateau and saw pilgrims one after another. They kowtowed with every step and walked toward the Au sacred lake on the plateau with incomparable devotion. Along the way, there were soft grass and cold rocks. However, they didn't think it was a hardship. Instead, they were full of spirit and had faith in their hearts. This scene deeply shocked Yifan. He fell into deep thought. The spiritual world with faith wouldn't be empty. Telekinesis was also a form of cultivation. However, those who proved their Tao couldn't believe in others. They had to believe in themselves. Perhaps for mortals, this was a form of sustenance that satisfied their souls. He couldn't help but look at the invisible Mount Meru. Amitabha was truly unfathomable. In front of him, there was a sacred lake. It was clear and sparkling. This was the Au lake on the plateau, a holy land of Buddhism. There was a temple by the lake. It wasn't grand or majestic and only occupied a small area. It was just a small temple, but it was the Ahama temple that Yifan was looking for. A beauty stood in front of the Ahama temple. She was otherworldly and auspicious. She was like a blooming lotus flower as she stood there quietly. It was in Miaui. My master transformed into Tao and saw the future. I already know that you will travel far. And Miaoi's charming voice traveled over. Her true nature was still there and she hadn't slain him yet. Afterward, the two of them didn't say anything and started to walk around the Au sacred lake. They walked side by side like a pair of Buddhas who had transcended the mortal world. The Au sacred lake was clear and translucent. It was a bright pearl on the plateau. It was said that Amitabha had once bathed here and planted green lotuses. People would often kowtow to it with every step they took just to worship. Some old herdsmen would walk for years at a time, and some would even die on the way. However, they did not think of it as suffering. Instead, they savored and enjoyed the process, treating it seriously. Each pilgrimage was equivalent to a spiritual sublimation. Even though these people were covered in wounds, they would still be full of spirit the moment they arrived at Au Lake. It was as if they had accomplished the most important thing in their lives. Yi Fan and Miaoi walked around the lake. Neither of them spoke and just walked in silence like a celestial couple. Then, they walked into the depths of the plateau. They saw some pilgrims who were incomparably pious and worshipping with their lives. Divine radiance overflowed from the top of each person's head. Their hearts were entrusted to them. This was also a kind of cultivation. Only people like Yi Fan could see it. The altitude here was very high. The grass on the ground was fresh and the sky was exceptionally blue. The clouds seemed to be right above their heads, as if they could reach out and touch them. Yi Fan and Miaoi didn't say anything this entire time. They just silently walked like that, stepping on the grass, moving side by side on the plateau, all the way until the sun set in the west. Their shadows became extremely long, scattering down an expanse of red radiance. There were some things that didn't need to be said. They walked side by side just like that. They both understood the path ahead and knew the final result. In the end, they returned to the Agama temple. Under the setting sun, the entire temple was dyed in a layer of golden divine splendor. It was exceptionally holy and beautiful. Beside them, the lake was sparkling, reflecting the blue sky and the pure white clouds. It also reflected their figures, making them look as graceful as jade. "You have to take care." Yi Fan looked at her in a daze. He was about to leave. He felt a bit sour in his heart. A person was so insignificant and there were many things he could not change. A heavenly chasm was about to appear. He had no choice. This was a kind of helplessness. A river of stars had cut off the future, separating the people on both sides. It would be difficult to cross even if they spent their entire lives. Looking up at the brilliant stars, they could only watch the flowers bloom on the other side. "I think I can sever my path now." And Miaoi stood by the lake, her face radiant under the sunset glow. Her eyes sparkled and eventually turned into tears. Yi Fan took out an ancient bronze lamp he had obtained from the ruined Thunderclap Temple on Mars. It was the only intact artifact, but it was no longer flickering. He gave the green lamp to Miaoi, and a spark streaked across the wick of the lamp. They circled the sacred lake one last time, and Miaoi said softly, "Be careful on your journey." When he turned around again, that figure by Lake Au was still there. Her style was truly unmatched, becoming an eternal elegance. The entire sunset glow scattered down on her body. "I severed my path, but I forgot the past." Two streams of crystal-clear tears rolled down in Miaoi's beautiful eyes. She stared blankly at the disappearing silhouette. A streak of light shot out from her sparkling white forehead, entering the green lamp in her hand. The Tao light was resplendent, and with a flicker of the wick, the lamp immediately lit up. From then on, it would shine forever, difficult to extinguish. "Who am I? Who is he?" And Miaoi was very peaceful. She looked at the figure in the distance, but she also cared about herself. Tears rolled down her face as she stood in front of the temple. The setting sun dyed her body red. Divine splendor flowed about, making her look even more otherworldly. She was bright and flawless, without a speck of dust. Hong. At this moment, auspicious signs appeared in the Au highlands. Divine lotuses appeared on the ground and Buddha light filled the sky. A mysterious aura filled every inch of space. A female bodhisattva appeared behind her. She smiled as she picked up a flower and filled the sky. She was surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. 1,000 types of great Tao and 10,000 types of deities appeared. Dang, bells rang in many ancient temples throughout the western desert. A female bodhisattva appeared with Buddha light and appeared in the sky above every temple. This shocked many people. The bell sounds were long and drawn out. Under the beautiful setting sun, Miaoi severed her path and produced a miraculous scene that appeared in the world. She was surrounded by all kinds of divine splendor. The sun, moon, and stars rotated and she became more and more holy. Only tears hung on her face as she said to herself, "I have forgotten. Then I will sever everything." Dang. Within the Au temple, the sound of the bell resounded and Buddha light flourished. Strand after strand of light shot out from the space between her eyebrows and entered the green lamp. The flame danced and became bright. I suddenly realized that the origin of Wonderful Heart was like a cracked shell. There were 6 pleasures in the dream, but after I realized it, there was nothing sacred and ordinary. And Miaoi retracted her gaze. She was dressed in light clothing and sat cross-legged on a precious lotus. Her hands formed dhyana mudras. She was elegant and otherworldly. The last 2 drops of tears rolled down her face. There was no longer a trace of sadness. On the horizon, Yi Fan did not leave. He stood there the entire time. When he saw the final scene, his heart ached. The setting sun disappeared and Buddha light retreated. All kinds of strange phenomena vanished. And Miaoi disappeared and a chanting sound could be heard. Yi Fan stood on the horizon and silently gazed at the Au sacred lake. He was like a stone statue, motionless until the stars filled the sky and the morning glow rose. After a night, he faced the rising sun and walked towards the east. He didn't use any magic or innate techniques. Although he didn't kowtow with every step he took, he was like a pilgrim, walking on ascetic steps. What he prayed to wasn't a god, it wasn't the Amitabha Buddha, it wasn't any emperor either. In the center of his brows, there was always a tiny golden figure. That was him. I'm unrivaled in this world, I can shatter everything, I can change everything. Even if ancient emperors appear again, they wouldn't be able to obstruct my footsteps. Several days later, his footsteps grew faster and faster. He didn't use any secret arts or divine energy, but he was like the wind. There was an indescribable Tao circulating around him, allowing him to traverse several miles with a single step. At this moment, Yi Fan was immersed in a unique miraculous state. His body was one with the heavens and earth. Although he stood on the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation, he could see everything in the 3rd level of Immortal Foundation. Ahead, there was still a heavenly moat that he couldn't cross. His obsessions obstructed him, he couldn't sever his Tao. Another 2 days passed and he completely awoke. His body was light and his entire body was glowing with light. It was like he had undergone a rebirth and his sea of consciousness was brimming with energy. Is this a different type of pilgrimage for me? Yi Fan mumbled to himself. After that, he no longer delayed and took out the formation platform the Black Emperor prepared for him. Today, he flew back to the eastern desolate lands. The Central Prefecture Ancestral Temple was a place that caused all cultivators in the world to go crazy. It was filled with temptation. Ancient scriptures, immortal materials, insights gained by the predecessors, the green cauldron that existed since the ancient times. As long as one obtained one of these, it would be enough to benefit them for a lifetime. No matter how dangerous it was hard to resist the thirst of people. They were like moths flying into a flame. Many people who had been in closed-door seclusion for many years and were thought to have died long ago all appeared, wanting to enter the ancestral temple to take a look. During these days, the 5 regions were in chaos. Experts from all directions moved out to the Central Prefecture, wanting to excavate this ancient ruin that had been covered in dust for over 200,000 years. We must obtain the damaged green cauldron. This was the only goal of the various tribes in the supreme ancient immortal realms. This was especially so for the various royal clans. They wanted to uncover the secret to becoming an immortal. The ancestral kings didn't dare to come out, but their descendants all moved out. The curtains finally fell on the negotiations between the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land. The seal on the ancestral temple would be opened in a few days, and those who had the qualifications could enter. Yi Fan returned with a calm heart. He had adjusted all his emotions. No matter how reluctant he was to part with his old friends in this world, he had to leave. Regardless of whether his parents were still around or not, even if it was all for naught, he still had to go back and take a look. This was an obsession in his heart that was difficult to sever. The heavenly village was still the same. The monkey had returned a few days before Yi Fan. His worries didn't come true, and there was nothing strange about his uncle. Nothing bad should have happened. After Yi Fan returned, he found Pang Bo and told him that once he entered the ancestral temple, he must not separate from him and that the 2 of them should move together. The ancient Buddha passed away and didn't mention Pang Bo returning. This made him somewhat worried, afraid that something unforeseen might happen. Are we really going to use the last battle to leave? Can't we stay? Within the heavenly village, Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others were all very sad and unwilling to part. These days, Jiziyue didn't come again. She said that she would go on that day to send them off. She had lost her usual smile. I say, brat, if you really want to leave, can't you give birth to a sage physique Dao fetus first? How about this, I'll go and catch one for you, I'll go all out, the big black dog said. His words made everyone laugh in anger, and it diluted the gloominess of the parting quite a bit. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty would open in 3 days. At that time, heroes from all walks of life would gather in the middle state, and the world would be stirred up. Yi Fan, the monkey, Duanda, and the others set off in advance to avoid accidents and miss the time. They had to make sufficient preparations outside. Not everyone could enter the ancestral temple. Only a very small number of people in the 5 regions were qualified to enter. This was the result of the discussion between the various sections. Except for the immortal sects, it was very difficult for others to get a share. With the immortal inheritance, as the representatives of the world, they could naturally suppress everything. Even if the other small sects wanted to object to this decision, it was useless. Of course, if individual cultivators were strong enough, they could also enter, but they had to pass several difficult tests and fight in exchange for the right to enter. As soon as Yi Fan arrived in the middle state, he attracted the attention of the people of the world. The 4 god dynasties directly sent him a letter, inviting him to explore the ancestral temple together. He immediately obtained the right to enter. After that, the monkey, the heavenly prince, Huang Shudao, Hualin Huaqilin, Daoist divine silkworm, and the other ancient princes were also announced to have the right to enter. Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others were dissatisfied. They actually didn't even have the right to enter. The Black Emperor and Duanda even clamored, saying, "Damn, can't we kill our way in? Let's form a pair and turn the world upside down." If one wanted to enter, the conditions were extremely harsh, and it naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the people of the world. However, the people soon fell silent again. This time, apart from the 4 god dynasties and the light-shaking realm, even the other immortal holy lands only had a few slots. Many great sects only had a single sect master who could enter. One could imagine how precious those confirmation letters were. This was a kind of acknowledgement, a joint acknowledgement of the power and status of the various great sections. I can't wait. I hope the heavenly prince can enter and settle his grudge with him. The monkey said. I hope Wang Ting will appear, and I hope even more that the other 2 divine sons and goddesses of the Killer God dynasty will appear to take revenge. Li Heishui and Jiang Huiran said. I have a premonition that Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman will definitely appear. Pang Bo said. There were still 3 more days before the opening of the ancestral temple. Experts were as common as clouds outside the former number 1 ancestral vein of the Central Plains. Various heroes had appeared, and even large groups of experts from the various ancient tribes had arrived. The Central Plains dragon vein was filled with a sea of people. The clouds moved from all directions and gathered here. Have we prepared everything? Yi Fan asked. This matter was of great importance, and life and death could be decided at every turn. They couldn't afford to be careless. There should be no problem, Pang Bo said. Everyone had adjusted themselves to their peak state and were only waiting for 3 days to enter. What about Old Blind and Tu Tian? Yi Fan asked. The others were startled when they heard his words. They immediately knew what he wanted to do. Could it be that he wanted to bring the Extreme Path Emperor weapon in? However, this was a taboo. The sects had stated clearly that they couldn't use it, or else the world would kill them. It's hard to use it in this place. If we let the cat out of the bag, there will be great trouble. I think there will definitely be people who set up detection formations when we enter, Li Heishui said. We don't have to use it. I just feel that this place is too unusual. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of palpitation, Yi Fan said with a frown. He felt that it was better to bring the ultimate weapon as a precaution. Let this emperor think, is there any way to hide the aura? Although the Black Emperor was usually unreliable, that was only to others. When it came to his own safety, this dog thing would think more thoroughly than anyone else. Do you have a premonition? The monkey asked. At their realm, sometimes, their instincts were even more accurate than some powerful predictions. No. Yi Fan shook his head. He was only a bit worried. Last time, I killed so many people in the Broken Heaven mountain range. Will someone plot against me? You are worried that the Central Prefecture's ancestral temple is a huge scam. This can't be. Could it be that they want to capture all the experts in the world? Who would be so daring? The others sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't think so. Yi Fan shook his head. Then, he rubbed his chin and said, I'm just worried that someone will use this ancestral temple to set up a trap specifically to deal with me. That makes sense. Who knows, someone might really want to imitate the battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range. If that's the case, there will be great trouble. It's safer to bring the Extreme Path Emperor weapon. Pangbo nodded. After this emperor racked his brains, I finally recalled all of the details of a formation. It can be of great use, and it can conceal all auras. No formation patterns can be sensed, said the Black Emperor. It was the heaven-deceiving formation. Back then, Emperor Wuxia was often struck by lightning. To prevent others from being affected, he created a strange formation that could hide all auras. In the end, the heaven-devouring devil jar perfectly fused together, and the Black Emperor used a mysterious formation to conceal its aura. Bringing it along was enough to make people feel at ease. Even if a shocking change happened, they would not be afraid. Duanda frowned and said, There's a material that I haven't collected. I only got a substitute, but I still feel that it's not right. You still haven't collected all of them after so many days? Yi Fan was shocked. He had spent a lot of resources to let him go to the big auction houses to bid. We're still short of Yama soil. It's extremely rare and difficult to collect, Duanda said. It doesn't matter, said Yi Fan. We still have 3 days. If we can't find it in the Eastern Barren Land, we can search the Central Plains auction houses. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Qi Luo said. Now, the winds and clouds of the world gathered in Central Continent's ancestral temple, attracting people from all walks of life. There was a temporary area outside the former First Dragon Vein that could be exchanged for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was only a few dozen li from here. Outside the first ancestral vein, hills rose and fell. All of the great mountains had been cut off. No one could imagine just how terrifying that mysterious night that shocked all of history was. There was a valley that was especially spacious. Now, there was a sea of people. Cultivators came and went in an endless stream. All the major corporations and auction houses had made ample preparations. It could be said that they knew how to do business. They had transported all kinds of rare treasures to this place, and all of them were items needed for the exploration of the ruins. An old man passed by and brushed shoulders with Qi Luo. The old assassin's expression became incomparably solemn. He had received a secret report and pulled Yi Fan and the others to the side. He transmitted his voice to them and said, This time, it's really not good. Hell and the human world have sent out a few old assassin kings. They are determined to eliminate Yi Fan to avenge the hatred from last time. I'll be fine. You guys, on the other hand, must pay more attention. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. He had long since anticipated that there would be a bloody battle this time. It wouldn't be so easy to ascend the rainbow altar. Within the valley, there were emerald bamboos everywhere. Mountain springs gurgled and spiritual energy was rising. It was quite extraordinary. Not only were there many human experts, but there were also many ancient race experts. Although the magical treasures were directly displayed on the stalls, their prices weren't cheap. Many of them were treasures that were too much for the eyes to take in. Many of the stalls attracted many people to stop in their tracks. The Black Emperor bought some more materials continuously. Meanwhile, Duanda picked left and right but still couldn't find the Yama earth he needed. This kind of thing could only be discovered and not sought. Sacred Prince. An ancient race expert approached and respectfully greeted the monkey. Then, he secretly transmitted his voice. Is that so? I understand. Many thanks to your race. I will definitely repay you in the future. The monkey nodded. What's wrong? Yan Yishi asked. The Heaven Prince can't forget about me as well. As for the other few old experts of the ancient race, they want to target Yi Fan and kill him inside. Their backgrounds aren't small at all. Monkey said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Now that Yi Fan's name had shaken the world, normal people wouldn't dare to face him head-on and would all retreat. Those who wanted to take action against him were definitely people with shocking backgrounds. Central Continent's ancestral temple was filled with killing intent at every step. There would be a rain of blood and foul winds. It was even more serious than they had imagined. Nothing much, just let them come. Yi Fan didn't care in the slightest. Duanda snorted coldly and said, "These people truly don't know the difference between life and death. They still want to kill people inside. They simply don't know how terrifying the ancestral temple is. It has been surrounded by Yin energy for more than 200,000 years. How can it still be a holy temple? It's comparable to the tombs of ancient emperors. After entering, they will pay with their blood." A clamor came from up ahead. Many people were standing in front of a stall and two parties were bidding for a weapon. Many people had gathered around. Yi Fan and the others also came to watch. Duanda couldn't shift his eyes away and quickly squeezed in. He picked up a magical treasure that looked like the dark azure hall and placed it in his palm. It was filled with dancing energy and curled up with strands of black mist. "Taoist priest, we are bidding. Do you also want to interfere?" Someone said coldly from the side. "Bid?" Duanda didn't even raise his head and directly transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, telling him that this was a forbidden weapon forged from Yama soil. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. His cultivation wasn't high and he had always been a refiner since his ancestors. This weapon couldn't be considered a masterpiece and was forged from a strange bloody mud he dug out from a strange mountain. He didn't expect it to be so popular here. What a waste of natural resources. This is Yama soil. He doesn't know its value at all. It has great uses like suppressing evil and was almost wasted by him. This was Duanda's evaluation. At the same time, he realized that there were many strange people in the world. He wasn't the only one who knew what was good. There were others who recognized it as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bid like this. One of the parties was actually the ancient race. It was formed by a dozen or so experts. Obviously, there were experts among them. The other party's background wasn't small either. It was actually a holy land of the eastern wasteland, the Wind Clan. Yi Fan went forward and put down a fist-sized divine source on the straw mat. It immediately caused a commotion. No one had thought that a broken palace filled with Yin energy would be worth so much. The other two parties realized that someone who knew what was good had come. They didn't hide it anymore and said that it was a treasure. They clearly wanted to get it and increased the price. The ancient race naturally didn't lack divine source. They were even more generous and outbid Yi Fan. He smiled and immediately took out a small piece of Daluo silver essence and put it on the ground. The appearance of this divine material immediately caused a commotion. This was a truly rare treasure that was hard to find in this world. It should be far more valuable than that palm-sized palace. Someone recognized Yi Fan and said in a low voice, "It's the human race's divine physique." Both the ancient race and the Wind Clan's expressions changed. Many people surrounded him. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Now that Yi Fan's name had shaken the world, many people were astonished. Not everyone had seen him before, so they all wanted to see what he looked like. "He's the one who led tens of thousands of cavalry to flatten the Huanggu family in the north?" Many people gasped. "It's him. He killed the Saint Child, Yuan Gu, and the Divine Child. In the Battle of the Broken Heaven mountain range, he even soaked the Black Mountain with blood." Many people couldn't help but retreat in awe. On the side, the dozen or so ancient race experts had serious expressions. There were experts like Duanda among them. They clearly had a great background and an extraordinary identity, but at this moment, they were also frowning. On the other side, a girl from the Wind Clan walked out. She wore a multicolored mask and had a graceful and beautiful figure. She had an exceptional charm and was like a goddess. However, at this moment, her eyes revealed an incomparably complicated light. It was the Wind Clan's princess, Feng Huang. Only after cultivating to this step did she understand how childish her words were back then. In the past, her ambitions were higher than the heavens. She refused the marriage alliance and didn't even place those who could grow into great divine physiques in her eyes. Now, thinking about it, she could only sigh. Although her aptitude was astonishing and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, when she cultivated to this level, she deeply understood how difficult this path was. Even the golden-winged little Peking had fallen. Her words back then were too excessive. After so many years, her ears were filled with rumors about Yifan. Even if she didn't want to hear about it, it was impossible. The divine physique Yifan had grown step by step. From being viewed as an enemy by all sides to shaking the world in battle after battle, he had established an unrivaled legend. This made her feel bitter. In the current world, if one were to talk about the younger generation and those who could prove their Tao, there was no need to mention Yifan. Who would dare to overlook him? Back then, she did not give any face to the supreme divine kings and her grandfather, the Wind Clan Lord. She raised her arrogant head and looked down on Yifan, who had an unpredictable future. More than 10 years had passed. Yifan advanced firmly with every step. He fought for a brilliant reputation and stirred up the world. He had already drawn the attention of the world and written his own undefeated legend. Looking back, she could only sigh. Back then, she was too arrogant and did not know how cruel the emperor's path was. Now that she thought about it, she wanted to say something, but it was difficult for her to say it. Whatever, we don't want this Yama Earth anymore. The dozen or so ancient race experts with great origins turned around and left. It was impossible for them to take out the everlasting silver essence. They felt that the gains did not make up for the losses. Not everyone was like the Yuan Taoist master who could find divine materials. Those are experts from a few great king clans. They are a group of terrifying figures, yet they are giving up just like that? Someone recognized their identity and was incomparably shocked. When the others heard this, they also sucked in a cold breath of air. Recently, they had heard that there were more than 10 powerful king clans and great clans that each sent out an expert to form a group of people. They never expected it to be them. Even these types of figures didn't face the divine body head-on. His fame has spread far and wide. Someone sighed with emotion. On the side, the phoenix's entire body was surrounded by 5-colored divine light. She stood there quietly and listened to everyone's words without moving. Clan Lord. Right at this time, the Wind Clan Lord appeared. The clan's people greeted him together. Yifan also heard this. He stood up and looked towards the crowd. He first saw the Wind Phoenix, and then he saw an awe-inspiring middle-aged man. I pay my respects to Senior. The Wind Clan Lord showed him kindness. No matter what happened later on, he would never forget the other party's assistance when he broke through the divine body's curse. When I see you again, I truly know that I am old. After this trip to the central continent, I will go into seclusion. The Wind Clan's divine master sighed with regret. In the past, Yifan was only in the 4 extreme secret realms, yet now, he was already able to advance smoothly, reaching this step. He was now on equal footing with the various divine masters. He couldn't help but sigh at the passage of time, the glory fading far away. The new generation replaced the old. Huang why didn't you greet me when you came? The Wind Clan's divine master looked towards the Wind Clan's heavenly genius goddess, the Wind Phoenix. The multicolored mask covered her peerless face. Multicolored light flowed around her. Paired with a pair of limpid eyes, there was a different kind of charm. The Wind Phoenix walked forward with a slender and graceful figure. Greetings, Brother Yi. She spoke calmly, but her eyes no longer had the arrogance of the past. She had put away all of her pride. Yifan returned the greeting. He didn't hate the past. In the past, the princess of the Wind Clan was as proud as a little phoenix. She held her head high and didn't spare anyone a glance. Her style and attitude were related to the environment she grew up in. The Saint Lord of the Wind Clan sighed inside. They could have been very close to Yifan. In the next 10,000 years, the entire eastern wasteland and the world would belong to them and be branded with the Wind Clan's brand. But now, it was too late to say anything. This was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Naturally, there were all kinds of people. Many people and ancients stopped to watch, and many people were discussing in low voices. This is the Wind Clan's princess, a pearl of the eastern wasteland. She was found to have rare talents since she was young, and her cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, she was too arrogant and looked down on all men. She made a wrong decision in the past. You're talking about the matter of her rejecting the marriage alliance, right? Otherwise, a great completion Saint Physique would be tied to the Wind Clan's war chariot. Now, Yifan has caught up and is on par with the ancient emperor's son. His future is glorious, and no one can stop him. Although she is a genius, she is still a bit lacking. The Wind Phoenix heard these discussions and clenched her fists. Her slender and smooth fingers were a bit white, but in the end, she sighed and was filled with a sense of helplessness. Now, who in the same generation could compete with Yifan? Only the ancient emperor's son was undefeatable. He had long since stood at the peak of the younger generation. This time, only people like Yifan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm Daoist, the celestial prince, and Huang Shudao were qualified to enter the Central Plains ancestral shrine. This was the recognition of the world and was on par with the ruler of the divine dynasty. As for the other people of their generation, no matter how talented they were, they had to carve out a bloody path for themselves and compete for the qualifications to enter. Phoenix was no exception. It had only been a dozen or so years, but Yifan was already able to stand on equal footing with all the Saint Masters. No matter where he was already on equal footing, and seniority was not a problem at all. Moreover, this was only a change in status. In terms of cultivation, even the Saint Lords would have to lower their heads. This was a height that was difficult for people of the same generation to reach. The Wind Phoenix felt a wave of bitterness. When did this type of change happen? Even her grandfather, a great lord of a generation, had to walk side by side with Yifan. Even his words became much more careful, and he no longer acted high and mighty. This was a powerful blow to her. Can we use so much Yama soil? Yifan turned around and asked Duanda. Fatty Duan was the same as the large black dog. Once he saw something good, he couldn't move. It was very difficult to make him spit it out when it was in his hands. He shook his head repeatedly and said it was barely enough. When Yifan heard this, he knew that there was definitely a lot of it that couldn't be used up. This shameless bastard wanted to stuff his pockets and hide it for future use. Immediately, he broke off a small piece and handed it to the Wind Tribe's patriarch. The vendor's cultivation was not high, and his skill in tool forging could not be considered profound, but he still had good judgment. He had long since understood that the Wind Tribe was interested in his materials, and not the finished product. He smiled bitterly as he watched the palace made of blood mud being pinched open just like that. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The Wind Phoenix received the Yama soil and stood with her grandfather. She watched in a daze as Yifan and the others left, various emotions surging in her heart. Every step on the path of cultivation is very difficult. The Wind Tribe's Saint Master sighed softly. The valley was very spacious, and there were many stalls. There were also some floating palaces that belonged to the various great corporations. They were selling all kinds of precious materials here. It could be said that the influence of the Central State's ancestral temple was really too great. A man with a head of long blue hair stood in front of him. He had an extraordinary aura, and he was facing Yifan and the others alone. It was as if he was a divine mountain that was lying there. His eyes were very bright like two divine lamps, and it was as if he could see through the souls of others. His physique was strong and slender, and it was masculine and powerful. A ring of divine light seeped out and enveloped his body. It could be said that this man was outstanding. Some people could be seen at a glance even if they stood in a boundless sea of people. Without a doubt, the man in front of them was like this. He transcended above the masses and attracted countless gazes. He had the bearing of an emperor, and he was like an immortal ancient god. Fire Qilin's son, even though he had never seen him before, Yifan immediately guessed that this was the son of the Fire Qilin Cave's ancient emperor. His aura was even stronger than that of Yuangu and could be compared to that of the monkey. That was the blood of the ancient emperor. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but in Yifan's ears, it was like a roaring tsunami. He felt a powerful potential, as if a great emperor was hibernating in his body and could revive at any time. Yama soil. He spat out these words. He was actually going to take action for this rare material and blocked their path. The son of the ancient emperor was extremely terrifying, and he was much stronger than the 8th generation of the Yuan emperor. The monkey's terrifying bloodline power was not an exception, and the true princes were all like this. In the eastern wasteland, inside the supreme mystery sect, the 108 main peaks had a myriad of phenomena. There was purple mist rising, and this was a sign that a great sect was at its peak. A blue-robed man stood outside the supreme mystery sect. He was like a banished immortal as he gazed at the 108 main peaks and stared at the most magnificent of them all. Goodbye, Xingfeng, who gave birth to me and raised me. I will go on a long journey. If I can return alive, I will make the supreme mystery sect rule over the entire ancient planet. I will break the chains of fate and fight with my blood. I will eventually return. Hua Yunfei said in a low voice. He then muttered to himself, let the world humiliate me, hate me, and bully me. One day, I will destroy everything. In the supreme mystery sect, a sigh came from the noble peak. A voice rang in his ear. Come back. Hua Yunfei was shocked. He quickly retreated and quickly went far away. He said, no, I will wash away everything and kill all my enemies. In the Yaoguang Holy Land, in front of a black cauldron, a young man stood alone. His hands were behind his back, and his black hair was loose. He gazed into the distance at the central plains. His eyes were deep, as if he was overlooking the chess game of the world. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron flashed with lightning and thunder, emitting strands of divine might. However, it did not harm the man in the slightest. It was as if the cauldron was naturally one with him. Others could not get close, but he was not one of them. Yao Guang's holy son revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. In the end, he disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, he sat on the throne that only sacred leaders of Yao Guang could sit on. No one in the huge palace said anything. In the eastern wasteland, there was an ancient palace that was built from the skulls of kings. There were also holy bones that covered the ground and flickered with immortal light. This was the human world, an old voice traveled over. It was like the demonic voice of the 9 underworlds, making people tremble. This palace has always been lacking something. I have thought about it again and again. The only thing missing is the skull of a holy body. Please do not worry, killing saint. We will definitely take his head and not let him escape again. We will wash away the humiliation and make the murderous aura of this palace even stronger. Almost at the same time, the murmur of a demon came from the ancient palace in hell. The murderous aura swept across the past and the present like a surging ocean. Proving the Tao by killing, in the north region, on a tall mountain, the heavenly prince looked down at the middle state. His eyes were cold, and he laughed coldly. I'm coming. On this day, the various tribes of the 10,000 ancient races and the territories of the great sage of the human race were all in high spirits. Their elites moved out together and hurried to the middle state. In the valley outside the ancestral vein of the middle state, the large black dog bared his teeth, and said, You want to fight against us alone? My elder brother doesn't mean that. Huoliner appeared. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind like the essence of the sea. Her skin was as white as jade, and she was as beautiful as a jade statue. She was the only daughter of an ancient emperor. Her bloodline was noble, and she had already walked very far on the path of cultivation. Her strength was unfathomable. There were countless pairs of eyes watching from the various ancient tribes. Even the great sage Hunchuo had proposed marriage for his great-great-grandson. The young elites of the various tribes and the king tiers with the greatest potential all wanted to form a marriage alliance. Is that so? I feel that he wants to exercise his muscles with us. I don't mind accompanying him, the monkey said forcefully. Brother Yi, holy imperial prince, we meet again. Huolin'er's smile was very enchanting. The corners of her lips were curved, and her snow-white teeth shimmered in contrast with her red lips. She exuded an intoxicating elegance, and her long blue hair shone like ripples of water. Yi Fan returned the greeting. One wouldn't hit someone who was smiling at him. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the Fire Qilin cave was extremely terrifying. There were 2 children of the ancient emperor's direct line of descent here, which was very frightening. However, the Fire Qilanzi was very indifferent, and he didn't seem to have any good feelings towards them. They had come here because they had received a report that there was Yama soil here. It was a pity that Yi Fan and the others had obtained it first. Sigh, we are actually allies. In the end, we ascended the same altar at the same time. Huolin Er's smile was very brilliant. She said that a powerful ancient king in the tribe had seen a corner of the future when he passed away, and they had fought together. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that there were people who had crossed the domain of stars and left this world with him this time? What kind of people were they? It was difficult to determine if they were friends or foes. They definitely couldn't bring the chaos of war to the other shore. Actually, we don't have any other intentions in coming here. If we really end up clashing with each other after entering, let's not kill each other, said Huolin Er. She didn't ask for more Yama soil and left with her brother. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Central Continent's ancestral vein opened, and various heroes appeared. Li Tian, Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and the others chose to stay outside in the end. This was the old assassin Qi Luo's warning, and it was also the order of the 13 great bandits. It was clear that they had all realized something, and it was best not to take risks if they could avoid entering. That was because there were already a few powerful figures who had fallen in the qualification battle alone. Those who could enter were definitely fierce individuals, and the ancient temple was filled with dancing energy. It was truly terrifying. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, the monkey, Duanda, the Black Emperor, the old blind man, Qi Luo, and the others traveled together. Even Tu Tian didn't enter. The goddess furnace and underworld soul suppressing pagoda were naturally brought along with them. Wait a moment, there's still me. The barbarian appeared. He hurried over from the southern mountains and met up with them. He secretly informed them that he had brought the Wolf Fang Club, a flawless sacred weapon, extreme Dao weapons and several sacred weapons accompanied them. This immediately boosted the courage of the group and made them fearless. At the final juncture, Jizi Yue appeared and insisted on joining the group. She said softly to Yi Fan, I want to send you off. The ancient ancestral temple had been sealed for more than 200 years, and now, someone finally stepped inside. Apart from the main entrance, there were many small doors lined up side by side, and all of them could be entered. People fought to be the first to enter. The first batch of people that entered numbered in the hundreds, and all of them were experts. However, at this moment, something extremely terrifying happened. Miserable cries rose and fell. The entire ancestral temple became even darker, and pairs of eyes lit up. More than half of those who entered died. Their bodies were all shriveled up and turned into human skin. Even their bones had been eaten by something. Not good. Fatty Duan's expression immediately sank. The dusky Heaven Ascension ancestral temple grew even darker at this moment. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. After the miserable screams, there was only deathly silence. Everyone halted their steps as their bodies turned cold. Floated out. Finally, someone trembled as he pointed to the front. His face was filled with terror. That was a human skin floating in the air. It was like a piece of paper with no weight at all as it floated down to the ground below their feet. It was as though the human skin had been flattened. Their facial features were deformed and filled with malevolence. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had just entered the temple and a group of people died at the same time. This ancient temple was far more sinister than what they had imagined. Where was the flesh and blood? Where were the bones? Why did they all disappear? Only the human skin seemed to be intact. What happened exactly? What kind of evil spirit was there exactly? Through the temple gate, one could see numerous pairs of eyes flickering in the darkness. After that, they gradually dimmed before vanishing into the depths of the temple. This caused people to feel a chill. The ancient temple was extremely bizarre and difficult to see through. They couldn't see clearly what was inside. Many people were trembling. This was just the temple gate. Only heaven knew what else was in the depths of the darkness. It had been shrouded in demonic mist for over 200,000 years, nobody knew what had happened. I give up, I'm not going in anymore. Many people decisively made their decision. Divine treasures might be valuable, but if they lost their lives, that would truly be lamentable. Some people were very straightforward and left the group, walking back. No one mocked them. Knowing when to give up was also a kind of realm, a kind of intelligence. There's no lack of second-level Immortal Foundation characters among those who died. Someone sighed. Behind them, there were even more people watching as they all frowned. Some old men squatted on the ground and observed the human skin. They didn't see any flaws, not even a wound. These people seemed to have shed a layer of skin and underwent a transformation, their true bodies vanishing. They must have died. That fluctuation of divine sense earlier was the final struggle of their primordial spirits. Someone spoke with certainty. Although something strange happened, it was impossible for people to stop here. Some people had cold expressions on their faces as they took out their own treasures. The treasures hovered above their heads, illuminating the surroundings as they walked resolutely towards the ancient temple. Their weapons flickered with divine splendor. Streaks of splendor descended from above their heads, illuminating the path ahead and illuminating everything inside the temple. It was completely empty, nothing at all. Us cultivators, if we want to succeed, we must advance courageously. How can a trifling ancient temple block our path? An old man said in a deep voice. He and the others quickly disappeared into the darkness. This time, there were no screams. They quickly passed through the first academy and disappeared into the darkness. The ancient temple was really strange. The second floor seemed to cover up everything. The people outside could not hear any sound or see any light. It was as if the two sides were completely isolated. Many people were watching from the sidelines, wanting to see if it was good or bad before making a decision. However, right now, it was hopeless. Just waiting wasn't a solution at all. Because, if those people succeeded, they would definitely clean out all the rare materials and they wouldn't be able to get anything. Let's go. Since we've come all the way here, we can only go on our own. Otherwise, it would be too regretful. More people chose to move forward, unwilling to fall behind others. Because this was the ancestral temple of the #1 god dynasty of the Desolate Era. It was fine if there were no magical artifacts inside, but if there were any, it would definitely be a world-shocking divine artifact. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Monkey, and the others also walked towards the temple gate. The Black Emperor first confirmed that there were no killing arrays inside the temple gate, and then he let Duanda walk at the front. It could be said that this was his domain, and no one else could compare to him. This is a temple world, it's vast and boundless. After Duanda entered, his expression immediately became gloomy. From the outside, it looked like an ancient temple, but after entering, they discovered that this was a terrifying group of small worlds. Each courtyard was a world, connected together, and it was magnificent to the extreme. One couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Yuhua god dynasty was really generous. In the past, there must have been an existence with unparalleled magical power who didn't hesitate to exhaust his source energy to evolve so many small worlds. The so-called ancestral temple was unfathomable. Even if there is a wall separating us from the courtyard, if we don't enter, we won't know what happened on the other floor of the ancient temple because there is actually a small world between us. Duanda continued. Everyone discovered that it was impossible to fly over, let alone climb over the wall. There was a spatial enchantment, unless one shattered the vacuum and blasted it open. However, no one dared to be rash in such a place. In the past, the Yuhua god dynasty ruled half of the central continent. If their most sacred place was destroyed, only God knew what kind of shocking changes would happen. This is equivalent to a maze. It's so vast, there are so many ancient temples, and so many small worlds that are connected. At the end, we might get lost. The big black dog said, solemnly reminding everyone. In front of them, it was pitch black. The courtyard was quiet and silent. No one spoke. Everyone held their breaths and focused as they walked towards the second floor step by step. On the ground, there were pieces of human skin scattered over a large area. Clearly, the first batch of people had almost all died. All of them were spread out on the ground like ferocious scrolls. The blind old man said, the Yuhua god dynasty is very mysterious. Legend has it that many of their enemies directly ascended when they died, evaporating from the world. Occasionally, they would leave behind beards and hair. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Only a piece of skin was left. The blood and bones had disappeared, but there wasn't much of a difference. It was really as if they had ascended in a strange ancient temple. It was terrifying. Whoosh, a snow orchid on Duanda's body lit up. It turned from pure white and flawless to crimson like blood, emitting a demonic light in the darkness. At this moment, they had already arrived in front of the courtyard door of the second floor. Most of the second batch of people who entered are also dead. Only the thick smell of blood can cause the snow orchid to change color, he said solemnly. He squatted down to examine carefully and discovered a few strands of blood flowing out from the gap of the closed door. Everyone's hair stood on end. Those who entered just now were all powerhouses, and there was no lack of supreme mighty figures. Could it be that they all died? Creak, creak. From a distance, Duanda pushed open the door of the second floor with his divine power. In an instant, the pungent smell of blood rushed over. It was pitch black inside, and it was deathly quiet. They sucked in a cold breath of air. Apart from the human skin that covered the ground, there were many snow-white bones that were dyed with wisps of blood. There were also many pieces of flesh that were torn apart, and quite a few intestines and other things flowed out. It was an incomparably bloody scene, too horrible to look at. Those who just went in are all dead. Ordinary people had turned into human skin. Those older generation powerhouses were powerful. After struggling and resisting, they were all torn apart by something. Duanda pinched a pitch-black flower between his fingers. It looked like it grew in the netherworld, and it actually affected one's soul and made them want to fly in involuntarily. This was the dead spirit flower, and it grew in the pit of 10,000 people. It had the heaviest aura. He shook his hand and threw the dead spirit flower in. The pitch-black flower landed in the courtyard, and there was no change. It didn't move at all, and it was the same even after a long time. It's not a dead spirit or a ghost. There's something alive here, Duanda said solemnly. There was something alive in an ancient temple that had been sealed for more than 200,000 years. This news was shocking, explosive. Yi Fan and the others' expressions were all shaken. Let's go. Yi Fan walked in the front. The myriad chi cauldron hung above his head, and streams of source chi fell down, protecting him tightly. Jizu's eyes flashed, and she followed closely beside him. The monkey also stepped forward, with the pitch-black iron rod in his hand, and also stepped into the courtyard. It was still quiet, and there was no sound in the courtyard. It was deathly silent, and only the shattered bones and flesh were shocking to the eye. When they all entered, there was only the sound of breathing. Suddenly, a mournful scream broke the silence. An incomparably terrifying aura was released above their heads, and it rushed towards the top of their heads. This unforeseen event was too sudden, and they actually didn't sense anything just now. The terrifying danger appeared suddenly, and there was a living existence that was causing trouble. The moment they raised their heads, their scalps went numb. On the tall courtyard wall, and under the pitch-black eaves, there were corpses hanging one after another. Their hair was disheveled, and at this moment, they all opened their eyes, and like green lamps, they all fell down head first. Damn it, grave robber, didn't you say there were no malicious spirits? What are these things? The big black dog barked, and all the fur on its body stood up. Because its movements were slow, it was as if it was carrying a demonic mountain on its back, and also as if it was pressed down by a ghost, unable to move. It was the same for the others. Their movements were very slow, and it was difficult for them to move quickly. Meanwhile, those terrifying existences that were like hanged ghosts swooped down, and grabbed at their heads. F***ck, all of you, die for me. Pangbo was very fierce. He directly took out the goddess furnace that he borrowed from Xianxia, opened the lid, and burned it with divine flames. Mournful screams resounded through the courtyard, and waves of charred smell spread out. The things hanging upside down on the eaves all had disheveled hair, and their eyes were ferocious and frightening. They actually all stretched out demon-like flesh wings, and rushed into the sky. With flames circling around them, they screamed miserably, and it was incomparably horrifying. The more mournful their screams were, the slower everyone's movements became. The old blind man said, "Cut off their sound waves, don't let them touch our bodies." Everyone came to their senses, and they all did as he said. Immediately, their movements returned to normal, and there was no longer the slightest bit of sluggishness. Pangbo shouted, "I don't care what you guys are. Today, I'll shoot you all down." He used the goddess furnace like an anti-aircraft cannon, shooting out ball after ball of terrifying flames. This was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through generations, and the flames contained within were naturally incomparably powerful. After burning down several dozen charred bodies, they almost didn't look like anything. What exactly are these things? Everyone looked towards Duanda and asked. Don't blame me. You guys have also seen that they have life, and they are living beings, not ghosts. Duanda squatted down, and carefully observed. Then, he walked under the eaves, and looked towards the pitch-black ancient hall. He shuddered, because there were many of these things inside. I know, these are the descendants of the Yin god. There must be a peerless great calamity in the depths of the temple. Duanda's expression changed, and his expression was even uglier than when he saw the will of a god. What are the descendants of the Yin god? Everyone didn't understand. They were incomparably powerful when they were alive, and after death, their divine bodies were immortal. They were coincidentally buried in the Yin eye of the earth veins, and after countless years, there would be a day when this corpse would come back to life. Of course, it had nothing to do with when they were alive. This was a new life form, a brand new beginning. It could also be understood as the highest level of corpse transformation. This was a life born from the extreme of death, and it could be said to be a heaven-defying miracle. If they learned to cultivate, they would gradually become unrivaled. This kind of existence was a brand new life form, and it could also give birth to descendants. The group of living beings in front of them were the descendants of the Yin god. Of course, the power of their bloodline was very thin. When they saw people or other living beings, they could directly imprison their movements and suck out all the blood and flesh from their bodies. It was the most terrifying thing. That is to say, there are at least 2 incomparable Yin deities in the depths of this ancient temple, one male and one female? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Apart from the undying divine medicine, all life will die one day. These creatures' bloodline power is already so thin, so countless years must have already passed. Those 2 Yin deities should have returned to the yellow earth. Duanda came to this conclusion after careful observation. I hope so. Everyone still felt a shadow in their hearts and didn't feel at ease. There were many doors in the ancient temple, and the small world's courtyards were mostly interconnected. They noticed that some people had already entered the 3rd or 4th floor of the temple, so they couldn't help but quicken their steps. When they pushed open the 5th courtyard, a resplendent and radiant expanse appeared in front of them. There were some people who stopped here. There were a few ancient stone engravings that were shining on their own. It might be the scriptures and insights of the ancient saints. They are priceless treasures. Let's go take a look. In the main hall, those engravings were all releasing endless light. There were several powerful figures standing there. Their bodies and minds were empty, as if they were intoxicated. Their bodies released the aura of the great Tao. It's an ancient scripture. Could it be carved by the great human emperor? These people have merged with the Tao. It is truly mysterious and unfathomable. It makes one feel reverence. Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others were astonished. They quickly walked forward. However, the weak wind produced by their footsteps caused an unforeseen event to take place in front of them. Those people scattered like fireworks, turning into a rain of light. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful as their bodies turned into light fragments. What happened? They were all stupefied. They felt a chill run from head to toe, and they quickly stopped their steps. Did they ascend to immortality? Those people were absent-minded. Their bodies were ice-cold. This ancestral temple was too strange. The main hall was incomparably spacious. Those ancient characters and symbols were glistening and releasing strand after strand of divine multicolored light. This place was filled with a divine aura, but it was also extremely strange. Those heroic lords melted away just like that. Their deaths were unclear, and they turned into dust under the brilliant multicolored light. It was as if they ascended to immortality, and there were even sounds of Tao ringing. This place was extremely quiet. No one made a sound, and no one walked forward. Those brilliant stone engravings seemed to possess a demonic nature that made their bodies go cold. Creak, the courtyard's door was pushed open, and more people came in. They cried out in alarm when they saw the engraved diagrams. Several elders all rushed over. The 5 of them came from 2 great sections. Their sect masters didn't come, leaving the spots for several supreme elders who were about to leave this world. These people weren't ordinary people. They quickly rushed over, not paying any attention to Yifan and the others. They stood in front of the profound and unfathomable Great Hall's walls, observing the insights of those predecessors. In that instant, they were all stupefied, as if they were immersed within. Then, streak after streak of ripples overflowed. Every single one of them harmonized with the Tao and quickly entered the state of being one with the world. Streaks of blood-colored divine chains that resembled the feathers of immortal phoenixes blossomed around their bodies. This place was auspicious and peaceful to the extreme, not the slightest bit of killing intent. All things coexisted, auspicious energy surging. However, Yifan and the others felt like this was too divine. These people were just too talented, how could they immediately enter the Tao? It's over, they've all melted, and will also become an expanse of Tao rain. The old blind man sighed. Sure enough, the large black dog opened his large mouth and blew out a breath of air. Those 5 elders all scattered, turning into specks of light rain. It was extremely dazzling, and there was a type of charm to it, causing this place to become more and more holy. They saw everything from start to finish, and they were even more shocked than before. It was just a stone engraving, yet they directly turned into specks of light, evaporating from the world. It was absolutely shocking. Is this a divine ancestral temple? Why do I feel like it's a demonic palace? Pang Bo was incredibly bewildered. He held the goddess furnace in his hand, and really wanted to blast it over. The resplendent great hall was so strange, and that wall was horrifying. None of them went over, and only Duanda looked over from the corner of his eye. He placed the heaven-devouring demon on top of his head, and gave it a few glances from the distance. Then, he quickly carved a few symbols on the ground, and they were all copied from the stone wall. This is a type of great Tao symbol. The Black Emperor was experienced and knowledgeable, immediately recognizing it. He then pricked up his large black ears, and said, however, it's very strange. It doesn't seem like something good. It was at this moment that a few more people rushed in. They were similarly famous elders of great sects, and their strength was great. They directly rushed in front of the stone engraving. Danger! Yifan and the others warned loudly this time, but those people only turned around to give them a look, and didn't leave. Ah, no. Only an elder released a loud cry in the end, but it was already too late. Half of his body turned into a rain of light, and his primordial spirit turned into light, completely evaporating. Did you guys notice that the rain of light all entered the stone wall? It seems to be absorbing their cultivation, the monkey suddenly said. Yifan nodded, and said, that's right, there are grooves on the wall, and the rain of light moved along the patterns, entering the shrine at the center. At the center of the great hall, there was a stone person worshipped. It was less than half a foot tall, and it sat there with its legs crossed. It looked like a Buddha, but also like an old farmer. It was extremely crude, and it was difficult to make out its true appearance. This place is really strange. It can't be that this stone person will come back to life, right? Even the large black dog was bewildered. He had lived for endless years, yet he had never seen such a strange thing. This couldn't possibly be the comprehension of the predecessors at all. Although it was very peaceful, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was not a good place. They didn't stop, and after carving the word danger on the ground, they continued forward. However, after this, there would definitely be a shining shrine in every level of the temple that worshipped a stone statue that was half a foot tall. The carvings were incredibly crude, and they were all the same divine statue. There were also many people who died here. Oh no, this time, who knows how many people will die inside? They'll all be absorbed by the thing inside the shrine. They were a bit scared. Could it be that there really was a divine spirit here? This was too strange. It's fine. After a group of people die, the people behind will find out sooner or later, and it won't cause a great disaster, the old blind man said. Those that could enter were not pushovers, and on the contrary, there were many that were even more cunning than ghosts. I'm a bit uneasy. Putting aside the question of whether there are gods or not, just the stone person inside the shrine is enough to make me feel uneasy. Do you guys think that it will come back to life when the time comes? Pangbo spoke up. Jeezy's cheeks were as white as jade, her long eyelashes trembled, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. She said, I've seen some records in the ancient books of my family. The stone person seems to be the ancestor of the Yuhua god dynasty, and it might be a great emperor of the human race, but it has existed for too long, so it's hard to say whether it has actually appeared or not. Yi Fan had just returned from the western desert not long ago, and when he heard her words, his heart instantly trembled. When it came to ancient great emperors, everything would be very mysterious. He thought of the matter of everyone in the western desert chanting Ba, accumulating boundless psyche power. And this stone person forcefully stripped a person of everything. It wasn't as simple as just psyche power, it also included their essence, chi, spirit, and flesh. More than 200,000 years ago, this kind of shrine must have covered more than half of the central plains. He shook his head forcefully. Did the Yuhua god dynasty want to ascend to the heavens themselves, or did they want to let countless living beings ascend to become a person? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. The blind old man said, this place is the highest secret of the Yuhua god dynasty, their supreme temple. Perhaps many secrets will be revealed, but it is most likely filled with danger. Even if they have been destroyed for more than 200,000 years, we must still be careful. They passed through the 10 levels of the ancient temple and officially arrived at the 11th level. It was completely different from before, it had become a true temple small world, and from this level onwards, it was vast and boundless. From the outside, it was just a palace, but after entering, they discovered that this ancient land seemed to have no end. In the darkness, there were pairs of eyes flashing. What is that? Pangbo was surprised. Ancient beasts, huge ancient beasts. The barbarians lived in the dense forest all year round, so they were very sensitive to the aura of all kinds of ferocious beasts. The 11th level of the temple small world, there were ancient trees, mountains, and even grass. There was no sunlight, so it was unknown how they grew. Yi Fan and the others saw a few huge ferocious beasts. Their bodies were covered in scales, they looked like cheilants, but also like gods. They looked strange and extremely malevolent. These are the descendants of the divine beasts that protected the temple. They actually survived generation after generation, and each of them is very terrifying. The blind old man said. This temple small world was vast and boundless, there was an environment suitable for them to live in. A few of them let out roars, bringing with them a fishy wind as they pounced over. They actually had the power to split mountains and split the sky. Black Emperor, bite them. Duanda's mouth was cheap, but in the end, he was bitten by the dogs first. Bang! The monkey swung his cudgel and swept out, instantly turning 2 of the beasts into a bloody mess. Their bones broke. These 2 were ancient beasts at the 2nd level of the Immortal Foundation realm, they were very powerful. Roar, ahead, the roars of beasts rang out from the dense forest. Tens of pairs of eyes lit up one after another. Among them, there were a few that were especially resplendent, like divine lamps, and the aura of kings permeated the air. F*CK, there are a few beast kings that have already slashed the Tao 3 times. Duanda shook off the Black Emperor as he sped away. It's best if we don't antagonize them. Who knows, we might provoke something even more powerful. Let's quickly pass through. In the darkness, a fishy wind assailed the nostrils as the ferocious beasts ran madly. Thunderous roars rang out one after another in this temple small world. After that, it was unknown how many wild beasts were running madly, transforming into a flood. This temple small world is truly vast. There's no end to the beast tide this time around. Let's quickly leave this place. Dong Fengyi shouted. He could sense danger. It was unknown how many ferocious beasts rushed out from the forest, forming a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Arg! The miserable screams of human cultivators rang out. In the midst of this flood of wild beasts, some experts were torn apart. This place became a forbidden ground. People had no choice but to take a detour and pass through the other small worlds. Yi Fan and the others passed through the 11th level of the temple and heavily closed the metal door. They all heaved a sigh of relief. This place was different from what they had imagined. They did not see any ghost soldiers, and they were all living things. The 12th level of the temple was still very vast, and one could not see the end of it. They had not advanced far when the cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook violently. It sprayed out a 9-colored flame that burned the void. There was an ambush. Yi Fan used the myriad chi cauldron to protect himself and released the divine flame he had collected from the fiery domain. This was a rather terrifying enemy. He had definitely slashed the Tao for many years and was a terrifying old king. A large hand almost plucked the sacred cauldron above his head. If not for the boundless power of the flame, Yi Fan would most likely be in danger. This person was very good at concealing himself. Qi Luo disappeared in an instant, emitting a cold light in the darkness. A bone-piercing killing intent pervaded the air, causing this temple's small world to become awe-inspiring. Streaks of lightning illuminated the dark void. Pooh, pooh, in the end, 3 soft sounds rang out. 3 bloody heads were thrown onto the ground. There was a finger hole in the space between their eyebrows, and their primordial spirits had been pierced through. Qi Luo's expression did not change. It was as if he had done something insignificant. There was actually more than one assailant. There were 3 ancient creatures, and all of them were old kings who had slashed the Tao for many years. They were all quickly decapitated by Qi Luo. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. This old assassin was indeed unfathomable. He ended these 3 terrifying old kings as if he was cutting vegetables. We have to be careful. Not only are there mysterious and unknown dangers in the ancestral temple, but there are also various enemies in the dark. We have to be cautious. They stepped into the 13th level of the temple. This place was no longer dark. On the contrary, it was filled with light. It was sacred and auspicious. It was as if they had arrived in a world of light. There was a huge stone statue in front of them. It was over 100 meters tall and emitted a gentle light. Dozens of symbols were engraved on it, and every single one of them could resonate with the Tao. The small world of the temple was connected. Many people had already arrived here from other paths. They were all observing and memorizing these ancient symbols. Heavenly Prince! Monkey shouted. He swung his cudgel and smashed it over. The jet-black iron cudgel instantly expanded to several hundred meters, shattering the void as it arrived in an instant. The Heavenly Prince sneered. He left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he entered the small world of the temple and left the 13th level. Even this dog thing stopped here. The ancient symbols on this god statue should be very extraordinary, Pang Bo said. Brat, watch your words. If you dare to speak nonsense again, this emperor will fight you. The Black Emperor shouted from the side. These symbols are very special. They look like spirit-driving talismans that can control all kinds of strange beasts. Qi Luo revealed a strange look and began to memorize them. There were dozens of symbols. Each of them was extremely complicated. They were formed from hundreds and thousands of patterns. They could directly resonate with the Tao of heaven and earth. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty was very extraordinary. There were many precious stone carvings here. Yi Fan and the others didn't want to miss this. They all calmed down and imprinted the symbols into their consciousness. A few figures flew up and arrived at the slightly opened mouth of the god statue. One of them discovered a secret and quickly dug inside. The others came to their senses and made their moves. In an instant, a great battle broke out. There's something in the stone statue's mouth. The instant the thing was dug out, auspicious light gushed out and all kinds of colorful clouds scattered down. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was a treasure chest. It was a square foot in size. It shocked everyone. It was actually made of 5-colored iron essence, a divine material on the same level as the Great Luo silver essence. There's really a treasure. Just the chest alone is a rare treasure. Even the sages are tempted to snatch it. What's inside? It can't be the Yuhua immortal scripture, right? Everyone went crazy. they rushed forward and attacked together. The first person who obtained it screamed on the spot. He was killed and turned into a mist of blood. Wang, the air trembled, and a black bottle appeared. It swallowed heaven and earth, immediately collecting the treasure chest, making it its own. Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo shouted, his eyebrows raised. Yi Fan soared into the sky and was about to make his move. However, at this moment, Hua Yunfei quickly threw away the treasure chest as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. The others fought over it and opened the lid. Boom, a dazzling golden rain appeared. It was densely packed and covered every inch of the temple's small world. What is this? Many people were shocked. The Black Emperor's hair stood on end. The hair on his body stood on end. He scampered away and shouted, "Woof, woof, woof, run." This was a brilliant rain of light that quickly sprinkled down, endless. Golden radiance flickered, densely packed like symbols, covering the small world of the 13th layer. The large black dog sped away, Duanda covered his head and fled. Yi Fan and the others' expressions also changed, frantically fleeing. They knew what that was. It was definitely terrifying. At this moment, the golden rain in the sky became even more brilliant. They revived, every single one like a divine lamp, dazzling and dazzling, releasing chong-chong sounds. That was the sound of light colliding, like the sound of metal clanging. Ah, miserable cries rang out. People fought to be the first, fleeing in all directions. Everyone felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. These things could penetrate divine power and devour their essence. Most people didn't recognize them. Only a few living fossils cried out in horror, reminding their own people that these were god-killing insects, and that they couldn't provoke them, quickly fleeing. God-killing insect, this was a terrifying name. Those who knew about it, as long as they spoke of it, their expressions would change. Ah, miserable cries rang out everywhere. Protective true energy was completely useless. The golden rain of light descended, covering them, completely devouring the essence within their flesh, not even letting their primordial spirits go. Everyone trembled, activating all kinds of magical tools to kill. However, the strange insects were incomparably terrifying, difficult to stop. Every insect seemed to be wearing golden armor, all as long as a finger, their outer shells hard. Even great figures couldn't break them. Don't attack with your physical body, these things can only be refined with cultivation and natural laws, someone cried out. However, who dared to stop and calmly refine them now? Even if one person could refine a few dozen, this rain of light was endless, how could they deal with it? At this moment, everyone saw that the treasure chest forged from 5-colored iron essence was like a beehive. There were many small holes on its surface, and even more god-killing insects were drilling out. Moreover, it wasn't difficult to discover that there were spatial order chains inside this chest, like a small world, far larger than one could imagine. Only heaven knew how many strange insects there were. A living fossil released an angry roar. He was submerged by the golden rain of light, unable to escape even after doing everything he could. His 7 apertures were pierced, and even his primordial spirit was devoured. And this was just a scene. It was unknown how many people died miserably, turning into dust under the golden rain of light. This was a terrifying demonic land, and all of the light rain was a life-reaping talisman. These insects were about the size of a thumb, and their bodies were densely covered with tiny golden scales. They looked like small flood dragons, but they didn't have horns. Yi Fan and the others could only run as well. It wasn't good to use their holy weapons in this place, because the sects had already made an agreement when they entered. There were many people here, and if news of this got out, there might be great trouble in the future. This was not the first time that Yi Fan had seen this kind of strange insect. Back then, he had encountered it with Duanda and Dongfang Yi in the immortal mansion world of the central state. However, there had been very few of them at that time, only a few dozen. Now, they covered the sky and covered the earth, appearing everywhere. No one could stop them. They could only frantically flee. Among the fleeing army, Hua Yunfei was the first to rush into the small world of the temple on the 14th level. He was the first to detect and discover the god-slaying zergs. Yi Fan and the others were the second group. When they saw that they weren't far from the stone door, Duanda suddenly stopped and said, "These are legendary divine insects." Their value is not much lower than in ancient scripture. After raising them for a few thousand years, a pure-blooded god-slaying Zerg might be born. At this moment, Duanda's hands were very despicable. He made a decision that others hated incomparably. He took out a divine object, and it was actually a treasure bowl. He turned around and put away the 5-colored iron essence treasure chest. What is Fatty Duan doing? These divine insects have all left their nests. The treasure chest most likely contains divine eggs that are priceless. If we want to tame these things, we can only start from the eggs. Pure-blooded god-slaying Zergs were rumored to be able to even devour deities. There was almost nothing that could stop them. They could bite through anything and kill anything. Even though the golden strange insect in front of them was very powerful, it wasn't a true divine insect. Its ancestral blood was thin, and it was currently in a primitive state. It was far from being comparable to their ancestors. According to legend, during the ancient era, there was a saint who successfully raised a few half-divine insects. They weren't true ancestral insects, and together with him, they killed an awakened archaic king. Wang, the 5-colored iron essence was put away. Duan Demiai's nose began to bubble. Just this kind of treasure chest was enough to tempt a saint. This was a divine material of the same level as the Great Luo silver essence, and the divine insect eggs inside were even more priceless. If they truly raised a pure-blooded ancestral insect, even if they couldn't say they were unrivaled under the heavens, they would be close to it. They rushed into the small world of the temple in the 14th layer. However, the danger didn't disappear. The rain of light that filled the sky followed them and concentrated on Yifan's group, abandoning everyone else. Fatty Duan, your hands are too despicable. Mother Kerr, are you not afraid of your hands rotting? The group of people all wanted to strangle him to death. This was truly taking the initiative to attract firepower. Just now, the god-slaying Zergs were scattered, but now they all gathered together, turning into a golden waterfall that poured down. Who could stop so many divine insects? This was fatal, and they were about to drown them. What a good person. He actually saved us like this. Who are those people? Are they the holy monks from the western desert? They really risked their lives to enter hell to save us. Yifan, the Black Emperor, and the others wanted to vomit blood when they heard these words from the distance. They wanted to skin Duanda alive even more. This bastard's hands were too unsightly, bringing about a great disaster. F***ck, these bugs are too vengeful. Is there a need to chase after us without letting go? Duanda grimaced in pain. His buttocks, shoulders, and chest had all been pierced through, and blood flowed continuously. It's your hands that are despicable. Hurry up and throw that chest away, said the blind old man. Even he was injured and dripping with blood. The situation was dire. How could I throw it away? This is comparable to the scriptures of a great emperor. Not long ago, this old man dug out an ancient text from an ancient tomb. There were records regarding divine insects within. As long as I raise them with a special method for 10,000 years, they can give birth to a true ancestral insect. I wouldn't exchange it even with the scriptures of a great emperor. Duanda hugged the chest and refused to let go. In the end, even his fingers were pierced through. There were still god-killing bugs in the nest. Chi Luo, who had been silent all this while, said, I feel that these bugs are indeed priceless. Even though we can't live for 10,000 years, we can raise them for our descendants. In the future, when our celestial court rules over the world, we will have an unparalleled deterrence. Then let's use the sacred weapon. Dong Fengyi was about to take out his Wolf Feng club. Let me do it. Yifan made his move, activating the 9-colored flame within the myriad chi cauldron to burn the golden rain of light. However, there were too many of these things. They no longer approached them and began to surround them. Yifan urged, Fatty Duan, hurry up and take out the divine egg and throw away the 5-colored iron essence. Otherwise, there will be too many of these bugs and we won't be able to kill them all. Duanda was extremely unwilling. The 5-colored iron essence was also a divine material, but there were too many god-killing bugs. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He took out a pile of golden divine eggs, but his injuries weren't light. He reluctantly threw away the treasure chest. At this time, they had already escaped to the small world of the temple on the 16th level. Fatty Duan's hands were as if they were bitten by a dog. He grimaced in pain. Here, they finally got rid of the god-killing bugs. They heaved a sigh of relief. The group of people scolded him for his cheap hands. I originally thought that this kind of thing had long gone extinct. There were only a few dozen of them left in the immortal mansion world. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying nest in the ancestral temple? The Yuhua god dynasty of the past was indeed terrifying. They must have raised true pure-blooded ancestral bugs. They began to divide the spoils. Afraid that something would happen in the ancestral temple, everyone brought some sparkling divine eggs with them and carefully put them away. Where are the heavenly prince, Hua Yunfei, and Li Xiaoman? They turned around to look for these three to settle the score, but they had already disappeared. They had all taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Since they came in, they will meet sooner or later. Speaking of which, could they also be here for the 5-colored altar? Pang Bo was bewildered. Hurry up and leave. Everyone's expression changed. This was the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty. It was the most sacred place. Not only did it contain the insights of ancient sages, but it also contained all kinds of secret records. They would most likely be able to find the Yuhua scripture. And what Yi Fan was most worried about was that others would beat them to it and find the various runes and diagrams of the 5-colored altar. If they successfully crossed the star domain and brought the flames of war to Earth because of this, it would be a disaster. They hurriedly passed through the levels and carefully avoided all kinds of troubles. They arrived at the 21st level of the ancient temple. There were a total of 36 levels. As for the ancient palaces and small worlds, there were countless of them. Something's wrong, Duanda muttered. Previously, he had prepared a lot of materials. He thought that he would definitely encounter ghosts after entering, but all he saw were living creatures. They continued to pass through, and soon, they arrived at the 27th level. They felt that something was wrong. The path was actually smooth without any danger. When they stepped into the small world of the temple on the 28th level, the void soundlessly split open. A golden divine sword slashed down, aiming straight at the center of Yi Fan's brows. The heavens fell and the earth split. Its might was shocking to the extreme. A legendary holy weapon, someone couldn't hold back anymore and used such a terrifying weapon to attack. Moreover, there were no fluctuations before this, almost avoiding everyone's spiritual senses. Boom, the hell soul-suppressing pagoda rushed up. It was snow-white and sparkling. It was forged from the essence of the 5 Tao bones left behind by the 5 killing saints. Its power was boundless, and it blocked the golden divine sword on the spot. At the same time, Qi Luo defied the heavens and disappeared into the void. He chased after them, and a series of clanging sounds rang out. Not long after, he returned. Unlike last time, he didn't bring back a blood-stained head. The enemy had run away. That golden divine sword has a primordial spirit of a killing saint. Everyone was shocked. The saint didn't show himself, but a primordial spirit entered the golden holy weapon and passed it to his subordinates. This was also a fierce killing move. People couldn't see through Qi Luo anymore. He could probably become a saint at any time, but this was a good thing. It made them feel more confident. Not long after, they advanced cautiously and arrived at the small world of the temple on the 30th floor. They found some clues, and after a serious discussion, they all agreed that the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land had most likely entered before. Could the temple have been emptied out by them? No, they seemed to have stopped here and didn't go deeper. Duanda took out his divine mirror. It was obtained from an ancient tomb and was made from the forehead bone of the human race's great sage. It could restore some scenes. Through the bone mirror, they could see a few indistinct figures pacing back and forth for a long time before finally leaving. In that case, the true danger lies in the last 6 floors of the temple. Even they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking and wanted to borrow the strength of the world. The stone door leading to the 31st floor was still closed. There seemed to be a primordial beast inside, as if it was connected to the netherworld. Strands of strange aura seeped out. Something's not right. They pondered for a long time, and then they retreated far away. They used a divine hammer to smash open the stone door and looked inside. In front of them was a stretch of darkness, and the sound of rain could actually be heard. It was like a real world, and there were indistinct figures moving in the night rain. There's something alive. What is that? It was very strange inside. Even the heavenly eyes were restrained. There seemed to be divine chains of order densely covering the void. Boom, the rain poured down. A few blood-colored lightning interweaved in the night sky, illuminating everything inside, causing their expressions to change. They staggered back and quickly closed the stone door. What's going on? In the night rain illuminated by the blood-colored lightning, the road was muddy. They saw several groups of soldiers in ancient armor patrolling with black spears and spears in their hands. That's the armor of the Yuhua God dynasty from more than 200,000 years ago. They are the so-called heavenly soldiers. Jiziua said, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Before coming here, she had read all kinds of information and ancient books in the Ji family scripture pavilion and had seen this kind of armor before. Everyone was stunned. Did you guys realize that after we came in, all we saw were living creatures? Could it be that those soldiers are also, something's wrong, something's very wrong? Duanda shook his head and paced back and forth. He said, I discovered a strange record in an ancient tomb. It said that the Yuhua God dynasty ended its rule on its own, not the destruction of others. It wanted to carry out a heaven-defying event in secret. Could it be true? Duanda's words shocked everyone. How could such a huge god dynasty give up its rule and watch as the land of billions of miles disappeared? It was illogical. Don't doubt me. Everything in the mortal world is nothing. If their plan succeeds, they might ascend to immortality. The unscrupulous Taoist was determined to shock everyone. According to what he saw, although the stone carvings in the tomb were very obscure, they could still explain the final outcome. It predicted that they would eventually ascend to immortality. I think you're even more unreliable than the Black Emperor. It's hard to believe that you can come to such a conclusion with just an ancient tomb. Yi Fan shook his head. How am I unreliable? The large black dog was extremely indignant at the sight. I didn't say it's definitely true. I'm just giving you an idea, Duanda said. He quickly prepared his materials. If it wasn't a real person, then it was definitely a ghost soldier. They knew that the real test was coming. This ancestral temple had a total of 36 levels. The first 6 levels were fine, there was no danger of certain death. But it was hard to say for the last 6 levels. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any disasters. Otherwise, the 4 god dynasties and the light-shaking realm wouldn't have stopped here. Take a closer look. Old Blind was very calm. Behind the stone door was an incomprehensible world. In the pitch-black rainy night, blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky from time to time. On the ground, groups of soldiers wearing ancient armor walked through the muddy road. The black iron spears and swords in their hands had a kind of demonic nature. That's right, that's the ancient battle armor of the Yuhua God dynasty. Old Blind nodded. When the lightning streaked across and shone on the armor and weapons, the special patterns on the cold battle armor could even be faintly seen. There weren't many people who could wear this kind of armor. Only those who had made great contributions could be rewarded. This was a kind of honor, status, and a symbol of strength. Heavenly Soldier Armor. It was a very imposing name. At the same time, it also showed the spirit of the Yuhua God dynasty at that time. They wanted to unify the world and establish an immortal god court. Even if they ruled over the Central Plains or even unified the 5 regions, it was just immortal glory. Their highest hope was to ascend to immortality, and they had been working tirelessly for this goal. I'm starting to believe that what the grave robbers said might be true, Qi Luo said as he stared blankly at the heavenly soldiers in the rain. At the same time, Yi Fan and the others also used their various methods and sensed that it was a person with flesh and blood, not a ghost. This caused them to shiver. What was the Yuhua God dynasty trying to do? The people of the world all said that they were wiped out, but what they saw was a bit strange. Their heavenly soldiers were still in this world, protecting this highest sacred temple. Let's go and take a look at the other places. They left this place and entered the small world of other temples. There were many palaces on every level, and almost all of them were connected to the next level. After going to a few places, he found that they all saw the same thing. There was indeed a living, heavenly soldier on the 31st floor. At the same time, cultivators stopped in front of each of the stone doors. Many people had gathered, and none of them dared to rashly enter. No one wanted to stop here. They were all afraid that others would beat them to it. The records at the center of the ancestral temple were very important. Perhaps there was the Yuhua God dynasty's Yuhua immortal scripture, perhaps there was the secret to traversing the star realms, or perhaps there was the great emperor's exclusive holy item, immortal tear green gold, and so on. In the end, a group of ancient race people was the first to move. They had a natural sense of superiority towards the human race. This was formed in the primordial era. No matter how strange the Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple was, they weren't afraid. They desperately wanted to obtain the green cauldron that had existed since ancient times. Boom, the rain was boundless. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The people saw that the group of ancient race people had been discovered and were fighting with a group of heavenly soldiers. They shouted again and again. Everyone was shocked to find that none of those heavenly soldiers said anything. Their methods were experts and their auras were like rainbows. On the contrary, the ancient race people showed signs of being defeated and shouted nonstop. Wherever the black sword of the heavenly soldiers pointed, the various magic treasures of this group of ancient creatures couldn't block it and were cut into pieces. Black sword light crisscrossed, as if heavenly soldiers had descended to the mortal world. Soon, there were ancient race people who were cut in half. Blood-colored lightning hacked about, rain pouring down like a torrential downpour, the figures becoming a bit indistinct. However, everyone could still see that this group of ancient creatures was finished. Even though they killed a few heavenly soldiers, in the end, they were still wiped out. Outside the stone gate, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That group of ancient race people wasn't weak, but they were actually killed so quickly. Why are there still people alive? Could it be that the soldiers of the Yuhua God dynasty can live forever? They were sealed in this temple and survived all this time? Many people were bewildered. They felt very uneasy. This ancient temple exceeded their imagination. Every single one of the heavenly soldiers had made great contributions. Their skills were extraordinary and their methods were superb. Otherwise, why would they be given that title? They were definitely people who lived to fight. It's a little troublesome. It's difficult to get through. Some people's hearts trembled as they hesitated to move forward. These heavenly soldiers are almighty figures. Just how powerful was the Yuhua God dynasty back then? Someone was bewildered. I think there shouldn't be many heavenly soldiers. There should only be a dozen or so troops. With so many of us, we can get through. Most people naturally wouldn't give up. At this moment, another person moved. He pushed open the stone gate and nimbly flashed in. Then, he directly used the earth escape technique and sank into the ground. However, not long after, a scream rang out. An armored soldier stabbed a black spear into the ground and picked up a person. It was the cultivator who had just entered. Pooh! He shook hard and that person instantly fell into pieces, dying a violent death. Chi Luo's eyes were like torches as he looked at a stone gate not far away. No one opened it on their own. Clearly, a powerhouse had entered. He was so fast that no one saw him. It's an old killer king from the Hell God dynasty. Chi Luo narrowed his eyes. A killing weapon flashed between his brows. In that case, we can enter. As long as we are skilled enough, even those heavenly soldiers won't be able to detect us. Something's not right. This is only the 31st level. I think that even if those who are too powerful are discovered, they will be let through. There should be more powerful guardians ahead. The few of them whispered and began to prepare for action. Because the others also moved one after another. They each chose a stone gate and determined the direction to break through. Ziyue, you can send me here. You can go back. Yi Fan turned around and faced Ji Ziyue. If they continued to move forward, they might really reach a dangerous place. He didn't want her to take the risk. No, I want to see you ascend the five-colored altar with my own eyes. Ji Ziyue said stubbornly, her eyes filled with tears. Don't worry, with me around, no one can hurt her. Qi Luo said. That's right. Let's go to the five-colored altar together to send you off. I can guarantee her safety. Monkey also spoke up. Duande and the Black Emperor were even more arrogant. They said that they would kill even if there were hundreds of them. The barbarians also echoed. When Yifan saw this, he didn't say anything else. The blind old man said, "It's getting more and more dangerous up ahead. Everyone, light a soul lamp here. If we separate, we can know if there's an accident." More and more people rushed into the small world of the 31st level. Miserable cries rang out from time to time. Clearly, many people had died. Those heavenly soldiers had great teamwork and grasped an extremely powerful ancient battle formation. Let's go. In the end, Yifan and the others pushed open the huge stone gate and entered this mysterious small world. The rain was still very heavy and the ground was muddy. There were all kinds of ancient trees up ahead, but no buildings could be seen. A group of heavenly soldiers immediately discovered them and rushed over. Yifan and Monkey opened the way in front. Both of them were incomparably valiant. Their bodies emitted boundless golden blood energy, dyeing the pitch-black rainy night a brilliant golden color. Bang! The battle immediately began. Yifan's fist brought with it a huge bolt of golden lightning. It seemed to be connected with the thunder in the sky. The fist force was boundless and boundless. It sent a heavenly soldier flying, spraying blood. Pfft! Monkey was even more straightforward. He swung his big iron rod and smashed the right arm of a heavenly soldier into meat paste. He was unstoppable. It's really alive. The Black Emperor bit a person's arm and took off his armor. He examined it carefully and barked, "Speak, what happened? Where did you come from?" Bang! It was too careless. Every heavenly soldier was a powerhouse. The iron spear almost pierced through its chin. Fortunately, its skin was rough and its flesh was thick. However, it was beaten black and blue in the eye. This group of heavenly soldiers was very decisive. They left behind a few corpses and quickly retreated, disappearing into the curtain of rain. They did not pester them to death. "Hurry up and leave!" Qi Luo shouted. They couldn't stay here for long. It would be troublesome if a few more groups of heavenly soldiers came. They didn't believe that there were only a few groups. There were most likely even more powerful people. Not long after they left, a powerful aura erupted in that area. A figure rode on blood-colored lightning. He held a black broadsword in his hand and his divine might shocked the world. "It's a heavenly general!" Jiziyue cried out in a low voice. She could tell from the armor that those who could obtain the title of Heavenly General were definitely people who had cut the Tao and had made great contributions. This king is very unusual. He's about to become a great king. Don't provoke him, Qi Luo said to himself. They didn't stop and quickly disappeared into the curtain of rain. They turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the depths. It was obvious that this was a very vast area. There were hills everywhere and trees grew all over. They didn't see any ancient buildings. During this time, they saw some heavenly soldiers again. They avoided a few groups and killed 7 or 8 people. They charged forward and saw a glowing palace hall in the curtain of rain. However, it was also at this time that they were all shocked. The smell of blood was pungent in front of them. There were corpses everywhere. More than half of the people who came in earlier had died. There were at least several hundred people who had lost their lives. The earth was trembling. There was a black mass in front of them. It was like a flood of steel killing in all directions. Even the earth was trembling, all the hair on the Black Emperor's body stood on end. He was horrified and said, "Damn, this is a square formation. There are at least 500 heavenly soldiers. Am I crazy or has this world gone crazy? There are 500 almighties in one go." They were all stunned. There were indeed 500 of them, and they all had the strength of almighties. They wore ancient armor and held black battle swords and iron spears in their hands. The aura they emitted made the world tremble. "Over there. There are more." Duanda was scared. On the other side, there was also a square formation of 500 people. They were advancing step by step. The aura that erupted was like a landslide and a tsunami, killing all the cultivators who had just barged in. This must be King illusion. It can't be real at all. Even the Yuhua God dynasty couldn't have 1,000 almighties at its peak. The blind old man said. This exceeded common sense and couldn't be understood at all. More than 200,000 years had passed. Even if the Yuhua God dynasty really existed strangely in this world, how could it produce so many powerhouses in a place that only lived in seclusion? The terrifying aura is in the mountain over there. Let's not barge in. Let's go around here and take a look. Qi Luo was the most sensitive to killing intent. He pointed at a pitch-black and gloomy forest in the distance. When Yi Fan and the others stealthily went over, they immediately felt a wave of discomfort. There was a type of heaven and earth collapsing power surging in front of this mountain region, making it hard for them to breathe. This world was about to collapse. There was an incomparably powerful aura. In the end, they stood on a hill and looked down. They were all horrified and their bodies emitted a cold aura. There was a cemetery in front of him. Most of the stone tablets had fallen. Heavy rain poured down. Many ancient graves cracked open and white bones crawled out. Then, flesh and blood quickly grew. Heavens, what am I seeing? This should be the cemetery of the heavenly soldiers of the past. How did they revive? Could it be that the Yuhua God dynasty really gave up on its rule and is carrying out a heaven-defying matter? Now, it has discovered the secret of immortal ascension, immortality, and the flesh and bones of the dead? This was an extremely strange scene. The old tombstones split open one after another, and snow-white and even decaying skeletal hands reached out one after another, slowly climbing up. It was unbelievable. Even the bone dregs that had long since rotted beyond recognition were forming skeletons. They quickly grew flesh and blood. Then, the heavenly armors that had long turned to dust in the tombs also reversed time. With clanging sounds, they turned into battle clothes and covered their bodies. Those heavenly soldiers' faces were pale and expressionless. They let the armor cover their bodies. Then, they held their weapons and walked out step by step. They lined up in a square formation and advanced forward. This was unbelievable. Their scalps went numb and their pores were filled with cold air. They couldn't understand. Could there really be people who could live forever and never die? Heavy rain poured down. Streaks of blood-colored lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the pitch-black cemetery from time to time. Everything here made one's hair stand on end and they were puzzled. I've dug graves my entire life, but I've never encountered such a scene. They all came back to life. This doesn't make sense. Duanda swallowed hard. He had encountered ghost soldiers, malicious spirits, and fought corpse-transformed demons, but he had never seen a living person come out of a coffin. This made him a little scared. He said that he didn't want to do archaeology anymore in the future. The Yuhua God dynasty is too strange. What secret did they discover? How did these people come back to life? What exactly is going on? This was the cemetery of the heavenly soldiers of the past. It was the accumulation of countless years. If they all came back to life, they could sweep through the world with the power of a single dynasty. Even the ancient races wouldn't be able to stop them. It's very terrifying. If the cemetery of the heavenly generals is also like this, with Tao-severing kings continuously coming back to life, I think we should leave as soon as possible. If we go deeper, we will undoubtedly die, the blind old man said. This was the heavenly soldiers' cemetery. There were ancient tombs everywhere. It was unknown how many there were. They had been accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The heavenly generals' cemetery definitely existed, but it wasn't here. Thinking of this result made one's scalp go numb. The resurrection of the dead, what kind of scene was this? The powerhouses of the past were resurrected at the same time. It made one's hair stand on end. All kinds of terrifying consequences quickly appeared in one's mind. I don't believe it. Wait for me. Fatty Duan was very ferocious. He reached a remote corner where there were only a few old graves. He quietly waited for a skeleton to crawl out. The moment it came to life, he used the immortal trapping pouch to cover it. In a short while, he put the skeleton inside and ran. Even though he moved very quickly and chose a very remote place, he was still discovered. A group of heavenly soldiers chased after him. Upon seeing this, everyone turned around and fled. This damn fatty's hands were always dirty, and now he was inviting trouble again. However, the few of them did not blame him. They also wanted to understand what was going on. What had happened here made them very uneasy. The ground was trembling as a few hundred celestial soldiers formed a square formation and charged over. They were like a monstrous torrent, and every single step they took caused this small world to shake while killing intent split the sky. At this time, the rain was like the Milky Way hanging down, getting heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that people couldn't open their eyes, and when it hit the ground, a thin layer of smoke rose up. Yi Fan and the others ran madly and soon disappeared into the hills, disappearing into the forest. They finally got rid of the group of living dead behind them. Duanda opened the pouch and released the captive. He fell into the muddy water, and just as the heavenly soldier wanted to struggle, he was knocked over by a large claw of the Black Emperor. The few of them went up together and sealed him. Then, they immediately explored his sea of consciousness, wanting to understand everything. Strange, the sea of consciousness is completely blank. Why is there nothing? Oh, no, it appeared. It's just that they want to kill us all. Dongfeng Yi was puzzled and revealed a strange expression. The others went up one after another and also discovered this strange situation. Duanda was very vigilant. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, "Not good, retreat." Just as they flew out, this heavenly soldier exploded, wanting to kill them. Rotten flesh and bones exploded everywhere, and in an instant, his life force disappeared, returning to death. Duanda picked up a small piece of bone, pondered for a long time, and said, "Let's go back and see what happened to the few heavenly soldiers we killed." On the way back, they saw many corpses along the way. They were all cultivators who had just entered. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground by the heavenly soldiers. It was a tragic sight. Blood mixed with the rain, creating a scarlet-red scene. Strange, it's clearly here. We killed at least 7 or 8 heavenly soldiers. Where did the corpses go? The few of them were very surprised. They couldn't find the corpses. There's no need to look. They're all still here, but they've all turned into dust. Duanda said in a deep voice. He found a rotten bone in the mud. There were thousands of small holes on it, and it had long since decayed beyond recognition. Duanda took out the great sage's Dao bone mirror and circulated his magic power to illuminate the ground. The few of them immediately saw a few demonic scenes. The 7 or 8 corpses seemed to have experienced over 200,000 years in a very short period of time. Their flesh and blood rotted and turned into ashes. Their bones aged and then completely rotted, leaving behind only a few fragments. As for the heavenly soldier's armor, it broke inch by inch and turned into mud. They were indeed alive just now. There's definitely no mistake. I didn't expect that they would immediately become like this after death. The few of them pondered for a very long time, but they couldn't figure it out. The Yuhua God dynasty was too strange. Their ultimate goal was to ascend to immortality. This was most likely a strange technique that they had fumbled out in the past. It wasn't a true resurrection. Many people died, but there are also many who rushed over. Let's hurry up and go on our way. Don't bother with these demonic things. We can think about it when we return. The palace shone brightly. It was especially eye-catching in the pitch-black rainy night. It was like a divine immortal palace that opened the path to the heaven realm, illuminating all directions. The few of them quickly approached, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Suddenly, in the pouring rain, a black light suddenly appeared. It swallowed the essence of heaven and earth and rushed straight towards Yi Fan, wanting to melt him. This was a great Dao treasure bottle that had the power to swallow the heavens. Dang, Yi Fan flicked it with his finger and instantly saw Hua Yunfei. He was like an exiled immortal in the rainy night. His blue clothes were otherworldly and not a single drop of rain landed on his body. Chi. A golden light flew over. Li Xiaoman also appeared in another direction. She unleashed a golden crocodile shadow that tore through the night sky. Yi Fan punched out. The golden fist smashed that long crocodile into pieces, exploding into a sky-overflowing energy wave that was annihilated in the sky. You still dare to appear? Pang Bo's eyes were sharp. Even though he saw an old friend from the other side, his killing intent was still revealed. This was because in the past, he had almost died from being hunted. Yi Fan didn't say a word. He rushed towards Hua Yunfei while Pangbo attacked Li Xiaoman. An earth-shattering battle erupted on the spot. Rays of divine light illuminated the night sky. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman joined together and escaped together. They didn't continue fighting. Yi Fan, Pangbo, Monkey, and the others quickly chased after them. Especially Yi Fan, who had the Xing formula, was extremely fast. He caught up to them several times and fought them alone. The golden fist energy connected with the lightning in the sky. Stop. Suddenly, Yi Fan stopped because he heard a rumbling sound and felt the earth trembling. Hurry up and leave. Qi Luo shouted. He saw 4 square formations, and each one had 500 celestial soldiers. In other words, there were a total of 2,000 powerhouses. This was excessively terrifying. These two want to lure us into the chaos. They had no choice but to give up. They cut in diagonally and quickly escaped. After evading the 4 terrifying square formations, who would dare to fight so many celestial soldiers alone? It was purely courting death. They approached the glowing palace hall under the curtain of rain. There were many celestial soldiers here, but there were more and more cultivators rushing in from the outside. They gradually gained the upper hand, and large groups of people killed their way in. Corpses fell one after another. They fought their way through in a chaotic battle. When they saw the light source on the high platform in front of them, they were all shaken. It was that shrine, and there was a stone man sitting there. It was less than half a foot tall. Everyone already knew that the symbols around it could melt people away, so no one paid any attention to it. Instead, it was the most divine power that flowed outwards. Strand after strand, it entered the void, dancing with the lightning and disappearing into the distance. It's the direction of the mausoleum. Yi Fan was astonished. That's right. It's this kind of power that revived those skeletons, Qi Luo said with certainty. He sensed a familiar aura that was the same as the one on the celestial soldiers. I think I know. Immortalizing others and completing one's own body. There are bits and pieces of records about it in the ancient books, Gzus said. There were great disadvantages to doing this, and the final result was that it wasn't feasible. And what they saw before their eyes was naturally based on that kind of forbidden technique. One could imagine how many people had died in the ancient temple. Every celestial soldier corresponded to a life. There's no need to worry about celestial soldiers. They won't last more than a few days in this world and will return to dust. However, this ancestral temple is very terrifying. I'm afraid it's far more troublesome than we imagined. There's most likely a living person controlling it. They found the stone door and quickly rushed into the small world of the 32nd level. This was a dusky region. There was no torrential rain, and the ground was very dry, but it was even more dangerous. As soon as they entered, a demonic figure turned around in the darkness and revealed a pair of cold and emotionless eyes. They were like 2 will-o'-the-wisps. Boom! He held a black broadsword in his hand and hacked down on the spot, cutting the heaven and earth into 2 halves. It was exceptionally domineering. The monkey brandished the big iron rod and went up to meet it. A deafening clang resounded in all directions. Divine chains of laws rushed up one after another, scarlet like blood. A king of the Tao-severing realm is extremely powerful. This is a celestial general. An intense battle began. Although the monkey smashed the head of this king with his rod in the end, he had also exhausted a lot of vital energy. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary king. In the following 2 days, they encountered great trouble and were unable to leave. There were no celestial soldiers in the small world of the 32nd level. All of them were celestial generals. This was a shocking matter. They were all kings of the Tao-severing realm. If an ordinary person entered, they would die without a doubt. There was no way out at all. The only thing that made people rejoice was that there weren't that many celestial generals of the Tao-severing realm. Moreover, they were all alone and did not form a square formation. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. Even so, the number of celestial generals of the past was not small. It was difficult for people to move even an inch in this area. Yi Fan and the others were trapped for 2 days and almost bled. Meanwhile, the others either suffered heavy casualties or were also trapped. It was almost impossible to pass through. The destructive power of celestial generals was extremely great. During this process, the celestial prince had set up a trap. He wanted to get rid of the monkey and Yi Fan. There were several existences that were almost on the verge of becoming saints who followed them in and almost succeeded. The small world of the 32nd level was filled with killing intent. Many great sects were defeated. Even the few living fossils of the Holy Land of Superevolution were completely wiped out. Moreover, they were not the only people from the Holy Land that had been wiped out. In this small world of temples, other than dealing with celestial soldiers, they also had to guard against all kinds of attacks. Yi Fan and the others found it difficult to move forward. The Killer God Imperial Court, the Celestial Prince, and the ancient race had all made things difficult for them. What shocked Yi Fan the most was that Hua Yunfei's Tao protector had once fought against Qi Luo. Although he was injured, he managed to retreat safely. He had never seen this person before. Moreover, it seemed that Hua Yunfei was very cold to him and was not that willing to walk together with him. That Tao protector is very terrifying. He most likely comes into contact with Emperor weapons all year round. There is an aura of an extreme Tao weapon on him. Duanda's brows were twitching. When this news came out, everyone was greatly shocked. However, they did not suspect the heartless Taoist. He had accompanied the heaven-devouring devil cover all year round and had all kinds of strange methods. His judgment should not be wrong. The Tao protector of the inheritor of Vicious was accompanied by an extreme Tao emperor weapon all year round. This was a huge matter that really made people shiver all over. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Which holy land is it? Or does Vicious have other emperor weapons that were passed down? One day later, even more cultivators rushed in. Everyone worked together and attacked together. They fought against the celestial generals, and some even took out their sacred weapons. Finally, they broke into the small world of the temple on the 33rd level. As soon as they entered the small world of the temple on the 33rd floor, they saw a stone tablet with a few ancient words engraved on it, 33rd Heaven. From this, it was enough to see the boldness and purpose of the Yuhua God dynasty in the past. Their final temple hinterland would rise above the 33rd heaven. Everything showed their hopes. This place wasn't dark. The ancient buildings in the distance emitted a gentle light. Many people had already rushed forward. They had already reached this step. No one wanted to fall behind others. They all wanted to enter the final sacred palace. However, this small world was too quiet. Everyone gradually slowed down. They could actually hear their own heartbeats. It was very strange. In front of them, it was as if a man-devouring demon had opened its huge mouth and was waiting there. In the end, everyone felt a sense of danger. It was a sense of reverence that came from the soul. No one dared to rashly charge in. They all advanced slowly with tacit understanding. The distance between them wasn't very far. Everyone dispersed, gradually approaching the most central palace of light. From afar, people could feel a kind of divine aura, but their nervousness and fear didn't decrease. This was a very strange feeling. There was clearly an auspicious aura coming towards them, but they couldn't relax. They couldn't help but feel nervous. When they got closer, everyone finally saw clearly that there was an altar in front of the grand palace. Its surface was engraved with blood grooves. The style was ancient, it was unknown how many years it had existed for. This was a mysterious sacrificial ground. People could even imagine the scene of blood watering the altar in the past, flowing along the blood grooves, forming streaks of blood. What was the Yuhua God dynasty sacrificing? It had been too long, people didn't know. At the top of the altar, there were some things that were releasing the most dazzling light. The reason why this palace was resplendent came from them. They were auspicious and holy. Rare immortal material. Someone cried out in surprise. There was a commotion. Many people wanted to go forward, but they couldn't hold it in. There was a piece of bright green thing that looked like a dream. There was a type of life flowing around it. It was sparkling and translucent, many times more beautiful than the most perfect chalcedony in the world. Even if they didn't recognize it, they knew that it was an immortal material. There was an extraordinary aura flowing around it, as if it didn't belong to this world. It was clearly a divine object. It was full of vitality, and there were tears hanging on its surface. This was a fist-sized piece of immortal tear green gold. It was flawless, bright green and fresh as if it could breathe, devouring the essence energy of heaven and earth. Its entire body was covered in tear stains, as if it was the tears of a fairy. It was sealed in a piece of divine source, not exposed to the air. It was as if it was separated from the mortal world. After more than 200,000 years had passed, it didn't change in the slightest. The sacrificial item on the altar was actually such an immortal material. This was the Great Emperor. This was a holy object exclusive to the Great Emperor. This was a divine object. Even though it wasn't as if it was priceless. This place was in chaos, incredibly noisy. They saw this kind of thing in the 33rd floor palace, so how could they not go crazy? There were some people who couldn't hold themselves back. Even though they felt that the altar was terrifying, they still rushed forward. There was more than a single immortal material on the altar. There were also 4 completely round stone balls. They were also only the size of a fist, and they didn't move. No one could tell what they were. Only Yifan's heavenly origin I could see through it. His expression immediately changed, shouting loudly, "No one move indiscriminately." Who would listen to him right now? Those who could reach this step were all giants of an area, overlooking the world. They all had an aura of supremacy, especially the ancient race's people who were even more wild and untamed. They all reached out their hands and grabbed forward. "There are divine bugs there," Yifan directly shouted. However, no one stopped, all of them fighting over it. All types of light and magical treasures flew over, attacking those who were going to get there first. Even if you tell them that there is a ghost sage there, they will still fight over the immortal material. They won't stop. Pangbo said. This was how the human heart was. Let's hurry and retreat. The stone skin is also a divine source, sealed within our 4 special god-killing bugs. Yifan said with a heavy voice, quickly leading the others in retreat. Divine force surged, making the entire altar tremble. The 4 perfectly round stone spheres on top of it released jibang sounds, all of them cracking apart. This was a layer of stone skin that the ancients purposely covered. Inside of it was a divine source, and sealed within were 4 divine bugs that coiled like dragons. They filled up the space inside. One could imagine just how powerful the Yuhua god dynasty was. They had divine origin liquid, protecting a few special divine bugs, having them guard this place. The 4 pieces of divine source all cracked open. The divine bugs that coiled up like a snake mountain instantly came to life. They unfolded their bodies, and when they stretched out, they were actually a foot in length. They were many times longer than the god-killing bugs they saw before. They were like 4 hornless little dragons, their bodies releasing golden light in all directions. In that instant, they released a wave of bitter aura that covered heaven and earth. There were just 4 divine bugs, but when they moved, it was as if there was a great army charging over. The small world of the 33rd floor temple immediately began to shake greatly, as if it was going to collapse. Miserable cries sounded one after another. Nothing could stop them. The 4 little dragon-like divine bugs were unstoppable, all of them killed with a single strike. All types of magical treasures that attacked were completely useless, all of them crushed by the golden light. The 4 divine bugs were as fast as lightning, piercing through people's skulls every single time. No weapons could stop them. Everyone quickly retreated. It was almost impossible to win against these 4 divine bugs. It was difficult to determine the level of these 4 divine bugs. They killed people like flies, destroying a group of experts. The ground was drenched in blood. Everyone retreated like a tide. Some people brought out their inherited holy weapons, or else they would undoubtedly die. They propped up a barrier of light, protecting the people on their side. Everyone saw that it was the people from the Wind clan. The phoenix body was within the barrier of light, supporting a 5-colored precious tree. It swept out expanse after expanse of divine splendor, stopping a divine bug that rushed towards them. The blood of these divine bugs is quite pure, perhaps they are half divine bugs. Chi Luo said with a heavy voice. Hong, on the other side, there were people from the ancient Glory Empire who also brought out their holy weapons to protect themselves. They quickly retreated. The situation was extremely dangerous. They had many people who entered, and 2 divine bugs rushed over, almost making them suffer greatly. At this moment, everyone didn't hide anything anymore. There were people from the 4 great divine dynasties who did this, violating the agreement from back then. They no longer had any misgivings, and they weren't afraid of being punished by the whole world. Those who had used them in secret before, now all brought out their holy weapons. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 holy weapons blossomed with endless light, resisting those divine bugs. Motherfucker, they're all people from the divine dynasties and holy lands. They all had backup plans after all. They all brought in holy weapons, and I dare say that there are even people who brought in emperor weapons. Duanda said angrily, forgetting that he himself had an emperor weapon on him. Let's also bring out a holy weapon. Yi Fan indicated. Dongfeng Yi brought out his wolf-tooth club, suspending it above his head. It released a wave of savage aura, stopping the approaching divine bug. This bug's body is even more powerful than a saint's. It can penetrate all flesh. Qi Luo revealed a look of shock, reminding everyone that these 4 divine bugs seemed to have 1 foot in the saint realm. They had the cultivation of half-saints, and their bodies were even more powerful than saints. It was because they could devour everything, and their flesh's destructive power was extremely great. Several people gasped. A single divine bug's cultivation was already on par with Qi Luo's, and together with their bodies that were comparable to essence gold, even the old assassin might not be able to deal with them. Hong, in the distance, a streak of cyan light swept over, leaping over everyone and colliding with a divine bug. An incomparably ear-piercing sonorous sound rang out. That's a holy weapon. Everyone discovered with amazement that there was an individual dressed in azure golden battle clothes quickly closing in. This was an inherited holy garment, and it protected his body. His strength was also powerful enough, a great completion king-level expert. He borrowed the divine clothes to ingeniously avoid the divine bug that relentlessly chased after him. He brought out a treasure that flourished with brilliance, devouring heaven and earth essence energy and releasing strand after strand of auspicious light. On the other side, there was also an individual wielding an inherited holy weapon to help him block that divine bug. The weapon surged with tens of thousands of divine splendor. It's the 2 great completion kings of the human world and hell. These should be the most powerful people outside of the killing saints, they're giants. 2 of them actually came here. Qi Luo said coldly. A crack appeared between his brows, and a killing weapon flickered, ready to be activated at any time. Duanda stomped his feet in anger and said, not good, that old bastard's secret treasure is the treasure basin, not much inferior to mine. The immortal Tear's emerald is about to fall into their hands. As expected, that piece of bright green immortal material flew up from the altar and turned into a streak of green brilliance, shooting towards the treasure basin. At this moment, many people became anxious and took action one after another. All of you, come and help me. Pour all of your cultivation and magical power into my body. I'll use a technique. Yi Fan said in a low voice. While everyone was fighting against the divine bug and fighting over the immortal material, Yi Fan's group didn't move. Qi Luo, the monkey, Duanda, and the others circulated their magical power and poured it all into Yi Fan's body. He released a light shout and used the soldier character. This time, with everyone's help, he was able to display the secret to the fullest. In the distance, the treasure basin successfully collected the immortal Tear's emerald, but before the 2 assassins could collect it, a clang sound rang out as the treasure basin fell out of their control and entered the ground. The 2 assassins went crazy and quickly dug into the ground. The others also rushed over and directly broke through the ground. Several holy weapons smashed over, startling the divine bug high into the sky. The 2 assassins raised their holy weapons and retreated while the others retreated for their lives. No one dared to block the awakened holy weapons, especially when 5 or 6 of them came at the same time. If they really fell, not even ashes would be left. Pung, the holy weapons didn't fall, but they blasted open the deep earth layer and revealed the treasure basin. A terrifying aura spread out, and the holy weapons confronted each other. No one was willing to give way. In the distance, Yi Fan's palm flashed. He used the soldier character to secretly collect the immortal material and put it into his body. The large black dog was so excited that he almost barked, but he forcefully restrained himself. He definitely couldn't give himself away now. In the end, the assassin used a secret technique to collect his own treasure basin and rushed into the distance without looking back. The holy weapons attacked from behind as he chased after them. Golden light flickered, and 4-foot-long god-killing bugs also chased after them. Each of them was equivalent to a half-saint, and they were extremely terrifying. The others who were ready to make a move stopped when they saw this. The cultivation and physical bodies of these 4 divine bugs were really terrifying. Without their holy weapons, chasing after them was practically seeking death. In the distance, the angry roar of the assassin traveled over. Obviously, he discovered that the immortal material was gone, but no one would listen to his explanation, especially those 4 divine bugs. If those 4 divine bugs torment those 2 old farts to death, that would truly be too wonderful. Duanda laughed mischievously, looking a bit vulgar. Everyone felt great inside. This type of result was even more gratifying than personally killing those 2 assassin giants. They all looked at each other and laughed. Not a single one of the great sages' people followed the rules, all of them bringing their holy weapons. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring demon jar merged together, or else there would be great trouble. We should save it for a crucial moment, the old blind man said. At this moment, those who didn't chase after them all moved, running towards the altar. They wanted to see if there were any other divine materials, all of them unwilling to give up. There were quite a few people who died at the edge of the altar. Blood flowed along those grooves, making the entire altar look incredibly sinister. Streak after streak of blood made the entire altar seem more lively. There were actually many carvings on its surface, all of them of true dragons, or perhaps it was better to say divine bugs, vivid and lifelike. This is a bit strange. What is this altar used for? The blood seems to have flowed into the altar. Could it be that there are even more precious things inside? Many people were incredibly bewildered. Even more people revealed apprehension, feeling incomparably worried, fearing that something bad was going to happen. There were a few people who were quite decisive, saying that they should immediately destroy this altar to prevent anything unexpected from happening. This sinister altar was extremely sturdy, but it was still blasted apart by all types of weapons. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, collapsing onto the ground. These blood grooves led to the altar's interior after all. The inside was already soaked in blood, drenched in a rather ghastly sight. In addition, the stone walls were completely black and red, waves of baleful energy pervading the air. Everyone couldn't help but break out into a cold shiver. One could imagine that endless years ago, this place was often infused with blood to carry out living sacrifices. There is a stone palace below the stone slab. Why is it sealed? Something's not right, blood can drip into the stone palace. Many people backed up in shock. The stone palace below the altar was extremely small, only a meter or so tall. It looked like a temple built for dwarves, an uncanny workmanship. Pong! Someone kicked open the stone palace. An expanse of blazing golden light immediately surged. In that instant, everyone's hearts trembled. Many people cried out loudly, and then they fled for their lives. Yi Fan immediately shook the cauldron above his head, releasing an expanse of 9-colored flames, protecting everyone within. This flame could even kill saints. Heavens, such a large god-killing insect, it must be a pure-blooded ancestral insect. Hurry and run. Everyone was incomparably terrified, rushing into the distance. Within the meter-tall stone palace, there were 2 creatures that were a meter long, coiling around like dragons. They were several times larger than the 4 from before. Needless to say, they definitely had the cultivation of an ancient saint. Even if they weren't pure-blooded ancestral insects, they weren't far off. A single one was enough to destroy everyone here. The lines of blood left on the blood grooves of the sacrificial altar would ultimately drip into the stone palace. The living sacrifice was only for them, and now they were being offered to them. This caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Who dared to stop? Yi Fan and the others were also flying back. If these 2 god-killing insects were to awaken and rush out, it was likely that no one who entered the ancestral temple would be able to survive. This caused everyone's hair to stand on end, and they didn't dare to stop. I say, did you guys see that? Those two divine insects are sleeping with their necks intertwined, guarding a mysterious stone box together, Duanda said as he fled. You damned fatty, you really don't give up. Look at the situation now, you're still thinking about treasures, Chi Luo cursed. The large black dog had the same moral character as Duanda, and said, I also saw that stone box's style is simple and unadorned, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. I feel that there's something shocking inside. Otherwise, why would the Yuhua god dynasty expend divine origin liquid to keep a few ancient saint-level divine insects alive and guarding it? They all saw that stone box and knew that there was definitely something heaven-defying inside, but who dared to snatch it at this moment? How could they obtain it? Many cultivators fled for their lives, and many were almost scared out of their wits. These two insects lived up to their name of killing gods, and they were probably not too far away from pure-blooded ancestral insects. They had the cultivation of a saint, and their bodies were even more powerful. They could definitely kill saints, and no one could defeat them. Run! Everyone left without looking back, fleeing toward the small world of the temple on the 32nd level. They planned to leave this place completely and not go any deeper. At this time, it was difficult to have a saint weapon, and those who entered would probably all be killed. Only by using a sovereign weapon could they save their lives, but only a few divine dynasties and holy lands had one. However, when everyone fled, some people went the opposite way, directly rushing toward the small world of the temple on the 34th level, disappearing into the stone door in the blink of an eye. People's thoughts were different, and it was impossible for them to be the same. No matter what the situation was, there would always be lunatics who did not fear death. In the blink of an eye, the small world of the temple on the 33rd level was quiet. Everyone had fled, and even someone as powerful as Chi Luo, a half-saint, fled madly, not daring to pretend to be deep. I say, leader of assassins, with your fearless spirit of assassination, you can take the chestnut from the fire now, and bring out that heaven-defying stone box, the large black dog urged. Everyone saw that there was a celestial material on the altar, celestial tear green gold. Who knew what even more heaven-defying thing was in the stone box, because there were two saint-grade divine insects guarding it. Chi Luo did not say anything, and sat on the bull-like black emperor. He stopped running, and treated it as a mount, almost making it kneel down. Woof, you rotten old man. The black emperor barked. Chi Luo did not want to be targeted by this black dog that could carve the great emperor formation, so it was not too much. He pushed off its body, and leaped forward. Grave robber, don't you have a unique skill? You can also try. The large black dog did not give up, and moved closer to Duanda. Duanda's heart moved, and he actually wanted to stop, thinking. Fatty, don't tell me you're really tempted. That thing even eats primordial spirits, and if you're caught, your body and soul will be destroyed, the old blind man warned. I feel that stone box is really like a small coffin. Although it is only the size of a palm, its style is very similar to the legendary ancient coffin of the gods, Duanda said to himself. Are there palm-sized gods? The monkey sneered. He had survived since the immemorial era, so he knew more about the legends of the gods than everyone else. Although it is too small, the style is right. I have studied ancient coffins a lot. Duanda pondered. Let's go. Chi Luo kicked his butt. Now was not the time to be absent-minded, because his life could easily be in danger, and even he could not deal with it. That's not right. Those two dragons or divine insects are dead. They aren't living creatures. Dongfang Yi suddenly opened his mouth. He had lived in the deep mountains all year round, so he was very sensitive to the chi of all kinds of wild beasts. The few of them were startled. The two god-slaying bugs did not chase after them. This was indeed illogical. That kind of existence that was even more powerful than the primordial vicious beasts would destroy the heavens and earth once it unleashed its might. At first, there were 4 half-sage level god insects that had revived and rushed out, giving people the impression that the 2 true dragon-like god-slaughtering insects were also alive. At this moment, they had already flown out of the 33rd floor. The stone door was still closed tightly. Looking inside, they did not see the two saint-level gods slaughtering insects. It is very risky to go back like this. If they are alive, we will die for sure, Qi Luo said. I will go back. Otherwise, I will also think of a way to go to the deepest part of the ancestral temple. Yi Fan said. I am confident that the two divine insects really do not have life fluctuations. Dong Fengyi said with certainty. Savage's intuition has always been very accurate. He has been in contact with wild beasts all year round, so he is most likely not wrong. There is no time now. Maybe the others will figure it out later. Duanda said. How about this, don't all go in, just in case. Yi Fan said. In the end, he and Qi Luo carried the heaven-devouring evil jar with them and prepared to go in. At the same time, Ji Ziyue would not leave no matter what. She wanted to stay by Yi Fan's side. The others were waiting outside. The stone door was not closed. After Yi Fan and the other two went in, they began to imitate all kinds of miserable cries. It sounded very mournful and transmitted into the small world of the temple on the 32nd floor. The people who were running heard the mournful cries coming through the stone door. They were frightened and ran even faster. They were scared out of their wits. They knew that even the ancient saints would die with a grievance. As long as the two god-slaughtering insects were alive, they would definitely be invincible. Yi Fan, Qi Luo, and Ji Ziyue used the heaven-devouring evil jar together and let it hover above their heads. Black light fell down and tightly protected them. They returned to the front of the altar. Although the stone had been split open, the blood in the stone trough was still flowing. It formed an ancient and strange pattern and fell into the altar. The 1-meter-tall stone palace was almost perfect. It could be said to be the work of the gods. If it was magnified 1,000 times, it would definitely be a towering immortal celestial palace. The two god-slaughtering insects coiled around. Their whole bodies were shining. They were as domineering as real dragons. Their bodies were vigorous and powerful. They're really dead. Qi Luo said. Yi Fan carefully observed and heaved a sigh of relief. There were 2 holes in the divine source that sealed them. He didn't know which era it was from, but they must have come out before. Although they went back in later, the seal was broken in the end. Qi Luo broke open the divine source block and took out the 2 god-slaughtering insects. They were dead but not broken. Although their essence had almost dissipated, there were still traces of saint might. If not for the heaven-devouring evil jar, ordinary people wouldn't be able to approach the 2 divine insects the moment they left the divine source block. This was the power of the dragon-like divine insects. This is really good stuff. The ancient saints would usually return to the Tao after they passed away and refine themselves in the heaven and earth. Very few people could preserve their corporeal bodies. Qi Luo's one eye shot out a bright divine radiance. This was a rare divine material that could be used as an incarnation. One had to know that the corpses of the 2 divine insects were much more powerful than the bodies of the ancient saints. To the old killer, it was like a pair of divine wings. This really does look like a small coffin, Ji Ziyue said curiously as she took the stone box into her hand. The 3 of them carefully observed for a while and were all shocked. The blood dripping from the blood grooves would fall into the stone palace and then converge on this small stone coffin along the illusionary lines inside the stone palace. This was really strange. Were they going to use blood to water this peculiar small coffin? What was the use of this? They couldn't figure it out no matter how they thought about it. In the past, someone had once used blood to water it. Moreover, it was at least the blood of a saint. Ji Ziyue said. She used her delicate hand to caress the stone box. There were indeed traces of blood on it. Even though more than 200,000 years had passed and the essence had long dissipated, it was still the blood of a saint after all. It was still dark red and dried up on the surface. Yi Fan and Qi Luo felt their scalps go numb. What? Was this thing that actually wanted to use the blood of a saint to water it? Then, they immediately understood. The blood grooves on the destroyed sacrificial altar had a great use. It was not an ordinary living sacrifice at all. The blood grooves are flowing with saint blood. Even Qi Luo shivered. Could it be as Duanda said, that this was a divine ancient coffin with something heaven-defying inside? Looking at the ancient carvings and patterns on the stone box, they felt a sense of vicissitudes. "Let's leave this place first and find a place with no one around to open it," Gzua said. They turned into 3 beams of light and left this place. Very soon, they met up with the monkey and the others. Then, they entered the rainy night and disappeared into a corner. The small world of the 32nd level was dusky. The ground was dry and hard, the shadows of the trees were dancing, and there were ribbon-shaped black mists lingering about. This was an incomparably dangerous world. Heavenly generals roamed about, all of them having already severed the Tao. They were silent and powerful beyond compare. It was unknown how many people had died in this trial. Yi Fan and the others had just concealed themselves when many people rushed back. The Holy Lands had returned and actually brought back reinforcements. The might of Emperor weapons were overflowing. "Tao friends, the situation has changed. The sects in the outside world have discussed with each other and have come to rescue everyone." Someone shouted loudly in the small world and spread this kind of news. He told everyone that the people from the various sects were no longer limited to 2 or 3 people. This is clearly a large-scale attack. Are they using Emperor weapons? The monkey was bewildered. Hong. Soon after, a strand of Emperor might rose, passing through the stone door and coming from the small world of the 33rd level. Yi Fan and the others saw an immortal sword that looked like an ancestral dragon floating in the air. It had an aura that could suppress all worlds, as if it could shatter the past, present, and future. Tai Sovereign Sword. This was the Tai Sovereign Sword of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. A group of people went up and pushed down the blood sacrificial altar. They inspected the inside and outside but found nothing. They all looked at each other in dismay. The danger of the ancestral temple is beyond imagination. The 4 great divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land are all worried. They are seriously negotiating with the various sections. The last few levels will most likely be even more dangerous. Without Emperor weapons, it will be difficult to advance. Everyone knew that the crucial moment had arrived. Now, the various sects didn't hesitate to use their trump cards. Who knew what would appear in the last few levels of the ancestral temple? Duanda fiddled with the stone box, turning it over and over. A strange expression appeared on his face, and then it became serious. When Yi Fan returned, he handed the stone box to the professional and watched it from the side. It could be called a coffin, but it didn't have a lid. It was refined into a whole body and seemed solid, as if it had been carved by someone. This really is a seamless divine coffin. Duanda's expression was extremely serious. He had raided tombs all his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a legendary coffin. His hands couldn't help but tremble. According to what he said, this coffin was terrifyingly old and was most likely something from the archaic era. The engravings on it were ancient, and there were things that looked like flowers, birds, fishes, and bugs. The monkey shook his head and refuted. There were almost no coffins in the archaic era, and the people of the various races didn't use coffins for burial. It shouldn't be something from that era. I don't know as much about the ancient races as you do, but I know much more about coffins than you do. There is no coffin from ancient times that I don't recognize. I only need to smell it to know what's going on, Duanda said proudly. He said that it wasn't that they didn't use coffins in the archaic era, but only those who were close to deities would have them. These people would occasionally use coffins to seal their subordinates who died in battle. Coffins seemed to have a special meaning to those who were close to deities. I dare say that when your old man, the Emperor fighting, buried himself, he must have used a different coffin. It might even be more gorgeous than the eternal heavenly Emperor's enlightened tea tree coffin, Duanda said. His words made everyone speechless. Even the monkey couldn't find a reason to beat him up. Which one of you has seen such a small divine coffin? It's not even the size of my palm, Pangbo sneered. That's true. How could a divine being use such a small coffin? But, why use 2 divine insects to guard it? Could it be that there is some kind of artifact comparable to a divine being? Duanda muttered to himself. He then stroked the patterns and was incomparably shocked. He saw some clues and said, "This is indeed an ancient coffin of a divine being, and it's the kind with a great origin. It should be buried above the 9 heavens." No one could remain calm. In the end, they decided that they should open it and take a look. If there really was a problem, they could directly throw it over to the Thai sovereign sword. The few of them fiddled with it, but they couldn't open it. This is strange. Duanda kept pressing on those engravings. He definitely had to trigger a certain pattern to open it, but it was useless no matter how hard he tried. It was tightly sealed without the slightest gap. This small stone coffin was too sturdy. No matter how they looked at it, it was made of stone. They looked at each other in dismay. Apart from its simple appearance, it didn't have the slightest aura of a deity. Leave it to me. The large black dog suddenly rushed over and finally found an opportunity. He bit Fatty Duan and ran away with him in his mouth. He lay on the ground and bit with all his might, using his large paws to press on the coffin, wanting to open it. In the end, his large teeth almost broke out, but he couldn't do anything to the coffin at all. He used his paws to cover his cheeks and held in pain. The few of them laughed loudly. This greedy dog clearly wanted to steal the treasure, but it ended up tormenting itself for nothing. The stone coffin passed through the hands of Qi Luo, Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others. They circulated their divine power and poured it inside, wanting to trigger something. In the end, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, with no effect at all. This is undoubtedly a divine ancient coffin. It's terrifyingly ancient. Moreover, it should be buried above the 9 heavens, never sinking into the yellow earth. I don't know why it landed in the ancestral temple. Duanda's expression was solemn. He examined it again and carefully turned the stone box, pondering continuously. The coffin was only 4 fingers wide and less than the length of a palm. The engravings on it were very blurry, but after careful observation, one could see that there were suns, moons, stars, flowers, birds, fishes, insects, and so on. They were all ancient things that had existed since ancient times. The most mysterious thing was that in the engravings between the suns, moons, and stars, there were some extremely complicated tiny symbols that had almost been worn flat by time. This was seen by Duanda with his heaven's eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. This was also the basis for his judgment. Too much time had passed, and these strange flying symbols were too profound. The few of them tried to deduce them, but they still couldn't understand them. They could be said to be obscure and difficult to understand. Duanda judged that this palm-sized mysterious stone coffin most likely had an astonishing origin. According to the secrets of tombs he knew, this was an extremely ancient divine coffin, and there were many mysteries that he couldn't understand. The so-called not sinking into the yellow earth, not entering the mortal world, and being buried in the 9 heavens referred to being placed outside the sky, which was to be buried in the lonely universe, where it would travel alone in the eternal darkness. Because the mortal world wasn't enough to bury it, gods were flawless, even in death. Only the 9 heavens was their final resting place in the uninhabited universe. This kind of divine coffin that is buried in the 9 heavens has always been a thing of legend and has never been seen before. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty was really powerful. They even managed to get their hands on such a thing. Just how many star domains have they explored? Duanda was shocked. The others were all speechless. This unremarkable little coffin's origins were so great, it truly left them horrified. There was something extraordinary inside. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty was extremely prosperous. They had the 5-colored altar that led to the outer realm, but no one knew where they had been. Through what they saw today, it was enough to prove their unprecedented strength. Divine them was, the time, the tea. That's not necessarily the case. They might have given up on their rule. No matter what the situation was, it was a terrifying matter. It was full of mysteries and unknowns. They could glimpse a corner of the past, the extraordinary years of the heroes of their generation. They had supreme authority and combat strength. Is it also the coffin of a god? Yi Fan naturally thought of the ancient bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragons. Comparatively speaking, it was even more majestic and majestic. Let's not talk about anything else first. Hurry up and open this coffin. The big black dog couldn't sit still as if his boat was on fire. He was more anxious than anyone else. In the end, Monkey became ruthless. All the golden fur on his body stood on end. He was born with divine strength. He grabbed the small coffin with both hands and pressed it on his legs, wanting to break it. In the end, he grimaced in pain and couldn't move. Yi Fan was surprised. He used all the strength in his body to break the small coffin. The golden blood energy in his body covered the sky and earth, but it was still useless. Drip some blood on it. Maybe this will open it, Xianxia said. She thought of the blood altar. Everyone was stunned. Hearing this, they nodded. Pangbo and Dongfengyi tried one after another. They dripped a few drops of blood, but it was useless. There was still no change. We might need the blood of a saint. Xianxia blinked her large eyes. Because there was dried blood on the stone box, the living sacrifice back then might have been to open it. In the end, everyone looked at Qi Luo. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint. The blood in his body should be very terrifying. Perhaps it could be used to open the mysterious stone box. You guys have to think carefully. If this palm-sized stone coffin is opened, who knows what will appear, Qi Luo said. Don't worry. I reckon we've brought the black gold cauldron of Alcade. If something big really happens, we can just throw it at them. We'll definitely be able to suppress them. The Black Emperor's cheeks were still hurting. He wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't open it. Beads of blood dripped from Qi Luo's fingers. Every drop was bright and dazzling, emitting a terrifying light pattern. He was usually all smiles. So it turned out that there was such a terrifying power hidden in his body. However, it was still ineffective. When the blood landed on the small stone coffin, there was no reaction. This made everyone feel troubled. Even Qi Luo, a half-saint, was unable to open it. Could it be that they needed a true saint? Maybe Yi Fan and Brother Monkey's blood can work. Xianxia blinked her large eyes. Because these two people had special constitutions, they possessed the power of a heaven-defying bloodline. Let me try. Yi Fan received it. A golden bead of blood rolled down from his fingertip and dripped onto the stone coffin. In that instant, the stone coffin trembled. It really works. Give me a few more drops, the large black dog called out. From the looks of it, it wanted nothing more than to bleed Yi Fan so that blood could cover the stone coffin. When 6 drops of golden blood fell, the palm-sized stone coffin emitted a light kacha sound. A crack appeared on it, and a mark appeared on the stone wall that was originally a hole. This is really strange. Just now, it was a solid stone no matter how I looked at it. Now that the coffin lid is exposed, it can really be separated. The others all clicked their tongues in wonder. Yi Fan dripped another 3 drops of blood. With a kacha sound, the coffin lid was revealed. It automatically opened up a black crack, and a mysterious ripple flowed out. Step back. Yi Fan gestured. On the ground, there was only a small stone coffin. The others had already retreated far away. Yi Fan used the troop's secret character to open the coffin lid and used the goddess furnace to protect himself. He had to. Be careful, because only heaven knew what would happen when an immortal was involved. No one dared to be careless. Pa! The coffin lid landed on the ground. Apart from a mysterious ripple, there was no other abnormality. It was extremely quiet there, and only the sound of wind could be heard. This is only the outer coffin. There is another layer of coffin inside, Duanda said. The others walked over. Sure enough, there was a slightly smaller coffin inside. After taking it out, it was still tightly sealed, and there was not a single gap. It was obvious that blood was still dripping from it. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. This time, he dripped a total of 18 golden blood droplets. The small coffin absorbed them, and with a kacha sound, the coffin opened. The others were stunned after opening the coffin lid. They discovered that there was still a small coffin inside, and it was even smaller. No way. Duanda's expression changed. It's fine. Again. Yi Fan started dripping blood again. This time, 27 golden blood droplets dripped down, and only then did the coffin lid open. F***ck, there is another small coffin. The large black dog was about to go crazy, and he cried out strangely while covering his cheeks. However, he didn't dare to nibble on it this time. F***ck, how many layers are there? Pangbo was also puzzled. Yi Fan didn't believe it. He kept dripping blood, and in one breath, he opened 6 layers. It was still a coffin within a coffin, and the last time, Yi Fan used up 54 drops of golden blood. The few of them were scared. They really wanted to smash it open, but they didn't dare to. There was definitely a big problem with this small coffin. It was actually a coffin within a coffin, and there was no end to it. It can't be 9 layers, right? 9 by 9 returns to 1. Monkey revealed a shocked expression, and his expression was dazed as if he had thought of something. Don't open it. This small coffin can't be touched now. If it is really opened, there will most likely be a heaven-defying change. I seriously suspect. Duanda's expression was very ugly, and a little pale. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, 99% real, meet the one that has returned. Dongfeng Yi scratched his head and asked, what are you trying to say? Duanda said, I feel that this stone coffin was indeed fished back from outer space. It really has 9 layers, but it's most likely that it's not a god buried here, but the legendary ancestor of the Yuhua god dynasty. F***ck, you're too ridiculous. Is the ancestor of the Yuhua god dynasty a mouse? It's too depressing to put him in such a small coffin. The Black Emperor didn't believe him. It looks small, but I feel that this thing can even store Mount Meru inside, Duanda said. I didn't mean that. I'm saying that the Great Emperor wouldn't let his coffin look so small, the Black Emperor said. He had followed Wuxia before and felt that the Great Emperor was majestic and could sweep through everything. Brother Monkey, you don't look too good. What's wrong? At this moment, Yi Fan saw Monkey's absent-minded expression and couldn't help but ask him. I was still too young during the primordial era. My memories are a little blurry now. Monkey rubbed his temples as if he was trying hard to recall something. He said, I seem to have heard my uncle talk about the legend of the 9-story stone coffin. It can't be touched. After seeing it, one should pay respect and bury it in outer space, releasing it into the depths of the universe. When everyone heard this, their faces turned pale. They knew that they were in big trouble. After thinking carefully, they realized that the Yuhua god dynasty had offered this coffin as a tribute. That tribute was a piece of immortal material, immortal tears green gold. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Monkey said, I thought of something else. My uncle told me as a story back then. It seemed to have happened in the mythological era. It was said that the number 1 royal family second only to the royal family obtained the 9-story stone coffin. In the end, the entire family was destroyed. It was said that someone sent it into the depths of the universe later, which stopped the terrifying chaos. Could it be that the destruction of the Yuhua god dynasty is related to this small stone coffin? Everyone shivered. They thought of everything that was destroyed here and the huge palm print on the ancestral vein. That was a strike that shattered 1,000,000 miles. It was difficult to connect such a vast strike with such a small stone coffin. The altar where the small stone coffin is located is very particular. All of you should pay attention. We have walked through so many temples and small worlds, but only that level has a stone tablet engraved with the words 33rd heaven. The blind old man said. Everyone was stunned. Buried above the 9 heavens and placed in the 33rd heaven. In that case, did the Yuhua god dynasty notice something? Qi Luo didn't say anything, and he started to cover the coffin layer by layer. Something astonishing happened. Every time the coffin lid was closed, it would turn into a complete body, and it would fit together seamlessly. When the outermost coffin lid was closed, it became a whole body, like a stone heart, as if it had grown together. Strange. Even Fatty Duan, who had been in contact with tombs all year round, couldn't explain it. What kind of power did this small stone coffin have? There's nothing more to say. If Yi Fan crosses the star field to leave, just send him into a spatial node on the way and bury him in the depths of the universe. There are some things that we can't touch. Qi Luo seemed to have noticed something, and his expression was extremely solemn. Duanda and the Black Emperor jumped up immediately. They were unprecedentedly in agreement. These two greedy and shameless fellows had 10,000 reasons to object fiercely. Duanda called himself a great archaeologist, and this was the first time he had seen such an immortal coffin. This would be a historical monument, and it had great significance to the human race. Although it wasn't suitable to open it now, he had to study it thoroughly with a sovereign weapon in the future. There was no need to mention the Black Emperor. He spoke extravagantly, bringing up the 9 revolutions heaven-defying and the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the end, he even raised it to the height of the life and death of the entire human race. However, everyone knew his bad habit. He couldn't leave after seeing a treasure, and he often killed the familiar. Obviously, his bad habit was acting up. In the end, the stone coffin was stuffed into Yi Fan's arms by Qi Luo, and he repeatedly told him that if he could really leave, he must bury this coffin in the depths of the universe. This thing couldn't be left behind. They followed the group of people in front and entered the small world of the temple on the 34th layer. As soon as they entered, everyone's expression changed. This place was too demonic, there were ghosts everywhere, and their ghostly cries made people's scalps go numb. What kind of world was this? It was incomprehensible. There were black shadows everywhere, and there were wild corpses everywhere. They were like grass and trees, covering every inch of land. Numerous black ghostly hands danced in the air, like an endless field of weeds. The eerie cold air made people shiver uncontrollably. Pangbo was dumbfounded when he saw this. Dongfeng Yi also staggered, and he hurriedly chanted the mantra of the war god. The large black dog's black fur stood on end, and it continuously barked. This scene was too terrifying, and it was inconceivable. Everyone was stunned. Everything was so surreal, like a nightmare. It wasn't that they hadn't seen spirits before, but they had never seen so many at once. Is this still the human world? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it hell. This was a paradise for evil spirits. There was a mountain that looked like a volcano in front of them. Demonic mist lingered around it, and the mountain mouth took in and spat out black gas. Ghosts wept and gods howled, and evil corpses were densely packed there, constantly crawling out. The atmosphere was gloomy and gloomy. There were ghosts everywhere in this small world. The group of people who had gone against the god-slaying bugs had already entered this place a long time ago, but none of them survived. As soon as they entered, they saw their dismembered corpses. Damn, there are ghosts everywhere. There's a big one here, more than 4 meters long. Duanda, where did you go? Professionals, hurry up and use your ultimate move. I'll poke, catch ghosts. The Black Emperor shouted. At this moment, they were almost drowned out. Meanwhile, in front of them, the reinforcements from the Great Xia, Yaoguang, and other powerful holy lands were also shouting. There were fluctuations of holy weapons, and it was obvious that those people had encountered the same trouble. Ancient corpses and evil spirits appeared one after another. Their bodies were withered, and they were all skin and bones. Their eyes were empty, and their bodies were jet black. Their nails were as long as iron hooks, and they were incomparably vicious. Fatty, these are the experienced underground ghost warriors. Hurry up and attack. The old blind man also shouted. Motherf ****, I've roamed the world my whole life, but I've never seen so many ghosts, and they're all corporeal. Motherf ****, is this karma? Duanda cursed. His hands weren't idle, and he had already started to move. He grumbled and wrestled with the ghosts, and he wasn't careless at all. He grabbed a big ghost that seemed to be a ghost general, and he ruthlessly slashed it. However, this was to no avail. There were too many ghosts, and the sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Black iron hook-like claws collided with each other, and sparks flew everywhere. Duanda was also scared. How was he going to catch so many ghosts? Not to mention beating them all to the ground. Even if he killed a ghost in a corner, he would probably be crippled. Yi Fan protected Jiziyue behind him. These things were very disgusting, and there were all kinds of evil appearances that were hard to describe. It's okay, I'm not afraid. It's fine as long as I'm by your side. Jiziyue said softly. Yi Fan couldn't understand why there were so many corpses and ghosts. The black mountain in front of him was majestic, and the mouth of the mountain seemed to be spewing out spring water. Those ghosts were endless, and they kept climbing out. At this moment, the entire small world was filled with ghost mountains and ghost seas, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Duanda shouted, I understand now. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty really played themselves to death. The collapse of the first ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains was most likely because of them. That Black Ghost Mountain should be connected to the dragon bloodline, and these ghost armies are the army they used to conquer the world. It would be an understatement to say that there are millions of them. There must be a reason why the first ancestral bloodline is filled with ghost energy. Everyone shuddered. This place was located on the ancestral bloodline of the Central Plains, and that volcanic cave definitely led to the underground ancestral dragon bloodline. What kind of result was this? The number one divine bloodline in the past was now spewing out ghosts. Damn it, back then, they must have captured all the dragons in the Central Plains, and in the end, even the god dynasty was sacrificed. This is most likely the reason. Duanda cursed. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. Everyone started to fight with the ghosts, and they took out all kinds of ancient weapons and magic treasures. Yifan's 9-colored flame burned an area, and with a sizzling sound, corpse oil came out of the ghosts' bodies. Duanda snorted, and he also scattered a large amount of blood soil on the few of them. A scarlet light overflowed, and there seemed to be a fiery red dragon rising from each of their bodies. It was dazzling, but it was cold and sinister. This was the Yama Earth, and it was extremely wondrous. It was extremely useful against evil ghosts, and Duanda was using evil to suppress evil. The effects were clear. Once the Yama Earth appeared, all of the surrounding ghouls retreated. Not a single one dared to approach, and the surrounding area became empty. The monkey and the others pulled about, removing the broken ghost hands from their bodies one after another. There were just too many ghosts just now, and they couldn't kill them all. They were powerful, shattering thousands, but they were still submerged. The fluctuations of several holy weapons were transmitted from the front. It was clear that the divine dynasty and holy land that wielded great weapons were going crazy. With so many ghosts, anyone who entered would have to bear a grudge. Only the ancient holy might could intimidate them. Roar, the small world of the 34th layer temple trembled, and a mournful and enormous ghost cry sounded. The heaven and earth rumbled together, and a ghost king crawled out from the black mountain. Its hair was disheveled, and its 2 eye sockets flickered like 2 divine lamps. It was several hundred zhong tall, far larger than the other ghouls. With a few steps, it descended the mountain, and with a stomp, the mountains and rivers collapsed. This is a great completion, Ghost King, you have to be careful. A cry of alarm sounded from the front. Wung, the holy weapon was activated, and it attacked forward. However, the great completion Ghost King also had a weapon on its body. It was a white bone staff, a damaged holy weapon. Under its control, its power was peerless. Hong, tens of thousands of ghosts covered the mountains and plains, and the human cultivators and ancient races also suffered disastrous losses. This ghost was extremely ruthless. It used the damaged holy weapon to attack the 5-colored divine tree. The white bone staff was shattered, and the world-shocking holy might was drawn out by it, wreaking havoc in front of it. It ignited its weapon soul to destroy all enemies. This was extremely decisive and didn't have the slightest hesitation. It could be said that this Ghost King's ferocity made people tremble. The great completion Ghost King had long since suffered serious injuries and was on the verge of death. It was blasted into the black volcano and collapsed. However, soon after, more than 10 Ghost Kings climbed up. Their bodies were wrapped in iron chains, and they filled up the mountain entrance. They spat out mysterious light, and divine chains of order covered every inch of space, trying to strangle everyone. Hong, at the most crucial moment, the number 1 offensive emperor weapon of the Central Plains appeared. The Tai Sovereign sword transformed into an ancestral dragon. The dragon's head was the tip, the dragon's body was the blade, and the dragon's tail was the hilt. It chopped down. Without any suspense, the ancient great emperor's weapon was peerless. It shattered the vacuum and chopped down, splitting the entire Black Mountain in half. An ear-splitting boom rang out, and almost everyone fell to the ground. When the number 1 offensive emperor weapon, the Tai Sovereign sword, appeared, the wind and clouds changed, and the sky lost color. Nothing could stop it once it appeared. This was a destructive attack. The countless ghouls were instantly destroyed, and the mountain that had been split in half quickly turned into ashes. Slashing apart the myriad worlds wasn't just empty words. If it was in the hands of a great emperor, it could really be done. The few Saint Masters had already activated it to unleash such an attack. Below the black mountain that had turned into ashes, there was a huge black hole. Looking down, there were ancient buildings in the earth veins, and there was a towering divine palace. That was the path to the 35th level of the palace world. No one dared to be the first to enter. The Thai sovereign sword of Xianxia was like an eternal beam of immortal light, intimidating everyone. The group of Xianxia's imperial clan entered the ground first. In the ancient vein, there were countless ghosts. An ancient temple was located there, and as expected, this place was connected to the number 1 ancestral vein of the Central Plains. It was just that the draconic chi had turned into ghostly chi. In the depths of the vein, there were countless skeletons and broken armors that would turn into dust with a single touch. They were all dead soldiers, and the countless malicious spirits were all transformed from them. The ghostly wails could be heard, and there were ghost kings hidden within. This was an extremely dangerous place with millions of army spirits bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, with the Thai sovereign's sword in the air, not a single ghost dared to approach it. The people of Xianxia pushed open the door of the temple and entered the 35th level of the palace. Roar! As soon as the extreme emperor weapon disappeared, all sorts of ghosts began to howl. Everyone's expression changed. The Holy Lands took out their saint weapons and rushed into the temple. Otherwise, who knew how many army spirits there would be? If all the soldiers of Xianxia died here, even millions of ghost soldiers might appear. This was not a lie. Just the thought of it made one's hair stand on end. Let's go. If we can't use the heaven-devouring evil jar, then leave it for the crucial moment. Right now, we need to borrow the divine might of these people, said Chi Luo. Pay attention, we need to be on guard against some powerful enemies. We need to get rid of the heavenly prince, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the others. The monkey bared his teeth as the great rod in his hand flowed with black light. The 35th level of the palace was extremely quiet. The majestic palaces ahead were all deathly silent. Everyone who entered remained motionless. The Holy Lands, divine dynasties, and archaic clans were all quietly observing. The atmosphere here was extraordinary, and everyone could feel something strange. Finally, someone moved and walked forward. There were many stone inscriptions in the majestic ancient palace. The ancient engravings were all of the stone man in the shrine they saw before. The legends and myths all revolved around him. And in the ancient watchtower, there was a true divine statue. It was also that person, like a Buddha, but also like an old farmer. It was blurry and indistinct. This should really be the ancestor of the Yuhua God dynasty. The legendary Yuhua Great Emperor might really exist. Everyone trembled. You guys came. Suddenly, a voice came from an ancient watchtower. A Dao child walked out. He seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, but he spoke with an extremely aged voice. On the other side, a young girl with delicate features looked down from another majestic palace. She also looked down and said, "You guys are quite daring." Her appearance was pure, but her voice sounded like that of an old woman. Who are you guys? Everyone was horrified. The appearance of 2 Dao children in this place was too strange. They weren't ghosts, but rather people with flesh and blood who were conversing with them. Don't you guys know? Haven't you already seen us in the stone inscriptions? The 2 Dao children with aged voices said. Everyone shuddered. Looking at the stone carvings in the palace, they broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. The stone carvings that were suspected to be of the great emperor Yuhua always had 2 Daoist children by his side, and they looked exactly like them. These are 2 living people. There is the accumulation of time on their bodies, and they have the aura of an ancient great emperor. The large black dog shuddered. He had experienced many things, so he instantly sensed something. The Dao children of the Yuhua Great Emperor? Everyone was stunned. The Yuhua Great Emperor is still alive? Where is he? Many people were scared. Sometimes, living people were far more terrifying than ghosts. The Yuhua Great Emperor is immortal, so he naturally exists in this world. You guys have disturbed his slumber, the 2 Dao children said coldly. One was a boy and one was a girl. They were both 11 or 12 years old. Their lips were red and their teeth were white. They were beautiful and full of spirit. Although they were young, they seemed to be old. Everyone became stupefied, shivering inwardly, all of them stunned. Were the words of these two clever and delicate little fellows true? All of this was too terrifying. Followed Yuhua the great emperor? It was incomprehensible. If it was true, there would be endless unfathomable mysteries. Tomb Raider, do you think these two are malicious spirits? The black dog felt uncomfortable. He lowered his voice to the lowest level and poked Duanda with his paw. They are alive, but there is a strange aura on them. It makes my hair stand on end. Duanda couldn't help but shiver. He took out the death grass, Yama soil, and 9 underworlds embryo. Then, he sprinkled out the water of the yellow springs. It was as if he was performing a dance. He was chanting and dancing with joy. Those who didn't know would think that he was having a seizure. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. In the end, Duanda sat on the ground and said to himself, I've been digging graves my whole life. I'm afraid I've met my ancestor today. The people of the Holy Lands and the dynasties didn't believe it. There were 2 theories about whether Yuhua the Great Emperor really existed. He was at least 300,000 years old. How could their children still be alive? Don't doubt me. Those 2 children have the power of time. I don't know if they have lived for 300,000 years, but I am sure that their physical bodies have existed for at least tens of thousands of years. A skinny old man from the Feng clan walked out. His expression was not good as he stared forward seriously. When this old man spoke, the Feng clan's divine lord and the Feng phoenix were beside him. Obviously, he had a great background and attracted many people's attention. What? He is not dead? Many people were shocked. It's him. Many people were stunned. The divine lords were all shocked. Some of the leaders of the great sects had only seen him when he was young. It was rumored that he had passed away 2,000 years ago. The previous divine lord of the Feng clan, he was someone from the same generation as Jiang Taishu. Although he wasn't as famous as divine King Jiang and was known as the strongest in the eastern wasteland for 5,000 years, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. However, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. The fact that he could live for more than 4,000 years without dying was enough to explain everything. It was not a small miracle. The Feng clan's supreme divine lord was still alive and unfathomable. Everyone's expressions changed. People of this age would not lie. Could it be that the 2 children were? No one dared to think any further. Everyone began to tremble. They looked at the 2 children with red lips and white teeth, and then stared at the stone engravings in the ancestral temple. They became even more scared. Why was Yuhua the great emperor's figure so indistinct? He was in the ancestral temple, and there should have been a golden statue, but his figure was too indistinct, as if he was in the mist. On the other hand, the 2 Taoist children were extremely lifelike, as if they had walked out from a stone wall. I don't believe it. No matter what time it was, there was no lack of audacious people. Everyone's thoughts were different. A few people shook their heads and sneered. One of the sect masters said, I fear that some great power wants to cover the sky with one hand and scare all of us away. They purposely made these 2 children. He. In the ancestral temple, the 2 children walked together and looked down from above. The boy was laughing, making people's hair stand on end. His voice was coarse and old as he said, boasting shamelessly. You even dare to come here and act so impudently. Who dares cover the sky with one hand and swallow this place alone? He reached out a tender little hand and enlarged it in an instant. It was so fast that no one could react. He pointed forward and flickered with precious splendor. However, it was extremely cold. Ah! A miserable scream sounded. Pooh! Blood splashed out, and then there was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned and terrified. The scene in front of them made them feel a chill run down their spines. That 11 or 12-year-old Taoist child had only used one finger to press a sect master to death. Can you do it? Yi Fan asked Qi Luo. These 2 children are ancient saints, they are not people we can fight against. Qi Luo said solemnly. What? These 2 children are ancient saints? Then, it can't be wrong. They must have followed great Emperor Yuhua before. Otherwise, how could they be so powerful? Pangbo and Dongfengyi looked at each other in dismay. What was the Yuhua God dynasty trying to do? The two children beside their ancestor from more than 200,000 years ago were still alive. That mysterious great emperor might not be dead. What exactly happened in the past? Could it be that they really went into seclusion and gave up on their rule? Many people faintly felt uneasy. The number one ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains was not an ordinary place. Could it really be, as they guessed just now, that they had designs on the progenitor dragon? Duanda said with a trembling voice, they want to draw upon the draconic energy and ancestral bloodline of the entire Central Plains. The legendary ascension might be true. Ascending to immortality, this was the ultimate goal of the God dynasty. In order to achieve this, they had traveled to other star regions. Their strength was at its peak. They must have made a lot of preparations back then. Yi Fan and the others were scared. Just now, they saw so many malicious spirits in the small world of the temple on the 34th floor. Moreover, that Black Mountain was directly connected to the foundation of the former number one ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains. Anyone who thought about it carefully could figure out some things. It was too demonic. How big of a move did they make to turn the number one ancestral bloodline into a ghost? Bloodline? And now, even the draconic energy had turned into ghost energy. Ghosts cried and gods howled. It was a far cry from the past. More than 200,000 years ago, the number one ancestral bloodline of the Central Plains was overflowing with auspicious clouds. Rainbows crossed the sun and moon, glowing brilliantly like the residence of an immortal. What is the meaning of this? Someone asked. You intruded into the sleeping place of the great emperor, and you still ask us what is the meaning of this? The two childlike ancient saints said coldly. At this time, other experts also sensed it. Even though the two Tao children restrained their auras, they still made people feel as if they were facing wild beasts. They were undoubtedly ancient saints. Many people from the ancient races also hurried over. Their faces were all pale. The people who came here were all super experts, and there was no lack of half-step saints among them. They were trembling with fear when facing the ancient saints. Everyone became silent. It wasn't that there were no people here, but it couldn't be considered an ownerless ruin. There were still two living saints guarding this place. Quite a few people even more so felt fear. Raiding the old lair of saints was purely courting death. We won't blame you for intruding into this place. After all, it has been covered in dust for many years. However, you need to apologize to the great emperor, said the two Tao children. Many people didn't say anything. Their hearts were in a mess, and they didn't know what to do. Were the two ancient saints really going to let them go? Apart from a few holy lands with emperor weapons, everyone else was anxious and fearful. The two Tao children indicated that the great emperor Yuhua was sleeping in the small world in front of him. He wanted them to go and apologize. The scene immediately became deathly silent. No one took a step forward. They couldn't figure out what they were thinking, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The great emperor Yuhua, he lived in the small world of the holy temple. Was this real or fake? No one dared to move. The two Tao children pointed, and an ancient path led straight to the highest holy temple. The stone door there was tightly shut, and everyone was scared. If the great emperor Yuhua was really sleeping inside, then their actions were too laughable. The 5 regions would undergo a heaven-defying change. After a long time, this place was deathly silent. No one spoke. Only after a long time had passed did someone move. They really walked forward to see what was going on. Poo la la, when a group of people passed through the depths of this temple, many demons with demonic wings flew out. They were actually hanging from the eaves. God descendants. Duanda immediately cried out, as if he suddenly thought of something. Many people were also stunned. When they had just entered the first level of the holy temple, they suffered heavy losses. Many of these sinister people hanging upside down from the eaves appeared, and they devoured the essence, blood and flesh of many experts, only leaving behind a set of human skin. Now, they appeared again. They are gods. Duanda cried out. He finally understood the identity of the Tao children. They had encountered the legendary living ancestors. The sound of flapping wings rang out continuously. The sinister people covered the sky and earth, but they didn't attack anyone. Every one of them was sinister and cold. The Yin gods haven't transformed yet, but they are still here. Heavens! Duanda's heart was completely cold. He directly said that not to mention the Yama Earth, Yellow Spring, and 9 Netherworlds embryo were useless now, even the entire Underworld King Palace might not be able to suppress them. These 2 Dao children were indeed nodding spirits. They had definitely been buried in an extremely profound land back then. Their primordial spirits had died, but their flesh hadn't been destroyed. After tens of thousands of years of nourishment, their flesh had been reborn and a new spiritual consciousness had been born. After death, they had reincarnated again. This was a heaven-defying change. They had escaped the punishment of the heavens. This kind of creature was incomprehensible. They learned everything at an astonishing speed and grew step by step. Sooner or later, they would be unrivaled under the heavens and be able to contend against the greatest existences. That's not right. Didn't you say that even if they were reborn in human bodies, they would have already severed their past? This is a new life form. They shouldn't remember their past and should only remember this life, said Ji Fan. Something must have happened during this. They obtained their past through other channels and were definitely reborn. This is a miracle of life after death. Duanda's expression was pale. This was the first time the fatty was at a loss and lost his sense of propriety. He had interacted with tombs all year round and knew that there were some taboo existences. These Dao children were one of them. Yin gods, in the back, everyone almost exploded. Everyone's scalps went numb. This was seizing fate from heaven and earth. This was an unfathomable type of good fortune. Since ancient times, everyone had their own lives. Who could open up a completely different life after death? Everyone's hearts trembled. They thought of many things. It seemed like too many things had happened in the Central Plains #1 ancestral bloodline in the past. The 2 Dao children could only undergo such a miraculous transformation after being buried in such a place. The male Dao child laughed coldly and said, "Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you all. Please enter the highest ancestral temple. You all are corpse deities. Why do you still remember your past lives? It was naturally the great emperor who awakened us, bestowing upon us the memories of our past lives." The female Dao child said. What, he really is still in this world? Everyone, please enter. The male Dao child said expressionlessly. The girl waved her sleeves. The distant stone gate opened with a honglong sound, revealing the last small world of the temple. Hong, endless auspicious multicolored light surged outwards. All types of auspicious light curled about. The inside was divine. Thousands of auspicious colors, tens of thousands of divine rainbows pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. Central Plains #1 ancestral bloodlines draconic essence all gathered here. Tens of thousands of strands of immortal light surged, scattering down on heaven and earth. Multicolored light shone brilliantly, brilliant radiance surging. An expanse of ancient temples rested within the mountain range, auspicious and divine. There were some temples that resonated with the great Tao, countless divine chains of order curling about them. Everyone could tell with a single glance that these were the insights of ancient saints. There were some temples that released divine multicolored light, illuminating the heavens. Scarlet essence and purple energy danced about. Needless to say, these were definitely world-shocking divine materials. There were also ancient temples that released waves of chanting sounds, as if someone was chanting unmatched great Tao scriptures. Countless ancient characters densely packed together, engraving themselves in the void, taking in and sending out endless divine splendor. Everyone went crazy. That was definitely a world-shaking ancient scripture. The most shocking thing was that a stone core was floating in the Central Plains #1 ancestral bloodlines only cave, rising and falling with the auspicious multicolored light, fluctuating with the rainbow. The ancestral bloodline released auspicious energy, absorbing the essence of all directions. What is that? Everyone was stupefied. Great Emperor Yu Hua. The 2 Dao children said expressionlessly. The #1 ancestral bloodline of the Central Plains was still there, not completely destroyed. Auspicious multicolored light gushed out from the hole, and a stone embryo floated up and down. Great Emperor Yu Hua, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They saw such a heaven-defying scene with their own eyes. An ancient great emperor was still alive? The people of the world couldn't understand. One had to know that it had already been close to 300,000 years since that era. In the mountains, ancestral temples appeared one after another, grand, simple and natural. They either emitted five-colored mist or were densely engraved with ancient scriptures. The sounds of sacrifices and chanting rang out together, creating a magnificent scene. These auspicious scenes made the ancient cave look even more extraordinary. The stone embryo was blurry, roughly in the shape of a human. It seemed to be sitting cross-legged, very rough, but it couldn't be denied that it had become the center of the world. This was a stone shell, and there should be something inside. It made everyone's heart pound. Was this the great emperor that the two ancient saints protected, great Emperor Yuhua? The world had always debated whether he existed or not. Was it confirmed now? A rather ancient great emperor that left behind traces of immortality. This is impossible. Great Emperor Wu Shi is already gone, how can he still be alive? The big black dog didn't believe it and didn't dare to call out. He roared in the hearts of Yi Fan, Qi Luo, and the others, expressing his doubts. He had followed a true ancient great emperor before and understood him very well. He always believed that Wu Shi didn't die and went to the celestial realm. He didn't believe that someone could live for so long in this world. He wouldn't be the most ruthless living ancestor in history, right? The corners of Duanda's mouth twitched. After seeing the Yin god, he very consciously abandoned the 9 underworld embryo and the others. No one could do anything against this kind of thing. He spoke out his thoughts. Of course, he also used his divine sense to transmit his voice. More than 200,000 years ago, the Yuhua god dynasty most likely did something heaven-defying, which caused all of this. They must have gone mad back then. They most likely wanted to destroy the entire Central Plains, exhausting everything to nourish the stone embryo, which is the legendary great Emperor Yuhua. Duanda also couldn't be sure. But he still muttered in his heart. The big black dog was right. No one could live for so long, even if he was an ancient great emperor. This was too exaggerated. He wasn't the only one who had doubts. The others also had an ominous feeling, especially the Grand Holy Master of the Phone Clan, who stared fixedly at the stone embryo. Why do I look like a holy spirit? Someone said in a low voice. There were quite a few people who were doubtful. After all, that was a stone carcass. Only heaven knew what was inside. This wasn't impossible. An immortal land like the first ancestral vein had gathered the essence of a great region since ancient times. It would be strange if it didn't give birth to anything. What are you all waiting for? Why aren't you kneeling to the great emperor of Yuhua and apologizing to him? The two Yin gods' voices were cold. Although they weren't big, their voices were coarse and old. Everyone became even more uncertain. Whether this stone core was a holy spirit or feather transformation great emperor, no one could say for sure. Their hearts all became extremely tense. It's not impossible for the Yuhua emperor to survive. The first-generation Heaven Source ancestral master once said that there's a limit to one's strength, but heaven and earth exist eternally, and immeasurable tribulations are always present. Those who truly understand heaven and earth can, in theory, not die, a dragon-seeking earth master from the Central Plains said. Yi Fan's heart stirred. Did the first ancestor of heaven Yuan Tian say something like that? He became a monk halfway and relied on himself to explore and comprehend everything. He had no idea. I don't believe that the Yuhua emperor is still alive. If he is, how did the great emperor appear later on? And how could he just watch as the Yuhua god dynasty was destroyed? Along the way, many people died. Many of them were devoured by the descendants of the Yin gods. Their children or parents were filled with hatred and spoke without any regard for the consequences. Clearly, the Yin gods didn't want to blame them. They sneered and said, if it wasn't for the great emperor, how could we return to this world? The methods of the ancient great emperors aren't something you can imagine. This was a mystery, but it wasn't unsolvable. They could find out about their past lives through other methods, but this tone still made people's hearts tremble. Whether the Yuhua emperor existed or not is a question. Why wasn't his name spread throughout the world and wasn't recorded in the history books? It's full of loopholes. Daring to question two ancient saints, it could be said that the god of longevity was tired of living. This person was the son of the sect master who was killed by a finger of the Tao child not long ago. He had completely thrown caution to the wind. The Yuhua emperor kept a low profile. Although he roamed the world for many years, he rarely appeared in the world. Who could compare to him, the Tao child said. Wrong. There has always been a rumor in the world. Even if the Yuhua emperor really was alive, he wasn't human. It's very likely that he was a holy spirit that proved his Tao. The man was very agitated. His eyes were red from the pain of losing his father. Everyone trembled. This was questioning the ancient saints. Not many people had the courage to do so. It could easily lead to death. What nonsense are you talking about? The two Tao children said coldly. They were obviously angry and felt that the name of the Yuhua emperor was being blasphemed. Although not many people know about this rumor, I believe that it's not only our lineage that has heard of it. The man seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. He said, it is precisely because of this that the first thing great Emperor Vicious did after proving his Tao was to destroy the Yuhua god dynasty with a palm and then cut apart the broken heaven mountain range with a sword. This was simply earth-shattering. No one thought that he would dare to say such a thing. Many people had never heard of such a secret. They were all incomparably shocked. The matter of the Yuhua emperor being a holy spirit is not reliable. Duanda muttered and shook his head. The information he obtained from the ancient tomb was undoubtedly from the human race. It couldn't be false. However, he also knew that the broken heaven mountain range was the supreme celestial land of the Holy Spirit. It was rumored that it was indeed flattened by great Emperor Vicious alone, turning it into a barren land today. At this moment, the two Tao children's expressions were as gloomy as water. The girl waved her hand and the man who spoke just now flew in and fell into the small world of the highest temple. All of you, go in and apologize. The two seemingly young ancient saints moved. With a wave of their sleeves, even those with holy weapons couldn't do anything. After all, they were facing existences of this level. Only undying inheritances like Grand Xia, Jiang clan, and Jiuli tribe could still be considered calm. At the same time, they revived their ultimate emperor weapons and were on guard. Everyone, please go in. This is the land of the number 1 ancestral vein in the Central Plains. If you all attack with your ultimate emperor weapons, you might accidentally activate the essence of draconic chi beneath the ground. Who knows, it might cause the surrounding millions of miles to sink in. The two Tao children said expressionlessly. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was this a threat or a warning? The ancient saints were standing in this special place and were activating the first ancestral vein. If they wanted to destroy it, it would be a great disaster. However, they had an ultimate emperor weapon in their hands, and it wasn't just one. Even though they felt a chill in their hearts, they weren't like the others. This was because the saints didn't dare to face the attack of a great emperor head-on. They could only run and wait for an opportunity to attack. No matter, we will advance and retreat together. Now that several emperor weapons have appeared, unless the great emperor revives to suppress us, even a saint will find it difficult to deal with us. A holy lord spoke. What he said was the truth. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't believe that the great Emperor Yuhua was still alive. Even if he went in, the emperor weapons in his hands could completely shatter the 36 ancestral temples and slash through the void. Everyone stood in the small world of the 36th level temple. No one charged into the ancient temple that was glowing with multicolored light and tens of thousands of strands of auspicious chi. They all stood in front of the dragon cave and watched the stone core rise and fall. Great Emperor, your sacrificial offerings have arrived. There are a few imperial weapons. This is going to be a feast, and I summon you back. Come back to life. Two Tao children stood in front of the stone gate, mumbling something that sounded like an ancient curse. Everyone who heard them felt their scalps go numb. Tao patterns flickered beneath everyone's feet one after another. They lit up with brilliant divine radiance and were filled with a type of demonic fluctuation. Immediately, someone shouted loudly, the stone core wants to suck dry the essence energy of this world and turn us into dust. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Damned deities, they really don't have good intentions after all. They want to get rid of us. What great Emperor Yuhua? he would have long died. The Black Emperor shouted, inciting everyone to attack together. They had the heaven-devouring demonic jar, so they weren't scared at all. However, something shocking happened. A golden holy sword hacked over, cutting the stone core in half on the spot. Everyone was stupefied. A magnificent stone core that was suspected to contain the great Emperor Yuhua was actually cut apart with a single strike. Moreover, it wasn't done by an emperor weapon. No one dared to believe this. What? How could it be like this? Great Emperor! The two Dao children cried out loudly. They rushed into the ancient cave that was surging with immortal light and draconic energy to examine the two halves of the stone core. Feather-like light flew out one after another. The two halves of the stone core were empty without any figures. Only this type of light was disappearing, and a strand of emperor might was spreading. Ascension. Even if the great Emperor Yuhua stayed inside before, he has already ascended. Many people cried out in alarm. This was the reign of light after ascension. Even if there was an unmatched existence that lived within the stone core, he had long transformed into the Tao, disappearing into the natural laws of heaven and earth. Impossible. 6,000 years ago, the great Emperor Yuhua revived from the ancestral vein, awakening us as well, bestowing upon us the memories of our past lives, having us protect the highest holy temple. Where did he go now? How could a holy weapon cut through his stone core? It's simply impossible. The two Dao children cried out crazily, finding this reality hard to accept. They loudly called out to the great emperor, their pupils standing up, as if they were going to go mad. He is definitely in the innermost depths of the ancestral vein. The two seemingly young ancient saints turned into two streaks of light, disappearing into the ancient cave, rushing into the depths of Central Continent's ancestral vein. They wanted to find the result. Everyone was stupefied, no one expecting this kind of result. They were all stupefied, unable to say anything. The two Dao children were definitely tricked by someone, but they deserved it, actually wanting to use us as living sacrifices. From this, it isn't hard to see that there really was a terrifying existence 6,000 years ago, one that was extremely cruel, most likely a terrifying Holy Spirit. Otherwise, how could these two powerful Dao children be tricked? The Black Emperor came to this conclusion. What are we still waiting for? There isn't much time left, let's go seize that broken green cauldron. There is most likely a powerful Holy Spirit in the depths of this ruined ancestral vein. Hurry and engrave the Ascension Immortal Scripture. Everyone deduced that there might really be an unmatched existence here. They had to move now, or else they wouldn't have time to obtain everything here. Wang, a streak of blinding light swept over, hacking toward Yifan and the monkey at the same time, the cold energy penetrating into their bones. Heavenly Prince, you won't be able to leave today. The monkey shouted loudly, brandishing his club, hacking forward murderously, killing the Heavenly Prince's Dao protectors and others. Chi. A sharp streak of sword light flew over, hacking towards Yifan's head. His eyes shone with deep divine light, his golden fist shattering all of the killing intent. Then, with a chong sound, he operated the army formula, killing that ancient race expert. He seized the sword in passing, holding it upside down as he walked forward. There were more than 10 ancient race experts, no lack of Dao severing experts among them. They formed a killing formation, rushing forward to strangle Yifan together. Setting up a formation against me here? Yifan was incomparably cold. With a stomp, the draconic energy underground surged, forming a heavenly origin divine formation, quickly extending outwards. Pooh! There was an ancient race expert who turned into a bloody mist on the spot, his body and spirit wiped out. Yifan's feet moved with the row formula, slaughtering his way into the crowd as if there was no one there. In this place, I am unrivaled against you all. Yifan held the divine sword dripping with blood in his hand. He hacked out horizontally, sword energy rushing into the heavens. In almost an instant, 4 heads flew out, their primordial spirits all dead, their corpses separated. His black hair fell over his shoulders, his gaze cold, and his steps firm. He advanced step by step, forcing a group of ancient race experts to retreat. This was the Yuan Taoist master's main battlefield. They couldn't understand it, and they didn't know. Up ahead, the ancient temple surged with all types of immortal light. Auspicious multicolored light was bright, overflowing with divine radiance. It was full of holiness and auspiciousness, like the temple of an archaic deity. The ancient race went crazy. They came for the green cauldron, charging forward to search for it. The human race cultivators were also roaring loudly. The ancient sages' insights turned into tangible characters, densely covering the top of the palace. They were mysterious and dazzling. Ancient characters flickered one after another, and the ancient sages' divine will imprints trembled, resonating with the great Tao. That was a place that made people go crazy. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted. As long as they obtained a single thing, they would enjoy endless benefits for the rest of their lives. Even those palaces that didn't shine and didn't resonate with the great Tao were tempting. Countless figures pounced forward. They knew that those places might be more valuable because they had the power of the seal. Back then, the Yuhua God dynasty ruled over half of the central continent. They were invincible. Even this ancient planet couldn't stop their footsteps as they advanced into the starry sky. Yi Fan was like a demon king, killing 10 people with a single sword strike. The ancient race experts just now all ran away, no one dared to block his path. Those who attacked in the dark were also cut into dozens of pieces with a single sword strike. Blood and broken bones splattered everywhere. Jizue followed closely behind him. The Black Emperor, Qi Luo, and the others also followed. Old Blind, Duanda, and Dong Fengyi went to help Monkey. Peng Bo said, "Be careful of Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. I have a premonition that this place will turn into a blood-stained azure field. If we don't kill until rivers of blood flow today, it won't stop. If we can really ascend the 5-colored sacrificial altar, we must kill all the enemies. We can't let the battle continue to earth. Otherwise, it will be a great disaster." When everyone was in a chaotic battle and charging towards the highest ancestral temple, an old man silently appeared at the stone door of the final layer of the small world. If there was an ancient race expert here, they would definitely be shocked because it was actually the great sage Hunchuo. Is the Yuhua Great Emperor really still alive? I can indeed sense a wisp of the aura of an ancient great emperor here. He held a shrine in his hand and stared at the stone man inside. In today's world, the sages don't show themselves. Why have you come? Another person was ill and hazy not far away. It was Gai Joyo. Great Sage Hunchuo turned around and said, "I'm only here for that thing in the first ancestral bloodline. I'm afraid it will massacre the world." In the final small temple world, shouts of war shook the heavens. This was originally an auspicious world overflowing with brilliant colors, but at this moment, it was shrouded in a bloody mist. In this short period of time, it was unknown just how many cultivators died. Reinforcements came from all sects, and it was no longer limited to just a few people like before. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds in this place. Ah! The Tao One Holy Land Saint Child died. He let out a miserable scream, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He didn't even know who the killer was, and he was assassinated by someone. His life was originally going to be wonderful, but in the end, he died in these ruins, losing the qualifications to become a supreme being of a sect. Pooh! A female living fossil from the jade pool was cleaved in half, and even her soul couldn't escape. She turned into a gorgeous rain of light and dissipated where she stood, her body and soul destroyed. This place was incomparably cruel. For the sake of fighting over the divine treasures. In the ancient temple, heroes from all walks of life were showing off their might. They charged forward without any regard for anything, displaying all sorts of divine abilities. That's the primordial killing technique. Wasn't it lost a long time ago? How could there still be people who can use it? Qi Luo was astonished. He stared at the dazzling light in the distance, and in the end, large numbers of people collapsed. Their bodies weren't harmed, but their primordial spirits turned into dust. In the mountain region, all sorts of wondrous techniques were displayed. Everyone used their ultimate moves. One was to protect themselves, and the second was to surpass others. They wanted to be the first to enter the temple they chose. There were most likely immortal materials here, and if they could obtain one or see a scripture, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their lives. There were a total of 81 ancient temples in this small world, and every single one of them had extraordinary things. As a result, every single place became a battlefield. Astonishing killing intent erupted, blood and white bones were everywhere. Since they already came here, no one would back out. The most magnificent Great Hall was the most miserable, because that was the center of the entire small world. Not only were the human experts fighting, but the ancient race experts were also rushing forward, all of them wanting to be the first to enter. In particular, the various ancient clans seemed to have gone mad. They slaughtered until their eyes turned red, shouting and roaring. They were all frantically searching for that damaged green cauldron, treating this treasure as their own lives. Although the human cultivators knew that the cauldron had an unimaginable significance, they didn't expect that the royal clans and imperial clans that had ruled the world since ancient times would care so much about it. They didn't even feel sorry for losing their lives, paving the road forward with blood and bones. This place became an Azura's killing field. Corpses were everywhere and blood formed rivers. The sacred and auspicious ancestral temple was surrounded by a layer of blood energy that merged with all types of auspicious colors. It was truly terrifying. This was the prelude to death. Everything had just begun. Lives were dissipating, and a large number of powerhouses had fallen. People went crazy for the Yuhua God dynasty's immortal treasury. War cries shook the heavens. Large amounts of cultivators continuously entered this small world. Blood flowed, corpses piled up into mountains, magical treasures and other things fluttered about in the sky, brilliant and resplendent. Everyone forgot everything else, only fighting and killing in front of them, all of them wanting to obtain immortal treasures. For Yi Fan, the scriptures and the comprehension of the ancient sages were indeed precious, but they were far inferior to the secret of traversing the star regions. He didn't rush to the most magnificent ancient temple in the center, but entered a place that seemed to contain ancient books. Of course, this place wasn't that easy to enter either. Although it wasn't as precious as the temple guarding ancient cauldron, there were still quite a few ancient books here. Naturally, it also attracted a large number of people. Scriptures triumphed over everything. Perhaps there were all kinds of lost wondrous techniques that no one knew about, or perhaps there were all kinds of immortal ascension secrets that the Yuhua God dynasty was searching for. There wasn't a single sect that didn't want to sweep everything away. Yi Fan was the first to open up the path. With a punch, the bones and tendons of the ancient race experts in front of him were all broken. Their bodies emitted an explosive sound before they shattered. No one could contend against him. They finally rushed into a palace hall and searched everywhere. There was a paragraph of text on the wall that emitted rays of auspicious light. There was even a scarlet divine chain swaying in the wind. This is a strange secret technique that seems to be very difficult to cultivate. Forget about it, let's take it. Qi Luo made his move. His fingers were like blades as he dug and engraved the stone wall. However, it was incomparably difficult. It contained a formation that protected the ancient temple and was difficult to destroy. The few of them were astonished. It had already been more than 200,000 years. Ordinary holy weapons had already decayed, let alone the buildings. He took out the hell soul-suppressing pagoda and swept out with all his might. Finally, he dug out this stone wall. Old thing, you are ruthless enough. Remember to let me see it first when we go back. When the time comes, I'll help you carve a mountain-protecting formation, the big black dog said. They believed that the others would also be like locusts passing through. Wherever they passed, they wouldn't leave anything behind. If it wasn't for the fact that a half-sage had already tried to take away a large area of the ancestral temple and failed, not even a blade of grass would be left in the last small world. Let's go, continue searching. We must definitely kill our way into their scripture depository. I believe that there must be all kinds of secrets about traversing the star domain there, Pangbo said. It was still Yi Fan who opened up the path in front. Above his head was the myriad energy cauldron, and in his hand was the god-striking whip. No one could stand in his way. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't hold anything back. His cultivation level rose to its peak, and he could sever his Tao at any time. Golden blood chi soared into the sky, and he was as dazzling as a saint emperor. Moreover, he had comprehended the heaven origin technique to a whole new level, and he wasn't far from becoming a heavenly master. Dragon chi surged up from under his feet, forming multiple divine chains of order that connected to his body. It was as if a pair of immortal phoenix wings had been planted on him, and he could move unhindered through the world. He covered dozens of meters with each step, and almost instantly entered the next palace hall. Several dozen elites discovered him, and their expressions all changed. Now that the name of the saint physique of the human race had shaken the world, how many people wouldn't be afraid? Who dared to compete with him head-on? There are so many of us. One of them roared loudly. However, everyone else retreated, and quickly disappeared from this palace hall. Yi Fan wouldn't show mercy. He wanted to return to his hometown, and his hope might be right before his eyes. If he could find the scripture depository, he would be able to start his journey back home. Anyone who obstructed him would be his greatest enemy. Two beams of golden light shot out from his eyes, shooting into the immortal foundation of this person. A miserable scream rang out as half of this person's head melted. He died a violent death. What's going on? There's still an incense stick that hasn't been completely burned. How can this be possible? Even Qi Luo was stunned as he stared at the incense burner below the divine statue. Yi Fan and Ziyu were puzzled as well. They came closer and observed carefully. There were very few things in this great hall, and there were only a few praying mats. In the center, there was a stone man that was worshipped, and it was exactly the same as the one in the shrine earlier. It was just that this stone man was much larger. The incense burner below was made from violet copper, and there were images of clouds, mountains, flowers, birds, fishes, and bugs engraved on it. Smoke permeated the air, bringing with it a sandalwood fragrance that could calm one's heart and soul. This fragrance could allow one to swiftly enter the Tao realm. This isn't an ordinary incense stick. It's made from the branch of the divine tree that contains the most divinity. It isn't a true incense stick, it's made from the dragon qi of the earth. After all, the Black Emperor had followed immortal Emperor Wuxi before. His knowledge and experience weren't something ordinary people could compare to. This was a place of worship, there was nothing else. However, everywhere the Black Emperor passed by, not even a single crooked melon would be left behind. With a puff, it grabbed the incense burner and kept it into its spatial treasure. Yi Fan and the others passed through 4 ancient temples consecutively. With a team like theirs, there were very few who could fight against them. When they entered the 5th ancient temple, an intense battle finally occurred as they encountered a powerful opponent. It was because this place had the comprehension of an ancient sage. One could clearly see ancient characters engraved in the void. A group of people gathered here, all of them wishing to seize the scripture's meaning. When Yi Fan entered, a group of people immediately backed up, not daring to face him head-on. However, there was a Tao-severing existence here, and there were quite a few ancient race experts as well. They couldn't give up on the comprehension of a saint. An expanse of light swept over, turning into an expanse of divine chains of order. Yi Fan's black hair scattered about. The tyrannical 6 Tao reincarnation's fist smashed out. Heaven split and earth collapsed. 6 indistinct ancient cosmos evolved, immediately surrounding a group of enemies. In that instant, quite a few people were blasted into bloody chunks and shattered bones. Then, they evaporated into a sphere of light, completely erased from this world. Those from the Tao-severing realm shouted angrily. There were even imperial experts from the primitive lake among the ancient race's people. They hated him greatly, so there was no way they would back off like this. All of them rushed forward. Yi Fan released a great roar from his mouth. That was the Buddhist sutra. The people at the front immediately broke apart into pieces. Many of them coughed out blood and flew backwards. No one could stop him. Hong, at the same time, streaks of patterns rushed out from beneath Yi Fan's feet. Dazzling light flew out from the top of his head. This was a heavenly wondrous technique. Behind him, heavenly divine chains interweaved to form light. It was like the divine wings of an immortal phoenix, sweeping through all those who were injured and sent flying backwards. Pooh, many people were pierced through by the blood-colored divine chains, piercing through the space between their brows. No one could stop them. Miserable cries sounded, and those who rushed forward almost all collapsed. Swoosh, a streak of dazzling immortal light flew over from the other side, directly aiming for Yi Fan. Its destructive power was astonishing. The few Tao-severing experts who hadn't died were all shocked. They quickly opened up a path for it. Peng, Yi Fan hacked out with his sword finger, but his body trembled intensely. He immediately knew who had arrived. This was the power of ascension. Back then, even he, who had a divine physique, suffered greatly. During the great battle of Qinling, he had lost too much blood and suffered serious injuries. This was the supreme wondrous technique of a vicious person. Quang, the doors of the ancient palace were blasted open, and the few Dao-severing king tears were all sent flying back. Hua Yunfei was dressed in blue, and he was as otherworldly as a banished immortal. His face was filled with calmness. Standing beside him was Li Xiaoman. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her hair danced in the wind. Her cheeks were as fair as jade. She walked in gracefully. Behind them followed an elder. He was a half-saint, and his terrifying power was not inferior to Qi Luo's. His entire body was hidden in darkness. It's him, the person who appeared not long ago. He has the aura of an extreme emperor weapon that has accompanied him for many years, the large black dog said. Li Xiaoman, you still have the face to face us? Pang Bo shouted loudly, anger written all over his face. They had all come from the other side, but now, they were facing each other in life and death. How bold. In the battle that year, you almost killed me, and you still dare to appear before me? The large black dog withdrew his gaze from the half-saint, and stared at Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. If you dare to come, you naturally have no fear. Hua Yunfei was still fearless, and he was as graceful as a celestial being. Yi Fan stepped forward, and faced Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman alone. His expression was very calm, and he said, it's time. Let's settle this once and for all. Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and that half-saint stepped forward together. A powerful aura surged out, and the entire ancient palace began to tremble. Qi Luo's eyes narrowed, and he stared at that half-saint. Killing intent flickered in the crack between his brows. When the other Dao-severing elites who had luckily survived saw this, they could only retreat. They could no longer interfere in this place. Since we have come, we will settle this once and for all. Hua Yunfei stepped forward, and Li Xiaoman's killing intent also pervaded the air. I will kill the two of you alone. Yi Fan's black hair danced in the wind, and cold lightning flashed in his eyes. He walked forward alone. I will deal with the two of them together with you. I will suppress Li Xiaoman. Ji Ziyue stepped forward, and stood beside him. Her purple dress fluttered lightly, and she looked incredibly ethereal. Ji Ziyue's long eyelashes trembled as her big eyes blinked. Her smile revealed her dimples, making her look like a fairy. She was clever and quick-witted, possessing a transcendent temperament. Her eyes were like water, her black hair was like clouds, and her purple clothes fluttered in the wind. She looked as if she would fly away with the wind. She was as beautiful and transcendent as a fairy. Her eyebrows had a poetic charm and she was untainted by the mortal world. Li Xiaoman looked at the beautiful Ji Ziyue and then at Yi Fan. Her expression froze, and her eyes flickered with light as if she was recalling something from a long time ago. Her expression was a bit strange. Her fingers and her sleeves were clenched tightly, but she soon recovered her indifference. She stared at Ji Ziyue, and golden vortexes appeared on her flawless body. There was a god sitting cross-legged in each vortex. The two of them were facing each other, forming a powerful domain. The space distorted rapidly, making it difficult for light to penetrate. The space between them looked a bit blurry, and the Dao executioners who hadn't left retreated. Ziyue, you don't need to do anything. I can suppress the two of them alone. Yi Fan took a step forward and protected her. He looked straight at Li Xiaoman, and his vigorous golden blood qi made everyone's heart palpitate. They hadn't seen each other for many years, but time didn't leave any traces on Li Xiaoman's face. She looked the same as before, but she was no longer the same as before. Many things had changed. Li Xiaoman also looked over. Her eyes were clear, and her skin was snow-white. She looked very cold, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. The two of them didn't say anything. The atmosphere was very tense. Yi Fan slowly raised his hand and used the embracing mountain seal as a stance. He was about to attack with great force. Don't you want to ask why? Finally, Li Xiaoman spoke. She was calm and natural as she looked into Yi Fan's eyes. Is there a need? Since you attacked Pang Bo and the others, you didn't even let little Nan Nan go, wanting to kill her. Today's ending was already decided. Even if you have 1,000 reasons, you can't wash away the blood on your hands. Yi Fan's words were powerful. He was fearless even when facing the half-saint in front of him. Li Xiaoman, you're really ruthless. We're from the same place, why are you so cruel? Pang Bo angrily asked loudly. Li Xiaoman smiled. The light in her eyes was unfathomable. She said something inexplicable, I can already see the end of the fated battle. A predestined ending? Yi Fan laughed loudly, but there was killing intent pervading the air, bone-chilling coldness as he said, I hate the word fate the most. I only believe that in this life, I am invincible in this world. I can crush everything that stands in my way and grasp everything. What fate? What destiny? What destiny? All of that is illusory. You haven't changed. You're always so conceited. Li Xiaoman smiled brightly, but there was a trace of disappointment in her eyes. At this point, I only have one question. Are you still the real Li Xiaoman? Yi Fan's eyes shot out two sharp beams of light that turned into tangible light beams. They were incomparably dazzling and threatening. What do you think? Li Xiaoman smiled. All the strange expressions on her face disappeared, and she regained her calmness and composure. Li Xiaoman, what exactly happened? If there's anything, tell us directly. We can pull you back, Pang Bo said seriously. There's no need to say more. She has long changed. There was a trace of sadness in Yi Fan's voice, and there was even a trace of coldness in it. His eyes grew colder and colder. Thinking back to the past, it made people sigh. They were originally a pair of lovers, but now they had to fight to the death like this. Even if they didn't have this layer of relationship, they were both on the other side of the world. Such a battle was also a kind of sorrow. Erasing everything in the past with a single sentence. You are treating me as a mortal enemy to be killed. How disappointing. Li Xiaoman said. What's the difference? Didn't you come here to settle things with me? In a battle to the death, do you still want to put on an act? Yi Fan's mountain-embracing imprint materialized. This is a predestined battle, and the curtains must fall. There must be a result today. Li Xiaoman's tone also turned cold. Then let's fight. With a boom, Yi Fan struck out with the mountain-embracing imprint. It actually enveloped both Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei below. A black mountain peak filled the palace, as if it was opening up a world, pressing down on every inch of space. Boom! Li Xiaoman let out a light shout, and the 365 golden vortexes around her started to revolve at the same time, emitting waves of sacrificial chants. It was as if a god was about to be resurrected and descend to the earth. Strands of golden light shot out, slashing towards the black mountain. It looked awe-inspiring and filled with killing intent. It would decide life and death in an instant, without the slightest bit of mercy. Hua Yunfei was naturally not a weakling. In the current generation, there was almost no one who could match up to him. In so many years, he entered ancient tombs and searched for cemeteries. Not only did he dig up all kinds of king physiques, he even entered a great tomb and obtained the corpse of a saint. The heaven-devouring demonic art shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Back then, the ruthless person only had a mortal body, yet he used this art to become unrivaled under the heavens. Even if you were a heaven-warping genius or an unrivaled hero, you were not his opponent and all of them died. It could be said that even though the ruthless person was innately unsuited for cultivation, he had stunning talent. His mortal body created the most terrifying heavenly art since ancient times. This was what made people revere him the most. Moreover, a genius like Hua Yunfei had cultivated since he was young. Even if he did not have this art, he could even kill king-level figures without hesitation. A black vase took form above his head. Black light flickered, and strands of black divine chains dropped down. With a wing sound, the void trembled greatly. Boom! The great Tao vase shone with millions of rays of light, and it was similar to the heaven-devouring demonic jar. It streaked across the sky like a black demonic star, smashing towards Yi Fan. The black waves almost caused the ancestral temple to collapse. If not for the protection of the ancient sages' formation patterns, nothing would be left. The black mountain collided with the strands of golden light and the great Tao vase. Brilliant light burst forth, and circles of ripples spread out, alarming everyone in the ancestral temple. Qi Luo took a step forward and confronted the half-sage. The battle between them was also on the verge of breaking out. The Black Emperor Fangs also prepared to make a move. Jiziyue stopped it and personally fought against Li Xiaoman. Her graceful body overflowed with strands of immortal light and resisted the 365 golden vortexes. Ziyue, there is no need for you to make a move. I can deal with her alone, even if the two of them come at me together. Yi Fan's killing intent turned into a divine flame, throbbing in front of his forehead. This might be the last battle before you leave. I want to fight alongside you. I will not take a step back. Let me deal with her. Jiziyue's eyes were misty as she said stubbornly and seriously. Yi Fan no longer tried to dissuade her. He sighed in his heart, and his eyes suddenly blazed with incomparable brilliance. He stared at Hua Yunfei and attacked with his full strength. His fist force shook the world, and there was an air of supremacy about him. Just what I wanted. This time I wanted to have a fair battle with you. Now, I can go all out. Hua Yunfei shouted. Ah! Yi Fan roared loudly. The Buddhist mantra was shouted, shaking the heaven and earth. This time, he roared with all his might. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before. Because he was a little worried about Jiziyue. This roar not only enveloped Hua Yunfei, but also formed a light beam that shot towards Li Xiaoman. Countless patterns interweaved. This mantra was developed to the extreme by Yi Fan. Countless ancient sounds resounded in the light. It was as if 3,000 great Buddhas were chanting, or 3,000 ancient demons were roaring angrily. In the boundless light, one figure after another appeared. They were like ancient Buddhas, or ancient demons. They were either dignified or overflowing with demonic might. The 3,000 figures raised their hands in unison, suppressing the two people in front of them. When the 3,000 figures became clear, everyone saw that they were all Yi Fan. This kind of miraculous scene shocked everyone. It had always been Buddha who enlightened others. Now, it was Yi Fan who enlightened others. He used the 9 secrets of Taoism to convert everything to his own use. The sound of "ah" resounded in the world. The 3,000 Yi Fan figures were like gods or demons. They suppressed Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman together. All kinds of roars caused the entire small world to tremble, about to collapse. Li Xiaoman was sent flying. Jiziyue soared into the air like a fairy and chased after her. She said, "Little Yi, don't worry about me. I'll let you see my strength." Almost no one had seen Jiziyue make a move, but her strength was astonishing. Back then, when she said she wanted to suppress her brother, it was not a joke. This caused Pang Bo, who was not far away, to sweat profusely. On the other side, Yi Fan's world-shaking roar shook Hua Yunfei so much that blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Even the corners of his eyes and ears were dripping with blood. However, his eyes became even brighter. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Hua Yunfei's essence, qi, and spirit rose rapidly, stabilizing his injuries. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Although he was untainted by the flames of the mortal world, he was extremely powerful. His right hand was the flying immortal art, while his left hand was the 10,000 transformation saint art. One for offense and one for defense, it was almost like a dream. This was the ultimate art of an ancient emperor, created specifically to counter the 9 secrets. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them engaged in a great battle. Yi Fan stepped out, and the heavenly runes under his feet interweaved into a great Tao net. It transformed into Yi Fan's immortal wings and slashed over. Hua Yunfei turned and left immediately. He shouted, "I'll wait for you at the front and truly fight with you. I'll choose a place with no draconic qi and fight to the death. Let's see if ruthless inheritance will shock the world or if you are superior. Where do you think you're going?" On the other side, Jiziyue actually gained the upper hand. She was as ethereal as a fairy from the 9 heavens, chasing after Li Xiaoman. This caused Pang Bo to sweat profusely. Boom! In the distance, the divine might of the extreme Tao covered the mortal world. This small world was about to be destroyed. An ancient diagram flapped in the air, emitting rumbling sounds. It was like the surging river of time had traversed through the ages. Jiuli diagram, amidst the intense battle, an emperor weapon appeared. The diagram on it was extremely mysterious. Because it was engulfed by primal chaos, a supreme emperor's might permeated the air, intimidating everyone. It was unknown how many experts knelt down. This wasn't voluntary, it was because they were submitting to the aura of an ancient emperor. Human, if you guys dare to use your emperor weapons, don't blame us for being impolite. We'll destroy this place cleanly. The voices of the few supreme royal races were cold. The aura of ancient emperors rapidly gushed out. Clearly, they were wielding ancient sovereign weapons. This was a calamitous outcome. If the weapons collided, the majority of the people here would die because it wasn't as simple as one or two weapons. Once an explosion occurred, no one could predict the consequences. Not to mention this small world, even the central prefecture would most likely be destroyed. To the various living beings in this world, this was an unbearable burden. Let's all rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets their hands on the emperor weapons first will get it. A mysterious old Taoist shouted. His innate astral sound caused everyone's ears to buzz. Half-saint, he was actually a half-saint, just like Qi Luo. His strength was unfathomable, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows in shock. His innate astral sound was very effective. The various sects weren't afraid of him, but rather, they were truly afraid that this place would be destroyed. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything and would even be lingering between life and death. The emperor's might gradually suppressed down. All sorts of battles began to intensify again. Blood flowed from each of the ancient temples as bones shattered. Hua Yunfei, didn't you want to fight to the death with me? Right here, right at this moment. Yi Fan's voice shook the 81 ancient temples, causing them to tremble violently. Swish! Hua Yunfei's blue robes fluttered in the wind. He was like an ancient immortal as he flew above an ancient temple. On the other side, Li Xiaoman did the same as well. Yi Fan and Jiziyue flew together and landed on the opposite side. Both sides faced each other as a powerful aura gushed out from them. This battle was destined to be engraved in the history of the cultivation world. The inheritance of Ruthless had reappeared. Would it be a battle of destiny or a sad song? Everything would be revealed in this life and death battle. The last layer of the small world had a total of 81 palaces. Now, Yi Fan and the others stood on the ridge of the building and could overlook the entire place. Haze and multicolored light swirled about, and the temples were grand and overflowing with light and color. If I had a choice, I would rather not leave Taixin, where I was born and raised, and not step into the world of cultivation. I would rather be a simple and happy musical attendant and wander around the small bridge and the flowing water, Hua Yunfei muttered to himself softly. He was in a trance. Walk your own path. Everything is your choice. There is no need to pretend before a life and death battle. Yi Fan formed the true dragon seal and attacked. A true dragon leapt out from the tip of his finger. Its green scales flickered, its body powerful and powerful. There were powerful fluctuations of life within its eyes. Its eyes were full of spirit, glistening brilliantly. When the dragon cry sounded, the winds and clouds scattered, the 9 heavens rumbling. If I don't have a choice in life, how sad would that be? I can only passively walk forward. Hua Yunfei was disappointed and frustrated. However, he quickly calmed down and made his move. 5-colored divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger. His 5 fingers suppressed the heavens and earth, the battle between the two began. Divine radiance surged, strand by strand, streak by streak, surging in all directions. Great killing techniques rose together, clouds rising and multicolored light shooting out, immortal light brilliant. Hua Yunfei's offense and defense were very perfect. There were no flaws at all. This was the secret art of Great Emperor Ruthless. He was the most outstanding Great Emperor since the ancient times. He wanted to use his own strength and talent to look down on all the past and present. He wanted to go against the crystallization of the wisdom of all the predecessors of Taoism, the 9 secrets. Of course, there were also people who said that each of the 9 secrets was created by a celestial being of Taoism. Their realms were unfathomable, and it was said that they were ancient people who had passed away long ago. Meanwhile, the ruthless person only had herself. She opposed them with equal harshness, creating 9 related secret techniques. She wanted to compete with the entire Taoist sect alone. Her secret arts were used to fight against each of the 9 secrets. Some people speculated that she had encountered 9 world-shaking masters who had practiced the 9 secrets and had been greatly inspired. There were also people who said that she had created her own unique 9 secret arts because she had fought against 9 peerless and invincible experts from the 9 ancient stars alone. Fairy Ascension Force, this was an unparalleled attack. It was a peerless secret technique created by Ruthless the Great to counter the fighting formula. No one knew what kind of opponent she had encountered to create this technique. Yi Fan used the pure Taoist Do secret word to resist. With a wave of his hands, a majestic Saint Furnace appeared. Scarlet multicolored light curled around the eternal universe furnace, its brilliance reaching tens of thousands of feet as it suppressed downwards. 10,000 transformations sacred art, break all laws. Hua Yunfei shouted loudly. Ripples appeared on his left hand, melting time and destroying space. They surrounded the entire furnace, wanting to swallow it up. Boom, an ancient mirror appeared in Yi Fan's right hand. It transformed into the Void Emperor mirror and shone with an immortal divine radiance. It locked Hua Yunfei's entire left arm in place. At the same time, the eternal universe furnace in his right hand also rushed into the heavens with scarlet multicolored light. Immortal flames flourished, roiling and boiling, smashing downwards. There was extreme divine might flickering about. Bang, both of them trembled violently as blood splashed everywhere. It was unknown whose blood it was. They turned into 2 illusory figures and began a world-shocking battle. They were incomparably brave and courageous as they pressed forward. This was a battle to decide life and death. They did not hold anything back and attacked with all their strength. Even if their eyes were not red from killing, they were close to it. The Fairy Ascension Art, 10,000 Transformations Sacred Art, Fighting Formula, Army Formula, and other peerless secret techniques complemented each other as they fought with true fire. The 2 of them flew past Palace Hall after Palace Hall, turning into 2 rays of light that tangled together. The battle reached its climax. Hua Yunfei carried a divine diagram on his back that fluttered in the wind. Dragon Sealing Diagram, this was a treasure he had found in a dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains of the Central Province. It was a relic of the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master who had left for the Central Province. It could seal the dragon chi of the mountains, rivers, and veins, making it impossible for anyone to draw it out. An ominous event happened to the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master in his later years. He hid in the Qinling Mountains and died in the dragon cave. 70,000 years later, his corpse came out to create chaos and was destroyed by a strand of the Azure Thearka's killing intent. It was not that he was not strong enough. It was because the ancient emperors were too terrifying. Otherwise, it would be hard for anyone in the world to deal with him. Naturally, the treasure diagram he refined was incomparably mysterious. The dragon chi of the earth was sealed. Yi Fan's Origin Heaven rune channel could not be used effectively. This destroyed his advantage. The 2 of them moved like rabbits and swooped down like falcons. They fought intensely and entered the ancient temple from the top of the palace hall. Time was pressing. Yi Fan did not want to waste too much time. He had to find the scripture depository before the others. Otherwise, if the secret of his star-traversing star domain was known by others, he would be in big trouble. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, heaven and earth were split apart. Primal chaos surged and 6 ancient universes appeared. The sun, moon, and stars rotated. His pair of golden fists shattered the vacuum and destroyed everything in their way. PFFF. Hua Yunfei spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his blue clothes red. However, the battle intent in his eyes grew even more intense. The divine chains of order around his body rang and transformed into the divine wings of a phoenix. They slashed out horizontally and vertically, emitting boundless radiance. This was a dangerous battle. Hua Yunfei was no longer the same as before. Back then, he was already able to contend against Yi Fan. Now, he had devoured all kinds of origin energy and even dug out the great tomb of a saint. He was even more terrifying now. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring demonic art was too profound. He had only grasped 3 or 4 of the forbidden secret arts on the last page. It was so difficult that he could not display them one by one. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, it was already extremely terrifying. Many living fossils felt their hearts palpitating. This was also the reason why the world was panic-stricken when the inheritor of the vicious appeared. He was simply too unrivaled. They slaughtered their way from one palace hall to another. They fought until the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their radiance. All kinds of immortal light and divine clouds surged, shaking the entire small world. Even the ancient cave that led to the depths of the number 1 ancestral vein in the central prefecture was cracking and emitting a demonic radiance. It rumbled unceasingly as strands of Tao light rushed out. Peng, Yifan spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The power of the flying deity was one of the few secret arts that could harm him. It was rumored that when the vicious used it, he was a true flying deity. That had long surpassed the scope of human strength. It was not something that a human could resist. Some people guessed that it was used to kill deities. Pooh. Hua Yunfei's injuries were even more severe. He was sent flying by Yifan's palm that was like a golden millstone. Even though it was just a graze, the bones in his body crackled. More than 10 of them were broken, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was originally a graceful and otherworldly person. He rarely suffered such injuries, especially during these 12 years. Whenever the inheritor of the vicious was mentioned, the world's expression would change. Now that he was facing Yifan again, he suffered greatly. Yifan, your road ahead is not going to be easy. Someone has been eyeing you for a long time. Hua Yunfei was laughing, but it was somewhat miserable. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth, giving people a strange feeling. Saying all this is useless. Today, we will fight to the death. There is no need to worry about anything else. Yifan opened and closed his arms. He let out a long roar, shocking everyone in the small world. The golden blood chi of the human race's sacred body was especially special. It was like a celestial furnace that had existed since ancient times and was left behind by a deity. The golden blood chi filled the sky and drowned the 81 ancient temples. Yifan's hair was loose, and at this moment, every strand was dancing in the wind. He was like a demonic god as he pressed forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was used again. It was extremely masculine, and this kind of arcane technique was most suitable for his physique. Boom, the heaven and earth surged because of him. Essence chi surged violently. If not for the ancient sage's formation, nothing would be left of this place. It would have been razed to the ground and only ashes would have been left. It was also strenuous for Hua Yunfei to circulate the 10,000 transformations sacred art. Even this kind of world-defying technique could not completely resolve it. That was because Yifan had comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to a completely new level. It was not only a confrontation between technique and Tao, but also contained faith and the soul. Hua Yunfei, have you come to die today? You have other thoughts in your heart, and you still want to fight against me? You do not have a shred of hope to live. Yifan shouted loudly. Even though golden blood was also flowing out of Yifan's mouth, this mortal enemy was even more serious than him. If not for the miraculous phoenix tribulation regeneration technique, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The two of them fought a great battle, and blood splattered everywhere. They charged into one ancient temple after another. Yifan searched for the scripture pavilion as he fought. This mortal enemy was truly even more terrifying now. He could swallow kings and saints, and now his physique was very special. Pang Bo and a large black dog were also engaged in a fierce battle with someone. However, they still had trump cards that they had not used yet, especially the Black Emperor. He was smiling sinisterly, and had not used his killing move yet. Meanwhile, Qi Luo and that half-saint disappeared at the same time. They began hunting and counter-hunting. Occasionally, terrifying ripples would be emitted in the void. The most astonishing thing was Ji Ziyue. She was battling Li Xiaoman, and she displayed astonishing strength. She clashed back and forth with 365 golden divine spirits, and was not at a disadvantage. Hua Yunfei was injured again, and the blood he spat out almost dyed half of his body red. His eyes were very cold, and he was close to going crazy. The great Tao precious bottle above his head descended, and combined with the celestial ascension power. He continuously used a wondrous technique. With a single thought, flowers bloom, a sovereign descends, the celestial ascension power surged out, and more pure white flowers bloomed one after another. The petals were sparkling and translucent, and as they floated down, every petal emitted a Tao cry. This place was pierced through by all kinds of divine chains of order, and was completely submerged. Voila, the divine chains seemed like they were real, and they interweaved one after another. They were crimson like blood, sky blue like crystal. They shone with a myriad of colors, and every single one of them was different. They were resplendent and intimidating. PFFF, Yi Fan evaded hundreds and thousands of them, and finally, one of them pierced through his chest. Even the human race's divine physique was severely injured, and one could imagine how terrifying vicious secret technique was. A strand of golden blood shot out from his chest. Yi Fan's eyes immediately turned cold, and he retracted all his thoughts. He no longer paid attention to the ancient temple and scripture depository, and used all his strength to kill Hua Yunfei. He let out a clear whistle, and his thick black hair was in a mess. Behind him, there were a total of 81 golden waterfalls that went against the sky. Each of them was as thick as the heavenly river, and they surged upwards. Especially the one in the middle. It rushed out from the top of his head, and it pierced through the entire small world. Its magic power was like the vast ocean, and it severed all the divine chains of order. Yi Fan used the battle saint technique with his left hand, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist with his right. He was incomparably ferocious and tyrannical. Even his pupils were inverted, and behind him, golden rivers surged upwards, crushing everything in their way. Boom! In the midst of the sky-shattering sound, Hua Yunfei retreated, and each step he took left a bloody footprint. A crack appeared on his forehead, and then it spread out like a spider web, all the way to his chest, and finally, his sternum exploded. He flew out horizontally, and while coughing out blood, he laughed. The divine physique is indeed worthy of its reputation. However, you are also the prey of others. With your current mental state, you will definitely die if you fight me today. Yi Fan's word secret technique appeared, and his entire body shone with a golden light like an immortal flame. The golden flames burned fiercely, and the bones in his body crackled as his injuries healed. I don't want to be someone else's shadow. Today, either you die, or I die. If I succeed, I will head to the other side of the starry sky, and one day, I will return with glory and kill my way back. Hua Yunfei circulated the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique, and his body rapidly healed. What are you talking about? Yi Fan coldly walked forward, and he was fearless. Among those of the same generation, he was not afraid of anyone. The vicious bloodline is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Today, you are only the prey. Are you trying to reveal something to me? Yi Fan asked. I'm just unwilling to become someone else's chess piece. Today, I, Hua Yunfei, will kill my way out for a future that truly belongs to me. His temperament changed, and he was incomparably resolute. Inside the temple, pure white flowers were blooming one after another. Every single one of them was stained with blood, the sweet fragrance cold as it scattered into every corner. This was the sound of Tao flowers trembling. Hua Yunfei fought against Yi Fan, using all sorts of techniques. One was like an immortal descending from the heavens, while the other was surging with battle chi, like a god rising from the ashes. A path that he could not decide for himself. A pitiful future. A chess piece in someone else's game. Was this Hua Yunfei's life? Yi Fan did not know, and it was hard for him to understand the details. Right now, he could only fight to the death. Perhaps it was just as Li Xiaoman said, this was the end of a predestined battle. Pop. Bright multicolored blood and golden blood bloomed together. The two kinds of blood stuck together, beautiful and breathtaking. One after another, they sprinkled in the air. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. This was a battle of life and death. If one took a step back, they would fall into hell, but if they took a step forward, they would live even more vividly. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness, fighting endlessly. All kinds of light danced about. Yi Fan fought while bathed in blood. His bravery was unstoppable, but his opponent's essence energy had also risen to the pinnacle. It wasn't that easy to kill him. The demonic art of devouring the heavens was a world-defying cultivation technique. It absorbed a portion of the ancient sage's source energy and made it his own. This was something that defied common sense. Now, Hua Yunfei was in an extremely dangerous situation. Yi Fan's right hand turned into a huge golden millstone. There were many mysterious patterns on it, causing the heavens to split and the earth to shatter. As for Hua Yunfei, he was agile and clear. His hands continuously moved about, shooting out strands of clear light and continuously dispelling the attacks. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. A terrifying immortal sword appeared in Yi Fan's right hand. It was shaped like a great dragon. The head was the front, the body was the dragon blade, and the tail was the hilt. Tai Sovereign Sword, he raised his right hand high up and slashed down diagonally. Strand after strand of chaotic energy seeped out along the sharp edge of the sword. Clear splendor flowed in the tens of thousands of strands, possessing the power of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Hua Yunfei was like a banished immortal. 5-colored immortal light flowed around him as he flew gracefully. His clothes fluttered in the wind as if he wanted to soar into the 9 heavens. However, the Tai Sovereign Sword that Yi Fan had conjured with the fighting formula had locked onto him. The dragon scales on the body of the sword grew in reverse, making it look almost like a real sovereign weapon. Every scale was glowing and intertwining with each other. Clang, tens of thousands of strands of killing intent merged into one, turning into an eternal light and a huge dragon. It emerged from the Tai Sovereign Sword and shot towards Hua Yunfei's chest, accompanied by boundless primal chaos. It was a miraculous sight. It was as though a true dragon had descended from the 9 heavens. The Tai Sovereign Sword shot out a beam of dragon light that was indestructible and difficult to dodge. All sorts of lights flashed around Hua Yunfei's body, but they were all destroyed. Precious weapons flew out one after another, but they were all turned to dust. The Tai Sovereign Sword was unparalleled in the world, and it was known as the #1 offensive immortal weapon in the Central Plains. There were no other weapons that could compare to it. Before it even touched Hua Yunfei's body, it had almost severed his shoulder, and a horrifying wound had appeared. Yi Fan's pupils were like 2 divine lamps, shining brightly. He pushed his cultivation and arcane energy to the limit, spat out a mouthful of innate chi of origin and sent it into the dragon's sword. This was an extreme attack. Hua Yunfei resisted with all his might, but in the end, he still couldn't block it. The art of 10,000 transformations could turn all miraculous things into decay, but the current Yi Fan was too powerful. Pfff, a horrifying wound suddenly appeared, extending from his left shoulder all the way to his right abdomen. Blood spurted out like a fountain, gurgling and splashing everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. The upper half of Hua Yunfei's body flew out, and his shoulder was severed. His lower body also spasmed, scattering 5-colored blood all over the ground of the ancient temple and falling into the dust. Yi Fan wanted to follow up with another attack, but a pitch-black vase suddenly appeared and smashed into his arms. Then, countless strands of black light instantly exploded. Great Tao Aquarius, this was an attack of cultivation and an explosion of arcane energy. It was filled with destruction, and the impact was extremely great. Even those at the Tao Severing Realm would find it hard to survive if they were hit by it. Crack, Yi Fan's arms were broken, and his sternum exploded. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and a bowl-sized hole appeared in his chest. The front and back of his body were exposed, and his injuries were frightening. He destroyed the great Tao precious vase. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, he was even more ruthless to himself. This was the pain of having his bones broken. Although he could regenerate, his vitality was greatly damaged. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Neither of them attacked again, and both of them quickly retreated. One used the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, and the other used the incomplete swordsman character to recover their injured bodies. In such a desperate battle, if they didn't have the corresponding healing scripture to quickly recover their bodies, they would inevitably show signs of weakness and defeat, falling into a disadvantageous position and dying. One was reborn from the flames, and 5-colored divine light circulated around him like a phoenix. The other also had divine chains of the great Tao winding around his body, interweaving into strands of life radiance. They opened their eyes at almost the same time and attacked again. They were decisive, and all of them were killing moves, not holding back at all. Flying deity incantation, Hua Yunfei moved again. It was the same stance, but his aura was greatly different. This time, the secret technique he used was terrifying and unfathomable. The great Tao precious vase turned into tens of thousands of strands of black light and shot into the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, a vase imprint flickered between his brows. Raging waves rushed out from the space between his eyebrows, coordinating with his stance and continuously evolving. The celestial light that shot out from the space between his eyebrows was like a torrential river that surged over violently. The radiance was boundless, and Yifan was sent flying. This was the sublimation of all of Hua Yunfei's energy. It rushed out from the space between his eyebrows, and its divine might was unstoppable. However, the most shocking thing was that all of the divine splendor quickly gathered together, forming a new Hua Yunfei. Endless multicolored light lingered around him, and it was extremely dazzling. What was going on? Yifan was stunned, and he couldn't immediately understand what was going on. However, he didn't stop and quickly made his move. The multicolored light transformed into a brand new Hua Yunfei. Around him were streaks of clear splendor, and immortal mist filled the air. It was as if he was about to ascend to immortality, and there was not a trace of the mortal world's aura. His beauty surpassed that of a woman's. His temperament was elegant, and he was transcendent and extraordinary. Every movement he made seemed like he was about to soar into the sky with the wind. This was the true flying celestial art. Hua Yunfei forcefully used it, and in the past, he didn't use it to its peak. Now, in this life and death battle, he finally used it to its peak, and it displayed the elegance that this technique should have. Multicolored ascension. A new self was formed from the original body, and it would ascend to immortality, forming a divine embryo. The offensive power of this divine embryo was unparalleled. If the great emperor used it, he would be able to slay immortals and gods, destroying all enemies. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be able to contend against him. This was the secret technique created by the ruthless person who shocked the past and present. Yifan used the battle saint technique, and he fiercely resisted. Golden blood continuously splashed out, and the two of them fought crazily, opposing each other with equal harshness as they used the battle secret technique. Since the ruthless great emperor created the flying celestial art specifically for this technique, then he would use this technique to fight. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be revealed in the end. This great battle became more and more intense. The ancient temple was buzzing, and no one could approach. The transformed Hua Yunfei was even more terrifying, and he continuously exchanged blows with Yifan. The two of them turned into a ball of light, and they tangled together. Yifan was greatly shaken. This was the sublimation of a person's essence, energy, and spirit. He finally understood some of the reasons why the ruthless person created the undying heaven art in his later years. It should be related to this technique. A divine embryo was born from an old demonic body, and it was indeed heaven-defying. It turned out that this was already fated when he created the flying celestial art. Yifan's left hand formed the void mirror, and he shone it on the eyes of the divine embryo Hua Yunfei. This was fatal, and the worst-case scenario would be blindness. However, Hua Yunfei only released an expanse of immortal light, and his eye sockets became blurry. The power of the flying celestial, which had looked down on all ages, attacked, and turned into a dazzling light. It collided with the void mirror, and a cracking sound rang out, almost shattering it. Both of their bodies were already covered in terrifying wounds. The divine embryo formed from the power of the flying celestial battled against Yifan. They fought from one palace hall to another, scaring many people away, and no one dared to stop them. Yifan attacked again, and wherever his divine might went, Hua Yunfei's divine embryo could not stop him. It went straight for his main body, wanting to destroy it. The divine embryo was formed from the immortal light within the precious bottle between Hua Yunfei's eyebrows. As long as Yifan destroyed his main body, he would naturally be able to turn him into nothing. At this time, the divine embryo Hua Yunfei opened his mouth, and the main body was sucked into his body. Yifan exerted force, and his golden primordial spirit rushed out, transforming into himself. He used the flying celestial art, and his primordial spirit used the battle saint technique together to fight against Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei was very passive. His divine embryo was almost severed, and his main body fell out. The two of them merged together, and they quickly retreated. Yi Fan chased after him, and all kinds of wondrous techniques flew out. The two of them started a new battle. Yi Fan, why don't we work together? We can search for that palace hall together, and we can comprehend the secret of traveling through the galaxy together. Finally, we can ascend the five-colored sacrificial altar and have a decisive battle, Hua Yunfei transmitted his voice over. Working together with you is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Yi Fan directly refused, and his attacks became even more vicious. Everyone had forgotten about the two Yin gods. They were all fighting, barging into the ancient temple, and fighting over the precious treasures. Yi Fan and Hua Yunfei had already fought for 2,000 rounds, and blood continuously splattered. I found it. This brat has some tricks up his sleeves. It is not the scripture pavilion that we imagined, but rather a starry sky map. The large black dog transmitted his voice over secretly. He spat out a beam of light from his mouth, and a small-scale killing formation flew out, killing his opponent. He then stretched out a pair of large claws and started to pry open the door. The black dog called out, and said, "Come over quickly, there really seems to be a broken cauldron in the central palace hall, and there is also the feather celestial scripture. While the elites are all over there, let's quickly study the profound mysteries of this place thoroughly." Pang Bo also killed his opponent, and rushed over. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue also fought as they advanced. With a rumble, the door was opened, and pieces of starry sky maps appeared in this palace hall. They flowed with clear radiance, and they were like three-dimensional maps. They were incredibly deep, and every star was flickering with light. However, Hua Yunfei blocked Yi Fan, and opened up a screen of light in the distance. This battle concerned his future, and it was a matter of life and death. Pop! Yi Fan turned around and attacked, but he did not really leave. He turned around and took the initiative to attack back, saying, "Before I leave, we should settle this." Boom! Suddenly, a wisp of imperial might appeared, and it swept forward. A world-shocking killing intent appeared, causing everyone near and far in this palace hall to be shocked, and they were all horrified. This was a wisp of black light, and it vaguely took the form of a dragon. It looked like it was about to swallow Yi Fan up. With such might, even a king tier of the Severing Dao would have to die with a grievance. However, Yi Fan did not show any fear, as if he had already expected all this. He did not show any astonishment. On the other side, another streak of black light flickered, and rushed over. That was the aura of the heaven-devouring demonic jar, and it protected him. "Is this the hunter you spoke of?" Yi Fan's expression was cold. "He has come, and he has walked onto the stage. My path has come to an end." Hua Yunfei muttered to himself softly. Strand after strand of black light descended, and the heaven-swallowing demon jar appeared nearby. The blind old man and Duanda returned and used this weapon together to protect Yi Fan. The heaven-swallowing demon jar was forged from the flesh and bones of the merciless emperor. It was extremely mysterious and more mysterious than all the other monarch weapons. Although it looked simple and natural, it had an immeasurable celestial might. Looking at it, one would think of that breathtaking woman who looked down on all of history. What kind of courage did she have to forge her own body into a weapon? There was an imprint of a ghost face on the lid. It looked like it was crying and laughing at the same time, a bit mischievous and a bit sorrowful. There were traces of tears on it, but there was also sunlight on it, making it unforgettable. The unparalleled aura of the ancient emperor seemed to have transcended the ages and arrived, looking down on the world. At this moment, everything was silent, and all beings had to kneel down. There was no one who wasn't terrified. It was abnormally silent. Everything returned to normal when the emperor's might faded away. Yi Fan coldly said to the people outside the ancestral temple, "I knew you would come to kill me. Do you dare to fight me head-on?" The monkey, Duanda, and Dongfangyi chasing after the heavenly imperial prince was just for show. They didn't really go far. Yi Fan had already predicted that someone would attack with a monarch weapon, so he made arrangements. The monarch weapon intimidated everyone. The other cultivators all stayed far away, and no one dared to approach this palace. That was because if they came into contact with a wisp of the emperor's might, they would definitely be turned into bones. There was no suspense at all. Silence. No one responded to Yi Fan. The wisp of emperor's might that suddenly appeared just now faded away as if it had never appeared. Thud, thud, in the spacious palace, the sound of footsteps echoed, making it even more quiet. The monkey, Duanda, and the blind old man approached together, wanting to kill Hua Yunfei here. The demonic body has to be shed eventually. It is the nourishment of the divine embryo. I am unwilling. Hua Yunfei muttered to himself and sighed softly. He looked at Yi Fan, and said, I have no other request. I want to have a final battle with you. Swoosh, with a flash of blue light, Hua Yunfei used some kind of wondrous technique and disappeared from their sight. He charged into the palace that the large black dog had discovered, and the people behind him all followed. Woof, the large black dog immediately pounced over. With a swipe of his large paw, several spatial rifts instantly appeared. However, when Hua Yunfei placed his hand on a star chart on the stone wall, it instantly shone with a divine light. The stone wall softened like a swamp. He rushed forward and immediately entered, disappearing from this palace hall. These are all small-scale teleportation formations, the Black Emperor said. Yi Fan was the first to chase after it. The transmission matrix of this place was very important. Only God knew that it was connected to the secret plane of God. With a flash of light, they entered a vast rooftop. It was quiet, and there was no one in sight. It looked like a martial arts arena. Below, figures could be seen everywhere, ancient temples everywhere. They actually arrived in midair. This was a war island floating in the sky, used by the experts of the ancestral temple in the past to fight. They're up there. Below, there were people who saw the two of them. All of them revealed strange expressions and raised their heads. Everyone had come to search for treasures, so they didn't want to waste time. They didn't think that someone would fight one-on-one like this, so it naturally attracted everyone's attention. And at the entrance of the small world, even more people surged in, and they all saw this astonishing scene. The same physique of the human race was fighting against the inheritor of Ruthless. This could be said to be a world-shocking battle. Oh no, we can't enter. This is an ancient war island, and they've sealed themselves. Unless one of them is dead or alive, outsiders can't enter at all. The large black dog bared his teeth in anger. Just now, he also wanted to rush into the stone wall, but in the end, there was a huge bump on his head. It was as if he had grown a large tumor. They can't enter. No one will disturb us, and no one will interfere. Let's carry out the last battle of our lives, Hua Yunfei said in a low voice. This battle couldn't be stopped unless their opponent died. For them, this was really the last battle. Only one of them could survive. Two heroes couldn't coexist. Below, Duanda and the old blind man were also looking up at the sky. They were about to activate the heaven-devouring demon jar to shatter the light screen that enveloped the war island and participate in the battle. There's no need for you guys to act. I'll take care of this final battle myself, Yi Fan said. He secretly transmitted his voice to Peng Bo and the others, telling them to continue searching for the secret to traversing the starry sky. A cruel battle, a battle of life and death, and a horrifying aura engulfed the entire war island. Occasionally, there would be a shocking killing intent penetrating through the light screen, causing those who saw it to be dumbfounded. Hua Yunfei had really entered the zone. He had cast aside everything and was like a lone wolf at the end of the world. With a kind of sorrow, he attacked with all his strength to complete the last part of his journey. Pooh! Fresh blood splashed out from the bodies of the two of them, and they were sent flying more than 10 meters away. This was a true battle of life and death. There was not the slightest bit of fancy tricks, they were all using the most vicious methods. Yi Fan's eyes were incomparably cold. Since this was a battle of life and death, showing mercy was equivalent to cutting off his own life. Moreover, his opponent's actions made it impossible for him to show mercy. He could only kill this enemy in this battle. Flying deity art, 10,000 transformations art, with a single thought, flowers bloomed, and a sovereign descended upon the world. Hua Yunfei's temperament had completely changed, and was very different from before. His killing intent soared, and his ethereal charm was restrained. His hair danced in the wind, and even his eyes became fierce. The fallen deity had transformed into a killing god, his aura was extremely powerful, and a bloody light burst out from his entire body. With a loud roar, the entire small world trembled. The entire temple was trembling because the divine laws had penetrated through the war island and were transmitted out. Yi Fan did not expect that the usually delicate and elegant Hua Yunfei would have such a terrifying side when he went berserk. It was completely different from before. At this moment, Hua Yunfei seemed to have turned into a demon and reincarnated into an Azura. Endless killing intent pervaded the air. His hair was disheveled, and his battle intent was high. His eyes became more and more dazzling, like two divine lamps. He had gone berserk. Pooh! The power of the flying deity drained a large amount of blood from Yi Fan's abdomen. At the same time, Hua Yunfei's body flickered with five-colored light. There were 5 deities in his body, and they all rushed out to attack together. Yi Fan roared. He became even more powerful after encountering the strong. As soon as the word swastika was uttered, the 5 deities in Hua Yunfei's Dao Palace were shattered. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed forward. 6 ancient universes rotated and tore off one of Hua Yunfei's arms. His golden battle blood boiled. Yi Fan became even more berserk after encountering a berserk opponent. He shattered one of Hua Yunfei's arms with a single punch and charged forward bravely. This was a battle between the strong, a battle of the brave. From the start of the battle until now, 3,000 exchanges had already passed. It was extremely dangerous. Hua Yunfei disregarded the price and exhausted his boundless source energy. Some were from kings, and some were from ancient saints. They were all the source energy of others. Ever since Yi Fan embarked on the path of cultivation, he had experienced all kinds of dangers. The number of bitter battles that lasted for more than 3,000 exchanges could be counted on one's fingers. It was difficult to find someone who could make him fight to this point and pay such a price. Yi Fan had the upper hand. His destructive power was becoming more and more astonishing. Even though Hua Yunfei had devoured the source energy of many people, he was still heavily injured. His flesh and bones were shattered in more than 10 places. Suddenly, numerous black divine chains shot over and silently wrapped around Yi Fan, absorbing his divine power, essence energy, and source energy. It was extremely terrifying. This was the true meaning of the heaven-devouring demonic art. Normally, it could only be used when killing an enemy. With Hua Yunfei's current cultivation, he could not do as he pleased against a powerful enemy who was currently fighting for supremacy. However, he had successfully cultivated a secret technique from the Forbidden Chapter, severing the heavenly Tao. Once this technique was mastered, his battle prowess would increase by a large margin. He could use it together with the source energy of the heaven-devouring demonic art. There was nothing he could not do, and his battle prowess would soar. Severing the heavenly Tao, since it dared to have such a name, it was naturally extremely terrifying. It was the severing the heavenly Tao. His offensive power, control power, and the power of his primordial spirit would all increase in all aspects, making him terrifying to the extreme. All sorts of multicolored lights flew out. They were actually tens of thousands of immortal blades. Some were in the shape of dragons, and some were in the shape of phoenixes. They shook the heavens and shook the earth, chopping down everything they encountered and killing everything they came into contact with. After fighting to this point, Yi Fan had also gone berserk. Golden blood flowed, and his hair was disheveled. All sorts of secret techniques were used to resist this secret technique that he had never seen before. The two of them fought until their blood was boiling. An immortal king descended from the 9 heavens. He held a lotus in his hand, and he stood on a golden sea of bitterness. The sun, moon, rivers, and mountains were on his back. Yi Fan displayed his phenomenon, and his movements were grand as he fought against the immortal blades. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's main body was even more tyrannical. When he used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist with his right hand, nothing could stop him. His body executed the fighting character formula, and every part of his body could be attacked. Occasionally, his left hand would execute the incomplete Wuxia secret technique, returning everything to its original state. Hua Yunfei suffered greatly. Even though he used a completely new forbidden secret technique, he was still almost hacked to pieces. Many broken bones flew out, and his physical body reassembled in the distance with great difficulty. Arg! Hua Yunfei let out a loud roar. More than half of his life force had been consumed, and his body was about to transform into light. His boundless potential was forced out regardless of the price, and Yifan's golden blood splattered everywhere. Hua Yunfei had paid a corresponding price. He executed several secret techniques at the same time. It was not as simple as simply stacking them together. Every secret technique was closely connected, and they could mutually transform and promote each other, increasing their might by several times. To Yifan, this was a disastrous outcome. When a person went all out, the potential they displayed was boundless. Hua Yunfei's physical body was about to melt. All sorts of secret techniques merged together, and he almost hacked Yifan into two. Take a look at my supreme secret technique. Yifan was also enraged. After suffering such a heavy injury, the top of his head was almost split open, and he executed the secret technique with all his might. The first technique was the wuxia art. It allowed everything to return to its original state. Yifan executed this single technique with all his might, and Hua Yunfei almost suffered a great calamity. Vicious secret technique is breathtaking throughout the ages. Even great Emperor Wuxia is no match for it. Hua Yunfei roared, and his black hair stood on end. He circulated the heaven-devouring demonic technique, and a great Tao precious vase flickered between his brows. The incomplete wuxia art was now ineffective. Activate my divine form, and display the true great emperor art. Hua Yunfei let out a long roar, and 10,000 rays of light shot out from between his brows. His physical body began to burn, and the ascension immortal energy flew out from the great vase imprint between his brows, transforming into an exiled immortal. Then, the heaven-severing Tao was activated as well. All sorts of multicolored light burst forth, and dragon and phoenix figures revolved around the exiled immortal. They became his weapons, and it was as if he was wearing a layer of immortal clothing. One thought to bloom flowers. Hua Yunfei muttered softly, and blood flowed out from his body. He didn't hold back in the slightest. Pure white petals danced in the air, and they surrounded him. The petals were dyed with blood, and it made this island incomparably beautiful. They fluttered about as they scattered down from the sky. The power of the 10,000 transformations sacred art also fused into the various lights, and it connected with Hua Yunfei as one. He stepped on the snow-white petals in the air and advanced forward. He was going to launch the ultimate attack. Yifan had already moved a long time ago. His entire body disappeared, and he turned into a golden Tai Chi circle. This was his divine form, and there were too few people in this world who could cultivate their own divine form. He used the divine form to display all sorts of techniques, and his magical power rapidly increased. He was drowned in the Tao light, and the 6 paths of reincarnation, 9 secrets, and Wuxia's incomplete techniques were all activated to resist Monarch Heng Cheng's flawless secret technique. Below, everyone stopped fighting and no longer fought over the treasures. They were all attracted by the great battle above, and they knew that life and death would be decided in this final attack. Boom, boundless Tao light blossomed, and everyone closed their eyes. Even the Tao-severing immortal was no exception, and no one could see clearly. This kind of battle was too terrifying, and it exceeded everyone's imagination. The island was shattered, and this small world was pierced through. However, there was not a single sound. Terrifying energy shot out randomly for an instant, and then it quickly retracted, and all of it was concentrated at a single point. The two of them were entangled together, no one knew what happened, and no one knew who would live and who would die. It was incomparably strange, that was an extreme point, and from beginning to end, no one could look directly at it. It was 1,000 times more brilliant than the sun, and the surrounding void turned into a black hole, and the primal chaos surged violently. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. That place was shattered and reconstructed, and the cycle repeated endlessly. At this moment, all the powers were stunned. No one dared to approach, and they could only watch from afar, waiting for that place to return to peace. After an unknown amount of time, the light dimmed. Yifan's body was covered in golden blood, and he walked out of the light sphere step by step, leaving bloody footprints in the void. Within the extreme point, the light flourished, and another figure walked out. He was dressed in blue immortal robes that fluttered in the wind. He was otherworldly, and he was like a true immortal, indescribably ethereal. A rain of flowers floated down from the sky, sparkling and translucent, and landed in the small world. Hua Yunfei, who was more intelligent and beautiful than a woman, had skin whiter than snow, and every strand of his black hair was glowing gracefully. His entire body seemed to be composed of light, and every inch of his body was swallowing and emitting immortal splendor. At this moment, he was like a banished immortal. However, tears suddenly rolled down his face, and with a hint of sorrow, he said, "It's finally over. I was born and raised on the mysterious star peak. I can't let you surpass the peak of this ancient star. In the end, I couldn't break free from the shackles of fate." His body was transforming into light, and one after another light rain flew out from his body. The banished immortal body continuously became faint, and he landed beside the ancient cave in this small world. That was the entrance to the deepest part of the ancestral vein of the central continent. Borrowing the power of the vein here, he temporarily prevented his body of light from dispersing. He sat cross-legged there, took out a guqin, and began to play it with tinkling sounds. The sound of the guqin was moving, and it actually drew out a moving scene. Under the bright moonlight, clear spring water flowed over the rocks, flowing past the roots of the pine forest. It was incomparably harmonious and tranquil. The entire battlefield and the entire pocket dimension quietened down. Everyone stared at the ancient cave, staring at Hua Yunfei, who was like a banished immortal. They watched as waves after waves of light rain flew out from his body, and his body slowly dimmed. What a pitiful life, a future with no choice. All of this is finally over. I can't break free, so let me scatter with the wind. Hua Yunfei muttered. His body became even dimmer, and the rain of light continued to disperse. Hua Yunfei. Yi Fan shouted in a low voice. This otherworldly man raised his head and looked at him as he played the guqin. He used his divine sense to say, "The lineage of ruthless people is beyond your imagination. I'm just a pitiful sacrificial pawn. It's always been the devil body that becomes the divine embryo, just like the heaven-devouring demonic art that becomes the undying heaven art. I don't want to walk this path. If I can choose, I only want to be a happy guqin attendant. When I was 5 years old, they found me. Even now, I still remember the inheritor of my undying heaven art. He was the same age as me. He was so young, but his entire body was glowing. I know that even if I told them, the profound star peak would not be enough for them to kill me." Scenes appeared in Yi Fan's mind. He saw 2 young children and a mysterious protector. One child was glowing all over. He looked intelligent and holy, just like the Son of God. The other child was definitely Hua Yunfei. He looked weak and adorable, even more pitiful than a little girl. He hugged a guqin, timidly, afraid, and kept retreating. "One is me. You should have guessed the other one a long time ago." "A long time ago, I already said that you only guessed half right. You guessed that I'm the sacrificial pawn." Hua Yunfei was smiling. His body became more and more blurry, and a rain of light flew out. "I rarely kill good people. Most of the source energies I take are from the ancient tombs I excavate. Those I kill are all guilty. Chasing after you, Jiziyue, and the others is just the manipulation of fate. There is a pair of invisible hands in the dark." At this point, he said softly to himself, "You can choose not to believe it." Hua Yunfei was smiling. There was loneliness, unwillingness, and a trace of shame. He looked into the distance, as though he wanted to pierce through time and space to look at the distant profound star peak one last time. He knows all the secret techniques that I know. The undying heaven art is even better than the heaven-devouring demonic art. The greater my achievements, the stronger his strength. I am just a pawn. My protector is also his protector. He only treats me as a chess piece. Who exactly is he helping? I made my choice from the very beginning. My fate was already decided when I was young. All my unwillingness, all my hard work, in the end, turned into nothing." Yi Fan did not say anything. He listened quietly. His gaze was calm as he looked at Hua Yunfei. Then, he looked at his blood-stained hand. "It is said that the inheritance of the ruthless is world-shattering. It is indeed true. Even the Holy Land has become the soil that they take root in, absorbing their nutrients. How terrifying is this? It is just like the undying heaven art was born from the heaven-devouring demonic art. This inheritance is reborn in the dying Holy Land, transforming into a divine fetus. Yi Fan was shocked. All of this had exceeded his imagination. I am a pitiful fish. For so many years, I did my best to leap up again and again. Every time, I thought that I had escaped from that river. I leaped into the sky and pounced into another river that belonged to me. But every time, I was forcefully pulled back by a huge hand and thrown back into another unchanging river. I kept moving in the same direction. If I could choose, I would only want to be a child in the profound star peak. That was my happiest time. Hua Yunfei was disappointed. His expression was filled with loneliness. In the end, he smiled mournfully. It was indescribably heart-wrenching. The sound of the guqin lingered. Countless pure and beautiful flowers bloomed. A pure white rain of flowers danced in the sky, surrounding him, burying him, burying him. He was so otherworldly. Rain after rain of light flew out from his body. He slowly faded and gradually disappeared. His life had reached its end. The profound star peak that gave birth to me and raised me, I have failed. I have lost to fate. I cannot break free from the shackles. Unfortunately, I can no longer look at you. Father, mother, senior and junior brothers, I did not betray the profound star peak. I had no choice. I hope that the profound star peak will prosper and protect all the disciples. I will go. He gazed at the profound star peak in the southern region. Crystalline tears fell. The last rain of light dissipated and fell into the ancestral cave. Hua Yunfei completely disappeared and disappeared. Hua Yunfei, a poetic name, finally turned into a rain of light and dissipated with the wind. The last drop of crystal-clear tear fell from his dissipated face and landed on the ground, stirring up some dust. His life had come to an end just like that. A pure white flower was flying in the air. Every petal was stained with blood, sparkling and translucent, emitting a sweet fragrance. An otherworldly man with an outstanding temperament, like a banished immortal, passed away just like that. Only a celestial zither was left at the entrance of the ancient cave. The faint sound of the zither was still there. That poignant melody lingered in the air, like a song or a sob, melancholic and sorrowful. Clang, the strings of the zither broke into pieces. Then, the zither also broke and turned into dust. This zither had accompanied Hua Yunfei when he was still a child. Now, it had died with him. The zither had a spirit. It turned into a rain of light and turned into dust. It died together with its owner and disappeared. Yi Fan was silent. A pitiful life, a future with no choice, this was Hua Yunfei's fate. He stood there quietly for a long time, not moving at all. In life, everyone had their own pain, no matter if they were good or evil. Without a choice, they could only rush forward. Maybe it was heaven, maybe it was hell, just one step away. In the distance, the battle started again. Everyone was fighting for control of the ancient temple. A temple might be a divine treasury, and every stone inscription was priceless. The insights of the ancient sages, the profound and mysterious scriptures, all of these could create a top-notch sect. No one cared, especially the various inheritances. Hua Yunfei's death caused many people to sigh in their hearts. A genius had fallen, a terrifying inheritor had been destroyed. However, they could not afford to be distracted by this. The battle situation became even more miserable. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses piled up everywhere. People forgot about the Yin gods. They disregarded everything and fought to be the first. They all wanted to obtain the core immortal treasures of the Yuhua god dynasty, to recreate the glory of the number one power 200,000 years ago. Hua Yunfei. In the distance, Li Xiaoman's eyes dimmed. Her attacks became a little sluggish, but very quickly, two rays of golden light flashed in her eyes. It was as if there were two gods sitting in the depths of her eyes. She was fighting Yu Ji and Ziyu. The two women's techniques were endless, making even some living fossils palpitate. Their techniques were superb, and their strength was shocking. When she saw Yi Fan suddenly raise his head and walk over, Li Xiaoman turned and left. A golden vortex appeared around her body, like a pair of divine wings, stirring up dozens of golden vortexes. She flew far away, disappearing into the depths of the palace. Ayo, the large black dog wailed in agony as he somersaulted back to where he came from. He had just charged into the most majestic central celestial palace, and he had been caught in the crossfire. There was a battle of life and death between half-saints, and he had been caught up in the crossfire. As a result, his bones had almost been broken. The most magnificent central palace was filled with experts in great numbers. The strongest powers had all gathered here and were confronting each other with emperor weapons in hand. The experts of the ancient races weren't willing to take a step back at all. They felt that the green cauldron was inside. This place was a chaotic battlefield. People from all sides had killed until their eyes were red. Many people were almost crazy. Their hair was disheveled, and their minds weren't clear. They had already gone crazy from the killing. The Black Emperor was angry. He was about to spit out a killing formation and go on a killing spree, but he was stopped by Yi Fan. They couldn't touch that place now. The imperial weapons and ancient imperial weapons were facing each other, and they could fight at any time. If they took out a part of the incomplete Great Emperor killing formation, it might become the fuse. Pooh! A bloody arm fell at their feet. Qi Luo appeared. His body was scarlet and wet. He was splashed with someone's blood. There was only one wound on his body. It extended from the center of his brows to his chest. He was almost cut by someone. The wound wasn't deep, and it could be said to be extremely dangerous. The few of them felt a chill. To be able to force an old killer who was about to enter the killing saint realm to such a state, how powerful was that person? Don't worry, I'm fine. Although only one of his arms was left, he's almost crippled. He won't be able to appear in this world for at least 10 years. It's his fortune to be able to survive, said Qi Luo. That was a half-saint with terrifying strength and frightening secret techniques. He was the ultimate protector of Hua Yunfei and was like an invisible hand. Only a half-saint like Qi Luo, who wanted to prove his Dao through killing, could injure him. We're all here. Let's go and try. No matter what, we must seize the Green Cauldron or the Yuhua Immortal Scripture. The Black Emperor has appointed you as the vanguard this time. Go, urged Duanda. Yi Fan had no interest in that place. He and Pang Bo entered the ancient palace with the star field map to search for clues. This place was definitely related to crossing the universe. Qi Luo, the old blind man, the monkey, and Dongfang Yi also followed. Although the central palace had the most precious items, it wasn't suitable to fight over them at this time. They could easily turn into ashes. The extreme imperial weapons were like Pandora's box that couldn't be opened easily. Otherwise, there would be disastrous consequences. If a battle really broke out, perhaps everyone would die. There's a mechanism here. The Black Emperor suddenly revealed an excited expression. These star field maps were all strange. They were either small-scale teleportation formations or strange spaces. The large black dog explored them a few times and discovered some profound mysteries. He used what he had learned to decipher them. Every stone inscription leads to another place. This is misleading. There must be another world. The large black dog scratched his ears and cheeks. He walked back and forth with his flagpole-like tail, growling in a low voice. Duanda was also deep in thought. He stared at the stone inscriptions and linked them together. The two of them shouted loudly at almost the same time. Then, they quickly made their moves. There were over 100 diagrams on the 4 walls, and the sun, moon, and stars were flickering on them. The Black Emperor and Duanda pointed at the most resplendent star in each of the star fields. The entire palace instantly became resplendent, becoming more and more dazzling. Kacha, kacha. Suddenly, a sound rang out from a corner. A stone door appeared out of thin air and moved to the side. A decaying aura seeped out, and a secret room appeared. I found it. Could it be the scripture pavilion? The large black dog was excited, and was the first to rush in. However, he immediately jumped back. The black fur on his body was standing on end, and he was like a large hedgehog. It was obvious that he had been startled. Damn it, a pile of meat paste. This emperor has had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have stepped on it. Yi Fan and Pang Bo walked forward. This concerned their future. Even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they still had to walk. A rotten smell wafted over. At the same time, there was a boundless killing intent. This is the corpse of a saint. Why has his flesh and blood rotted? Qi Luo was shocked. The ancient saints would not rot even after death. Their flesh and blood could be vivid and lifelike. However, very few of them remained in this world. That was because once they died, they would transform into Tao, and nothing would be left behind. There was a pile of meat paste in the secret room. The bones were black, and the flesh and blood were rotten, exuding a foul smell. Just then, the large black dog had accidentally almost fallen into it. Only those whose strength far surpasses him can destroy the saint's body, gradually turning it into a mortal body over time, and finally rotting, Qi Luo said. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. In the past, someone had dissolved a saint, and he had not been chopped into dust on the spot. Instead, he had dissolved bit by bit, and only then had he become what he was today. They did not touch the saint's corpse. Even if they kept it, it would be useless. That was because it had almost become mortal bones, and the moment the rotten flesh came into contact with the air, it would immediately turn into dust. This stone room was only 3 square meters, and there was nothing inside. What was surprising was that there was not a shred of value in it. There is most likely something under this ancient saint's corpse. Duanda had raided tombs all year round, and was very familiar with mechanisms. With a wave of his palm fan, he instantly discovered a groove. He tapped it with his finger, and a cracking sound rang out. The stone wall in front of them moved away, and a brilliant light shot out. A spacious stone hall appeared. Too beautiful. Jiziyue cried out in surprise. There were stars everywhere inside, and they decorated the void one after another. It was as if they were facing the vast starry sky. Among them, there were 4 stars that were very special. They were many times brighter than the other light spots, and they were the only ones that had materialized. They could be the size of a fist, and they floated in the starlight. This is the true ancient star domain map. It is concretely detailed to such a level. It is truly a work of the gods. Even Qi Luo was amazed. What they saw in front of them was really like a boundless starry sky, as if a universe lay in front of them. There was a grand and vast aura spreading out. Yi Fan and Pang Bo's eyes stared at the 4 special stars. They were attracted by one of them, and their eyes couldn't leave it. It was a blue planet. Did those blue lights represent the ocean? They occupied about 70% of the surface. Then, they were completely stunned. The land was almost the same as the other side. This was a shrunken earth. They believed that this was the secret they were looking for. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty must have gone to the other side of the starry sky, to their hometown. As for the other 3 special stars, one of them was very large and flickered with purple light. Yi Fan immediately thought of that. That was the Ziwei ancient land of life. After taking a closer look, the terrain was indeed similar. He had been there before. He had never seen the other 2 stars before. He didn't know which star domain they belonged to, and he didn't know if they also had life. They were full of mystery, and they shone in all kinds of starlight. This is the key to open the 5-colored sacrificial altar. It contains the coordinates of the starry sky, the big black dog shouted. When Yi Fan heard this, he quickly rushed forward and grabbed that blue star. At this moment, his hand was trembling because this was his hope of returning home. At the same time, the big black dog rushed towards that purple star. He also grabbed it with his big paw and swallowed his saliva. This kind of thing was a priceless treasure to him. On the other side, the monkey, Dongfang Yi, and the others also moved. They wanted to pick the other 2 special stars. Clearly, those were also the star domain keys. To some people, they were immeasurably divine treasures. Boom, suddenly, several black dragons rushed in. Their extreme Tao Emperor might surged, shattering the vacuum and killing everything they came into contact with. Quang, the heaven-swallowing demonic jar vibrated on its own. It floated in the void and released multiple Tao ribbons, blocking the black dragons. A black hole instantly appeared between the 2, devouring all life force. Holy Son of Yaoguang, you finally come. Yi Fan carefully put away the blue star, and strode forward. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar floated up and down. When it saw that he was about to attack, it actually strangely merged with his pulse. The emperor weapon refined from vicious body was greatly different from before. It was as if it had been stimulated by a special aura, and it revived on its own, taking the initiative to attack. Boom, a vast strand of celestial might shot over, wanting to smash them into pieces. That kind of might could collapse the heavens and crack the earth. Even Qi Luo was horrified when he saw it. In this world, the might of an ancient great emperor was invincible. That was a streak of black golden light that could intimidate the past, present, and future. It was as if a great emperor was awakening and standing right in front of them. Black golden dragon pattern cauldron, the most mysterious extreme Tao emperor weapon had finally appeared today. Yi Fan mysteriously merged with the heaven-swallowing demonic jar, activating a streak of dazzling black light that collided with the killing intent of the great emperor. It was as if an ancient time and space had been torn apart, and a living great emperor had been summoned. The last small world had a total of 81 ancient temples, all of which contained sage formations. That was why they had been preserved until now. Even after a great battle, they had not been destroyed. However, as soon as the emperor weapon appeared, the palace that contained the ancient starry sky path was turned into powder. Strands of emperor might seeped out, causing the experts from all sides to shiver inwardly. Their hearts were raised to their throats. Damn it! Dong Fengyi cursed. The 2 stars that he and the monkey went to collect shattered. They shot out in all directions like streaks of light, and they were only able to scoop up a small portion. Many people took action to fight over these fragments. They contained the coordinates of the starry sky, and in the future, they would definitely be extremely difficult to obtain. Even saints would have to bow down to them. Fortunately, the purple star in the Black Emperor's large claw was preserved. It quickly put it away and did not get snatched away. Whoosh, a streak of holy light disappeared. That mysterious figure entered another ancient palace. The black golden dragon-patterned cauldron moved along with it, bobbing up and down. Light-shaking holy child, do you dare to fight? Yi Fan walked forward with large steps. His head of black hair flew backwards, and his eyebrows were vertical. His killing intent soared into the heavens. No one replied to him. That palace was completely silent. Only ripples could be seen. Those were mysterious dragon inscriptions, as if black dragons were coiling about. The powerful and flourishing fluctuations were as vast as the ocean. The black golden dragon-patterned cauldron had not appeared in the light-shaking realm for many years. Now that it had appeared here, everyone was shocked because it was just too special. Generations of sages had poured their blood, sweat, and tears into it, and all of their disciples had poured their entire lives into it. From start to finish, they had been faithful and respectful, as if they were facing a god. After 50,000 years of kowtowing, 50,000 years of prayer, and 50,000 years of worship, they had finally reached the pinnacle. This was the greatest miracle in the world, and it had become an eternal legend. No one knew what had happened on that stormy night. The torrential rain had covered up everything. Chi. A strand of black light descended from the heaven-devouring demonic jar, turning into a black divine sword that slashed towards that palace. The spiraling black dragons immediately rushed out, and the two collided, forming a sea of ink, that was a black hole in the cosmos, an abyss that devoured all things. It was pitch black, devoid of life. All creatures that entered would become dust, returning to eternal stillness. A dragon roar resounded, and a huge black dragon circled around the ancient temple. Every scale on its body flickered with a cold light, and its body was filled with explosive power. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron bobbed up and down, and there were thousands upon thousands of black dragons flying out from the mouth of the cauldron. Only the tail was inside, making it look like a divine land of soaring dragons. Yi Fan was fearless. With the heaven-swallowing demon jar on his head, his footsteps never changed. His rhythm was the same, in sync with the life pulse of this small world. He was happy and fearless. At this point, what else do you have to fear? If you want to kill me, then come at me. Let's fight fair and square. In the battle of the extreme path imperial weapons, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. A calm voice came from the ancient palace. What a compassionate expression. Since that's the case, why are you doing this? Yi Fan's footsteps didn't change as he arrived in front of the ancient palace. I'm very interested in the other side of the starry sky. Why don't we go together? A voice came from the palace. Hong, without any omen, the two emperor weapons released a strand of emperor might at the same time. Even though it was only a fine streak of black light, not a full-scale collision, the palace that contained ancient sages was still blasted into pieces, no longer existing. Holy light flickered. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron and that figure disappeared again, entering another divine temple. They were still confronting each other, not immediately taking action. Chi. Yi Fan shook the heaven-swallowing demon jar, releasing strand after strand of black light. It was as if he was ascending to immortality. All of the light entered the ancient temple, killing the hidden great enemies. Dragon cries were clear and cold. That black gold cauldron swayed back and forth, taking in and sending out all types of light, blocking the attacks. This time, the waves didn't destroy the buildings. The two weapons formed a type of equilibrium, attacking each other, not spreading outwards. However, everyone's hearts were trembling with fear. Even though it was only a small strand of black light that was probing each other, if it were to explode, not to mention this place, even the entire province would sink into a boundless territory. The other emperor weapons were also reviving, protecting the people on their side. No one dared to act recklessly, fearing that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Suddenly, the black gold dragon pattern cauldron rushed out on its own, suspending in midair. Strand after strand of black gold energy poured down, and an immortal-like figure took form at the mouth of the cauldron. Clang! The heaven-swallowing demon jar released a light sound. The jar body and lid separated, overflowing with tens of thousands of strands of black light. It vaguely released a female sigh, as if a goddess was about to be reborn. The strange emperor weapon had both demonic and divine nature coexisting. The devil jar turned into a cocoon, as if a great emperor was about to emerge. The world-shocking pressure intimidated everyone. Chong, the black gold dragon pattern cauldron trembled slightly. The immortal figure at the mouth of the cauldron disappeared, entering it once again. Then, it turned into a streak of black light and tore through the sky. Pop! A hole was blasted through this small world. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron disappeared, and several figures controlled it, immediately leaving this place. It was as if they sensed some inconceivable power. It's not that the black gold dragon pattern cauldron is no match. It's just that the heaven-swallowing demon jar was a bit strange, and it scared them into retreating. Qi Luo frowned and pondered. The heaven-swallowing demon jar was forged from Great Emperor Vicious Body. Apart from its unfathomable power, it also has some incomparable characteristics. No one can say for sure, said the Black Emperor. Something strange happened to the black gold dragon pattern cauldron as well. They seemed to be having trouble controlling it, so they had no choice but to retreat. I think it will appear again in a while. Be careful, said the blind old man. The heaven-swallowing demon jar's black light receded, and it quickly calmed down. It looked natural and simple without any special features. This also made the people in the distance feel at ease, and they once again fought over their own divine treasures. Yi Fan took out the blue star and used his heart to sense it. Groups of runes flickered and were imprinted into his heart. These were the 8 types of divinatory symbols of the 8 trigrams, but they were arranged into many groups to describe the star field's coordinates. The monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others came forward. Yi Fan handed them over without saying anything. He only asked them to memorize them one by one. Perhaps it would be of great use in the future. Ji Ziyua's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the blue star in her palm, she knew that Yi Fan was definitely going to leave. He had already obtained what he wanted, so he could go on his way. This thing should be used like this, the Black Emperor said in a low voice. He explained how to activate the 5-colored altar. After obtaining the key to the other side, he could completely deduce how to use it. Why didn't the Big Dipper star field's coordinates remain? Duanda was puzzled. Yi Fan also sighed. He had only found 4 special stars that had nothing to do with the Big Dipper. He didn't know the coordinates of this ancient star in the universe at all. Let's go and have a share of the delicious soup. Dongfang Yi glanced at the central hall. They had achieved their goal of helping Yi Fan. They had found everything to cross the star field, and they also wanted to plunder the secret treasures. There are a few imperial weapons gathered in the center of the divine palace. We most likely won't be able to gain anything if we go there, and there might even be a great calamity. Since that's the case, let's go to the other halls and take what we can, Qi Luo said. The old assassin was very cautious. This group of people put away the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Yi Fan led the way at the front, the half-saint Qi Luo hid in the dark, and the large black dog swallowed and spat out the formation platform at the back. This shocked everyone. Even if this wasn't the current invincible combination, it was close. At least, there weren't many major forces below the saint level that dared to provoke them. Yi Fan had just killed the inheritor of Ruthless, Hua Yunfei, which made many people tremble in fear. The strength of the fallen deity was obvious to all. He had roamed the world for more than 10 years, and no one could kill him. Now, he had died here, so how could they not be afraid? At this moment, Yi Fan strode forward, walking at the very front. Everywhere he passed, no one dared to oppose him. They were all extremely wary, and automatically gave way when they were far away. The comprehension of the ancient sages. Qi Luo was overjoyed. This was what he desperately wanted to obtain. There were a total of 4, and they were left behind by the 4 ancient sages. They were engraved on the 4 walls of this palace hall. In this place, every ancient character was engraved in the void, flickering indefinitely. Every character had the power of 10,000 caddies, and the pressure was so great that it made it hard for one to breathe. Many people were silently memorizing as they fought here, because it was impossible to dig them out. These were the writings of the ancient sages, and they had condensed into one with the entire stone room, making them immortal and indestructible. When these people appeared, even though the others were reluctant, they still retreated. Yi Fan and the monkey led the way in. They were existences that were equivalent to war gods, and even those who had severed the Tao did not dare to provoke them. Clang, Qi Luo carefully activated the soul-suppressing Hell Pagoda, and forcefully dug out the 4 walls. As if they had a life of their own, the ancient characters and stone engravings were carefully put away. They passed through more than 10 palaces in succession, and their harvest was abundant. Apart from a few scriptures, there was also a head-sized piece of divine jade that belonged to the 9 heavens divine jade sequence. It was on the same level as everlasting silver essence, and this made them extremely happy. The great powers that possess emperor weapons do not lack the comprehension of saints. Only that tattered green cauldron and the feather transformation immortal scripture are things that they must obtain. Fortunately, this is also the case. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to obtain these rewards. Let's take a look first, and not fight over it for now to avoid becoming ashes. The green cauldron was related to the secrets of becoming an immortal, and it had existed since the archaic era. It was rumored to be an ancient object from the legendary era, and it might very well attract saints who did not abide by the rules. You two should go on your way. Take advantage of the fact that the various sects are all gathered in front of the central ancient watchtower. If you wait a bit longer, who knows, the rainbow altar might even turn into a sea of war. That kind of thing is also extremely important, said the blind old man. Correct, the rainbow altar is of great importance, and that is something that must be fought over. You should take this opportunity to leave. The monkey also spoke. It's a pity that I can't fight against the Alcade Saint Child. I want to finish him off before I leave. Yi Fan was very regretful. Don't worry, with me here, even if he really is an emperor, so what if he obtained the inheritance of an ancient great emperor? The monkey was full of confidence, and the golden fur on his body flickered with radiance. Yi Fan nodded. In the present world, the monkey was not weaker than any of his peers, and his future heights were unimaginable. The most important thing was that the victorious fighting Buddha was still alive and overseeing Mount Meru. Who would dare to touch a single hair on his head? The Alcade Saint Child is very smart. He won't dare to cause trouble in the next few decades, or else he will understand the consequences, said the half-saint Qi Luo. He would definitely become a killing saint, and the threat he posed was far greater than ordinary saints. If he really wanted to be ruthless, he could simply stab through the entire world. Don't worry. My family has the void mirror, and it's enough to deal with the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. Jiziyue also spoke. From a certain perspective, the clans that had produced a great emperor were far superior to the other Holy Lands. Duanda spoke in an unconcerned manner. Do you think my heaven-devouring demonic jar is just a decoration? In the future, build a mountain for me in the heavenly village, and call it the Emperor's Tomb. That would be loud enough. In the future, stay at my place and we can attack the Alcade Holy Land when we have nothing to do. I feel that we can most likely dig out some rare items, because every time we pass by the southern region, I feel that the Alcade Holy Land is like a huge gravestone, like a religion built on top of a grave. His words amused everyone. This lord was very ruthless, and no one could provoke him. He was always thinking about the ancestral graves of others, and no one was afraid of him. With this emperor here, who dares to be insensible? When we return, we can set up hundreds of killing formations and wipe out the Alcade Holy Land. The Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. Let's go, let's be on our way. Yifan pulled on the quiet Pangbo. The group passed through the ancestral temple and walked towards the deepest part. There were no ancient buildings, no trees, and no signs of life. It was shrouded in a strange and mysterious mist. This place is a little strange. Why is there such a thick fog? The large black dog muttered. The gray fog was as thick as a wall, and the scenery was unclear. The five-colored altar was very far ahead, and it gave off an oppressive feeling through the lead fog. This place was lifeless. There was not a single plant, and only bare rocks and soil could be seen. They walked forward together. In this spacious land, there was only the sound of footsteps. It was as if they had arrived at the end of the world. There was no vitality, and no living beings could be seen. The five-colored altar was in sight. Time had not caused it to collapse. Through the fog, it could be vaguely seen. It stood on the mountain, and every piece of five-colored stone was a page of history. Don't go forward. In a while, the five-colored altar will activate, and there will be a large energy wave. Don't hurt yourself. Yifan looked at them with a hint of sadness. They were about to part here. This was an unforgettable mark in their lives. They were going to cross the galaxy and meet each other, but they might not see each other again in this lifetime. The distance between them was too far. Compared to the vast universe, humans were really too insignificant. Even if they used the power of thousands of lifetimes, they could only travel a short distance in the cold and lonely universe. Accumulated in light years, it made people sigh at their own insignificance. Goodbye. They waved their hands wordlessly. At this moment, what else could they say? This departure might be for the rest of their lives. Qi Luo, the monkey, Dong Fengyi, and the others walked up one by one, and patted the shoulders of Yifan and Pangbo. The large black dog bid farewell in a different way. He opened his mouth and bit down fiercely. It was so painful that Yifan almost slapped him. Jizue shed tears and looked at Yifan silently. She tidied his clothes and waved her hand lightly with a smile. Sparkling tears rolled down her white cheeks. Yifan stretched out his hand and wiped the tears off her face. Then, he turned around. There was no need to say too many sad words when parting. Everything was expressed in silence. He and Pangbo strode into the depths of the fog. The world was silent. Only the footsteps of Yifan and Pangbo could be heard. The gray fog flowed as the five-colored altar got closer and closer. The two of them were silent along the way, especially Pangbo, who had not spoken a single word before entering this region. Yifan thought of Master God Diviner. In his prophecy, he did not see anyone traveling with him. Furthermore, the ancient Buddha in the western desert had not mentioned anything about it. This made him feel uneasy. He walked shoulder to shoulder with Pangbo, the cauldron of all life chi above his head, and the deity striking whip in his hand, in order to avoid any accidents. They had arrived. At the five-colored altar, Yifan was excited as he turned back to look at Jizue and company. He only saw a few blurry figures waving at him as he waved goodbye. However, when he turned around again, he was immediately dumbfounded. Pangbo had disappeared from the face of the earth. Pangbo! Yifan shouted loudly. He activated the rho symbol art and turned into a streak of light as he traveled through this place. He released his powerful divine sense to search for traces of him. Pangbo's figure floated in the air as if he had never appeared. There was no trace of Qi at all. He seemed to be neither alive nor dead. It was indescribably strange. This defied common sense. Yi Fan's divine sense was so powerful that it was impossible for a person to leave without a trace unless he was a saint. At this moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. What exactly was going on? Why did Pangbo disappear without a trace? It was as if he had melted into the grey mist. What happened? Qi Luo, the monkey, and the others all rushed over when they heard the cry. Ji Ziyue was very nervous as she looked at him with her large, quick-witted eyes. The others also felt that something was wrong. How could a living person disappear into thin air? It was just a moment of turning around. Don't worry, he's very safe. He's not in any danger. The blind old man said as he took out a soul lamp. The flames were blazing and dancing. This was what the blind old man had requested everyone to light up before they came in. This was to prevent accidents from happening when they were separated. At this moment, it finally came in handy. Can we use this to find him? Yi Fan asked. No, we can only know that he's in good condition. We can't use this to find him, the blind old man said. They couldn't understand why Pangbo had suddenly disappeared. According to the soul lamp, he wasn't in any danger, so how could he have disappeared? Let's look for him, but don't act alone, Qi Luo warned. Apart from him, the others were in pairs as they searched in all directions. This place was a little strange. They had taken out the heaven-devouring evil jar, hell soul-suppressing pagoda, and wolf-tooth club. Pangbo! Yi Fan shouted, but it was empty. This place was very quiet and there was nothing except for the grey mist. The few of them went in a big circle but couldn't find Pangbo's shadow at all. They didn't know where he was. Let me do a divination, the blind old man said. He raised his hand and scattered a few pieces of tortoiseshell, arranging them into a strange shape. He's in the east. They got up and quickly chased after him. They were actually far away from this place as if they wanted to rush out of this small world. After a quarter of an hour, the blind old man divined again. According to the divination, he was even further away. He left this ancestral temple and went far away. Why is it like this? The few of them couldn't understand. Why did Pangbo run away without a sound? Why didn't he inform them? You guys protect me. I'm going to do a great divination, the blind old man said. He took out a tortoiseshell that was as lustrous as jade. Every piece was an ancient object that had been polished until it was sparkling and translucent. With a crash, it scattered all over the ground. The blind old man frowned for a long time before saying, he's already millions of miles away. The few of them were tongue-tied. He had obviously crossed the starry sky. Otherwise, how could he be so fast? No, he's tens of millions of miles away. He should be heading toward the eastern wasteland, the blind old man said. So far? Has Pangbo gone mad? What is he doing? The Black Emperor bared his teeth. I don't believe it. Let's see what exactly is so strange about this place. Yi Fan turned around and walked towards the distant mist to re-enter. Did you guys notice that Pangbo was extremely silent just now? Did he sense something at that time? But why didn't he tell us? Ji Ziyue was extremely meticulous. The few of them shivered inwardly. This was indeed the case. Just now, Pangbo was extremely gloomy and didn't say a single word. Yi Fan rushed into the mist with large steps and returned to the front of the rainbow altar. He was suddenly alarmed. He sensed a few powerful auras that quickly blasted towards him. Peng, the ancient races appeared. They attached great importance to the rainbow altar as well. It was rumored that in the distant archaic years, they came from outer space to seize it. Pooh! Yi Fan's eyes were extremely cold. A fist smashed out, blasting a figure into a rain of blood. A sect master-level figure died on the spot. Stop him! The few of them shouted loudly. They were currently trying to take away the rainbow altar. If Yi Fan's group was a step late, this altar would have been moved away. Courting death. The monkey, Dongfang Yi, and the others all took action together. Especially when Qi Luo took action, even the Dao-severing king could only nurse a grievance. After a few miserable cries, these people all died. Yi Fan soared up. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation appeared beside him. The two great assassin divine dynasty's great completion kings appeared again and attacked with their holy weapons. Boom, Yi Fan shook the cauldron. The myriad origin energy above his head descended, and 9 colored flames surged out like a vast ocean. They burned until half the sky collapsed and a black hole appeared. However, it was precisely this great fire that attracted many people over. They naturally knew the importance of the rainbow altar, and many people rushed over to fight over it. Chang, Qi Luo took action and chased after that great completion king. Killing intent pervaded the air, and the gray mist surged. What? The altar is damaged. Yi Fan was astonished. When he saw the rainbow altar, his heart immediately went cold. This altar was built against the mountain, and nothing could be seen from below. But when he came up, he discovered that it was only a corner. The main body of the altar seemed to have been forcibly taken away by someone. Moreover, it wasn't something that happened recently. Looking at the ancient traces, it must have happened in the archaic era. 2 figures descended from the sky. Huolin had beautiful blue hair, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her smile was very sweet as she landed on the altar together with her elder brother, Huoqilin. Brother Yi, how was it? My words weren't wrong, right? An ancestor of my race saw us fighting shoulder to shoulder on the rainbow altar before he passed away. It really came true. Moreover, the altar should be complete and repaired very soon. Huolin smiled faintly. Boom, a large number of experts appeared in all directions. Their identities were unknown, and they concealed their true appearances. All of them wanted to take away the altar and attack the 3 people on it at the same time. Comparatively speaking, more than half of the murderous lights attacked Yi Fan. He could deduce that there were the old killer king from the killer god dynasty, the ancient race's Dao-severing experts, and even more people trying to fish in troubled waters. Yi Fan unleashed a massacre. A strange phenomenon appeared as an immortal king stepped on the 9 heavens. He held a green lotus in his hand and swung it forcefully, severing dozens of bodies. Fresh blood sprinkled down and dyed the altar red. Kill! Shouts of war shook the sky. This place had also become the main battlefield. It was fine if there was no one fighting over it, but once the battle started, all parties would risk their lives. A large number of experts rushed over. Do you really think our holy weapons and emperor weapons are vegetarians? Below the altar, Dongfeng Yi and the others sneered. Hell Suppression, Soul Suppressing Pagoda, and Wolf Fang Cudgel rose up together. Immediately, bones and corpses piled up. A single strike would turn countless people into ashes. Boom, suddenly, the might of the extreme Dao Emperor weapons appeared again. A terrifying black golden cauldron floated up in the distance, and a huge dragon flew out from the mouth of the cauldron, clang, the heaven-swallowing demon jar trembled and flew up on its own. The lid opened, and the mouth of the jar was as deep as a bottomless pit. In an instant, the huge black dragon was swallowed up. Jizu soared into the sky and landed on the 5-colored altar. She stood side by side with Yi Fan, and they faced the many enemies together. Sister Ziyue, don't worry. Huolin smiled lightly and also charged over. Corpses piled up on the altar, and blood splattered everywhere. Qi Luo, Duanda, and the large black dog also flew up and landed here. With the protection of the heaven-swallowing demon jar, no one dared to approach this place anymore. They all retreated. Like the tide. Boom, only the black golden dragon pattern cauldron was unstoppable, still attacking. Celestial light soared into the sky from the mouth of the cauldron. It was reviving, and a shocking might soared. It was as if a galaxy was collapsing, and the sky was about to be destroyed. The heaven-swallowing demon jar floated up and down, and auspicious light gushed out. It was not only black light, but also like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, a living great emperor about to rush out. There was 9-colored divine light flickering inside, blocking the black golden cauldron. Rumble. Suddenly, a sound like a tsunami rang out. 9 crimson flags descended from the sky, bringing with them a world-destroying aura. They were going to flatten the entire altar and turn it into fine powder. This is an item of the bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor. Yi Fan was horrified. He had once obtained 81 great flags, and they were similar to this one. They had similar auras. Heavenly Imperial Prince, are you going to use a forbidden tool to kill us as well? Fire Qilin, who had been silent all this while, revealed a dense killing intent as he stared coldly into the distance. This is an extraordinary forbidden tool, and its might is beyond compare. Duanda quivered, and quickly used the heaven-swallowing demon jar to protect them. He temporarily stopped confronting the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. Boom, although a forbidden tool could only be used a few times, its might was unparalleled. Moreover, it was an item of the bloodline of the undying Heavenly Emperor, and it was extremely terrifying. If it was not for the Emperor weapon, nothing else would be able to block it. Without any suspense, the 9 great flags were shattered by the heaven-swallowing demon jar, and they turned into a scarlet cloud that dissipated into the heaven and earth. However, the black golden dragon pattern cauldron's might became even stronger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, an immortal fetus formed in the cauldron's mouth and swooped down. Not good. Duanda cried out. This was the extreme Dao revival, and a well-prepared attack would inevitably be incomparably terrifying. No matter, the heaven-swallowing demon jar is the best since ancient times. It can fight on its own without any revival. Qi Luo was quite calm. As expected, the heaven-swallowing demon jar released a sigh. Boundless immortal light rushed into the sky like a great river, and immediately blocked the figure of that immortal fetus. Boom, it was as if the vast sea had burst its dike. An extreme Dao pressure came from another direction, and a terrifying beam of light enveloped the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. An ancient mirror was floating there. Brother! Jiziue called out. Divine King Jihaoyue appeared. He had been paying attention to his little sister from start to finish. Even when he was representing the family to fight over the immortal treasures in the central ancient watchtower, he never let down his guard. At this time, he finally took action. The blue sea surged, and a bright moon hung in the sky. That was his irregular phenomenon. The void ancient mirror floated above his head, and it released a terrifying beam of light that shot towards the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. His black hair was thick, and his battle intent was shocking. The divine king of a generation was undoubtedly on full display as he looked disdainfully in all directions. Now, many people could predict Jihaoyue's future. His future was boundless, and his divine body would definitely shine brilliantly in the eastern wasteland. He would write his own legend. This was the extreme Dao immortal might. The power of the ancient mirror left behind by the Void Emperor was heaven-defying. That kind of light beam could destroy everything in its path, and it was enough to destroy a great sect. Flesh and blood couldn't stop it at all, unless the great emperor revived. The black golden dragon pattern cauldron trembled, and the draconic cry shook the 9 heavens, shaking the 9 netherworlds. 10,000 strands of immortal light quickly shot out, blocking the world-destroying attack. Pung, more than half of this small world immediately collapsed. The sky dome was destroyed, and it was connected to the outside world. Moreover, the terrifying void abyss spread into the distance at an astonishing speed. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This was a world-destroying might. If this continued, not only would this place be destroyed, even the central continent would be in danger. Dang, the heaven-devouring demonic jar trembled, suspending above Yi Fan's head. He moved like a dragon or tiger, walking in the void, pressing forward. Strand after strand of immortal might were released, suppressing the black golden cauldron just like Jihaoyue. It's over, central continent is in a great disaster. Emperor weapons have revived, and there are 3 of them at once. This is an emperor war, and this continent might be easily destroyed. Many sect masters were trembling. Everything happened too suddenly. Not long ago, everyone was still restraining themselves, yet now, this type of thing happened. The black golden dragon pattern cauldron, void mirror, and heaven-devouring demonic jar, if they truly fought head-on, any one of them could sink millions of li. The void mirror, heaven-devouring demonic jar, and dragon-patterned black gold cauldron clashed, creating an earth-shattering scene. It was unknown how many people fell to the ground, trembling in fear and unable to move. Most of this small world was shattered and connected to the outside world. If this continued, the ancestral temple of the past #1 divine dynasty would be turned into ashes. Ear-splitting draconic cries rang out. Over 10,000 black dragons soared into the sky, their tails all inside the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron. Every single one of them was tens of thousands of zhang long and as thick as a mountain. Every single scale cast from black gold was as large as a door and flickered with a metallic luster. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron floated up and down. Over 10,000 black true dragons leapt about in the cauldron, releasing countless strands of immortal light. That area was enshrouded in mist, and the enormous dragon bodies were incomparably terrifying. The void mirror's beam of light was astonishing. No one could look directly at it, and the beams of light it shot out were who knew how many times more brilliant than the sun. Those were strands of immortal sword divine light ringing about, cutting through everything. They hacked down on the endless black dragons' bodies, creating world-shaking sounds. This was the peak of immortal might. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron fought against the void mirror. Both of them were priceless immortal treasures. Fortunately, they didn't land on the ground, or else the earth would have been destroyed. Yi Fan slaughtered his way over, and the heaven-devouring demonic jar also attacked. The jar's mouth spat out millions of strands of multicolored light, creating a beautiful scene. Multicolored clouds rose, and it was as if a peerless beauty appeared, hazy and unreal. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron shook greatly. Over 10,000 black dragons roared at the same time, and an immortal core appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, releasing endless light. It was as if it was going to ascend to resist the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Hong, this final small world shook violently. Apart from the ancestral temple and the five-colored altar, everything else was destroyed, turning into powder and completely merging with the great world. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Wang, the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron released a Dao cry, releasing tens of thousands of strands of black light. All of the dragons entered the cauldron, and the immortal core also withdrew, turning into an eternal beam of immortal light as it tore through the sky. Those at the light-shaking realm had all fled. If this battle continued, they would inevitably suffer a great disaster. The weapons of the great ancient emperors were the most shocking. When the Motherf * King Human King wielded the emperor weapon, he could slash down stars with unparalleled might. Even if they were the descendants of the Motherf * King Human King, they could still cause the entire ancient planet to be in a state of desolation, with no signs of life remaining. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, it could be said to be a crisis of the world being slaughtered. Even the four great divine dynasties of the Central Plains were horrified, fearing that the emperor's might would spread. The blue sea undulated, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. This was the phenomenon of a bright moon rising from the sea. Ji Haoyue glanced over, put away the void mirror, and landed on the ground. Yi Fan nodded his head in thanks, and then he returned to the five-colored altar. The great powers without emperor weapons all withdrew, not daring to compete with them. The heavenly prince and the others also disappeared, no longer appearing. Why is it incomplete? Yi Fan was stupefied. He truly didn't have the slightest method. If the five-colored altar wasn't complete, how was he supposed to cross the starry skies? There's a teleportation array here. It seems like someone went in just now. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes glanced at the top of the mountain. The five-colored altar was built against the mountain, and there was a stone platform not far from here. Mottled marks had been left behind by time, and there were also many marks left behind by humans. It was profound and unfathomable. A miracle. This is an ancient emperor-level teleportation array. Where does it lead to? The large black dog exclaimed in surprise, his eyes burning with passion. With a whoosh, he scurried over. He began to quickly imitate the inscriptions. This kind of thing was priceless to him. If he could really comprehend it, he could benefit from it for the rest of his life. This kind of teleportation array was connected to the most fundamental thing of heaven and earth. Huolin and Huiqilin also stepped forward, standing behind Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and the others. The other cultivators didn't dare to approach, and they could only look at it enviously. This kind of ancient emperor-level teleportation array most likely led to an inconceivable place. In front of the central ancestral temple, the various great powers moved. The eternal inheritances that controlled imperial weapons looked over here, and there were people approaching. They realized that this ancient teleportation array might be even more valuable, and it might lead to the most core location of the Yuhua God dynasty. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Everyone's attention was focused on this place. The aura of the archaic imperial weapon filled the air, and it was very likely that it would attack here. It was filled with killing intent. That's not right. Although that teleportation array is at the imperial level, it doesn't fit in with this place. It seems like it was carved later, and it was done in a hurry. It's just a small formation platform. That's right. Although it's very ancient, it doesn't seem like it was carved by the Yuhua god dynasty itself. Instead, it seems like it was done by someone who cut off a section of the five-colored sacrificial altar. There was no lack of Grandmaster-level figures who studied ancient formations here, and they weren't much inferior to the Black Emperor. At first, after observing and seriously comparing, they saw through the mystery and came to this conclusion. The killing intent retracted. Regardless of whether it was the weapons of the ancient emperors or the artifacts of the archaic emperors, they all stopped fluctuating. They didn't press forward anymore, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. The large black dog took out a few pieces of divine source and inserted them into the grooves on the stone platform. This ancient teleportation array instantly lit up, and there were golden lines moving along the grooves, finally interweaving to form a door. Different from other Dao patterns, these patterns interweaved together to form a real door. The frame seemed to be forged from gold, and it was dazzling. Moreover, the scene on the other side of the door could be clearly seen. It was as if one would reach their destination after stepping through it, and it wasn't crossing the void. That is. Everyone was stunned. The first thing that entered their eyes was a five-colored sacrificial altar. It was very grand, but it wasn't complete. It was naturally ancient and had the vicissitudes of history. That was the accumulation of time. Every piece of stone had a mark of time, and it told the truth of eternity. There was nothing that could last for a long time. Why does it look so familiar? Someone revealed a puzzled look, unable to remember for a moment. Yifan was immediately petrified. He was stunned because he instantly knew where this place was. He had once risked his life to enter and exit this place. The Black Emperor inserted another two pieces of divine source into the grooves. The golden door enlarged, and the scene on the other side became clearer. Everyone immediately let out cries of surprise. Many people knew where this ancient teleportation array led to. Above a pitch-black abyss, the five-colored sacrificial altar was motionless and lifeless. There were 9 holy mountains in the surroundings, and it was they that formed that bottomless abyss. It was pitch black, making one's mind involuntarily sink into it. It's actually ancient desolate forbidden land. Everyone was shocked. It was to the extent where they could see an undying precious tree that was half the height of a person, as well as a divine spring. It made one's heart tremble. Why does it lead there? Who exactly was it that cut off the five-colored sacrificial altar and sealed it at the entrance of the abyss? Everyone thought to themselves, unable to find an answer. This was a demonic earth. Regardless of who approached it, they would face a life-and-death disaster. This was especially the case with the desolate land at the bottom of the abyss. There was an unknown and terrifying existence that could seize life and time. It really is the ancient desolate forbidden land, there is no doubt about it. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. This ancient teleportation array was too mysterious. It actually led to a life-forbidden land, and it was so strange. It formed a golden door, and everything on the other side could be clearly seen. One could reach it with a single step. One has to understand that this was the central continent, and right now, one could reach the eastern wasteland's southern region with just a single step. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li they were separated from each other. Mortals would need hundreds to thousands of lifetimes, and cultivators would need more than 10 years to fly. Many people became impulsive. There was the divine silkworm race's 9-wonder divine medicine there, and now, it had been divided into 9 stalks. Right now, it could be said that it was almost within reach. If they rushed over, they might be able to dig up 1 or 2 stalks. Almost in that instant, this place erupted with commotion. Many people couldn't hold themselves back, all of them wishing to rush over and pick the undying divine medicine. Back then, the various sects spent endless effort to no avail, and now, the opportunity was right before their eyes. This was especially the case with the ancient races. They couldn't sit still any longer, especially the divine silkworm race's experts. They immediately flew onto the altar, arriving before them, staring rigidly forward. Yi Fan and the others didn't stop them, calmly watching the situation develop. They were well aware of how terrifying that place was. Even if they could enter, they might not necessarily be able to reach the divine medicine. Swoosh, there were some who couldn't hold themselves back. More than 20 figures rushed through the golden door, all of them experts. When their feet descended, they all appeared on the five-colored altar. Everyone held their breaths, paying close attention. More than 20 people fell onto the five-colored altar, their appearances quickly aging. Everyone could clearly see their white hair and wrinkles on their skin. This scene made everyone feel great fear. There were some who leapt high into the air, wishing to rush down from the five-colored altar to pick the undying divine medicine. However, what was horrifying was that they had long lost all of their magical force and cultivation, directly falling into the abyss, unable to fly at all. This left everyone in despair. They were trapped on the five-colored altar. The floating altar was directly above the abyss, still quite a bit of distance from the several holy mountains cliffs. These people had lost their cultivation and magical force, unable to fly, so how could they jump so far with their flesh alone? Miserable cries sounded. They were on the five-colored altar, directly facing the abyss. The Huang aura was the strongest. They were quickly declining, some of them already skin and bones, eye sockets sunken, white hair falling down, looking just like skeletons, incomparably terrifying. One or two of them understood formations, bringing out formation cores, wishing to cross over and escape, but it was completely useless. In this life-restricted region, the Tao patterns had been erased, unable to display any use. The people on this side shivered inwardly rejoicing that they didn't rush into the golden door, or else they would also meet the same end, almost no path of life left. This life-restricted region couldn't be carved with divine patterns, unable to be crossed. Only this ancient great emperor-level special formation could enter, but for them, this was only a path of death. The people on the five-colored altar cried out miserably. Many people increased their speed, preparing to cross the void and reach the holy mountains, but they fell into the abyss one after another, releasing heart-wrenching cries of old age. Devil land. So it was like this, the five-colored altar needs to be repaired. No wonder there was an accident back then when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin, it was because the altar was damaged. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Little Yi, don't go, it's too dangerous. Ji Ziyue was on the verge of tears. There's no time, perhaps the five-colored altar will sink into the abyss soon, I can't wait any longer. Moreover, the passage of time can't deprive me of my lifespan, I've safely entered and exited this place before. Yi Fan made up his mind. Someone crossed over. Everyone cried out in alarm. Another person stepped into the teleportation formation, landing on the five-colored altar. This was an ancient race with wings, he immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the holy mountain. He succeeded. Many people clenched their fists, but what awaited him was a narrow escape from death. As soon as he landed on the abyss, his wings were immediately shattered. He staggered forward, and in the end, he still fell on the cliff. Even though he failed, there wasn't a single ancient race member with divine wings who wasn't moved. They all wanted to take the risk and gamble. I can't wait any longer, I should go on my way. Otherwise, if they continue like this, the desolate slaves might be lured out. Yi Fan said to himself. You have to think about it carefully. Putting everything else aside, just the obstacle of the forbidden ancient land is already very difficult. Even if you can successfully step onto the ancient path of the galaxy and reach the other side, what if it's all for naught? The monkey said seriously. This was not impossible. Even if he went through all the hardships on the way back, Yi Fan might not be able to see his parents. So many years had passed. Perhaps things were still the same, but people had changed. Maybe it's really all for naught. Even if I return to my homeland, I might not be able to see anything. But if I don't go back, I will regret it for the rest of my life, Yi Fan said to himself. Seriously, he had already left Earth for more than 20 years. At that time, his parents were already showing signs of old age. After so many years, anything could happen. There was no time. Now, Yifan really could not stay any longer. If he went back a few years later, there would be almost no suspense or anticipation. These years, he could not calm down. There was always a kind of anxiety in his heart. No matter what the result is, even if the worst thing happens, I have to go back. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. No matter what the road ahead was, Yifan had to go back. It was human nature. He could not give up everything here, but he could not abandon his parents. You, take care. I will pray for you every day. Jiziyua's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She pointed to the sky, telling him that if he missed his old friends, he could look up every night. The shortest and longest distance in the world were the souls. You really have to go. If your fate with the mortal world is over, I hope that one day you can return. Qi Luo sighed and patted Yifan's shoulder. Everyone knew that this was almost impossible. If there were no accidents, this might be the last time they would see Yifan. Because even they did not know the coordinates of the Big Dipper galaxy, how could he return? Actually, I really want to go with you to the other side of the galaxy to conduct great archaeological research. Unfortunately, that place is difficult to cultivate in, so I don't dare to go. Duanda stepped forward to bid farewell. Here, use it when you enter the life forbidden zone later. The large black dog opened his mouth and spat out a small purple jade gourd. It was only the size of a thumb. After it was opened, multicolored light gushed out, giving off a strong fragrance that made one feel as if they were ascending. All the pores on their body relaxed. Immortal divine medicine, everyone was stupefied. They never thought that the greedy and shameless big dog would have such a thing on him. He was actually willing to take it out at such a crucial moment. Where did you get it? The few of them couldn't believe it. Divine phoenixes danced in the air as scarlet multicolored light scattered down. Specks of immortal light flickered, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. There seemed to be a phoenix imprisoned within the small purple jade gourd, and there was a world-shocking scene lingering about it. This is Emperor Wusher's immortal divine phoenix medicine, the large black dog exclaimed. Of course, this could not possibly be an entire stock of divine medicine. There were only 4 drops of divine phoenix medicine's blood essence, and each drop could bring a person back to life. Several years ago, it almost died, but it was saved by little Nan Nan's tears. Afterwards, in order to protect itself, it entered Mount Purple and extracted a few drops of divine liquid from that stock of immortal medicine. It had always carried it on its body. That damned bird has become a spirit, and it's an old acquaintance. I begged and begged to get 4 drops, and I won't give more no matter what. No one would have thought that the large black dog would suddenly be so generous at the last moment. One had to realize that in the past, he had often done things like killing acquaintances, snatching treasures whenever he saw them. Wherever he passed, not even a crooked gourd would be left behind. Give us the holy fruit and the immortal true dragon medicinal liquid drops. This time, you're lacking these things to survive, so hurry up and accept them before I change my mind, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. Yifan did not refuse. He was about to cross over and leave. He truly needed these things to preserve his life. The monkey and the others wanted to return the holy fruit and true dragon medicinal liquid to him, but they were rejected. 4 drops of immortal phoenix liquid were enough for him to enter and leave several times. The medicinal fragrance alerted everyone nearby, and many greedy gazes looked over. However, when they saw the purple jade gourd in Yifan's hand, none of them dared to make a move. They did not dare to provoke this killing god. Have a safe journey. The few of them knew that they could not make Yifan stay no matter what, so they could only send him off and give him their sincere blessings. You guys have to take care too. Yifan looked at them, wanting to imprint each and every one of them in his heart forever. Then, he resolutely turned around, and divine light flowed around his hands. This incomplete 5-colored altar was put away, falling into his spatial artifact to repair the true altar. Many people from the ancient race and other great human forces were unwilling, but they did not dare to stop him. The heaven-devouring demon jar was floating, and no one was willing to make a big fuss over it. After all, it was only a corner of the altar, and it could not be of great use. Yifan strode over and entered that ancient teleportation formation, walking towards that golden door, about to leave just like that. Little Yi Fan. Jiziyue cried loudly, her tears falling in pairs. Tears rolled down her jade-white face, wetting her clothes. Yi Fan's heart ached, and he muttered to himself. He waved his arms and looked at the few of them. He was also unwilling, but he had no other choice. Don't forget, there is a group of old friends here waiting for your return. Although the few of them said this, they knew that this might be the last time they would see Yi Fan. The lonely universe was too vast, and it would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. Goodbye. Yi Fan turned around resolutely and walked towards the golden door. When he looked back, that purple-clothed girl was still there, waving her hand with all her might, shouting something loudly. She tried her best to smile, but there were sparkling tears on her jade-white face. Yi Fan pulled off a jade pendant, and it turned into a beam of light, falling into Jiziyue's hands. On the other side of the starry sky, this was a flawless mutton fat jade material. It was sparkling and beautiful, and there was almost no flaw. It was something that Yi Fan had carried with him for many years. He was about to go far away, so he didn't want to say too much. He didn't want to leave any more sadness. Only this item could be kept as a souvenir. Yi Fan took a step forward and set off on his journey. Monkey, Duanda, Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, and the others were also watching, sending him off. Yi Fan. Jiziyue burst into tears. Dongfang Yi and the others also had tears in their eyes. They had once fought side by side, gone through life and death together, and they had once dominated the world together. But now, they had no choice but to separate. It would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. Goodbye, my friends. These were the last words of Yi Fan as he disappeared from the ancient teleportation formation. All the heroes of the world were watching quietly, and they were all shocked. They could see that Yi Fan was about to go far away and leave this world. The human race's holy physique is about to leave. He has returned after 12 years, and now, I'm afraid that he will leave forever and never return. This world has one less contender on the Emperor's road. This was clearly a major event, and it caused a huge uproar. The ancestral temple was noisy, and many people began to discuss it. Without a doubt, the world would lack an unparalleled expert in the future. This was a major event that everyone could foresee. The human race's holy physique would disappear from this world without his participation. The great Emperor's road is not perfect without the great completion of the holy physique. It's enough that a few ancient princes have come into being. Otherwise, who knows how many heroes will fall when the holy physique reaches great completion one day. Perhaps, there will be less white bones and blood. Many elders of the human race sighed in pity. Yi Fan leaving was, in a sense, a great loss for the human race. On the other hand, many people of the ancient race rejoiced. Without the human race's holy physique, the world seemed to be much brighter in the future. A hero who could kill the 8th generation of the primitive emperor would suppress the younger generation to the point that they couldn't breathe. This jade pendant. Duanda stared at the mutton-fat jade in Jiziyue's hand. It was completely natural and had no knife marks. There was a red thread tied to it. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, it's very similar to the jade pendant that was thrown on Wusher's platform. Could it be the same reincarnation? He murmured softly. He glanced at Jiziyue and thought of that saintess. He shuddered. He had been robbing graves all year round and didn't believe in reincarnation and fate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dug graves. However, this jade pendant really did seem to be very similar to the one that was thrown on Wusher's platform beside the saintess' skull. The human race's holy physique hasn't aged yet. He's repairing the 5-colored altar, many people of the ancient race exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Through the golden door, they could see that the grand altar above the abyss was being repaired by Yi Fan. The missing corner was seamlessly joined together with the main body. There was even a 5-colored stone pillar that filled the center of the 5-colored altar, making it complete in an instant. It was no longer missing and had become a complete entity. Yi Fan swallowed a drop of the immortal phoenix's blood essence and then gulped down the divine spring in the jade bottle. His appearance didn't age, his body was immortal, and his vitality was exuberant. He was full of vigor and energy, stunning everyone. At this time, many winged races of the ancient race had sent in large numbers of experts. They landed on the altar and wanted to cross to the opposite cliff to pluck the 9 wondrous divine medicines. At this time, an unforeseen event occurred. A fallen winged race's Tao-severing king picked up a crucial cornerstone and laughed coldly. He flapped his wings and flew to the opposite cliff. You can't leave with the human race's holy physique. Just die on the 5-colored altar. He laughed coldly. This couldn't be said to be not vicious. If the 5-colored altar couldn't be activated, it would be equivalent to being in a dangerous place. It was too far from the cliff, and without cultivation and magic power, it was impossible to leap onto the holy mountain. Yi Fan would be trapped there to death. Wonderful, it turns out that killing the human race's holy physique is so simple. He only needs to move a single stone and he will die without a burial. Some ancient race beings were enlightened. Jiziyue, monkey, and the others were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was too vicious. Taking away a piece of stone had turned the entire altar into a lone island, forcing Yi Fan to be unable to advance or retreat. He was going to be trapped to death. Too vicious. The large black dog was furious, but he couldn't help. It was useless even if he rushed in. Yi Fan. Jiziyue's willowy eyebrows furrowed as she glared at those ancient race beings with her large intelligent eyes. Damn it. Even Qi Luo was filled with killing intent, yet he couldn't help. Some of the ancient race beings laughed loudly. This result had exceeded their expectations. Although the human race's holy physique was about to leave, it wasn't safe in the end. Perhaps only a dead person would pose the least threat. The one who will kill you is Lu Donglai. The fallen winged race's Tao-severing king who had first moved away a cornerstone laughed coldly, his expression filled with mockery. His younger brother, Lu Dongfa, had died at the hands of Yi Fan. Now, he was naturally seeking revenge. He had caught Yi Fan off guard, and he had come up with this plan to kill Yi Fan. At this moment, another group of beings with wings began to move. They belonged to different races, and they wanted to destroy the 5-colored sacrificial altar so that the human race's holy physique wouldn't have a chance. Several dozen to over 100 figures swooped down, completely disregarding the fact that they didn't have much time left. They wanted to overturn the sacrificial altar. Some laughed sinisterly, some sneered coldly, and their expressions were filled with satisfaction. Some of them were incredibly vicious. Who do you think I am? Even in this life-forbidden zone, I'm not someone you can humiliate. Even if you're a half-saint, you'll still have to die if you bully me. Yi Fan said coldly. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like cold lightning. He let out a loud roar, and the 9 holy mountains all rumbled, sending over a dozen people crashing into an ancient abyss. All the ancient race beings were so shocked that their expressions changed. In this place, although Yi Fan didn't have any cultivation or magic power, he still had his innately powerful physical body. With a wave of his hand, over 100 sources of speed shot out, and they streaked across the sky like comets. Pooh, pooh, miserable cries sounded at almost the same time. All of the people who threw themselves at the 5-colored altar were struck. How great was the power of the divine body! They were directly penetrated by the source stones, and blood poured out as they fell into the abyss. They were all killed in a single strike. At the same time, Yi Fan leapt high into the air. He actually crossed the abyss and landed on top of the holy mountain. Everyone was stupefied. Just how powerful was his physical body? In a situation where he lost his magical power and cultivation, he actually jumped this far with just his physical strength alone. This simply exceeded everyone's understanding. Was this the limit of the physical body? Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan relied on the power of his physical body to leap over the abyss and arrive at the other side. He kicked downwards from the air, stepping on Lu Donglai's body, and then he landed on top of the holy mountain. Pooh! The power of this kick was extremely great. Lu Donglai's bones were broken and his muscles snapped on the spot. His chest was blasted open, and his limbs were broken. Blood splashed onto the ground. There's no need to tell me your name, because I don't need to know. Yi Fan stepped on his body. His words were extremely cold as he looked down at him. Are you still human? Lu Donglai had already severed his Tao, and he was the most stunning genius of the fallen feather race. He was the future hope of contending for supremacy with the emperor race. Unexpectedly, he died here. His words were extremely clear, full of shock and unwillingness. A wingless human, in a situation where he couldn't use cultivation, actually leapt up, as if he was flying, crossing over. This almost exceeded the limits of the human body. I guarantee it, I'm a human. You. Lu Donglai carried unwillingness and shock as he died an unnatural death. On the central continent's side, everyone was horrified. The human race's divine body was too powerful. This kind of physique was truly unrivaled. He could even leap through the ancient abyss. He was definitely a great enemy of the ancient emperor's son. Fortunately, he is about to leave. Otherwise, there might be an ancient prince who fell in the future. The ancient race's older generation expert sighed. Yi Fan didn't hurry on his way and directly arrived at the divine spring. He first drank to his heart's content, and then he took out several jade bottles to quickly collect the water. Even though the use of spatial magical artifacts here was minimal, they could still store several dozen to over 100 jin. Following that, he broke off a few branches and leaves from the 9 wondrous divine medicine and took a bit of its roots. Only then did he grab the cornerstone and leap high into the air like a golden-winged pung, landing on the altar. On the central continent's side, many people's eyes became red. That was the divine spring and the branches and leaves of the undying divine medicine. They were all priceless divine objects. At the same time, everyone became even more apprehensive. He could even leap while carrying the cornerstone. Yi Fan's constitution was too shocking. After landing on the rainbow altar, Yi Fan's pupils contracted. This was because a few people walked over from the Golden Gate and descended from the sky. There wasn't just one figure, but he only stared at one of them and ignored the others. It was a white-clothed female who stood in front of him and surged with killing intent. It was precisely Li Xiaoman. End of chapter 923. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.